cry of pain. Chen Chu jolted awake, discovering he was still in the security room of the first-class museum of Yunhua City. Chen Chu, you bastard, were you having fun with your girlfriend yesterday? You even fell asleep on duty. Lao Zhang, the old security guard sharing the booth with him, chuckled. Lao Zhang, you're still alive. Chen Chu's eyes were filled with shock. I'm only 50, no 3 highs wishing me dead. Chen Chu clenched his fists looking at the familiar scene. Could it be that he had been reborn? Yes, Chen Chu had indeed just died once before. Before opening his eyes, he had been a large alligator snapping turtle surviving for 3 years, but while heading to a ruin he was lured and coerced into scouting ahead, then crushed to death by a giant footstep that suddenly descended. Lao Zhang, what's today's date? Brainwashed by your girlfriend. It's February 4th. February 4th. That meant there was still 1 week until the new year. Was this another chance given by heaven? Chen Chu immediately took out his phone and dialed his younger sister, who was still in high school back in their hometown county. Hearing that sweet voice, especially when she called, "Brother," tears of emotion welled up in his eyes. Nuo, I can't make it back now. Remember, during the new year, do not eat any meat. Start now, gather supplies, and find a safe place to hide. Wait for brother to come find you. His only concern now was his younger sister, who had been orphaned at 15, and they had relied on each other ever since. By then the whole city would be in chaos. The safest thing was to have her hide and wait for him. He would never forget that moment when New Year's Eve transitioned into the new year. Amid firecrackers and fireworks, the sky suddenly turned blood red like the end of the world. Some said it was a demon's game, others claimed it was an alien invasion, and still others whispered it was divine punishment. On that day, everyone transformed into the last animal they had eaten. If you ate beef, you would become a cow. If you ate donkey meat, you'd become a donkey. And if you had heavier tastes and ate roasted rats, congratulations. You'd be at the very bottom of the food chain. When the New Year's Eve ended, a voice would echo in everyone's mind, and all would know what animal they would become. Everyone would have time to prepare. This time would be 1 day, 2 days, or perhaps 3 days, entirely dependent on how much hunger you could endure until you consumed an animal. Thus, everyone began frantically hunting powerful animals. The law lost all power. The world collapsed in that very moment. Only the strong could survive. As the world fell into chaos, Chen Chu transformed into an alligator snapping turtle and desperately tried to return and find his sister, but after 3 years of struggling he died, without ever finding her. Since heaven had given him a second chance, he must seize it. As Chen Chu planned in his heart, his eyes already looked through the security room's glass toward the museum. Before reopening his eyes, he had transformed into an alligator snapping turtle with extraordinary defense, which happened on New Year's Day when he broke into the museum and crushed an alligator snapping turtle fossil before swallowing it. Because by then there were hardly any fossils left in the museum to use. With a second chance, he could no longer swallow that turtle fossil. The defense was indeed strong, but in the end, wasn't he still crushed into paste by an unknown creature's giant foot? Besides, he knew everything that would happen in the next 3 years. After humans transformed into animals, they could evolve or merge. In other words, if you ate both a pig and a chicken at the same time, you might become a flying pig. Of course, the odds were slim. Consuming a single type of animal alone, unless it was a powerful creature, would ultimately result in mediocrity remaining weak among those mutated beings. The future would be a sea of corpses and blood. Hiding would not work. In the northern frozen lands, the Thunder Lord, for a chance at evolution, he directly slaughtered an entire city. In the southern volcanic islands, the Blaze Phoenix Anivia, for an evolution opportunity, burned thousands of miles. Without strength, how could one survive? Chen Chu, what's wrong? Snap out of it, the captain is coming, Lao Zhang warned. Like an instinctive reaction, Chen Chu stood up. Looking so slack off, did you sleep on the job again? You can't even do security guard right, what the hell can you do? Worse than a pig. If you don't want to do it, get out. The security captain Fan Datong, with his huge belly, cursed. Chen Chu clenched his fists tightly. This bastard. Don't get cocky. A week from now you'll literally become a pig. Fan Datong simply hated Chen Chu and seized every opportunity to insult him. The reason was that Chen Chu had a girlfriend who was 170 centimeters tall with a slender figure. Meanwhile, Fan Datong, over 30, had been rejected 36 times on blind dates because of his pig-like body. Fan Datong walked straight into the security room, and Lao Zhang immediately offered his seat. Captain, sit here. And you, hurry up and pour me a glass of water. You have no sense at all, stupid as a pig. How are you going to find a girlfriend? Speaking of which angered Chen Chu. When he was originally lured to the ruins, wasn't it because of his pretty girlfriend's manipulation? Although by then she had already transformed into a rabbit. The one who lured her was his girlfriend, and the one who coerced him was one of the major factions. Fan Datong frowned. What? I asked you to pour water, and you're clenching your fists. Chen Chu smiled, and went to pour a cup of boiling water. Captain, let me serve you. Fan Datong chuckled. That's more like Before he could finish, Chen Chu splashed the boiling water directly onto his face, making him scream like a slaughtered pig. Really felt great. You damn kid, are you looking for death? Even Lao Zhang panicked. Oh no, Chen Chu, what are you doing? Die? I won't die again. You're the one who will die. Damn it. Want me to kick you out right now? No need. I quit. Chen Chu took out 200 yuan from his pocket and threw it in his face before walking out of the security room. Looking at the museum entrance, the treasure of the museum, the Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil already appeared in his mind. Since he had been reborn, then he would become stronger. The T-Rex fossil wasn't enough. He wanted all the fossils in the museum. Those who coerced and lured him, you will all meet a bad end. In the future seas of corpses and blood, he must become the strongest being. Only then could he find his sister and protect what he loved most. Chen Chu returned to his rental apartment, already running calculations in his mind. His younger sister was very obedient. She must have followed his instructions by now. The pressing matter now was how to obtain the fossils from the museum. Chen Chu knew all the major events of the next 3 years. He knew that even if he seized the museum's fossil, it wouldn't be the strongest. The sovereign that emerged from Shenanjia, the white snow monster king of the Himalayas. But it was already February 4th. Time was running out. This was the spring festival travel rush. Reaching those remote locations would consume at least half the remaining time, leaving the rest to pure luck. Because although he knew sovereign beasts had emerged from those locations, he had no idea exactly where. Having been given a second chance at life, he couldn't afford to gamble such a precious opportunity on luck. The Tyrannosaurus, the final form taken by the director of Yunhua Municipal Museum, would go on to dominate the surrounding blocks for half a year. If he claimed the strongest first, he could leverage his advantage to seize every chance at evolution that followed. When catastrophe descended, nearly every month the world would suffer a tremendous upheaval. These upheavals might take the form of volcanic eruptions, glacial collapses, tsunamis. After each event, tremendous energy would surge forth, and even places humanity had never known would reveal themselves. Some scholars and experts believed humanity had never truly understood this planet. On the surface it appeared as a simple sphere, but hidden within lay folded dimensions of space. These catastrophes served to tear open those folded spaces. Once open, the things that poured forth were called energy, or spiritual chi. Within these newly revealed zones, things capable of evolving savage beasts would appear, perhaps a stone imbued with spiritual chi, perhaps a strange little flower. Chen Chu sat with closed eyes, carefully recalling every location where future upheavals might occur. If he didn't think them through now, there would be no time to think later. Without realizing it, the door of the rental apartment opened. A beautiful woman walked in wearing a fitted cream-white trench coat, her face a perfect oval framed by cascading orange-red waves of hair. This was Chen Chu's girlfriend Lu Mingran. "Oh, aren't you at work today? Why are you back?" She shot back. "That fat pig of a captain picked on me again, so I splashed a cup of boiling water in his face and quit." "You're joking, right? It's almost New Year. You were supposed to be on duty at the museum for triple pay." He sneered. "Screw your triple pay. Once catastrophe falls, what good is triple pay?" Lu Mingran, seeing him silent, asked, "What do you mean by that? New Year is almost here. I was planning not to go home this year, so I could send more money to my family." Chen Chu sneered coldly. "Send money to your family? What does that have to do with me? We're not even married, are we?" Lu Mingran was genuinely stunned this time. Normally Chen Chu was utterly obedient to her. What was wrong with him today? Had he taken the wrong medicine? You get in there and make dinner." "What? You want me to cook? Who else would cook if not you?" Chen Chu was furious. In his previous life, he had truly doted on Lu Mingran. He had thought that beyond family he had found love. But what it brought him was searing, unforgettable pain. He could never forget the sight of Lu Mingran transforming into a rabbit and willingly letting herself be toyed with by that brown bear. He could never forget how Lu Mingran had lured him to be a sacrificial pawn, leading to his death. Thud! A single fist slammed down onto the table. In the future, to survive, Lu Mingran would betray anyone. She had tricked him, but she wasn't the mastermind. The true mastermind was one of the future great powers, the Mad Beast Hall. Because Chen Chu had astonishing defensive abilities, he had been forcibly recruited, sent into various ruins as expendable cannon fodder. "Are you insane?" Lu Mingran flung her bag down. "Did you take gunpowder?" Chen Chu rose to his feet, glaring at Lu Mingran, until a flicker of panic crept into her heart. Could it be that her secret trysts with her superior had been discovered? "Yes, I did take gunpowder. Not killing you is the last mercy I have left." Chen Chu erupted with violence, seizing and tearing at her clothes. Lu Mingran initially resisted, but then sensed a thrill she had never felt before and yielded. Chen Chu was like a wild beast. 40 minutes later he rose from the bed and said, "I'm ordering takeout." Caring about me now? Not making me cook. You were too rough just now." Chen Chu gave a cold smile. "Rough? In the future it won't just be rough. Besides, in the future indulging in such pleasures of flesh would likely be impossible." A day passed. Chen Chu began hunched over his desk, carefully recording every location where upheavals would occur, committing them to memory, so he would never forget. The next day he was already planning how to acquire the fossils, when suddenly old Zhang's phone call came in. Chen Chu, the captain, said if you pay for his medical bills you can come back to work. Medical bills? Didn't I already give him 200 yuan? Oh come on Chen Chu, 200 yuan doesn't even cover it. This is your chance to keep your job. Think about it. Finding a job is so hard now. It's year-end, so many people want to go home for New Year, they're short-handed. You should come back. Chen Chu sneered. It was because he was alone in this world with only his girlfriend in Yunhua City. Every year those left behind to guard the museum were him, and others with no connections. Everyone else had gone home for New Year. For him, being left to guard the museum was actually a greater opportunity. Inside Yunhua City's first-class museum lay countless priceless artifacts and animal fossils. Security was tight with multiple protective measures in place, all to prevent criminals from taking advantage of the New Year lull to steal. There were precedents of such thefts. That afternoon, Chen Chu went to the museum's security office. Fan Datong had ointment on his face. Upon seeing Chen Chu enter, he said, "Chen Chu, New Year is almost here. I'm a generous man and won't stoop to your level. Fork over a few tens of thousands for medical bills, and we'll call it even. A few tens of thousands. Hell, what tens of thousands do you want? Up to you." Chen Chu went to pour himself a cup of water. Seeing this, Fan Datong instinctively straightened his body and gripped a book in his hand, ready to shield himself. Hiss. Chen Chu simply took a sip. "Captain Fan, don't be so nervous. I won't splash you again." Fan Datong's neck flushed red with rage. "Don't waste this opportunity. You'll be the one crying into your pillow later. Whether I value it or not doesn't matter anyway. The museum is not short of one security guard." Damn. Fan Datong cursed inwardly. Truthfully, they really were short of him. New Year was just a week away. Some went home, some took vacations with Pol. The few people left behind all had no connections. Including Chen Chu, the museum needed him to hit minimum staffing for New Year duty. That kid must have figured this out. That's why he's being so bold. "Then let's." Chen Chu tossed down a 1,000 yuan bill. "Take it or leave it. Don't think I value this security job. It's free money. Take it. Damn it, once you're on shift, I'll find a way to dock your pay." "Fine. From now on you work the night shift permanently." Chen Chu grinned broadly. Exactly what I wanted. Working the night shift wasn't particularly appealing, especially during the Spring Festival, when he couldn't go out and have fun with his friends. But for Chen Chu, it was simply the perfect opportunity. That evening, Chen Chu donned his security uniform, slung a baton across his shoulder, grabbed a flashlight, and entered the museum. Artifacts and such things were directly ignored. What he needed were animal fossils. He had worked as a museum security guard for 3 years, but had never shown much interest in these things before. It wasn't like he was trained in archaeology or anything related. Now, approaching with a studious mindset, he intended to thoroughly examine these animal fossils. The moment he stepped inside the museum, the centerpiece immediately caught his eye. The museum's crown jewel, the Tyrannosaurus rex fossil. Reaching an impressive 5 meters in height, with a body length exceeding 10 meters, the specimen was truly awe-inspiring. Anyone visiting the museum for the first time would find themselves breathless upon witnessing this magnificent Tyrannosaurus rex fossil. Chen Chu's mind was already racing with visions of the curatorial director's formidable presence as they transformed into a T-Rex, a powerful dominant stance that commanded respect. This time he knew it would be his to claim. A plaque rested at the base of the T-Rex fossil detailing its era characteristics and other relevant information. Chen Chu read through every word, meticulously absorbing all the historical context and scientific significance. The Tyrannosaurus rex, also known as Rex dragon, roamed during the Maastrichtian stage at the end of the Cretaceous period, flourishing roughly 5 to 65 million years ago. During the terminal Cretaceous, this apex predator represented one of the final non-avian dinosaur lineages before the catastrophic Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event, the last of their kind to vanish from the fossil record. Ancient species. Chen Chu felt a surge of excitement within him. In the future, animals would manifest across different categories, beginning with ordinary breeds like chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs. Next came the mutated varieties, creatures exhibiting traits from multiple animals merged together, flying pigs for instance. Then there were the special types, extraordinarily powerful, with some displaying ancestral recall, reverting to primal forms. For example, an evolutionary tiger might revert to a saber-toothed tiger. Once that transformation succeeds, it qualifies as an ancient species. Ancient species represented the pinnacle of power, unstoppable in the early stages. As long as evolutionary opportunities were seized, strength would only compound. Beyond these existed the fusion species, shrouded in mystery and unknown potential. Finally came the mythological species, the most formidable of all. These were elusive by nature, appearing without warning and vanishing just as quickly. After 3 years of surviving in this world, Chen Chu had yet to encounter any record of a mythological species emerging. Reaching out to touch the T-Rex's massive bones, Chen Chu whispered, "You'll soon become part of me." He then passed by the woolly rhinoceros fossil. "Too weak. I'll skip it." Three-toed horse fossil, herbivorous. "I have no interest in eating grass." "Skip it." Then he paused before the true alligator turtle fossil, stopping in his tracks. Before his rebirth, he had obtained a fossil bone from this very specimen, crushed it into powder, and consumed it to transform into a giant alligator turtle. Dating back approximately 15 million years, it qualified as an ancient species. However, aside from its high defense and powerful bite force, it offered little else. It could only serve as a meat shield. Yet in the end, Chen Chu still recorded it in his notebook. Because what he sought was not merely the T-Rex's ancient lineage, but the far more mysterious fusion species that transcended even those ancient forms. Chen Chu made his way through the fossil section, overlooking countless specimens. Finally, in one display case, he spotted a fossil no larger than a fingernail. The label read tardigrade fossil. These creatures actually have fossils. Tardigrades were exceptionally minute in size, the largest specimens reaching only 1 millimeters. They required a microscope to be observed. Whether the museum's tardigrade fossil was authentic or merely a randomly selected rock was unclear. Regardless, it was invisible to the naked eye, and casual visitors would likely perceive it as nothing more than a pebble the size of a thumbnail. After some consideration, Chen Chu recorded it in his notebook. After all, this organism had appeared during the Cambrian period over 500 million years ago. Its survival to the present day was remarkable in its own right. By the end of that night, Chen Chu's notebook had already documented over a dozen fossil species he required. After finishing his shift, Chen Chu returned to his rental apartment. Lu Mingran had not yet come back. He immediately went online gathering more detailed information. Eventually, the dozen candidates were whittled down to just 5. Those were the Tyrannosaurus rex, the true alligator turtle, and the tardigrade. The remaining 2 had been sourced from unidentified fossils in the fossil section. Those were merely fragmented remnants of animal fossils, so ancient that even experts could not determine their origins. Chen Chu found that incomprehensible antiquity fascinating, so he kept them. Species fusion carried a certain probability. Weaker genetic material would simply be overwhelmed by stronger animal DNA. Regardless, at the very least, he could still achieve status of an ancient species. Days passed steadily as the anticipated date drew nearer. Chen Chu had secretly stashed his necessary tools beneath the security room chair and inside cabinet drawers. February 11th. That evening marked Chinese New Year's Eve. Lu Mingran was on holiday and had purchased an array of ingredients for tonight's reunion dinner. Chen Chu, I bought a lot of things tonight, including my favorite, braised rabbit heads. Rising from his bed, Chen Chu found the gesture laughable. She had bought only what she herself preferred, without once considering his own tastes. Braised rabbit heads. She deserved to become a rabbit in the end. I'm not eating. I'm going to work. Have dinner first, and keep me company, she pleaded. Chen Chu responded only with a cold snicker before walking out the door. From this point forward, their fates would diverge. The wind howled outside, sweeping through the streets. A few children could still be seen sneaking out to set off fireworks. It was about to begin. Mounting his electric bike, he pedaled toward the museum. Along the way, red wedding characters, couplets, and lanterns adorned every corner. Electronic fireworks bloomed on the giant screens of skyscrapers. The atmosphere was thick with festive cheer. Yet Chen Chu knew it wouldn't last long. He arrived at the museum. Tonight, including himself, there were only 5 people on the night shift. To ensure his plan could be executed safely, Chen Chu specially prepared coffee for them. After brewing it in the security room, he crushed sleeping pills and dissolved them into the coffee. The other 4 were in the monitoring room watching the Spring Festival Gala while enjoying their own food and drinks. Come the night is long, let me treat you to some coffee. Ho Chen Chu is being generous today. Damn it, everyone else is reuniting for the new year, and we're the unlucky ones stuck here. Who told us we have no connections? That's just how the world works. Drink it while it's hot. The 4 who drank the coffee soon collapsed one by one. He shut down all surveillance and alarm systems. Chen Chu gathered his tools and entered the museum. With a buzz, a chainsaw roared to life, slicing into the leg bone of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Fossil dust flew through the air. The thigh was about to be severed. The massive T-Rex fossil wobbled precariously. Its 2 powerful legs were the main supports, but once broken, the entire structure would collapse. Chen Chu swung the chainsaw and immediately rolled aside. With a crash, the support gave way, and the T-Rex fossil collapsed in a heap, shattering into pieces on the ground. Chen Chu used the saw to cut off a piece of the alligator snapping turtle fossil, then gathered the water bear fossil and 2 other unknown fossils, placing them all into a large iron basin. He took a hammer and smashed the fossils into powder, then added water and lit a fire. Time passed, and the basin began to bubble and gurgle. Just then a Passat pulled up at the museum entrance. Fan Datong stepped out of the car holding a pork chop. What's going on? Why is it so dark? A sly grin spread across his face. Hey Chen Chu, if I catch you slacking off, you can kiss your 3-month salary goodbye. Fan Datong was deliberately looking for trouble with Chen Chu. He entered the security room. No one there. Then he went to the monitoring room and found all the equipment turned off, with 4 security guards collapsed and asleep. No matter how he tried, he couldn't wake them. Fan Datong immediately sensed something was wrong. He threw down the pork chop, grabbed a baton and a flashlight, and ran into the museum. As soon as he entered, the flashlight beam swept across the room, nearly causing him to collapse in shock. The crown jewel of the Yunhua City First-Class Museum, the Tyrannosaurus rex fossil, had collapsed into a heap of shattered fragments. And there was Chen Chu sitting on the floor, cooking something over an alcohol stove. Damn it. What the hell have you done? Cooking, haven't you seen it before? You bastard. You've destroyed such a priceless treasure. You're finished. He pulled out his phone. As a minor supervisor, his phone had an alarm system. Chen Chu couldn't let him succeed. He grabbed the hammer beside him and hurled it directly. With a thud, it struck Fan Datong's arm, and the phone fell to the ground. You dare to hit me? Be glad it didn't hit your head. You got off easy. Bastard. I've put up with you long enough. Today I'll show you who's boss. Fan Datong charged forward with the baton. Chen Chu revved the chainsaw, making it whir menacingly. Fan Datong halted in his tracks. This kid was serious. And no wonder. After destroying the museum's treasure, he had nothing left to lose. Why aren't you coming? Fan Datong hurled the baton at Chen Chu's head, then turned and fled without looking back. Chen Chu blocked it with the chainsaw. He glanced at the time. It wasn't the moment to chase him yet. He hadn't expected Fan Datong to show up tonight. It seemed that his rebirth had altered the sequence of events. Damn it, the alcohol stove was too slow. He checked the time. It was 11:57 p.m. The global animalization was about to begin. Fan Datong, panting heavily, ran back to his car. Damn, I left my phone in the museum. He slammed the steering wheel in frustration. I'll have to drive to the police station. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Global animalization begins now. After today, everyone will turn into the last animal they consumed. Fan Datong looked around warily. Who's talking? He wasn't alone. The same words reverberated in the minds of over 7 billion people worldwide. In every major square, countless crowds gathered holding sparklers, staring at the giant screens counting down to the new year. They completely ignored that voice. At a hotel, people were having their New Year's Eve dinner. What's going on? Am I drunk and hallucinating? Whatever, let's keep drinking. Back in the museum, Chen Chu stood at the entrance holding a bowl of fossil stew. Drink this bowl of chaos stew and never be human again. He threw the lighter onto the floor. With a whoosh, a trail of fire spread all the way into the museum, igniting every fossil. Chen poured all the gasoline he had brought onto the fossil, waiting only to set it ablaze at last. In this region, only one king could emerge. Fan Datong had already started the car, only to see the dark sky turn blood red. My God, what is happening? In the square, the New Year countdown had begun. A young man looked up at the sky with astonishment. Look up there. Red became the dominant color, staining the entire earth with a bloody hue. Thunder roared, and lightning flashed violently. Heavenly anomalies. Holy crap, even the lightning is red. Could it be because of that voice just now? Are we all going to turn into animals? How could that be? The new year is almost here, let's count down. 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year. Oh. A woman let out a scream because her beloved had turned into a chicken. After that, screams erupted one after another. In the vast square, people were turning into animals one by one. On the road, drivers found their hands turning directly into hooves. Thud, thud, car accidents occurred one after another. The sounds of collisions, explosions, and screams kept echoing through the city. Many were at home, happily watching the Spring Festival Gala. Then a bizarre scene appeared on the television. Those glamorous actors right before everyone's eyes turned into chickens, ducks, fish. Oh, Dad, Mom turned into a donkey, how terrifying. Moo. A cow appeared in the bedroom. Fan Datong suppressed his unease, and then drove off with a jolt. Huh, why has my hand turned into a hoof? Looking at his face in the rearview mirror, it was actually a pig's face. Oh, impossible. Crack. A red bolt of lightning appeared above the museum. Smash. Chen Chu threw the bowl in his hand to the ground, shattering it. His skin was turning red all over, and white smoke began to rise. Chen Chu's face contorted in pain as his body kept growing larger. Rip, rip. His clothes tore completely apart. A colossal creature 4 meters tall and 10 meters long had been born. Roar. A roar echoed, and in his dark golden pupils reflected the blood moon in the sky. Chen Chu had successfully transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. A panel had appeared in his mind. After humans turned into animals, everyone would have such a panel in their minds. Type: fusion species. Name: Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level: juvenile. Strength: 4 tons. Speed: 20 km/h. Lifespan: 10 years. Evolution value: 01000. Talents: maximum bite force 8 tons. Unknown, 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 unknown. Chen Chu took 2 heavy steps and stood in front of the glass, looking at his current form. His towering stature and ferocious visage. Especially when he grinned, revealing 60 chillingly sharp teeth. This was far more awesome than his past life's snapping turtle form. What's more, he had finally gotten his wish and become a fusion species. The main difference between fusion species and mutant species was in appearance. Mutant species would immediately show differences from other animals in appearance, but fusion species would not manifest any outward changes. Instead, they would appear as evolution progressed, and they were controllable. The only flaw was the lifespan. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's lifespan was about 25 years. The fossil he had consumed had apparently lived for over a decade, leaving him only 10 years of remaining life. In his past life, when he transformed into a snapping turtle, he had a lifespan of 300 years. Looking at his talents now, this was the mystery of the fusion species. Before reaching evolution, the remaining talents were all unknown. For now, the only known talent was maximum bite force. What did 8 tons of maximum bite force mean? 1 bite carried the weight of 8 cars. How could an ordinary animal withstand that? Sister, wait for me. Big brother will come find you right away. Meanwhile, the world had fallen into chaos. Vehicle collisions, train derailments, plane crashes. The universal animalization had just begun, and already half the world's population had turned into animals. In Yunhua City, some had already recovered from the shock. The world was about to change drastically, how everyone would turn into animals, so they had to become the strongest animal. Those humans fortunate enough not to have transformed, yet began to set their sights on zoos, museums, and other places. Becoming a lion or tiger was far better than turning into a chicken, duck, fish, or dog. Some survivors closest to the museum immediately headed there with whatever tools they could use. A Buick screeched to a halt at the museum. Fan Datong, who had turned into a pig, saw the car and directly burst through the car door. Curator. Curator, save me. The newcomer was none other than the curator of the Yunhua City Museum, the one who had transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the previous life. You are. Fan Datong. Yeah, curator, that kid Chen Chu destroyed all the fossils. The curator saw the growing flames inside the museum and took out an old hunting rifle from the trunk of the car. The Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil is mine. Man and pig entered through the doorway and then beheld the colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fan Datong was so terrified that he immediately relieved himself with a shameful stream of pig urine. The museum director stood astonished, his mouth agape. So his theory was correct. Every creature could transform into the last animal it consumed, essentially by merging with the animal's DNA. The Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil was viable. You actually used my T-Rex fossil. Chen Chu looked down upon him from above. In his previous life, he had been the embodiment of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but now it had been seized by himself. Too late. All the fossils are already consumed by the sea of fire. Why did you do this? Get lost. Roar. A thunderous roar full of majesty under the suppression of bloodline. Fan Datong collapsed directly onto the ground. The museum director quickly racked his shotgun and fired at Chen Chu. Boom. Flames burst forth. The bullet struck his massive body, but it only wounded his hide. Chen Chu turned his tail, sweeping gently. With a thud, the director was knocked several meters away in a single strike. Haha, I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already down. The director's body tumbled across the ground, every bone feeling as though it had come apart. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was indeed formidable. Striding forward with enormous steps, he bolted out. From memory, soon countless frenzied humans and animals would appear within the museum. Don't you dare leave. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is mine. It's mine. The director scrambled to his feet, gripping his gun, racking the slide again, and again firing repeatedly. Chen Chu ran in a serpentine zigzag, causing his bullets to miss entirely. His current running speed was only 20 kilometers per hour. Gazing at the museum engulfed in flames, the director abandoned any thought of entering and pursued Chen Chu by car instead. Fan Datong, unwilling to remain merely a pig, squeezed into the director's vehicle, hoping to take advantage of the situation. Before long beams of headlights swept toward them. Damn, a dinosaur. Looks like the museum's fossils came in handy. Look over there, that's the direction of the museum. It's already engulfed in massive flames. Defeat that dinosaur and eat it, and we'll be able to transform into dinosaurs. In such a moment, everyone had gone mad. People were even driving to chase after Chen Chu. Chen Chu could only sneer coldly inside. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Otherwise, this rabble would have resorted to any means to seize him. Pat, pat, pat. A person leaned out of the car wielding a nail gun and relentlessly pulling the trigger. This level of attack was no more than a mere tickle to Chen Chu. Compared to the speed of automobiles, the gap in his own running speed was still far too obvious. He stopped abruptly, twisting his body, and swept his tail directly at the nearest pursuing vehicle. Bang! The sedan was instantly mangled, tumbling across the ground. Upon landing, a wisp of white smoke rose from its crumpled hood. Kill him. A black Range Rover barreled toward Chen Chu. He raised his foot and brought it down, forcefully planting it squarely on the vehicle's hood. Thud! The car flipped forward, crashing back down, deformed, its occupants unrecognizable. Beep, beep, beep. A city bus emerged from behind Chen Chu. In the city, a public bus was already the largest vehicle in terms of size. At a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, its impact force was nothing short of devastating. Chen Chu was truly furious. Originally, he had only intended to transform into a Tyrannosaurus Rex and flee this place to search for his younger sister. But these people actually wanted to kill him. In his past life, he had lived in obscurity, surviving 3 years through sheer caution. In this life, he only wished to grow stronger and find his sister, yet they still hunted him. Thud, thud, thud. His powerful legs surged forward with great strides, charging straight at the bus. Thud. Chen Chu's head slammed directly into the bus. The iron bus crumpled like paper, shards flying everywhere. His massive jaws opened wide, sharp teeth tearing madly at the bus. Rip, rip. Within mere bites, the bus fell apart completely. His innate ability, the strongest bite force of 8 tons. He could crunch through an iron frame as easily as chewing candy. Witnessing this, the drivers dared not advance further. How could such an apex predator be slain so easily? Besides, they possessed no formidable thermal weapons. Chen Chu leapt skyward, his 6-ton body crashing down onto the shattered bus, crushing it nearly flat as an iron pancake. Turning his head, his chilling gaze swept over the crowd. I'll bite you all to death. One vehicle accelerated, executed a U-turn, and sped away. Its driver had given up, unwilling to waste precious time here. Then came the second, the third. The museum director saw this and thought, this won't do. Across all of Yunhua City, this Tyrannosaurus Rex was the most powerful creature. His eyes scanned the area and landed on the wet ground. That was gasoline spilled from the bus's tank after Chen Chu had destroyed it. Fan Datong, do you want to defy fate and change your destiny? Yes. Now that universal beast transformation has just begun, perhaps consuming a powerful animal could replace the animal DNA currently within you. Therefore, I need you to hold him off right now. Alright. Fan Datong ran out, his four pig hooves clattering as he dashed toward Chen Chu. Chen Chu didn't even glance at him. Boss, don't go. Please take me along. If I told you long ago, you are a pig. Exactly, I'm a pig. I will be a pig utterly loyal to you from now on. The museum director rolled down his window and brandished his hunting rifle at a nearby vehicle that hadn't yet driven away. Once the other driver lowered their window and caught sight of him, the director gestured toward the puddled wet ground. Gasoline. Exactly. If we unite and surround him, we can feast on grilled Tyrannosaurus Rex. The man immediately exited his vehicle and popped open the fuel tank cap. Then he bellowed to the surrounding cars. Surround him. Eat him, and we'll become powerful dinosaurs. Still Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seeing him open the fuel tank cap, others followed the direction of his finger to the gasoline-soaked ground, where Chen Chu stood, and they understood his intention at once. In an instant, more than a dozen vehicles roared to life, forming a surrounding ring. Chen Chu's eyes shifted slightly. These people clearly had no intention of letting this go. Useless, good for nothing, get lost. Wait. Chen Chu, considering we were once colleagues, I'll lick your toes for you from now on. Buzz, buzz. The first car with its open fuel tank charged forward. A grin split the museum director's face as he raised his rifle and fired. One shot struck the fuel tank dead on. A deafening explosion erupted, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward. Chen Chu could feel the searing heat wash over him. Boom. The wreckage ignited the spilled gasoline across the ground. The driver never expected until his dying breath that he had become the museum director's cannon fodder. As the fire suddenly erupted, Chen Chu leapt down from atop the bus. Chen Chu, take me with you. Still trying to stall for time. Die. One stomp descended and Fan Datong was instantly flattened into a slice of pork. On the evolution panel in his mind, the progress bar began to shift, 1 out of 1,000. So killing one animal granted 1 evolution point. In his previous life, Chen Chu had never discovered this. When he transformed into a crocodile turtle in his past incarnation, he would hide whenever possible, and his evolution points remained almost motionless. Only now did he realize that besides the places where great natural disasters occurred, evolution points could also be obtained through slaughter. However, killing humans yielded nothing, only animals counted. Boom. Another car with its gas cap open was shot and exploded by the curator. The exploding vehicle was hurled directly toward Chen Chu. Chen Chu swung his body and tail, whipping the car back toward the curator like a baseball bat. The curator, nearly 50, was still agile enough to roll twice on the ground. The other vehicles had already formed a circle, and the sudden sharp turn had spilled gasoline from many fuel tanks. The curator fired a single shot, triggering a chain of explosions. A ring of fire surrounded Chen Chu. You ungrateful beast. If it were an ordinary person, they would never be able to break out of this ring of fire, suffocating from smoke until they burned to a pile of charcoal. But Chen Chu had now transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, 4 meters tall and 10 meters long. He took giant strides and charged straight out of the fire ring. One man who failed to retreat in time was crushed under the enormous foot. Killing humans did not grant evolution points. But these people had angered Chen Chu, and he had no choice but to kill them. The fire can't harm that dinosaur, a man said. The curator's face darkened. There's a gas station not far from here. Now that he's set on killing, let's see if we can lure him there and cause a massive explosion. Still want us to be cannon fodder. I'm out. Another man spoke, his car destroyed, unwilling to continue. The curator raised his gun and shot, blowing half of the man's face off. The man fell dead instantly. Let me tell you all, the world is in chaos, and it will soon become a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't take risks, you'll just become food for the beasts. Roar. Chen Chu had already cleared the people on the other side. He took a giant stride and leaped. The curator saw a massive shadow appear above the flames. Thud. The 6-ton body landed, making the curator feel as if a small earthquake had struck. At such close range, the curator couldn't even swallow his saliva. Chen Chu's breath blew against his face like a gust of wind. He bared his teeth, opening his mouth to reveal 60 sharp, icy fangs. Let me tell you, eating animals that were once humans won't cause any changes. You? How do you know? Crunch. Chen Chu didn't bother to answer. With a swift motion, he opened his jaws and bit the curator in two. The lower half of the body with its legs twitched uncontrollably, excreting urine and feces. 2. Chen Chu spat out the upper half from his mouth. There was no help for it. His talent was the strongest bite force. Aside from biting, he could only sweep with his tail or crush with his body. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was the apex predator, its only drawback being the pair of 1-meter-long tiny claws on its forelimbs. Though they had some strength, they were quite useless. He's eating people. The man closest to the curator was already trembling with fear. They finally realized. A madman is terrifying, but what is a human compared to a rampaging dinosaur? Run for your lives. Chen Chu lowered his head, clamped his jaws around the curator's car, and shook his head violently. Bang! A man was crushed into a meat pancake by the car. The others scrambled and rolled, wishing they could turn into rabbits to run faster. Chen Chu's first round as a Tyrannosaurus Rex was a victory. He opened his mouth and roared at the blood-red moon in the sky. Roar! The sound was so loud that the animals transformed from humans trembled all over, a suppression from the bloodline. Chaos continued. In the midst of this chaos, Chen Chu began to run northward. In a small county to the north, there was someone most important to him waiting. Sister, you must hold on. Big brother is coming right away. After a night of running, he trampled a few careless animals. This raised Chen Chu's evolution points to 71,000. The sky was growing light. The blood-red moon and crimson clouds in the sky had vanished. Chen Chu felt exhausted. He rested in a small grove. According to the trajectory of his past life, suppression would come in a week. Then a large number of surviving humans and massive destructive thermal weapons would appear. He was still a juvenile flesh and blood body. He could withstand bullets for a while, but a few grenades would probably finish him off. His current defense was not as strong as the crocodile turtles in his previous life. So Chen Chu chose to travel at night along forest paths. Thus 2 days passed. Chen Chu reached Tianhai City. Less than 100 kilometers remained to his birthplace, Changfeng County. One more day of persistence, and he would find his sister. Chen Chu was already famished. A Tyrannosaurus rex consumed a huge amount of food, gaining dozens of pounds in body weight each day. Under the moonlight, Chen Chu spotted a supermarket in Tianhai City. It had been 3 days since the national animalization. More people had transformed into animals. Survival of the fittest had become the basic rule. On the streets under the night sky, there were only crashed, exploded, and burning cars along with scattered garbage. No humans, only animals appeared. Chen Chu headed toward the supermarket, hoping to find something to eat inside. Thud, thud. He stepped on the damaged vehicles, crushing those in his path. Finally, he reached the supermarket entrance. Click. The lights outside the supermarket suddenly turned on. Someone was here. Whooshed. A mop handle with a fruit knife tied to one end was thrown down from a second-floor window, but the aim was poor and it stuck into the ground. Chen Chu looked up, but saw no ghost of a person. I'm just looking for some food. I'll leave after eating. If you try to stop me, I won't hesitate to kill you all. Such big words. You can try. A deep rumbling voice came from inside the supermarket. 2 monkeys opened the door, and then a large black water buffalo walked out on all fours. As soon as it saw Chen Chu, surprise flickered in its eyes. A dinosaur. No wonder you're so arrogant. The water buffalo stood 1.8 meters tall, and over 2 meters long, a sizable animal. But in front of Chen Chu it looked like a child. A water buffalo dares to say you can try to me. Behind the water buffalo more animals appeared. The windows above also opened one by one, revealing monkeys holding various objects. Quite a few. As you can see, this area is ours. There are many of us, so we need a lot of food. Sorry, we have nothing extra to give you. Chen Chu bared his teeth, showing a chilling grin. Then I'll eat you. Chen Chu was not joking. To fill his own stomach and gain strength to search for his sister in this world of the strong preying on the weak, he would surely devour this water buffalo, even if it was once human. The water buffalo was unfazed by Chen Chu's threat, its front hooves already scraping the ground as it lowered its head, aiming the pair of hard horns at Chen Chu. Behind it, the animals surged out. The multitude of chickens and ducks made the supermarket resemble a gigantic farm. Old bull, hold on. A monkey wearing a t-shirt leaped down from the second floor, landing on the buffalo's back. Was this monkey even wearing clothes? Was it to preserve its own humanity? Friend, as you can see, we have a large number here, and our daily food expenses are considerable. None of my business. Fine, we can give you some food, but please leave immediately. I'll eat until I'm full. Chen Chu stepped forward. With a heavy thud, the weaker animals behind him felt an immense pressure. The monkey scratched its head and ears. We've already made concessions. You two turned from human to animal. The world is in chaos now. Food is scarce, I hope. Roar. Chen Chu opened his mouth and let out a roar. He had no time to waste on bickering here. Every second counted in finding his sister, and with each passing moment her danger increased. He started moving, ready to charge straight in. Just then a few monkeys came running over, chattering noisily, followed by several dogs. We're back. Hurry, the predators are coming. The water buffalo and the monkey in the t-shirt tensed up. Prepare for battle. When they ran over and saw Chen Chu, a massive Tyrannosaurus rex, they froze in terror. Chen Chu noticed that the monkeys each carried a backpack, presumably taken from the supermarket, with one bag, even revealing a packet of chips. The dogs behind also carried backpacks, likely full of food. It seemed these animals had formed a group, with specialized members foraging daily. Today they happened to be returning. The monkey in the t-shirt had an idea. Friend, if you help us, we'll make sure you eat your fill. Chen Chu immediately understood he was being asked to be a hired muscle. He had no time for that. Oomph. You bastards dare steal food from our territory. A dog with white pigeon wings flew over, followed by many other animals. So a mutant had appeared here. But it was just an ordinary mutant, a cross between a pigeon and a dog. A monkey was crushed under Chen Chu's foot, and he tore open its backpack, swallowing its contents. Then the second monkey's backpack, the third. The flying dog landed, folding its wings. How is there a dinosaur here? A brown figure appeared. A brown bear standing 2 meters tall on its hind legs. A dinosaur. Probably still a juvenile. Chen Chu had already gobbled up all the stolen food. The brown bear rubbed its paws. You ate our food, so shouldn't you join us? Why should I? I can guarantee you'll eat, well, every day. The brown bear was already salivating at the sight of the chickens and ducks behind the water buffalo. Chen Chu, having eaten enough, turned and walked away. I wouldn't mind tasting bear paw. The animals behind the brown bear bared their teeth. The food they had stolen from their territory had all gone into Chen Chu's mouth, and he was leaving without a second thought. How could they tolerate that? If you won't join, then we'll subdue you. Attack! 7 or 8 hunting dogs charged, targeting Chen Chu's legs. With a roar, Chen Chu stomped down, crushing one dog into a flat cake. A sweep of his tail sent 2 dogs flying like sacks. Help him, commanded the monkey in the t-shirt. The monkeys above hurled objects like rain at the enemies. The flying dog spread its wings, soared high, seized a monkey's arm, dragged it out, then dropped it from the air, killing it on impact. The water buffalo bellowed, lowered its horns, and charged straight at the brown bear. The bear sneered, slowly raising one of its paws. Just as the buffalo was about to hit, the bear's paw came down. With a dull thud, the buffalo fell to the ground. Brain matter seeped from its 7 orifices. The monkey in the t-shirt was shocked. They had fought before, and the brown bear had never been this strong. How could it kill the buffalo in one blow now? Ha ha, laughed the bear. You juvenile trash. Today I'll show you the terror of a growth stage. Chen Chu crushed another dog with his tail and turned to look. This brown bear had already reached the growth stage. Since the great catastrophe hadn't yet arrived, there was only one possibility: the bear had maxed out its 1,000 evolution points through killing. Chen Chu's own evolution points were only 14 out of 1,000. So fast. In just a few days a growth stage had appeared. It was because of such indiscriminate killers that the great suppression would occur, leading to the slaughter of unformed animals by guns. The brown bear was proud. Big Dinosaur, join us. There's no need to fight for these herbivores and omnivores. Together we can dominate this place. Gulp. Chen Chu swallowed the dead dog in one gulp. Full. You dare disrespect me? Then I'll beat you into submission. The brown bear charged, raising its paws to strike Chen Chu. Chen Chu turned and used his tail. With a crash, the bear blocked his tail. That tail strike had a force of 4 tons. The bear, emboldened, said, even if you are a dinosaur, you're still a juvenile. My paws have a combined force of 6 tons. With a roar, Chen Chu turned, retracted his tail, and opened his massive jaws to bite. The bear crouched, then leaped up, delivering a rising uppercut to Chen Chu's huge chin. The monkey in the t-shirt scratched its head again. The predator leader was a famous martial arts master before turning into a bear. Now that it's reached growth stage, the big dinosaur is probably doomed. The punch made Chen Chu's head tilt upward. His dark, golden eyes instantly filled with killing intent. The bear grinned. Has that knocked some sense into you? Surrender. Growth stage. Just a common species growth stage. Today I'll show you the gap between species. His thick legs burst with sudden power, launching his massive head forward. He opened his jaws and bit down. The brown bear rolled backward. Boom. One bite tore out a chunk of the ground. Go, boss. Boss, if you take down this dinosaur, this city will be ours. The animals on the brown bear's side had already begun to cheer. The monkeys wearing t-shirts didn't dare to make any big moves now. One was an ancient species, the other was a growth stage creature. A few of their own had just been thrown to death by that flying dog. The strongest fighter, the giant water buffalo, had also been smashed to death by a single bear paw. The brown bear rose to its feet. Have you all seen King Kong? Yes. Do you know how the dinosaur that fought King Kong died? Pry open its mouth and twist off its jaw. Ha ha ha. Then I'll give you a live demonstration. Roar. Chen Chu was truly fed up now, launching himself at great speed and biting down. As an apex predator, his speed was incomparable to this brown bear. The brown bear actually reproduced the scene right there. A pair of bear paws held Chen Chu's jaws open. Roar, roar. It roared loudly, pushing hard with both paws. Chen Chu's eyes at that moment were filled with mockery, wanting to imitate King Kong fighting a dinosaur. Unfortunately, you're just a brown bear. Crack. Opt. Blood splattered as the brown bear cried out in pain. A pair of bear paws had actually been bitten off. Chen Chu chewed them up with crunchy sounds. Even when he was human, he never had the chance to taste such a precious delicacy as bear paws. Today he finally got to eat them. They were bouncy and firm. How is this possible? I'm a growth stage creature. My bear paw strength is 6 tons. You're just a juvenile. I'm a juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex. My bite force is 8 tons. The brown bear finally understood at this moment what a gap between species meant. This one was a dinosaur, an ancient species. Even as a juvenile, it was far beyond what a common species like itself could handle. Missing 2 bear paws, it stood upright and ran on its hind legs. It moved awkwardly, quite comical. You hold them off first. Chen Chu crouched low, then suddenly leaped. Whoosh. Its body, weighing over 6 tons, rose directly into the air, then came crashing down. One clawed foot stepped the brown bear flat onto the ground. The brown bear's urine and feces erupted instantly. Spare my life. Spare my life. I told you, mess with me, and the consequences will be severe. A single claw slowly pierced into the brown bear's body. With one swipe, the brown bear was already torn open, flesh splitting apart. Today I'll also eat bear gallbladder. With the brown bear's blood-curdling scream, the gallbladder was eaten. Afterward, it was barely breathing, not far from death. The animals that followed the brown bear fled away at top speed. The monkey faction wearing t-shirts erupted in cheers. Friend, from now on you protect us, and we'll go search for food for you every day. Splat. Chen Chu stepped down hard, causing the brown bear's flesh to burst open. No time. After killing the brown bear, the evolution points unexpectedly became 114,1000. This was quite surprising. Killing a common animal only gave 1 evolution point, but killing a growth stage animal actually gave 100 evolution points. This was just like leveling up by killing monsters in a game. Different monsters would give different experience points. His stomach was already full, and it was time to set off. The monkey wearing a t-shirt ran over with 2 monkeys behind him carrying 2 bags. "Friend, this is food. I'm already full." He took off at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. That monkey to the end actually gave him the food. It was clearly unwilling to give up, having other ideas. Soon the first round of suppression by the remaining humanity would begin, and animals like these that occupied urban territories would be the main targets for cleanup. Before evolving, facing large-scale, high-casualty thermal weapons meant only one path: death. After another night of running, Chen Chu was very tired. He couldn't maintain full speed running indefinitely. At this moment, there was less than 40 kilometers left to his hometown Chongfeng County. The sky had already turned bright. Chen Chu was hiding in a forest when he saw that a convoy had appeared on the main road. Behind the convoy were several tanks. His heart sank. Humanity's first round of suppression had already begun. Damn it, why did he run into them at this time? He stayed hidden, hoping this group would leave quickly. However, after driving for a few minutes, they actually stopped. The first wave of suppression centered around the capital and other first-tier cities, forming circles that expanded outward. Chongfeng County was a point beyond these first-tier cities. The remaining forces from various regions regrouped and were reorganized. They concentrated their firepower to jointly suppress the chaos. What displeased Chen Chu the most was that the residents who had not transformed into animals would all head toward the key protected cities. He wondered if his sister was still waiting for him. Chen Chu had already spent over half an hour circling around to a mountain behind Chongfeng County. Standing on the hilltop, he could see the flames and hear explosions below. The animals that had been wreaking havoc in this small county were being mercilessly slain. "Report, sir. All resisting animals have been eliminated. First, use transport vehicles to send some to the central city. Sir, many people have gone into hiding. Use police dogs to find them all." The highest-ranking officer lit a cigarette, his head throbbing with worry. As midnight passed, the latest statistics came in. Globally, the number of people who had turned into animals had reached over 4 billion, and this number was still rising rapidly. At this moment, human resources were truly insufficient. Their objective was not only to kill the malicious animals, but also to gather humans. Under such a cataclysmic upheaval, suppressing the chaos required formidable military power. The gathered humans would be conscripted into the army to defend their homes. Police dogs shuttled through the county, flushing out people hiding in basements, cabinets, and even wells. "Don't pull me. Let me go." A young girl with a tender voice was being dragged by a soldier. She was brought before the highest-ranking officer. "What's going on?" "Report, sir. This woman is different." The officer looked at her. Her clothes were clean, nothing like someone who had endured the chaos of New Year's Eve. Moreover, in the basement where she was hiding, we found a large amount of supplies. They were neatly arranged, fully stocked, and contained no meat at all. It's as if she was prepared in advance. This was a significant revelation to the officer. Prepared in advance. After all, the mass animal transformation had occurred on New Year's Eve. On such a festive day, no one would have prepared for refuge. Could it be that this woman had known in advance what was going to happen? "Take her away first." "Let me go. I don't want to leave here." "I can't leave." A few minutes later, her information was gathered. Chen Chu, native of Chongfeng County, senior high school student at the county high school. Excellent grades, fond of eating duck legs. The officer waved his hand. Fond of eating duck legs. On New Year's, she prepared only vegetarian food in the basement. How interesting. Any other relatives? Both parents deceased, and she has an older brother, Chen Chu. He works as a security guard at the Yunhua City First Class Museum. Yunhua City. That place is chaotic enough. Take this woman to the central city. We'll interrogate her later. In the back mountain, Chen Chu was closing his eyes, trying to figure out a plan. Then he heard a rustling sound. Opening his eyes, he saw the faint glow of a phone. The first thing he ruled out was the suppression force. He instantly rose and dashed over. "Brother, are you sure we should hide in this back mountain? What if they come to search here?" "Shut up. I know there's a cave here as long as we." Before he could finish, a huge dark shadow appeared before them. He swung his phone, illuminating from bottom to top. From the claws to the face, it revealed Chen Chu. "Holy crap. A dinosaur. Help. Shut up, or I'll eat you." Chen Chu spoke. The two were stunned. It could talk. That meant it was a human-turned animal. When did Chongfeng County produce such a badass prehistoric creature? Faced with such a colossal being, the two chose to obey meekly. "Who are you and why are you here?" "I'm Wang Jun, and this is my cousin Wang Sheng." Troops appeared in the county planning to take people away in batches. "Why didn't you go?" "This is basically conscription in troubled times. They want us to join the army to fight beasts. We didn't want to go, so we escaped." "So that was it." "Are you sure?" "I overheard some high-ranking officers talking. They also plan to kill all the malicious animals." "Then where will they be sent?" "The nearest central city, Beihai City." Chen Chu lowered his head, exerting immense pressure on the two. The pair of claws on his chest directly touched Wang Jun's head. "You go find out about someone for me." Wang Jun was trembling all over. "Dinosaur brother, I barely managed to escape." Huff Wang Sheng was hooked by the claws and suspended in midair, his face pale with terror. Otherwise I'll eat him. Brother, you have to save me. Dinosaur brother, tell me who. A girl named Chen Nua in the basement of the 5th house on Dongxing Street. Alright, as long as you don't eat my cousin, I'll go right now. Wang Jun dropped his bag and turned to go down the mountain. Wang Sheng's eyes were teary. Brother, you must save me. Shut up. Chen Chu threw him directly onto the ground. This was a last resort. All that was needed now was to wait. The sky was gradually brightening. A squad of the suppression force had already appeared at the foot of the mountain. As one of the strongholds, they had to scout out all surrounding threats. Wang Sheng's heart pounded with anxiety. Dinosaur brother, let's hide first. It's not far from that place. It depends on whether your cousin has the heart to save you. At the foot of the mountain, a motorcycle was speeding wildly. The suppression troops saw it and issued warnings. Hey, stop. No entry into the mountain. Wang Jun ignored them and drove straight into the mountain. Catch him. Wang Jun abandoned the bike and scrambled up the mountain on all fours. Whimper. The police dogs leading the way were now whimpering and cowering, refusing to take another step forward. What's going on? The police dogs won't move. There must be something wrong in the mountain. Police dogs were rigorously trained and would even charge at a tiger. But before even entering the mountain, they were terrified into cowering. This meant there must be a beast fiercer than a tiger inside. Hold position and wait for my report. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Chu broke into a full sprint, and upon reaching Wang Jun, he grabbed his clothes with his jaws and charged up the mountain. At breakneck speed, Wang Jun's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Thud, he released his grip, letting Wang Jun drop to the ground. Did you find her? Dinosaur brother, no. The basement was empty, nothing at all. Impossible. Even if no one was there, what about the supplies? None. Chen Chu bared his teeth, killing intense surging. Did you even go? Wang Jun collapsed to the ground in terror, then pulled out a Pikachu doll only about a dozen centimeters tall from his pocket. This is all I found. Chen Chu's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this doll. It was the Pikachu plush he had bought for his younger sister with his first salary, a treasure she cherished dearly. If the person was gone but the doll remained, that meant his sister had been abducted. Tell me, where are they taking her? To the nearest central city, Beihai City. No, absolutely not. Beihai City was one of the epicenters of the first cataclysm. Within a month, a colossal tsunami will rise and swallow the entire city whole. Oh, whoa. Chen Chu threw back his head and roared, venting the suffocating frustration and simmering rage within. Down at the foothills, every police dog cowered with tails tucked between their legs, trembling violently. Report, sir. That roar. It's the same dinosaur we encountered in the mountains. Hold your positions. I'm assembling the strike team now for a hunt. Changfeng County had hastily organized 3 teams armed with heavy weaponry, now advancing up the mountain. At the summit, brothers Wang Jun and Wang Sheng were trembling so badly their legs nearly gave out. The Tyrant King's roar had nearly frightened them to death. Dino bro, can we go now? Answer my final question first. Where did they head, eh? They went north, where there's a direct route to Beihai City. Chen Chu charged straight down the mountain. His sister must never be taken to Beihai City. His massive body struck the earth with thunderous booms as he sprinted. Below, all 3 teams had already assembled. Incoming. Open fire. Machine guns spat torrents of fire like the year's final fireworks. Cold and devastatingly beautiful. Crack. Chen Chu clamped his jaws around a 50-centimeter diameter tree and snapped the trunk clean in two with a single forceful bite. A sharp toss of his head sent the massive timber hurtling toward the group. Whooshed. Carried by a powerful wind, the logs smashed down. Dodged. The 3 teams' formations shattered in an instant. Rockets fire. PSSHD. A thick plume of smoke erupted as the rocket propelled toward Chen Chu. He tilted his head, barely grazing his skin as it whizzed past. Aru. Chen Chu erupted in fury, charging forward and smashing through every tree in his path. Trees over 10 meters tall toppled straight down. The enemies scrambled to flee, but Chen Chu seized the opportunity and surged straight into their midst. A single sweep of his tail sent 5 men spouting blood dead on the spot. Holy shit. He's that terrifying. Some soldiers, upon seeing Chen Chu's true colossal form, lost all will to resist, even with guns in their hands. Chen Chu unleashed devastation in all directions, barreling through waves of enemies and sending them sprawling. At a weight of 6 tons, combined with his immense momentum, anyone he touched who survived could count themselves blessed beyond measure. Clatter, clatter. A tank rolled forward, its cannon trained directly on him. Another tank. I'll tear your hatch off. Quick fire. Target has vanished. What a... Chen Chu had already leaped into the air, slipping beyond the tank's line of sight. Thud. When he reappeared, he was already on the tank's right side. Right side. Quick reorient. Opening his jaws, Chen Chu tore the tank's turret clean off. Ryup. The crew inside craned their necks upward and saw Chen Chu standing there, still clutching the turret in his mouth. Chen Chu raised his foot and brought it down in a single strike. The people inside cowered in the hull. Thud. The crushing impact resonated loudly, and those inside were knocked unconscious instantly. North. Chen Chu burst into a full-speed sprint. Wherever he passed, people couldn't help but gasp in wonder. They were actually witnessing a dinosaur, a creature thought extinct for tens of millions of years. All 3 teams have failed. What are you standing around for? Kill him. Viru. Vehicles mounted with heavy machine guns roared to life, one after another. Even the Supreme Commander boarded a vehicle gripping a grenade launcher in hand. How far had he run, and they were already in pursuit again. Chen Chu grew desperate. If this continued, he wouldn't just fail to find his sister. He might not survive himself. Evolution, he needed to evolve faster. Passing by a 3-story residential building, Chen Chu slammed his powerful body directly into it. Thud. Thud. The 3-story house collapsed in ruins, blocking the pursuing enemy's path. You bastard. The Supreme Commander rose from his vehicle, and through the thick dust caught sight of Chen Chu's enormous head peeking from the wreckage. Their eyes met, human eyes locking with Chen Chu's dark golden ones. I will never let you go. Chen Chu didn't linger, charging northward with relentless speed. With the suppressive forces defeated, nothing could stand in his way ahead. But when Chen Chu reached the road ahead, he froze. It was a highway leading directly to Beihai City. The survivor's suppression plan involved designating certain key cities as central hubs within each zone, then expanding outward to secure the surrounding areas. As one of those central cities, Beihai City's highways had already been cleared. His top running speed was only about 20 kilometers per hour. How could he possibly catch vehicles speeding along a highway? The journey to rescue his sister had just become exponentially more difficult. Looking up at the sky, he spotted 2 attack helicopters approaching in the distance. No doubt, they were coming for him. Having transformed into a dinosaur, he was now classified as a major threat. For now, he could only flee. Bolting onto the highway, he leaped straight across it. Before him lay a dense forest. Report the target has charged into the western woods. Recall, that area is no longer our priority. Watching the attack helicopters turn back, he had finally shaken them off. Eager to save his sister, his body bore more than a dozen bullet wounds. The fierce battle had drained him further. He trudged deeper into the forest, hoping to find something to eat. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the grass ahead. Chen Chu hurried forward and spotted a wild boar. The boar, startled by the noise, gazed at Chen Chu in disbelief. It let out a squeal and sprinted away on all 4 legs. The tyrant king, apex predator of its era, gave chase with a sudden burst and pinned the boar to the ground with a single swipe of its claw. It didn't give the prey any chance, crushing it instantly. Opening its jaws, Chen Chu devoured the boar completely. At that moment, 2 more boars came galloping over. And they spoke human words. Second brother, haven't you finished yet? Eldest brother is still negotiating. We need to go cheer him on. Holy shit. Dead pig. Damn it, that's second brother. 1 boar was left with nothing but its head. The rest was shattered bones and splattered blood. Who the hell killed my second brother? It must have been them. Let's go tell eldest brother. Behind a massive tree, Chen Chu cautiously peeked out. He felt a wave of nausea. What he had just eaten had been a human transformed into an animal. So he would have to get used to it. But why were there so many animals here? Forget it, he needed to recover his strength first. Rescuing his sister was the priority. Closing his eyes for a brief rest, the panel in his mind had already updated. Evolution points 115-1000. Deep in the woods, a wild boar over 2 meters in length bore 2 30-centimeter long tusks from its mouth and a tuft of bristly mane on its head. It was negotiating with a Siberian tiger of similar size. Stupid tiger, at a time like this we must choose a leader. Clearly I am that one. The boar spoke, and a group of animals behind it echoed in agreement. The tiger bared its teeth. You are nothing but a pig. Don't you know that the tiger is the king of beasts? You'd better obediently listen to me. Bullshit. Look behind me. There are far more of us than you. Behind the wild boar were over a dozen more boars along with other animals totaling more than 100. The tiger let out a roar full of intimidation. Behind him were 4 tigers and several other animals. Don't roar at me. I can do it too. Humans are already cracking down. Many have died under gunfire. If a wise and heroic leader doesn't emerge, we'll all die. It seems I must contend with you. The 2 sides began a tense standoff. The atmosphere grew heavy. Suddenly 2 boars rushed over. Boss. Second brother was eaten. The boar leader was startled. What? Eaten? Eaten? Yes, only a pig's head was left. The boar leader began pawing the ground. Damn tiger. It must have been you. Playing dirty tricks on us. We don't need to play dirty with you. Brothers, charge and overturn them. The boar king gave the order and immediately sprinted forward. Its 30-centimeter long tusks were the sharpest weapons. Roar. The tiger raised its front paw and swung it forward, and the animals behind it charged as well. It resembled a gang fight. Chen Chu, having eaten his fill, was resting to regain his strength. Then he heard roars of beasts coming from deeper within the woods. There were so many animals in this forest. No wonder 2 armed helicopters had turned back. These must have all fled from Changfeng County and gathered here. An opportunity for evolution has come. Moo. A yellow ox fell not far from Chen Chu, letting out a pitiful cry. A relatively small tiger had pounced on it, sinking its fangs into the ox's throat. Blood gushed out like a stream. The tiger was excited. I won. I killed an ox. My evolution points increased. In its excitement, it swept its gaze and spotted a dark, massive object. A pair of dark golden eyes, each as big as a bell, stared at him. The tiger's fur stood on end on the spot. What the hell was that? Chen Chu opened his enormous maw. Swoosh swoosh. The tiger darted away remarkably fast. After becoming a beast, it had inherited the traits of a wild animal, one of which was vigilance. A large number of animals were locked in battle with many corpses already lying about. The tiger leader bit a boar to death and roared, "I'm not going to be your king. I'll kill you all," and reached the growth stage. Dream on. We're not easy to mess with. The boar leader's tusks pierced the chest of a tiger, killing it instantly. Dad. The tiger that had fled earlier ran over. What's the matter? After I killed an ox, I spotted another animal in the woods. Of course there are. Many animals escaped from Changfeng County. We and those pigs are just the two biggest factions. There are plenty of unattached animals. Know that animal. I only saw its eyes as big as fists. Terrifying. The boar leader listened, then asked, "So my second brother really wasn't your doing? Would the king of beasts play dirty tricks on you? Then it must be related to that animal. How about we stop fighting first?" "Stop. You attacked first. My eldest son-in-law died on your tusks. Today it's a fight to the death." The tiger leader wasn't about to let it go. His whole family had turned into tigers. Ever since the mass beastification began, they'd stood at the top of the food chain. That was thanks to the tiger penis wine brought by his eldest son-in-law during the new year. Now his eldest son-in-law was dead. How could this end so easily? Damn it. Then I'll fight to the finish. The conflict spread even wider. Many animals fled, some running right into Chen Chu's path. Bah, I'm just a sheep, no need to go after me. A sheep twisted its head and looked at a tiger chasing it. Then with a thud it crashed into Chen Chu. The sheep's neck nearly broke. It saw a pitch-black mass like a wall. But it was moving. That was Chen Chu breathing. Today I'll eat lamb. The tiger pounced. The sheep ducked and the tiger landed directly on Chen Chu, its sharp claws tearing a small layer of skin. Though the wound was tiny, it annoyed Chen Chu. The lamb is mine. And the tiger meat is mine too. His voice rumbled like thunder. The tiger and the sheep were stunned. Rustle, rustle. Chen Chu rose, rustling the leaves around him. The tiger and the sheep slowly craned their necks upward to look. When Chen Chu turned his head, larger than both their bodies combined, the sheep collapsed on the spot, trembling in fear. A dinosaur. Even the tiger felt immense terror. How is this possible? This is the 21st century, not the Jurassic. Boom. Under a single swipe of Chen Chu's claw, the tiger was flattened into pulp. The sheep lay stiff, playing dead. Roar. A single roar shook the entire forest. The tiger leader and the boar leader both stopped their fight. What was that sound? Terrifying. The tiger leader's heart pounded. What kind of animal in these woods could make such a terrifying roar? His own tiger roar was like a baby's whimper in comparison. Thud. Thud. The ground trembled, the trees shook. Chen Chu strode forward, stepping into their sight. A dinosaur. The tiger leader noticed under Chen Chu's foot were bloody tiger fur. My second son-in-law. The tiger I just crushed underfoot. Roar. You killed my second son-in-law. The tiger leader's rage now overpowered his fear. Both his eldest and second sons-in-law had died. The boar leader spoke. Was my second brother eaten by you? The wild boar I ate. The boar leader spun around twice in anger. So you're the one who started this whole conflict. The tiger leader bared his fangs. Kill him. The wild boar chieftain instantly received approval. With his family slain, vengeance must be exacted. Moreover, Chen Chu was far too tempting a target. How much evolution value would slaying a Tyrannosaurus rex yield? Roar. The northeast tiger chieftain bellowed, and then charged ahead, leading the assault. The wild boar chieftain pawed the ground, charging at Chen Chu's hind legs with its tusks. It seems you've come to deliver evolution points to me. Chen Chu, caught between two foes, made an unexpected move. He simply sat down. The wild boar chieftain felt a sudden darkness above, then an immense pressure upon its body. Then came a wet, tearing sound. Over 6 tons of weight crushed down, forcing its entrails out from behind. What? The northeast tiger chieftain's pounce landed empty, just a short distance from Chen Chu. Chen Chu lunged forward, legs driving, and opened his massive jaws to bite at the tiger. The tiger chieftain rolled to the side, evading the deadly bite. Attack! Surrounding animals converged from all sides, including 2 other northeast tigers. Now Chen Chu's tail had become a devastating weapon. It swept across, accompanied by the sound of snapping bones. Creatures yelped as they were knocked away. Evolution points slowly accumulated. Howl! A northeast tiger leaped directly onto Chen Chu's back, tearing savagely. Chen Chu thrashed wildly, trying to dislodge the attacker. The tiger chieftain saw an opportunity. Get on his back. His little claws can't reach. The weakness was exposed. Indeed, a Tyrannosaurus rex couldn't protect its own back. Roar! Chen Chu stomped forward, thudding heavily, crushing several pigs and dogs underfoot, then slammed into a tree. The tiger on his back leaped nimbly off. Crack! The tree snapped and fell. 3 tigers formed a triangular formation, encircling Chen Chu. The ordinary animals now dared not approach. This had become a battle between an ancient apex predator and modern apex predators. Go! All 3 tigers charged together. By now they had deciphered Chen Chu's pattern: sweep, bite, and ram. Avoid the sweeping tail, dodge his jaws, then it was their turn to strike. This way they could exhaust him to death. Chen Chu fixed his gaze on the tiger chieftain. Kill him first, and the triangular formation would break. The tiger chieftain was no fool either. It had been days since the universal animalization. Using the panel in his mind, he had thoroughly understood his own condition. As Chen Chu chased him, he simply ran. The disparity between them now became evident. Chen Chu's running speed was merely 20 kilometers per hour, but the tiger chieftain could reach 60 kilometers per hour. The gap in speed was substantial. Chen Chu found himself in a bitter struggle. The tigers were too agile, and there were 3 of them all related by blood. Their coordination was impeccable. After a few minutes, Chen Chu simply stopped chasing. He stood to the left of a tree. The tiger chieftain's heart leaped. He's tiring. One tiger rushed and dodged the sweeping tail and leaped onto Chen Chu's back again. Bang! That tail slammed into the nearby tree. I surrender. Chen Chu bellowed. Too late. The tiger chieftain lunged at Chen Chu, aiming for his throat. A hint of mockery gleamed in Chen Chu's eyes. You idiots! Did your intelligence drop along with your animal forms? Bang! Howl! The tree trunk that had been struck by the tail snapped and fell onto Chen Chu's back, pinning the tiger there. Chen Chu's earlier shout of surrender was a distraction, successfully masking the sound of the breaking trunk. The tiger chieftain realized the trap, but it was too late. He had indeed pounced on Chen Chu's neck, but Chen Chu's small forelimbs caught his hind legs. Who said my little claws are useless? With both claws he ripped viciously. Ryup! The tiger chieftain's body tore in 2, steaming entrails spilling out. The tiger on his back was still pinned by the trunk, its spine broken. Chen Chu shook it off with a flick. Bite me! One stomp crushed the tiger's skull. The last tiger, the smallest, was now terrified beyond measure. Chen Chu turned his head, his cold gaze fixed on it. With a strange cry it fled. Pity my running speed is too slow to catch it. Chen Chu's panel changed again. Evolution points reached 201-1000. He had killed over 80 animals. No matter. This was a world of survival of the fittest. Now at least no animal would disturb his rest. The smallest tiger ran 100 meters, then stopped, panting heavily. So terrifying. Modern apex predators are no match for ancient ones at all. As it muttered to itself, faint rustling sounds emerged from the surroundings. The tiger shuddered, suddenly spinning around. Then darkness engulfed its eyes, and it saw nothing more. The forest returned to silence. Only a faint scent of blood lingered. After traveling and fighting, Chen Chu lay down to rest. At that moment a thick dark shadow slithered slowly toward him. It moved with extreme caution, hoping not to be detected. Its massive body began to coil around Chen Chu's neck. After one loop it met resistance. Ambush. I've been waiting for you. How many evolution points will an ancient species like you bring? I've been waiting for you too. So it's a large snake. I am an anaconda. It was a 12-meter-long anaconda. One of the largest snake species. After the tiger fled there had been no further movement. An eerie silence prevailed. Even the armed helicopters that had been chasing him turned back, likely because there was something here they wished to avoid. He had already encountered a pack of tigers and a herd of wild boars. Chen Chu reasoned that this was not what they feared. So after the battle he feigned sleep, and indeed it lured this creature out. The anaconda quickened its constriction around Chen Chu's neck. Chen Chu blocked with his claws, then dug them in fiercely. Sharp talons pierced the anaconda's skin, sinking into its flesh. Hiss! So you were prepared. You treacherous predator. How else would you appear if I didn't pretend? Treacherous. Then let me show you the terror of a mature specimen. The growth stage. Chen Chu had anticipated this move and was no longer surprised. The anaconda's body instantly tightened after coiling. The claws on Chen Chu's chest were pressed tightly. And those tigers earlier, they claimed to be apex predators? Before me they are nothing but prey to be crushed. You too, become my evolution points. SSS. The thick serpentine body slowly constricted. The anaconda's lethal technique was its immense crushing force, especially after reaching the growth stage. Even a vehicle would be twisted into a tangled mess. What an intoxicating power. The anaconda's head directly approached Chen Chu. Chen Chu opened his mouth to bite, but the anaconda's body was coiled around Chen Chu's neck. As he lunged forward to bite, the anaconda leaned back, rendering the attack futile. Useless. You can only let me tighten my coils, slowly suffocating you until you die from asphyxiation. You're the one who'll die. Chen Chu sprinted and crashed directly into a tree. The first impact naturally struck the anaconda's body. Thud. Crack. A tree was snapped, yet the anaconda's coils did not loosen in the slightest. A second tree, a third. After breaking 6 trees, the anaconda's body finally slackened a little. But by then, due to the immense pressure on his neck, Chen Chu was already struggling to breathe. This anaconda was relentless. Chen Chu dropped to the ground, curling up, and raised his foot claws. A sharp claw extended and slipped into the gap between the serpent's body and his neck. The anaconda hadn't expected the Tyrannosaurus Rex's foot claws to reach its neck. No, it had to persist. Surely it could crush him. After one claw slipped and the claw from the other foot followed. The hardness of a Tyrannosaurus Rex's claws could easily puncture a car door. Squelch. The anaconda's body pressed against the claws was pierced. A trace of blood seeped out along the claws. Still not letting go. Then I'll cut you in two. Rip. The anaconda rapidly withdrew from Chen Chu's neck and coiled toward his legs. Chen Chu immediately stood up and stomped wildly on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. The vibrations shook the surrounding leaves, rustling violently. The anaconda hadn't expected this Tyrannosaurus Rex to be so troublesome. With ordinary animals, its terrifying crushing force would have already snapped bones and killed them. Now it found itself at a disadvantage. Twisting its body, it dodged Chen Chu's stomps. Its mouth opened 180 degrees and bit directly into Chen Chu's thigh. Idiot. Rip. A chunk of flesh was torn away by the anaconda. Smack. The anaconda's head buzzed instantly. It had dodged the stomps but failed to evade Chen Chu's tail, which had been poised and waiting. Its mouth could no longer close. How could I? The moment you bit me, you were doomed. Because you've lost your composure. Why didn't you dodge? You're not venomous, so why should I dodge? Or can you swallow me? Brain matter oozed from the anaconda's nostrils, and its vision blurred. The force of Chen Chu's tail strike was 4 tons. How could a mere snakehead withstand such a heavy blow? Thud. The anaconda collapsed. Chen Chu located its vital spot, stepped down with his claws, and bit out its gallbladder. So what if you reached the growth stage? You overlooked the gap between species. The panel changed again. Evolution points 301-1000. At this rate, if I kill 7 more growth stage creatures, I'll evolve right. But now the universal beastification was recent and growth stage creatures were not yet common. He had been fortunate enough to encounter 2, both of which he had killed. The bear paw and snake gallbladder became his food. He lay on the ground resting until nightfall. Rumble. At the edge of the forest, bursts of firelight appeared, accompanied by the roars of many beasts. Chen Chu sprang to his feet. The surviving humans had made their move. They were driving the animals out of the city. Buzz. Red lights flickered in the sky. A dozen helicopters. Beneath each helicopter hung massive pillars. This was the most common human tactic: drive the animals out of the city, then encircle the forest with electric fences and minefields. Chen Chu stood up. He could no longer stay here. It was time to head to Beihai City. At the Beihai City Highway toll station, 8 armored vehicles and 2 tanks were stationed. The surrounding personnel were fully armed. Military vehicles drove out of the toll station. The people brought from Changfeng County filed out of the cars. A gentle girl in a high school uniform with a ponytail was escorted out by 2 men. But her treatment was distinctly different. She was handcuffed. It was Chen Chu's sister Chen Nua. At that moment, an officer with stars on his shoulder approached. Is this the one in the report? Yes, sir. Take her to headquarters. Yes. Why? I don't want to go. Chen Nua was terrified. Little girl, don't be afraid. Just tell them everything you know. Chen Chu ran through the night. The closer he got to Beihai City, the fewer animals he saw. It seemed the plan to kill 7 more growth stage creatures was a matter of luck, not certainty. As one of the central cities, Beihai City had its surrounding areas cleared. This also indicated a powerful military force there. A reckless assault would only lead to a miserable death. 2 days later, a live broadcast began on television. It showed the suppression forces clearing out the rampaging animals. Surviving humans saw it and felt a glimmer of hope. The broadcast revealed the plan for central cities. Instantly, countless people began finding ways to reach the nearest central city, as it was the safest. Under emergency measures, most highways leading to central cities were cleared. This allowed people to travel on the highways. But it made things hard for Chen Chu. The highways previously used only by suppression forces were now crowded with vehicles. He had to be extra cautious. What a bunch of fools. Do they think the central city is safe? When the first great calamity strikes, few of you will survive. Chen Chu was now in a bridge culvert beneath the highway. This section had a river below, so the highway was elevated. He chose this spot because he wanted to cause destruction. As the central city plan became public, more and more people would flock there, making it harder for him to find his sister. Therefore, he needed to destroy the vital artery leading to Beihai City. Time was of the essence. If they delayed any longer, the highway leading to Beihai City would certainly become congested due to the overwhelming number of vehicles. Beneath the bridge, 6 massive pillars, each with a diameter exceeding 1.2 meters, supported the roadway above. Chen Chu stood below, then suddenly turned around. With a thunderous impact, his tail lashed against one of the pillars. The outer cement cracked open, revealing the steel reinforcement within. A single pillar could bear over 10 tons of weight. Striking it with a tail was impractical. Chen Chu opened his massive jaws and began gnawing with tremendous bite force. Huge chunks of cement were torn away. His unyielding teeth bit through the internal steel bars, one strand at a time. Several minutes passed, and a third of the pillar was already breached. Chen Chu retreated, took a few running steps, and charged forward to collide with it. Thud, thud, thud. 1 blow, 2 blows. Crack. The pillar snapped. Vehicles above continued driving over it. No vehicle remained above for more than 5 seconds. They only felt a slight tremor as they passed. Chen Chu moved on to destroy the other pillars. On the highway, a white box truck was swerving unsteadily as though driven by a drunken motorist. Bang! Bang! Having struck 2 vehicles, the truck was pursued by a driver in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class who floored the accelerator and blocked its path. The white truck was forced to a halt, its horn blaring frantically. All 4 doors of the G-Class swung open, and 4 burly men clad in black leapt out, retrieving tools from the trunk. Beep, beep, beep. What the hell is wrong with you? Get down here. The other red Mazda, having been struck, also pulled over to the left side and rolled down its window. Are you insane? Look how you're driving. My side mirror got smashed. The horn on the white truck continued blaring, but no one emerged. The 4 burly men advanced. Traffic congestion had already formed, and this needed to be resolved quickly. One of the men struck the front of the box truck twice with a baseball bat. Get down here. Stop honking and get down. Do you have any idea how much my boss's G-Class costs? Beep beep beep. The horns sounded again in rapid succession. The vehicles blocked behind grew increasingly impatient. Hey, what's going on up there? Move it. Yeah, we're in a hurry to reach the city center. Thud. A sudden tremor echoed from below. They were directly above Chen Chu. The burly man had shattered the truck's front windshield with a single blow. I'll see if you dare show your face. Under the tremendous force, the windshield webbed with cracks, then exploded into countless tiny fragments. The burly man peered into the driver's cabin and froze on the spot. A gigantic tiger's head bearing its fangs was staring directly at him. Oh my god, a tiger. Oh, they're animals, not humans. The red Mazda that had been hit slammed on the accelerator and sped away. Kill them. My wife was bitten to death by a man who turned into a tiger. Yes, kill them. Once transformed into animals, they're all bestial instincts. No humanity left. The scene devolved into chaos instantly. One individual even produced a training rifle from his vehicle. Roar. The tiger let loose a deafening roar. I still consider myself human. I'd advise you not to provoke me. I'm heading to the city center to surrender. The city center belongs to humans. You are no longer people. Cut the nonsense. Kill them. Bang bang. The man with the rifle fired immediately. Haha. A small civet cat curled up in the passenger seat chuckled. I told you so. We're not human anymore. How could anyone ever accept us? Thud. Another tremor from below. Those above clearly felt the ground sink. Crrrrack. Cracks had appeared across the road surface. The four burly men simply braced themselves against a vehicle to steady their footing. Team up and beat this tiger to death, then head to the city center. We'll be credited with a great deed. The tiger driving burst out through the window and stood upon the truck's cargo bed. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. It was a colossal Siberian tiger. Excluding its tail, its body alone measured nearly 4 meters in length. I don't want trouble, but you've forced my hand. Brothers, come out. A tiger's roar echoed as the rear cargo door was smashed open by immense force. A rhinoceros burst through, flinging the door aside, and sprinted out from the cargo hold. Immediately following was a wild yak, its 4 limbs powerful, its long, fierce, and battle-hardened. Perched upon the yak's back was a leopard continuously thrashing its tail. The onlookers were stunned. What good was a single training rifle and a few bats against creatures like these? These were formidable animals indeed. The leopard yawned lazily. I told you so. Letting him drive a truck was a bad idea. What do we do now? The Siberian tiger whipped its steel cable-like tail hard against the cargo bed. Those who don't wish to die, get lost. Below, all 6 pillars had already been destroyed by Chen Chu. With no support remaining, the structure would collapse under enough force. Chen Chu paid no mind to the events unfolding above. His sole focus was destroying the bridge. He ran toward the ramp, preparing to ascend onto the bridge deck. The Siberian tiger's group stood locked in a tense standoff with those harboring hatred toward animal-form humans. Aya! A woman's piercing scream echoed from behind. Thud! Thud! Chen Chu had already reached the bridge. The 4 burly men, seeing him in the moonlight, turned pale. Their bats clattered to the ground. Run! Run! They scrambled into their vehicles. The intimidation the Siberian tiger exerted was already overwhelming. Had there not been so many inciting them, they would have fled long ago. Don't you dare leave. We're not finishing this. I have live ammunition. The leopard stood atop the wild yak, crouching low in a combat stance. Heaven! How can dinosaurs appear? The Siberian tiger, hearing massive footsteps approaching from behind, turned from the cargo bed and came face to face with Chen Chu. Standing on the cargo bed, the two were roughly at the same height, their eyes meeting. In Chen Chu's gaze there was only disdain. Chen Chu strode forward with enormous steps and passed alongside the box truck without stopping. Surprise flickered across the Siberian tiger's eyes. Not fighting. Not attacking. Was this dinosaur also heading to the city center to surrender? Chen Chu reached the midpoint of the bridge and looked down at the cracks below. It's right here. He raised his foot and stamped down with all his might. Thud! The bridge sank again. From a distance the bridge had taken on a curved shape. The Siberian tiger roared and asked, "What are you doing?" "Destroying this bridge." "Stop him." The Siberian tiger roared. Below the bridge lay the river. If the bridge collapsed, there would be no way to drive to Nanhai City. "Are we really going to fight a dinosaur?" the rhinoceros asked. "Don't worry, we're strong enough." The Siberian tiger leaped directly from the carriage toward Chen Chu. Chen Chu executed a sweeping tail strike. His tail smashed horizontally against the Siberian tiger. Yet this blow failed to send the creature flying. The Siberian tiger actually clamped Chen Chu's tail with both paws. Weighing over 3 tons, it gripped Chen Chu's tail and crashed down to the ground. "You're an animal too. Why are you stopping me?" "I am indeed an animal, but I go to pledge allegiance, leading my brothers with me. Humans will never need you." The Siberian tiger opened its mouth and roared, "Everyone listen to me. People are divided into good and bad. Animals are the same, especially since we were once humans. Humanity still exists within us. Throughout our journey, we have done no evil. We only wish to reach the central city and fight alongside humans, to defend our homeland." Many were moved, their hearts beginning to slowly accept him. Chen Chu burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at? Do you no longer possess humanity?" "I laugh because you're too naive." Chen Chu's body began to spin, dragging his tail along. The Siberian tiger refused to release its grip and was thus pulled into the rotation. Rip! Tiger claws carved several deep, bleeding gashes into Chen Chu's tail. Smash! After spinning, Chen Chu used tremendous force to swing his tail upward, hurling the Siberian tiger violently to the ground. Bang! The large bridge could not withstand this impact either. Crack, crack, crack. The bridge deck sank, cracks multiplying and spreading rapidly. Run. The bridge is collapsing. Move. Don't block me. The scene descended into utter chaos. Chen Chu withdrew his tail from the Siberian tiger's claws. Let it collapse. Raising both legs, Chen Chu began stomping wildly. Boom. The curved bridge finally could no longer bear the weight, collapsing in a thunderous crash. Chen Chu was the first to fall with the broken bridge structure. Then came the vehicles above and the Siberian tiger. Great waves of water erupted upon the river surface. This section of the river wasn't deep enough, which Chen Chu had already surveyed. He rushed to the riverbank, preparing to find a safe direction to continue his journey. Don't leave. The Siberian tiger appeared on the riverbank at that moment. Its tiger eyes glared at Chen Chu. You're not dead, oi. Shing. Sharp claws extended from both paws like steel blades. Roar. The leopard leaped down from above, landing beside the Siberian tiger. Moo. The wild yak and rhinoceros also arrived. A weasel lay perched atop the wild yak. My brothers and I fought our way out of the city center. I don't know how many animals have died beneath my claws. After the central city appeared, we finally had a goal. But you destroyed it all. Absurd. Chen Chu bent forward and charged. If you don't want to live, then contribute your evolution points. The weasel swiftly jumped from the wild yak's back. Then the wild yak and rhinoceros ran toward either side of Chen Chu. The Siberian tiger roared and raised both paws, bravely facing Chen Chu head-on. Their weight differed by twice, and their length was also nearly double. They dared use such a method. The leopard chose to run toward the wild yak. That speed resembled a streak of yellow lightning. Chen Chu also changed his combat approach. Instead of charging at the Siberian tiger, he slowed down, lifted his head, and snapped toward him. The Siberian tiger immediately rolled over. But at this moment, the rhinoceros and wild yak charged from both sides, crashing into his legs. Pain surged from two directions instantly. Chen Chu had never expected their tactics to be so cunning. The rhinoceros and wild yak targeted his legs first. The Siberian tiger blocked the front, but now Chen Chu understood. It was just bait. The leopard was waiting for Chen Chu to be struck before making its move. Thud. Chen Chu truly fell. The leopard leaped up and landed on Chen Chu's belly, sweeping both paws to carve several bloody wounds. The rhinoceros also dug its hooves and rammed at Chen Chu's exposed stomach. That rhinoceros's impact, if it struck Chen Chu's belly, would surely be pierced open. Ow! 3 massive toes on his right leg blocked the rhinoceros, then delivered a fierce kick. The 2-ton rhinoceros tumbled several meters. Chen Chu swiftly rose, refusing to give the leopard another chance to slash him. Just as Chen Chu tilted his head to get up, the Siberian tiger seized the opportunity and pounced. It actually clamped onto Chen Chu's enormous head. Under our plan, no matter how powerful the animal, it shall die. The Siberian tiger's hind legs pinched Chen Chu's neck, while both front paws slashed toward his eyes. Eyes are a vulnerable spot, even for dinosaurs. Chen Chu shook his head wildly, forcing the Siberian tiger to constantly lose balance. The leopard dropped down, and using the wild yak's body as a springboard, leaped onto Chen Chu's back. The wild yak and rhinoceros continued attacking his legs. Chen Chu was besieged from all sides. Their coordination was surprisingly excellent. Ow! Rushing forward, Chen Chu simply dove headfirst into the river. The Siberian tiger and leopard also tumbled into the water. The rhinoceros rumbled. Looks like he's out of options. He jumped into the river. Plop! The Siberian tiger's head emerged from the water. Tigers can swim after all. This plan incorporated the surrounding environment entirely. Where's the leopard? Wait, the leopard can swim too. Why hasn't it surfaced? Where's that Tyrannosaurus Rex? Could it be diving? Blub blub. The river suddenly turned red with blood. Splash. A massive head broke through the water. Surrounding water cascaded off like a waterfall. In its mouth, it held the already dead leopard. Uff! Chen Chu spat it out. 1 evolution point. The rhinoceros and wild yak could scarcely believe it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had killed the leopard underwater. Should we go help? Of course. Chen Chu swung his tail through the water, creating a small wave that struck directly at the Siberian tiger. The Siberian tiger's mood was dismal. It never expected the Tyrannosaurus Rex to know how to swim. Where do you think you're going? Waves crashed toward the opponent. Roar! The Siberian tiger cried out in pain. Its body began to retreat in the water. It turned out Chen Chu had bitten its tail from underwater. The Tyrannosaurus Rex can not only swim, but also fight underwater. Modern animals, did you see that? Modern people had never seen prehistoric creatures. The Siberian tiger was utterly bewildered. It swam in the water, attempting to reach the shore. Siberian tigers can swim, but they are merely capable of swimming. Chen Chu gave chase, his massive head plunging down to deliver a fierce bite. A great splash erupted, and the Siberian tiger was already caught in his jaws, sinking beneath the water. Gurgle gurgle. A torrent of bubbles surged up from underwater. The Siberian tiger had already swallowed a vast amount of water. The rhinoceros plunged directly into the river. One leopard had already perished. A Siberian tiger could not be allowed to die as well. Roar. Chen Chu raised his head. A Siberian tiger's carcass already clamped in his jaws. Evolution points increased once more. Such a massive Siberian tiger, yet it was merely a juvenile. The rhinoceros had already swum toward him. In Chen Chu's eyes, this was undoubtedly just another chance to gain evolution points. He turned his tail, emerging from the water, then lashed directly against the rhinoceros's head. With a resounding bang, the rhinoceros, under the immense force of that tail strike, had its horn shattered. Its entire skull split open, brains and blood mingling in the river water. Another evolution point secured. Damn it, run for your life. The gap between species isn't so easily bridged. The civet cat scrambled onto the back of a wild yak. Chen Chu had no intention of letting them go. He charged ashore and gave chase. But at that moment, a flickering light appeared above. A searchlight beam swept down, locking onto Chen Chu. It turned out that after the bridge was destroyed, someone had called the central city's emergency hotline to report the situation. 3 armed helicopters had immediately flown in. Found it. A Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level 1 threat. Kill. The gun barrels beneath the helicopters began spewing a relentless torrent of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets rained down in an instant, punching craters all around Chen Chu. Damn it. Those bastards just won't let up. He spun around and leaped straight into the river. Splash. Bullets kicked up countless sparks on the water's surface. He's diving. What do we do? Blow him up. The rockets mounted on the armed helicopters were mercilessly launched into the river. After a series of explosions, the river's surface gradually calmed. Under the searchlight's glare, a trace of crimson could still be seen. Pull back. Return to headquarters and have the engineering corps repair this immediately. Those trapped on the way to Beihai City shouted at the helicopters, please take us with you. What about us? The helicopters turned around and flew away. The highway became unprecedentedly congested. Downstream, Chen Chu dragged his exhausted body to the shore and collapsed onto the ground. His body was covered in wounds, especially a large patch of scorched flesh on his back. A juvenile, after all, cannot withstand powerful thermal weapons. After the universal beastification, the juvenile stage was the most arduous period. After resting for a while and recovering some strength, Chen Chu headed straight for a nearby forest to hide. He rested there for 3 days. The first wave of suppression by the surviving humans continued. Animals in the central city had been shot, driven away, and captured. Forests, woodlands, mountains. These places had undoubtedly become popular destinations for animals. Many animals had also fled to the downstream woods. Weak animals, without question, became Chen Chu's prey. Evolution points rose to 330-1000. He was still far from evolving into an adult. Chen Chu traveled slowly with no one pursuing him at this time, because the surviving human society was now in turmoil. After the universal beastification and the proposal to expand the central city for suppression, a sharp polarization had emerged. One faction consisted of animal protection associations and those who had turned into animals. They advocated that animals and humans should coexist peacefully. They should not be mercilessly shot, driven away, or captured. The leadership found this very troubling. The world was already in chaos. At this critical moment, instead of uniting, they were divided by ideology. If this continued, it could lead to annihilation. Beihai City, International Trade Building. The building had become the headquarters of the suppression forces. In an interrogation room, Chen Nuo in a school uniform sat on a chair with vacant eyes. The 2 officers in charge of interrogating her also wore helpless expressions. 2 days had passed, and they had not gotten a single word out of her. Suddenly the door opened. A senior officer entered, and the 2 men immediately stood up. You 2 leave. I'll talk to her. The senior officer sat opposite Chen Nuo. Are you hungry? Chen Nuo did not answer. You should recognize me by now. Chen Nuo looked at him, then nodded. It was you who had them bring me here. My name is Liang Jinyu, a second-level officer of the Beihai City Suppression Force. Sir, can I please go back to Changfeng County? Liang Jinyu looked at Chen Nuo in bewilderment. Little girl, I'm curious. Beihai is one of the central cities, very safe. No rabid animals, no riots. Changfeng County is just an outlying outpost. Why are you unwilling to leave and insist on going back? I have to wait for my brother. Your brother Chen Chu. Security guard at the first-class museum in Yunhua City. You know, I know everything about your situation. So now I need to know why you stockpiled supplies in advance and hid in the basement. You insisted on eating vegetarian, even avoiding all your favorite meat dishes. It was the new year. Chen Nuo's eyes flickered. I didn't have money to buy meat. Liang Jinyu held a list of materials in his hand. In your basement, there are over 100 gene of fresh vegetables. 10 cases of canned fruit. And you say you didn't have money for meat. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table, making Chen Nuo's body tremble. Chen Nuo, did you already know something? Now all of humanity is facing a great crisis. Are you willing to ignore the greater good just for the sake of a little secret? The first human suppression operation has been half successful. 1/3 of the region has been brought under control and turned from danger to safety. We have also paid a bloody price. Do you still intend to keep silent in the face of such a righteous cause? Chen Nuo's eyes grew panicked. Liang Jinyu's authority was overwhelming. She bit her lip hard, afraid that she might speak. Her brother had called her before the new year telling her to stay hidden and wait for him. She was not to ask questions or say anything. It's come to this, and you still won't talk. Because of you there might be more casualties. Aren't you afraid of those wrong spirits? Under Liang Jinyue's relentless interrogation coupled with her extreme mental strain, Chen Nuo finally broke down. She slumped forward unconscious. Chen Chu was tending to his wounds while taking a detour. He had no idea that his newly adult sister had been interrogated under intense pressure. Another week passed. It was no longer easy to enter Beihai City. The entire city was surrounded by steel fences. Every 100 meters a crane tower was set up. This was the quickest and most efficient method. Installing crane towers served both as watchtowers and firepower positions. Those who entered Beihai City, young and able-bodied men, were organized into units. Standing atop the crane towers, one could see veterans training them. Women were assigned simpler tasks. Everyone contributed their share to the reconstruction of human society. Except for Chen Nuo. In the interrogation room her face was extremely pale, as though she had not rested well for many days. Liang Jinyue now admired the stubbornness of this young girl from the bottom of his heart. After the last interrogation, she had not spoken a single word throughout the entire week. Today he had come fully prepared. Liang Jinyue placed a thick stack of documents on the table, then ordered Chen Nuo's handcuffs to be removed. These are lists of missing and deceased persons from Yunhua City. The photos show the devastation of Yunhua City. Chen Nuo grew anxious, glanced through the photos, and then turned her attention to the list. Amidst the dense list of missing persons there was no name of Chen Chu. You won't look at the death list. Chen Nuo reached out, but just as her hand was about to touch the death list she withdrew it. After a week of silence, she finally spoke. I won't look. I also had the technical team check. Among the names of those who escaped from Yunhua City to various central cities, there is no Chen Chu either. So, Chen Nuo bit her lip and shook her head. It can't be. My brother wouldn't die. He absolutely wouldn't die. Liang Jinyue frowned and picked up the death list. He flipped to the third page and pointed at a name on the fourth line. Do you see it? Chen Chu. No, that's not my brother. Liang Jinyue slapped the table. Snap out of it. Your brother is dead. Impossible. I'm still alive. How could he die? He was going to find me. Did your brother tell you to seek refuge one step ahead of time? Chen Nu suddenly realized she had revealed too much. She fell silent again. Liang Jinyue pushed the death list toward her. Stay here a while longer. I'll come back for you. Stepping out of the interrogation room, he lit a cigarette. Sir, about those documents. Destroy them after she finishes reading. Because those lists were fabricated. In the chaos of the world with so many humans transformed into beasts, how could every death be individually documented? Many who died became food devoured by other creatures. How could anyone verify who had died? Liang Jinyue did this to test Chen Nuo. This time he could be certain. Chen Nuo seeking refuge one step ahead was closely connected to Chen Chu. In the southern district of Beihai City, Chen Chu watched from a distance the 10-meter-high steel mesh covered with high-voltage electricity. Not far away, several crane towers stood tall, equipped with weapons unknown. The chances of survival if they charged in were slim. Chen Chu ran to a hillside. Ow! A roar echoed through the mountains and forests. All those unwilling to be driven away come out. Beihai City faced the North Sea to the north and was bordered by mountains to the south. A city with excellent feng shui. Among the mountain ranges lay an ideal hiding place for animals. Beihai City had a population of over 10 million, and more than 5 million had transformed into beasts. Among those 5 million animals, about 30% had hidden themselves in the surrounding southern mountains. Chen Chu had stayed here for 4 days, and every day he heard the screams of animals. The killings had never stopped. Many animals in the mountains were aware of Chen Chu's existence. However, because of his massive size, no one dared to provoke him. After all, Chen Chu's speed of 20 kilometers per hour was somewhat slow. Today he was using a single roar as a summons. A yellow dog trotted over to a black dog dozing on a rock. Boss, should we go or not? Who does he think he is? Just a dinosaur. And a juvenile one at that. We're ignoring him. Ignoring him is better. Let's think about who will hunt tomorrow so more of our brothers can reach the growth stage. Chen Chu's roar went unanswered. You bastards are really ungrateful. Do I have to invite each one personally? Striding forward, he first arrived at the territory of the hot dog gang. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Upon seeing Chen Chu approach, over a dozen dogs guarding the territory bristled and barked. Want to stay alive? Shut your mouths. After all, dogs were still dogs. Threatened like this, they obediently fell silent. A hunting dog, 3 meters long, appeared. Baring its fangs, it growled. Tyrannosaurus. We've always stayed out of each other's way. Get your boss to come out. I have something to discuss. Before the words had even faded, a hunting dog 50 centimeters tall, with sleek lines, appeared. This was the boss of the hot dog gang, a slender dog. You came to replace me, didn't you? Behind him trailed a pack of dogs. Dozens of massive Tibetan mastiffs were among them. Why would I replace you? I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate. The slender dog showed interest. That would be perfect. Help us deal with those strongest bears here. Chen Chu shook his head. That's not the kind of cooperation. I'm talking about entering Beihai City. At these words, the pack of dogs erupted in chaos. Enter Beihai City. What are you talking about? Yeah, with those turret towers set up, isn't that just begging for death? The slender dog bared its teeth. Are you insane? Aren't you invulnerable? Would you rather stay trapped in these mountains forever hunting other animals, or being hunted yourself? Filling your stomach through endless conflicts every day. Of course I don't wanna. I wanna eat fruit and drink liquor from supermarkets too. But those are central cities full of weapons. Being alive here is already blessed by fortune. Yes, there are conflicts every day, but through hunting we can still earn evolution points. The hot dog gang already has 3 brothers who have reached the growth stage. Chen Chu stomped his foot, unleashing his overwhelming pressure. 3 growth stage. Don't you think earning evolution points through hunting is too slow? The slender dog narrowed his eyes. You have a better way, eh? Of course I do. If there's such a good method, why share it with us? You're a juvenile yourself. Can I talk to you privately? Several Tibetan mastiffs stepped forward, glaring at Chen Chu. The slender dog turned and gestured. Come this way. Shi Quan and Chen Chu retreated to a secluded place. After a moment, Shi Quan spoke up, spit it out. Roughly 10 days from now a tsunami will strike Beihai. Shi Quan was dumbfounded. A tsunami? Are you some kind of prophet? Besides, if a tsunami is truly coming, we should be fleeing this place immediately. How does that relate to the superior evolution method you mentioned, Oi? After the tsunami, opportunities for evolution will arise. Shi Quan grew somewhat irritable. To his ears this was utter nonsense. Enough. Now go about your business. Whoosh. Chen Chu swung his tail, blocking Shi Quan as he attempted to leave. Shi Quan bared his teeth. You want to move against me? With just a pack of dogs, could you possibly stop me from cutting a bloody swath? Even if you are an evolving specimen, killing you remains trivially easy. I know, but as long as I draw breath, I will rally the other animal factions in these mountains and unite to slay you. Chen Chu lowered his head, bringing a cranium twice the size of Shi Quan's close to him, his dark golden pupils fixed upon the creature. Then tell me, will you die or shall I? A terrifying aura descended upon them, like a physical weight. Shi Quan wanted nothing more than to tuck his tail between his legs. Yet as the boss of the hot dog gang, such an act would be utterly humiliating. There are countless animals throughout these mountains. Isn't it far simpler to gain evolution through slaughter? But after the tsunami, evolution will become even easier. Why should I expend effort killing? Those words planted a seed of doubt in Shi Quan's mind. Through global beast transformation, becoming a Tyrannosaurus rex meant existing in a state of innate invincibility. And yet he showed no urgency to evolve through bloodshed. Very well, I shall trust you this one time. Chen Chu smiled. Excellent. Pleasure doing business. His objective had been achieved. Soon these dogs would serve as cannon fodder, drawing and absorbing fire as he infiltrated Beihai City. The hot dog gang numbered over 200 strong. Who would have guessed that Beihai City harbored so many who preferred dog meat? Now they had become partners with Chen Chu. To obtain opportunities for evolution, they needed to breach the various obstacles humanity had erected and enter Beihai City. If they waited until after the tsunami, with so many animals roaming these mountains, these dogs might never seize the evolutionary chances from them. Moreover, humans still remained. Thus the first step of the plan was to plunge Beihai City into chaos. Dozens of dogs had already begun digging beneath the colossal steel net. For Chen Chu to infiltrate Beihai City, they needed to excavate a tunnel at least 2 meters wide and 3.5 meters deep, barely sufficient for him to squeeze through. The digging operation was far from smooth. Every day armed patrol vehicles circled ceaselessly around the steel net. Adding to their troubles, cameras were mounted atop the 10-meter-tall barrier. The excavation only proceeded under the cover of darkness. A whole night spent, and we've only managed to dig a handful of shallow holes. Shi Quan let out a scornful laugh. We can all crawl through, but you are far too large. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, and a tree snapped clean in twain, crashing to the ground in a cacophony of splintering wood. A hound came sprinting toward them. Boss, those bastards from the zoo have arrived. Shi Quan's lips curled into a grin. We weren't seeking them out, yet they come knocking on our door first. The animals of the zoo gang, having witnessed Chen Chu's brutal methods, had now fallen into submission. The cheetah even crawled from the ground to prostrate itself at Chen Chu's feet. That's more like it. Tyrannosaurus, if you wish to become the overlord of this place, I will be your mightiest claw, said the cheetah. With just a movement of one toe, Chen Chu carved a deep trench into the ground. Are not my claws superior to yours? The cheetah, seeing him at such close range, felt its entire body bristle with fur. From now on you will all obey the orders of the hound. Dig tunnels beneath the steel giant net. Upon hearing this, all the animals looked bewildered. Why, oi, do you mean we must return to Beihai City? They had barely escaped from Beihai City with great difficulty. The suppression force's methods were extraordinarily bloody. Tens of thousands of people transformed into chickens, ducks, and fish perished under bullets. Black smoke could still be seen rising from Beihai City each day. That smoke came from those who had turned into animals and were burned after death. With so many weak animals killed, the stronger carnivores among them now faced a shortage of food. Thus they had formed gangs in these mountains and were slaughtering each other. What are you afraid? The suppression forces have guns, cannons, and bombs. We stand no chance against them, unless we reach the growing stage or beyond. Rest assured, follow me, and I will make it worth your while. Humanity's advantage is only temporary. Knowing they had no choice but to survive, they agreed to Chen Chu's terms. Thus more animals began digging tunnels beneath the steel giant net. The hound discussed with Chen Chu. I haven't even learned your name yet. Is it that important? The hound smiled. Indeed, not particularly. The great black bear you bit to death in the zoo gang is merely one among many growth stage creatures. There are still lions and tigers who haven't shown themselves. Having captured so many of us, they will certainly come seeking revenge. There are also growth stages. The entire Beihai city had over 10 million people. Half of them became animals. Since we've all undergone beast transformation and gained evolution values, there's no point hiding that anymore. It's been half a month. Of course a group of growth stages would appear by now. The hound made a fair point. Chen Chu was also right. After his beast transformation, Chen Chu's sole focus had been finding his younger sister, causing him to overlook the matter of evolution. Those who had transformed into lions or tigers only needed to kill 1,000 weak chickens and ducks to successfully evolve to the next stage. With billions of new animals populating the world after the disaster, killing 1,000 to evolve was a trivial matter. Good. From now on I will rule this place. Really, the more animals there are, the higher our chances of breaking through into Beihai City. Aligning with a pack of dogs from the start had been the right choice for Chen Chu. Using the dog's keen sense of smell, they led Chen Chu to uncover all the hidden growth stage creatures in the mountains. In just 2 days, the leaders of 4 small factions in the mountains had become Chen Chu's meals. His evolution value soared to 732 out of 1,000. The remaining animals scattered and hid. At the mountain's edge, several surviving powerful growth stage creatures had gathered with their followers. That Tyrannosaurus has gone too far. He's specifically hunting growth stages. I think we should join him. I heard he's planning something big in Beihai City. Nonsense. Going back into Beihai City is tantamount to suicide. I refuse. There must still be growth stages who haven't arrived yet. Here they come. A liger and a silverback gorilla approached from above. Hey, what do the two of you mean? Are you suggesting we unite to fight that Tyrannosaurus? The liger's eyes were filled with coldness. Fight the Tyrannosaurus alongside you, trash. A 2-meter-long armored pangolin at the growth stage couldn't accept this. Trash. What do you want to surrender together? The silverback gorilla grinned, his expression somewhat comical. Surrender? Wrong. We're going to kill him. And 2 of us alone will be enough. The pangolin sensed a trace of conspiracy. You? The silverback gorilla smashed through a tree trunk, wrapped his thick arms around it, and swung it down hard at the pangolin. The pangolin instinctively retracted its head. With a crack, a tree trunk over a meter thick smashed onto him, breaking apart. But cracks appeared on his hard armor. The silverback gorilla leaped forward and rained down furious punches upon him. The pangolin could do nothing to resist. A wild bull at the growth stage, its eyes red with rage, shouted, "You want to kill us all?" The liger pounced at him directly. You're right. Moo. The wild bull was knocked down, and the liger opened its huge mouth, biting into its neck. The throat was severed and blood sprayed everywhere. You bastards. You want to kill us to harvest our evolution values. The silverback gorilla raised his blood-soaked fists. The pangolin had already been beaten to death. You should understand the law of the jungle by now. Kill. On the 4th day, a hunting dog sniffed the ground, leading Chen Chu's group in searching for growth stage animals. What an intense smell of blood. The scent was so overpowering that even Chen Chu could smell it. Upon reaching the mountain edge and witnessing the scene before them, Chen Chu was thoroughly stunned. A mountain of corpses, the ground covered in dried blood. This was an absolute field of slaughter. That's the defense-type growth stage pangolin. The growth stage wild bull has been killed too. The hound unconsciously tucked its tail between its legs. Chen Chu bared his terrifying teeth. How interesting. It seems a few ruthless individuals remain. Boss Dinosaur, what's the plan? To oppose me, they need to grow stronger. So I'll kill these growth stages. By killing so many growth stages, they've likely already evolved to the mid-growth stage. Boss Dinosaur, you need to hurry as well. Chen Chu retraced his steps along another path. The scene he saw was alarmingly similar. From large carnivores to herbivores and finally, to mountains of pheasant and duck corpses. Not a single living animal could be found along the way. To gain evolution values, they had truly gone mad. This was nothing short of wanton slaughter. Trouble. Quick, let's go back. Chen Chu sensed something was wrong. If even the hound's tracking couldn't locate them, then those opponents must have a way to evade detection. With all the surrounding animals dead, the place with the highest concentration of animals right now would be the hot dog gang's camp. If they had raided the hot dog gang's territory while he was away, the losses would be incalculable. Chen Chu rushed back to the territory of the Haga gang. Shichuan was directing several animals adept at digging burrows. Why are you back? Could it be that you've already cleared out the entire mountain? Shichuan laughed upon seeing Chen Chu's return. With no threat remaining, he was ostensibly the most formidable beast in these mountains. Nothing happened. What could happen? Chen Chu found it unbelievable. After slaughtering so many animals, they could still hold back their anger. He then described the scene he had witnessed with the hound. Shichuan spoke. It seems they intend to enter the mid to late stage of growth. Mid to late stage? Shichuan glanced at Chen Chu. Indeed, you haven't reached the growth stage, so you wouldn't know. The infancy stage is the most difficult hurdle for animals. But once you shed infancy and reach the growth stage, you'll discover that growth is divided into 3 phases: early, middle, and late. I see. Just as they were talking, a black Tibetan mastiff ran over covered in blood with half its ear torn off. Shichuan's temper flared instantly. Who did this? A gorilla. All our people digging on the north side have been killed. Chen Chu was startled. Shichuan, how far have you extended the digging range? About 300 meters. That's too wide. With a sharp sound, a sharpened tree trunk flew over and pierced the wounded mastiff. After a whimper, it fell silent. Chen Chu instantly judged the direction from which the trunk had come and gave chase. Shichuan, his forelegs spread wide, ran like the wind. How could he tolerate someone killing his dog right before his eyes? Chen Chu realized that Shichuan, who had never shown his true strength before, was now running at an astonishing speed. His own maximum speed was 20 kilometers per hour, but this creature was at least twice as fast. Where do you think you're going? Shichuan had already spotted a silverback gorilla clutching a dog. The gorilla swung its thick left arm, smashing through trees in its path to block Shichuan's pursuit. Don't chase! Chen Chu shouted from behind. Shichuan stopped reluctantly. Why? They want to evolve, so they'll definitely come back for us. So don't spread out too much. Just wait by the tree stump. Shichuan bared his sharp fangs. Well said. I won't let them off. In a mountain hollow, the silverback gorilla hurled the dog to the ground, nearly killing it. The liger, resting with closed eyes, opened them. Why did you leave a survivor? Just a bit of evolution value, it doesn't matter. Then it's my meal, eh? Don't eat me. I'm just a hired mutt, no power, and my meat tastes terrible. The silverback gorilla stomped a foot on him, nearly suffocating him. Tell me, why are you all digging under the steel net? The Tyrannosaurus Rex ordered us to do it. To throw Beihai City into chaos. Ridiculous. Leading a pack of dogs can throw Beihai City into chaos. And tonight our plan is to spread news of a tsunami. The liger stood up. Tsunami. I don't know the details. It was discussed between the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Shichuan the big dog. The liger grinned. Gorilla, things are getting interesting. Night fell. In the distance, only the searchlights of Beihai City and the lights on the tower cranes were visible. Dozens of tunnels had been dug. Except for Chen Chu, all the other animals could enter them. Good. Now infiltrate secretly and spread the news that a tsunami is about to strike. First, throw Beihai City into chaos. 20 animals crawled into the tunnels, slipping through the enormous steel net into Beihai City. Chen Chu gazed at the entire city from afar. Only by first plunging Beihai City into chaos could he have a chance to save his sister. Otherwise, if a tsunami truly struck, whether his sister could survive was uncertain. The next day, in a meeting room of the Suppression Force headquarters, the atmosphere was heavy. This is absolute defense. Those transformed animals managed to infiltrate, and they left graffiti. Second-level officer Liang Jinyue was furious. Animals weren't scary, what was terrifying was animals with intelligence. The infiltrators had shouted in every corner, a tsunami is coming. Run. Some animals with nimble claws had even found spray paint and left messages on the walls of Beihai City, tsunami coming. Save yourself. Run. One officer merely smiled. Old Liang, don't be so angry. Those beasts are just resentful after being driven out, so they came up with this lousy trick. Yes, no need to get so worked up. The refugees are panicking, but they're still training, aren't they? Starting tonight, I'll strengthen the patrols. Liang Jinyue looked at these officers with disdain. I can think that way, but what about the others? These people came to the central city seeking safety after the Great Panic. Now if they suddenly hear about a tsunami, what will they think? I've already contacted the International Tsunami Warning Center. There's nothing wrong with the North Sea. No need to worry. Before the universal animalization, all humans were normal too. Liang Jinyue stood up, staring at each officer. What if the tsunami really happens? Another second-level officer slammed the table. Liang Jinyue, the cause of universal animalization remains unexplained. Don't compare that with a tsunami. In earthquake, tsunami, and volcanic eruption detection, we have absolute confidence. In this world, the last thing you should have is absolute confidence. The meeting split into 2 factions, arguments erupting. The first-level officer of the central city rubbed his temples and shouted, enough. The first-level officer's authority held. Old Liang is right, we must guard against danger. Starting today, strengthen patrols. Then contact the warning center and closely monitor the North Sea situation. If there's any sign, we need to prepare an evacuation plan immediately. Understood. I'll prepare right away. The meeting dispersed. Only Liang Jinyue and the first-level officer remained in the room. Old Liang, has that girl still not spoken? Liang Jinyue nodded. The girl is stubborn. But I can vaguely guess that this incident is related to her brother. Then investigate from her brother's side. I'll go immediately. In the mountains, the Hagu gang and the animals that had joined them gathered together, avoiding any chance of being hunted. Chen Chu stood on a hilltop, gazing toward Beihai City. More patrol vehicles were moving. It seemed the patrols had been strengthened. He wondered if the tunnels would be discovered. The plan to throw Beihai City into chaos must be executed. After 7 days of silence, the suppression forces in Beihai City, after intensifying their patrols, discovered that the mountains had become much quieter. During these 2 days, the animals of the Hagu gang had already dug several tunnels that Chen Chu could crawl through. Beside a mountain of animal carcasses, a liger was feasting on carrion. A silverback gorilla was also gnawing on a cow leg that had already become maggot-infested. 7 days. That dog and that dinosaur must be plotting something. Let them keep plotting. Either way, the ultimate beneficiaries will be us. Still waiting. The silverback gorilla had lost all patience. He didn't want to keep eating carrion forever. Of course. Night fell. Hundreds of dogs crawled out of the holes and infiltrated Beihai City. Woof! A tsunami is coming. Run for your lives. Survival is paramount. Don't stay here. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out from a tower crane, and 2 dogs dropped dead on the spot. So they have infiltrated again. All firing points open fire. Bang! 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 Countless searchlights switched on, illuminating the animals that had infiltrated below. The sounds of sniper rifles and heavy machine guns rang out incessantly. Sichuan bared his teeth. They can't hold out. Chen Chu thumped his tail against the ground. You charge. These animals were those that had been forcibly subdued. If they refused, they would be bitten to death by Chen Chu. Charging into Beihai City might offer a slim chance of survival. With a roar, a cheetah darted straight in. Then a massive influx of animals followed. White rhinos, hyenas, foxes. Every species imaginable had gathered now. After crossing the steel giant net, they scattered in all directions, whimpering as they ran. The people who had come to Beihai City were all unsettled upon hearing this. 2 days ago, there had been a warning that a tsunami would strike here, and now today, such a large number of animals had poured in. They say animals are very sensitive to natural disasters. The tsunami must be real. What do? We barely managed to get to Beihai City. If we leave for the next central city, now it's over 500 kilometers away. Don't spread panic. The officers of the suppression forces have come out to debunk the rumors. There will be no tsunami at all. Everyone had their own thoughts. Several officers in the monitoring center frowned at the animals that occasionally flashed across the screens. Currently, at least 2,000 animals had poured in. Is this your security measure? Liang Jinyue's face turned ashen. Relax, even if they got in, so what? Under our firepower, they'll only meet their death. Bullets poured down, muzzle flashes flickered. One by one, the animals fell. Sichuan, hearing their dying whimpers, felt a pang of reluctance. The cannon fodder who had been shielding the firepower had already served their purpose. Chen Chu walked to a tunnel entrance. My turn to take the stage. Tower crane no. 28 has killed 17 animals. No. 28, you're amazing. I've only killed 7. Can you compare with no? 28. He's a proper trained sniper. Don't chat. There are plenty of animals down there, speed up the cleanup. Otherwise the ground forces will clear them all soon. Thud. A loud crash. The towering no. 28 crane dozens of meters high began to tilt. I've got a situation here. No. 28 yelled into the intercom. Heavens. There's a dinosaur beneath you. The person on crane no. 27 had already seen the situation below crane no. 28 through his sniper scope. Chen Chu emerged from the tunnel and rammed directly into tower crane no. 28. The tremendous impact caused the crane to topple. Thud. The dozens-meter-high crane fell, crushing the surrounding buildings. Dust and smoke billowed. This only heightened the panic among the nearby civilians. Since the nationwide beastification, no animals had gone on a rampage like this. No. 28 is not responding. Kill that dinosaur. Chen Chu ran in an S-shaped pattern. Another loud crash, and crane no. 27 fell. Then came no. 26 no. 25. Chen Chu charged forward, invincible. In just a short while, he had destroyed 6 tower crane firing points. Liang Jinyue, upon seeing that massive figure, slammed his fist on the table. That Tyrannosaurus Rex again. It has actually run from Changfeng County all the way to Beihai City. Kill him. Tanks and armored vehicles mobilized together. Chen Chu stood beneath a tall building, opened his mouth, and roared, a tsunami is about to erupt. Anyone who wants to live, run now. His voice was so loud it drowned out the gunfire. Seeing the armored convoy in the distance, Chen Chu began to demolish the tall buildings. He used his tail, teeth, and claws. He tore the walls of a building to shreds. Finally, with a body slam, the 5-story building collapsed. In the mountains, the liger and the silverback gorilla were also astonished. Who would have thought he would cause such a stir? Haha, then we don't have to eat carrion anymore, right? Then let's start our hunting operation too. The animals left outside the steel giant net were still unaware that danger had already arrived. Sichuan ran to a hilltop, watching Beihai City, where gunfire kept erupting. In his heart, he hoped Chen Chu would not die so easily. At that moment, a roar suddenly came from below. He quickly ran down. The liger and silverback gorilla were displaying their might, actually engaged in a frenzied slaughter. Scum of the zoo. The 5-meter-tall silverback gorilla grabbed a Tibetan Mastiff with one hand. Haha, it's us, so what? Then he looked at the Tibetan Mastiff. You call yourself a grown form? Squelch. The Tibetan Mastiff had no power to resist and was directly crushed to pulp by the silverback gorilla. The liger was even more ferocious. Its 5-meter-long body already dwarfed all canines. Coupled with its formidable speed, no animal could survive its fangs. Quick! Into the holes. The remaining animals began frantically pouring into the tunnels and pits. Tower crane no. 47 spotted an animal influx point. Report the location. Dispatch firepower immediately. The silverback gorilla bit off a dog's head in one gulp and glared angrily at Xichuan. You damn dog. Give me back my evolution points. The two beasts' frenzied slaughter was causing their evolution points to rise rapidly. But Xichuan gave a different order at this moment. A large number of animals crawled into the pits. If they wanted to gain evolution points, the silverback gorilla and liger would have to go in as well. Boom. Boom. Suddenly flames erupted beside the steel giant net. One tunnel had been blown up, blood and gore splattering everywhere. We've been discovered by humans. The liger became cautious. So what if we're discovered? The silverback gorilla shrugged it off. Kill that Xichuan, then retreat. I'd rather die under the artillery fire than contribute any evolution points to you. Xichuan turned and found a tunnel and dived into it. Report. Massive influx of animals detected again. After Chen Chu knocked down another building, he saw the heavy artillery concentrated in front of the giant net. What's going on? Today was just supposed to be a disturbance. The final operation is tomorrow. Why are they all charging in? The tsunami wouldn't happen until tomorrow. A beam of searchlight shone on Chen Chu's back. An armed helicopter was already above him. Target acquired. Fire. The 23mm cannon began firing at Chen Chu. Against such firepower, Chen Chu could only flee. He crashed headlong into a skyscraper, hiding himself. Crackle. The glass of the building shattered under the cannon fire. Outside the giant net, the silverback gorilla kicked a large hunting dog onto the giant net, and the high-voltage electricity instantly turned the dog into a charred roast. What do we do? They've all gone in. The liger took 2 steps forward. Don't you think this kind of slaughter is more interesting? Inside the giant net, after entering, the slender dog cheered the other animals. Hold on. Just hold on until tomorrow. Oh, hold on until tomorrow. How interesting. The liger also heard the slender dog's war. The silverback gorilla held a branch in its mouth. Knowing there will be a tsunami tomorrow, they still enter. This means there is something in Beihai City that they desperately want. Let's go. It's our turn. Whoosh. The liger directly spread a pair of wings 6 meters wide from its flanks. With 2 flaps, powerful gusts of wind swept around. The 5-meter-tall silverback gorilla reached out and grabbed the liger's 2 legs, letting it carry him directly into the sky, flying over the 10-meter-high giant net. The slender dog's eyes were stunned. That liger actually had a pair of wings. It was a mutant. Haha, humans, your grandpa is back. The silverback gorilla landed with a thud. Its 2 feet directly stomped onto an armored vehicle. The vehicle's tires burst instantly, and the cabin was crushed. Report. Another gorilla has appeared. Open fire. A tank directly turned its barrel. The silverback gorilla charged forward, grabbed the tank with both hands and lifted it. Holding the tank, it flipped open the hatch, reached in with one hand, and the people inside were directly crushed into pulp. Humans, taste your grandpa's fury. Let's see you drive your grandpa out again. Thump, thump, thump. Its fingers pulled the triggers inside the cabin, and shells began to fire wildly from the barrel. The tower crane was destroyed, houses were destroyed, the armed convoy was attacked. In the monitoring room, Commander Liang Jinyue and other officers witnessed this terrifying scene. Heavens! What is the origin of this gorilla? Although the tank it's holding is a light tank, it still weighs 10 tons. I'm afraid this gorilla is a growth stage. Liang Jinyue's face darkened. Air power assemble. Bump. Rat-a-tat-tat. 10 armed helicopters rose into the air. They locked onto the silverback gorilla, which was even more dangerous than Chen Chu. The silverback gorilla, caught in the searchlight, aimed the tank at a helicopter and fired. Bang! Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, the tank fired, and the helicopter launched an anti-tank missile. Oh crap! The silverback gorilla dropped the tank and rolled forward on the ground. Boom! The ground was blasted into a large crater. Shrapnel flew and grazed its skin. Fortunately, I've reached the mid-growth stage with strong defense. Otherwise, I'd be done for. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more anti-tank missiles were launched. The silverback gorilla charged toward the ground convoy using their own missiles to cause collateral damage. The gorilla didn't get hit, but several of their own armored vehicles were blown up. In the monitoring room, Liang Jinyue slammed his fist on the table. Damn it! Animals have gained human intelligence, and they've reached growth stage. Killing them won't be easy. By the way, how did such a large gorilla get in? An officer suddenly voiced his doubt. If a Tyrannosaurus Rex could squeeze in, a gorilla naturally can too. Liang Jinyue suddenly looked terrified. No, I saw the surveillance footage. This gorilla descended from the air. The surveillance around Beihai City didn't monitor the airspace, so they could only see the moment the silverback gorilla fell from the sky. Hearing Liang Jinyue's words, the others became even more fearful. Could there be flying beasts? Liang Jinyue immediately ordered, turn back at once. But it was already too late. The liger flapped its huge wings and rammed into the side of a helicopter. The cabin, like paper, was directly snapped in two. The helicopter, trailing black smoke, crashed to the ground. The weapons it carried detonated in a massive explosion. The ground suppression forces were affected. Hundreds of people were thrown into the air, causing massive casualties. Report. A flying lion has appeared in the sky. I am the flying liger. How dare a mere aircraft act insolently before me? The liger spread its wings in the air, unstoppable in its ramming. One by one, helicopters were damaged, crashing to the ground and exploding. The slender dog ran frantically with its tongue out. The explosion's power was too great. Even a small piece of shrapnel would cause severe lacerations. Beihai City was in chaos. The residents were even more panicked. The tsunami must be real. We can't stay here, Ron. Wait for me, let me grab a few cans of vegetables. A large number of residents sensed something wrong and packed their belongings, preparing to leave Beihai City in droves. The city, which had barely stabilized, was now out of control. A top-level official had arrived and convened an emergency meeting. Liang Jinhua sat in the meeting room with a grim face. What time is it? Still holding a meeting. Quickly send artillery to shoot down that beast in the sky. Don't waste too much firepower here. Beihai City is out of control, the people are panicking. Liang Jinhua nearly flipped the table. What did you say? And you call yourself the supreme commander of Beihai City? You're talking nonsense to me. A city this big reduced to this by a bunch of animals. Sit down. Along the way we've shot and driven away countless animals. Afraid of a few growth stage beasts. All the helicopters have been destroyed. We still have ground forces, tanks and artillery. If we redeploy, abandon the ordinary animals, and concentrate fire on the growth stage ones, we can definitely shoot them down. Enough. I am the supreme commander. Everyone here listens to me. If you want to leave, go. I will lead the troops to shoot them down. The top-level official was furious at Liang Jinhua. He reached out, and his aide handed him a stack of documents. He took the documents and threw them in front of Liang Jinhua. Take a good look. Liang Jinhua was stunned when he saw the photo in the dossier. The photograph showed another central city now reduced to rubble and ruins. It had only been stabilized for 3 days before being breached by a horde of animals. At the forefront were several beasts in their growth stage. A central city just like that has fallen. The first-level officer took a deep breath and said, "Let everyone have a look at the dossier." After all had read the documents, their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. The first-level officer spoke. Mass beastification has been ongoing for a month now. Many animals have appeared, some of which we have never seen before. These animals are either immensely strong and naturally powerful, or incredibly fast with freakish defenses. Ordinary weapons can no longer suppress them. But we still have our most powerful weapons and used. You're right. However, using those weapons would cause immense harm to humans as well. Some animals can withstand the radiation from explosions, but humans cannot. So we just hand over the cities we've fought so hard to stabilize. First, let me make one thing clear. This is not my decision, but an order from above. These animals can evolve, and after evolution, they become extraordinarily powerful. The International Institute of Biology needs to conduct further research. Meanwhile, we must conserve our strength. The beasts invading Beihai City could be eliminated, but at great cost. Liang Jinhua clenched his fists tightly. The people who fled into Beihai City are already in chaos. If the beasts go berserk, bypassing our suppression forces to attack the civilians, the losses would indeed be incalculable. So we need a retreat plan. Outside, the suppression forces had already received orders to withdraw. The silverback gorilla, still not satisfied with the slaughter, carried a cannon and blasted wildly. Both humans and animals were its targets. With each shot, at least 7 or 8 animals were killed, boosting the silverback's evolution points. This is awesome. With firearms, evolution is a piece of cake. Come here, you growth stage whelps. The liger circled in the air, dodging incoming shells. It would swoop down fiercely, unleashing devastating destruction. The sighthound followed Chen Chu's scent and found him in a high-rise building. What's going on? Why are you all inside? The plan has changed. 2 growth stage beasts in the mountains are slaughtering us. 2 damn creatures. The sighthound felt a bit awkward. It's a mutant liger and a silverback gorilla. I see the suppression forces are all retreating. Order all animals to take shelter. Only you can hold off those 2 growth stage beasts. The sighthound dashed out swiftly. A large number of suppression troops had already fallen back to the headquarters. A new plan had also been devised. The first suppression unit would stay behind to cover the retreat, while the rest led the civilians to the northern dock to board ships. The liger perched on a tower crane atop, which the sniper had already been mauled to death. The gunfire had dwindled with only occasional bursts. The silverback gorilla, using all 4 limbs, climbed to the same crane where the liger stood. What's happening? The humans are trying to retreat. A bunch of cowards. But they've left behind plenty of weapons. We can use these weapons to blast the animal horde and rack up evolution points like crazy. The liger rolled its eyes. Do you think all animals can use weapons like you? Most animals had claws and hooves. Very few, like the silverback gorilla, could handle human weapons. It's great to be a primate with flexible limbs. The silverback boasted proudly. The liger looked down below. The hound gang animals have also gone into hiding, and that Tyrannosaurus is nowhere to be seen. We need to conserve our energy too. The headquarters loudspeakers blared. All civilians gather immediately at the northern dock. Is the suppression force taking us to evacuate? To the dock? Are you kidding? Won't a tsunami hit? If there's a tsunami, would the suppression force send us to the dock? It's probably a lie. No, the animals are going berserk. The tsunami might be real. I'd better find a car and flee. Those who believed in the tsunami scrambled for vehicles, while the disbelievers followed the suppression force's orders and headed for the northern dock. Gathering a large number of civilians would take a long time. In the headquarters meeting room, Liang Jinyue stood up. I'll lead the first unit to cover the retreat. You should evacuate with us, said the first-level officer. Liang Jinyue drew his sidearm from his waist. I am not the kind of man who turns tail and runs. His objectives went far beyond merely covering the evacuation of civilians. If those grown creatures could be eliminated, there would be no need to evacuate at all. For hours had already passed. It was past 2 in the morning. A hunting dog trotted back, tongue lolling. Brother Konglong, the city has been emptied. They must have all evacuated. Which direction did they head? North. What a bunch of idiots. I told them a tsunami was coming, and they still headed north. Boom. A shell struck straight into the building and detonated. Dozens of animals were thrown aside by the shockwave. Liang Jinyue raised his sidearm high. For humanity. Kill them all. Shoot those beasts down. The heavy-caliber machine guns began spitting tongues of flame. After 4 hours of silence, the counterattack erupted. The lion-tiger beast perched atop the tower crane suddenly opened its eyes. Counterattack. Let me give them a lesson. The silverback gorilla seized the tower crane and began shaking it violently. Finally, under his enormous strength, the crane could no longer hold and toppled over. The silverback gorilla leaped and grabbed the lion-tiger beast's legs, riding it through the air. Dodge. The crane is falling. Snipers, take them down. Yes. A line of snipers positioned at the rear wielded an identical set of Barrett heavy sniper rifles loaded with armor-piercing ammunition. Even tanks could be pierced by those rounds. Bang, bang, bang. The lion-tiger beast carrying the silverback gorilla flew directly behind a tall building. Damn it. Too many obstacles. Snipers artillery team. Focus on those 2 grown creatures. The rest flatten that building. I don't believe those beasts can stay hidden. The overwhelming firepower reduced the building to rubble. Countless animals fell beneath the hail of stray bullets. Roar. Chen Chu let out a deafening cry and smashed through a wall as he burst out. Liang Jinyue gazed at the monstrous maw emerging from the smoke and dust, his eyes brimming with fanaticism. That's the Tyrannosaurus. Open fire. Fierce firepower instantly rained down upon Chen Chu. In that moment, Chen Chu somehow performed an extraordinarily bizarre maneuver. After sprinting at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, he suddenly dropped to the ground and slid forward, just like a human. This temporarily allowed him to evade all the gunfire positioned 3 meters above. With a vicious sweep of his tail against the ground, his massive body spun across the earth, sliding straight toward the suppression forces. Boom. The vanguard of the suppression troops, both personnel and vehicles alike, were sent flying in utter disarray. It resembled a colossal bowling ball crashing into pins. Liang Jinyue, seated in the vehicle behind, could feel the immense threat bearing down upon them. At this point, he was merely 5 meters away from Chen Chu. Retreat. The vehicles roared to life and reversed immediately. Quickly rising to his feet, Chen Chu unleashed havoc with sweeping strikes of his enormous tail. Just then, the International Warning Center detected anomalies. Across the globe, 5 locations began showing concentric circles of expanding red. Impossible. The North Sea. It's really going to produce a tsunami. Red alert, maximum priority. How could this happen? The North Sea has always been under our surveillance. Contact Beihai City immediately. Beihai City Airport. Officers of the suppression forces had already arrived at the airport, preparing to board planes and evacuate. The first-rank commander's phone rang. After answering, his face instantly drained of color. How much time do we have left? A few minutes. The phone fell to the ground with a clatter. A tsunami. How could it arrive so swiftly? Just minutes away. A significant portion of those evacuating from Beihai City, following instructions, had gone to the northern dock, guarded by numerous suppression force personnel. If the tsunami were coming, wouldn't they be walking straight to their deaths? Boom. The entire city of Beihai shuddered violently. The dials on helicopters flickered erratically. Sir, something's wrong. We must leave immediately. The first-rank commander slumped into his seat. I'll leave. Take off. Sound the alarm siren. Save whoever we can. Chen Chu sprinted laterally, evading another round of gunfire. What was that tremor just now? Could the tsunami have already begun? Several helicopters took flight, with alarm sirens wailing overhead. Liang Jinyue stood beside a vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. Upon hearing the alert, his pupils contracted sharply. It's really happening. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sniper rifles in the rear continued firing at the lion-tiger beasts, occasionally popping up. Liang Jinyue waved his hand. Everyone get in the vehicles. Leave here at once. Why, oi? A tsunami. It's truly about to strike. Abandoning further resistance, everyone boarded their vehicles. How could Chen Chu allow them to escape so easily? He charged out, clamped his jaws onto a damaged tank, and hurled it through the air with a powerful flick of his neck. Boom. Bang. The wrecked tank smashed directly into an armored vehicle. Shattered metal fragments sliced across Liang Jinyue's left cheek, tearing flesh and sending blood streaming down his face. You won't get away. Liang Jinyue gripped the heavy machine gun with both hands. You've been tracking us since Chongfeng County. I never got the chance to eliminate such a grave threat. Today we settle this once and for all. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets flew in a dense barrage. Chen Chu turned and whipped his tail, instantly riddling his tail and hindquarters with over a dozen bleeding wounds. Boom. One damaged armored car was sent flying by a single tail strike, crashing violently into the vehicle where Liang Jinyue sat. The impact crumpled the vehicle, trapping Liang Jinyue inside. "Commander, leave me. Don't worry about me. This is a direct order." When the tsunami struck, who knew how many would perish? The suppression forces were humanity's final line of defense. They had to reduce casualties wherever possible, even if it meant saving just one person. The others departed by vehicle, but Chen Chu did not pursue them. His target was clear: Liang Jinyue, the commander wearing stars on his shoulders. Moreover, Liang Jinyue had just mentioned coming from Chanfeng County to Beihai City. That meant he was the one who had taken his sister away. Rumble, rumble. Intense tremors shook the earth once more. Chen Chu approached Liang Jinyue, lowering his head to stare at him with enormous eyes. "A girl captured from Chanfeng County. Do you know her?" Liang Jinyue felt the hot breath from Chen Chu's nostrils, each gust blowing like a strong wind. "You mean? Chen Nuo, you do know." Chen Chu rested one clawed paw on Liang Jinyue's shoulder. "Speak. Where is she?" The tsunami was coming faster than expected. Liang Jinyue's heart hammered with shock. "Why are you searching for her?" "None of your business. I want to know where she is right now." His claws had already pierced into Liang Jinyue's shoulder, leaving a gaping bloody wound. "Ah." Liang Jinyue's face flushed crimson. "You're Chen Chu. You're the security guard from Yunhua City Museum, Chen Chu. Where is Chen Nuo?" Splat. The second claw plunged into Liang Jinyue's body as well. Blood erupted from his mouth, his eyes burning red. Looking up, he spotted blinking lights in the sky. She must be on that airplane. Taken away again. Chen Chu didn't know whether to feel relief or fury. Being taken away at least spared her from the tsunami, giving her a better chance of survival. But once she was gone, when would he ever find her again? Where could they have taken her? Liang Jinyue struggled to lift his hand and placed it upon Chen Chu's claw. "Chen Chu, even transformed into an animal, you still possess such familial devotion. You must retain human nature. Did you tell your sister about seeking refuge in advance? I don't know what the future holds, but I hope you can help humanity." "What does humanity have to do with me? I only care about my sister." "Where will they take her?" A shadow suddenly darted forth. None other than the Xiaoquan dog. Blood spurted from Liang Jinyue's neck. His skull had been crushed by the dog's blow. Chen Chu roared in fury. "What are you doing?" The Xiaoquan bared its teeth at him. "You told me there would be opportunities for evolution in Beihai City. That's why I risked the tsunami to follow you. But you've only been using us to find your sister. You stupid dog." Chen Chu exploded in rage, kicking the armored car until it tumbled over. The Xiaoquan dodged with nimble agility. "So many lives lost in the hot dog gang. All because of you. You're nothing but a fool, a dog utterly devoid of intelligence." At the dock, those waiting aboard ships to evacuate stood frozen in astonishment. The suppression force members displayed expressions of utter despair on their faces as well, because a monstrous wave over 20 meters high was already bearing down upon them. Damn it, why didn't we listen to those animals? We've sealed our own fates. Boom. The colossal wave crashed down, swallowing everyone at the dock hole. The devastating force obliterated everything on the pier. The tsunami had arrived. Towering skyscrapers crumbled like paper before the tsunami, which unleashed waves over 20 meters high. Countless civilians and suppression troops were swept away. The animals that had invaded Beihai City began to scatter, hoping to flee before the seawater crashed in. Chen Chu felt a fierce sea wind. Shichuan gazed at the towering waves in the distance. With such a massive tsunami, who could possibly survive? "We have all become your casualties." Chen Chu roared to the sky. "I am not lying to you. The tsunami truly does bring an opportunity for evolution. I also admit I used you to create chaos in order to rescue my sister. But you killed the only person who knew her whereabouts." Shichuan turned and fled. How could Chen Chu let that go? What difference did alliances make? It had always been a relationship built on exploitation. In his heart, only his sister mattered. Yet all the clues had been destroyed by Shichuan. Roaring with fury, he gave chase, determined to kill him. Meanwhile, the lion-tiger beast carried the silverback gorilla through the air, both utterly astonished by the colossal waves. "I have lived in Beihai City for decades and never witnessed a tsunami this enormous. Indeed, this will drown everything. I do not understand why that Tyrannosaurus would enter Beihai City. It is practically throwing its life away. Fly higher. Do not let the waves knock you down." A second colossal wave followed immediately upon the first. Within mere minutes, Beihai City had been entirely submerged beneath the seawater. The scrambling animals were all swept away as well, including Chen Chu. No matter how swiftly one could not outrun the tsunami. No matter how massive one's physique, it was insignificant before such a tsunami. Everything went dark. Meanwhile, the surviving humans across the world fell into panic. Because it was not only Beihai City that suffered a tsunami. For other locations have been struck by catastrophic disasters. I understand now. I know why heaven has made us into animals. It is because of the great heavenly and earthly tribulation. It gives us a chance to continue living. If we became fish before the tsunami, could we survive? What about earthquakes? If we became birds, could we evade them? I will no longer remain human. I want to become an animal. I want to become an animal capable of flight, diving, and possessing ferocious hunting abilities. Facing the first great heavenly and earthly tribulation, the mindset of many survivors had undergone a profound transformation. A television station was interviewing several professors. A biology professor faced the camera. Actually, humans are the species least deserving of survival. We lack cold-resistant fur and heat tolerance. All we can do is endlessly destroy this world. And so the world has begun to punish humanity. Having said that, he consumed the prepared piece of meat right there in the live broadcast hall. Before everyone's eyes, he transformed into a polar bear. Beihai City slowly returned to tranquility. The seawater gradually receded. The surface of the water floated with corpses, both human and animal. Chen Chu rose suddenly, emerging from the seawater with his head above the surface. He now stood atop a destroyed skyscraper more than 10 meters above the original ground level. At this rate, it would take considerable time for the seawater to fully recede. Where did that stupid dog go? Damn creature, if I find you I will bite you to death. Chen Chu remained motionless, awaiting the receding tide. The sky began to brighten as the sun rose in the east. After resting for a while, Chen Chu opened his eyes and saw numerous animals gathered on the surrounding ruined buildings. They had all survived the tsunami. The seawater was still over 3 meters deep. It was time to begin moving. Chen Chu leapt directly from the building, sending a massive spray of water. He slowly made his way through the seawater toward the northern coast. From a building 300 meters away, the lion, tiger, beast, and silverback gorilla watched Chen Chu intently. Look, that dinosaur is heading north. Follow slowly. Because he was walking through seawater, the resistance was immense, so Chen Chu progressed very slowly. After drawing near the northern shore, every step required him to carefully sense whether he had stepped on something. A faint cracking sound came from beneath his feet. Chen Chu immediately thrust his broad head underwater. Lifting his foot, he discovered he had merely cracked a large seashell. Just as disappointment set in, he spotted something blue and crystal-like not far from where he stood. Joy surged through Chen Chu's heart instantly. Ocean blue essence. He walked over and swallowed it in one gulp. His evolution value jumped directly from 732 to 832. One piece of ocean blue essence equaled the evolution value gained from hunting a creature at the early growth stage. After universal beast transformation, natural heavenly and earthly tribulations struck around the world every month. However, after each disaster, strange evolutionary items would emerge. This ocean blue essence was precisely what the tsunami had brought forth. After a few more steps, Chen Chu found a second piece. His evolution value surged again to 932. With just one more, he would evolve into a mature creature. The silverback gorilla grinned. That dinosaur appears to be searching for something in the seawater. Indeed, its condition right now is excellent. Let's go see. A sudden explosion erupted in the seawater a kilometer away. Shichuan stood atop the carcass of a deceased shark, his dog face alight with excitement. So this is the opportunity for evolution. This scene was witnessed by the lion, tiger, beast, and silverback gorilla flying overhead. Then let us question that dog. Whoosh! The lion, tiger, beast flew directly above Shichuan with the silverback gorilla. Shichuan sensed a dark shadow appear overhead and looked up. The 5-meter-tall silverback gorilla plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous impact, it crashed into the seawater, sending spray in all directions. Yuzu bastard. Enemies meeting again stoked fierce hostility. You seem to be in good shape. Found something. Guess. Shichuan immediately dove into the seawater. Wanna run? The silverback gorilla seized the shark's tail and swung it with all his might, smashing it down into the seawater. The shark's carcass crashed down, sending seawater splashing outward on both sides. Among the debris was an irregularly shaped piece of ocean blue essence. Shichuan spotted it, leapt from the seawater, and swallowed the essence with his open jaws. The sharp-eyed lion, tiger, beast descended immediately. What did you just eat? Shichuan did not answer. After devouring it, he dove back into the seawater to search. The opportunity for evolution must be seized. Who knew how many pieces of ocean blue essence a single tsunami had brought forth? Thud, thud, thud. The silverback gorilla continued his savage smashing, but no more ocean blue essence was dislodged. The lion, tiger, beast spread its wings and took flight to capture Shichuan. Compared to the others, Shichuan was simply easier to bully. The slender dog was furiously pursued by the two beasts, growing desperate. You think I'm an easy target? Hehe, you really are an easy target. The slender dog swam vigorously through the water, then barked at the surviving animals on the crumbling building. In the sea there exists a type of blue crystal. Consuming it grants immense evolutionary value. Is that really true? The animals immediately harbored suspicion upon hearing this. It must be genuine. Look, the dinosaurs seem to be searching for it as well. Why don't we give it a shot too? As long as we avoid those ferocious beasts, we should be fine. Let's go. One by one the animals above leaped down. Instantly the water surface teemed, with animals diving in like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Chen Chu turned his head and glanced over. What a foolish dog. The special evolution-enhancing artifacts brought forth by each great natural calamity are limited in number. Ignoring them, he figured it best to search for the sea blue essence as quickly as possible. The lion, tiger, beast flew over to the silverback gorilla. Feel around down below and verify whether it's real. The silverback gorilla stood in the water, bending down and groping with both hands. 3 minutes later, he actually felt something. A piece of sea blue essence no larger than a ping-pong ball. Is this it? Perhaps. The lion tiger signaled for him to consume it. The silverback opened his mouth and swallowed it whole, then his eyes widened with astonishment. Good heavens. This tiny thing actually grants 100 points of evolutionary value. Huh. So that's why that dinosaur came to Beihai City, for this very thing. The silverback gorilla frowned, watching the animals flocking into the water to search for sea blue essence. Such a precious treasure cannot be squandered on these worthless creatures. Your limbs are nimble. You handle the searching. Leave them to me. The two divided the work immediately. The lion tiger spread its wings and dove straight onto the back of a rhinoceros. Boss, I came from the zoo too. Show some mercy. Too late. Snap. The lion tiger opened its jaws and bitten through the rhinoceros's spinal column. Then it charged toward the other animals. The slender dog swallowed another piece of sea blue essence, baring its teeth in a grimace. You damn bastards. You want to hoard all the evolution-enhancing artifacts for yourselves. The lion tiger slaughtered all around the surrounding seawater, died, crimson, like a pool of blood. It flapped its wings and fixed its gaze on the slender dog. Now it's your turn. Don't think I'm afraid of you. The slender dog let out a howl, and its body began growing larger. In an instant, that half-meter frame surged to 2 meters tall. Including its tail, the creature exceeded 4 meters in length. Such a size was nearly matching the lion tiger's. Your growth form is rather interesting. Oh woo. The slender dog lunged forward, embracing the lion tiger as they crashed into the water. Haha, I've already collected 3, the silverback gorilla said, beaming like a child. In his enormous palm, 3 pieces of sea blue essence were already visible. Thud thud. Chen Chu strode forward with massive steps. The silverback gorilla clenched the 3 pieces of sea blue essence. What do you want? You've disrupted my plans, killed the growth form creature in the mountains, and stolen my evolutionary value. Now you dare seize the sea blue essence. You shall surely perish. Had they not killed the growth form in the mountains, Chen Chu would have already evolved. He needed cannon fodder to enter Beihai City, yet he couldn't bring himself to kill those dogs. This gorilla must die, surely perish. Haha, what are you to me? A mere juvenile dinosaur. Crunch. Chen Chu swallowed a piece of sea blue essence from his mouth. That was the 3rd piece he had found himself. His evolutionary value jumped directly from 932 to 1032. He had already surpassed the threshold required for the juvenile stage. His physique underwent an obvious transformation. His 4-meter body surged upward rapidly, every bone in his frame creaking and cracking. The silverback gorilla, struck with profound terror, scrambled backward on all fours to put distance between himself and Chen Chu. Roar. Chen Chu let out a bellow of unprecedented dominance. A Tyrannosaurus rex, 6 meters tall, 12 meters long, weighing 8 tons, was born. The attribute panel shifted once more. Type: fusion species. Name: crocodilian armored Tyrannosaurus rex. Level: early growth stage. Strength: 8 tons. Speed: 30 km/h. Lifespan: 100 years. Defense: 15 tons. Evolutionary value: 3212000. Innate ability: 1. Supreme bite force at 14 tons. Innate ability: 2. Derivation. This change was monumental. The mystery of the fusion species finally revealed itself after surviving the most grueling juvenile phase. Previously, Chen Chu had consumed 5 types of fossils to achieve his beast transformation. The silverback gorilla bared its sharp fangs in a grimace. You think I'm afraid of you just because you've reached the growth stage? I am mid-growth stage. With a thunderous roar, he swung his tightly clenched right fist straight at Chen Chu. Chen Chu stood firm, and his panel had already displayed defensive capabilities. This was precisely the fusion species manifesting the traits of the true alligator snapping turtle. Tilting his head slightly, he let the silverback's fist strike his skull. The moment the fist made contact with Chen Chu's head, the silverback gorilla witnessed something astonishing. Rock-like bony plates erupted across his skull. Boom. A deafening impact echoed through the air. The silverback gorilla felt a tremendous rebound force surge back through his arm. He staggered backward 2 steps, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. How is this possible? Chen Chu grinned wickedly, his expression chillingly sinister. The fusion species characteristics differed from the mutation type. Their form was completely controllable. The bony plates on his head slowly faded away, reverting to their original state. Your punch lacks any real force. His legs bent, and then exploded with power, launching him forward with overwhelming momentum toward the silverback gorilla. The opponent retreated, attempting to dodge Chen Chu's charge. 3 pieces of sea blue essence were still clenched in his left hand. However, he had already reached the mid-growth stage. Even if he consumed all 3 pieces now, it would not propel him to the late-growth stage. Brother, the silverback gorilla roared desperately. The lion tiger looked up. Beneath it still pinned the slender dog. Catched. The 3 pieces of sea blue essence were hurled directly toward the lion tiger. The lion tiger launched skyward and swallowed all 3 in one gulp. The slender dog, covered in wounds, rose from the water and shrank back to its smaller form. Fight over it yourselves. I'm done participating. It dove straight into the water and fled at full speed. What a magnificent Tyrannosaurus. The lion tiger flew over to the silverback gorilla. 2 against 1 then. The lion tiger smiled. We are both formidable creatures. Why not join forces and conquer this world together? Join forces? Exactly. All the treasures here will be divided equally among the three of us. What do you say? We will also help each other reach the mid-growth stage in the shortest time possible. Chen Chu threw back his head and laughed heartily. Divide equally. All the sea blue essence here belongs to me. Kill him. The silverback gorilla plunged both hands into the water and yanked upward with immense force. A 10-meter section of tower crane was ripped free and gripped in both hands as a weapon. Chen Chu's head, back, and tail were all covered in a layer of rock-like bony armor. The fusion species, crocodilian-armored Tyrannosaurus rex. Whoosh. The tower crane came crashing down from above. Chen Chu charged forward without the slightest hesitation. He now possessed 15 tons of defensive capability. Crash. The tower crane slammed into Chen Chu's back and shattered completely, yet it inflicted no damage whatsoever upon him. The silverback gorilla's face twitched. This fellow's defense was incredibly strong. Roar. Chen Chu charged forward with unparalleled ferocity. Having reached the early stage of growth, his size, strength, and defense had all been massively enhanced. Now he was a mobile fortress. The silverback gorilla extended both hands, pressing its palms directly against Chen Chu's head. The liger flapped its wings and swooped down toward Chen Chu's back. Sharp claws emerged from its limbs, scratching wildly across his back. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Sparks nearly flew, but only left a few white marks on the bone armor on Chen Chu's back. It opened its mouth and bit down fiercely. Crack. One of its fangs shattered. How is this possible? So hard. A mutated liger. How much bite force can you have? The liger was enraged. I am a mid-growth stage flying liger. My bite force is 10 tons. Chen Chu chuckled. Sorry, I can withstand 15 tons of force. Take this. The silverback gorilla directly lifted a furry massive leg and kicked Chen Chu in the neck. The liger flapped its wings and rammed into Chen Chu's right side. Under the combined force of the two beasts, Chen Chu was actually toppled. A tail 5 meters long shot straight up and swung fiercely toward the liger. Whoosh. The liger dodged swiftly. The force contained in this tail was too great, it absolutely could not take a hit. Big brother, this dinosaur seems to be a mutant too. Its defense is formidable. Let me distract it and you find an opening. The silverback gorilla nodded. Splash. Chen Chu rose from the water, his dark golden eyes filled with killing intent. The silverback gorilla cracked its knuckles. Today I'll show you my wrestling. Wrestling? What real beast knew wrestling? Unless the silverback gorilla had learned wrestling before its beast transformation. It pounded its chest with both fists and then charged at Chen Chu. Chen Chu opened his mouth and bit toward the silverback gorilla's shoulder. The silverback gorilla blocked Chen Chu's chin with one hand, then turned and wrapped the other arm around his neck. Die. With both arms exerting force, Chen Chu, weighing 8 tons, was heavily slammed in a back throw. Thud. The massive body crashed down, splashing seawater all around, leaving a large crater in the ground. Oof. Just because you beast transform into a dinosaur doesn't mean you're invincible. Let me show you the power of the primates. The silverback gorilla bared its 2 sharp fangs and rained a flurry of punches down on Chen Chu. The liger, flying in the air, had its eyes fixed on Chen Chu's abdomen. His back and head were armored, but his abdomen was bare. Huh. This time you're dead. It flapped its wings and dive-bombed, aiming straight for the reproductive system below Chen Chu's abdomen. Despicable. Splash. Chen Chu's 2 legs kicked out directly, sending up a spray of water. Up. The liger twisted in midair, but Chen Chu's left claw still grazed one of its wings. Rip. The sharp claws left a long, bloody gash on its wing. It hurts so much. I'll cripple you. The liger swiped a claw toward Chen Chu's precious area. Slap. The 5-meter-long tail whipped back from the water. It struck the liger squarely on the back of its head. The liger had never expected a Tyrannosaurus Rex's tail to swing backward like a dog's. Its defense was not as freakish as Chen Chu's. With 8 tons of force, its brain turned into a mush. It lay limp on Chen Chu's abdomen, blood and brains oozing from its mouth and nostrils. Big brother. The silverback gorilla hadn't expected the liger to be killed in one blow. I'll tear you apart. What followed was just like a scene from the movie King Kong. Its thick arms grabbed Chen Chu's jaws, trying to pry them apart. Chen Chu twisted his neck furiously, not giving it that chance. The silverback gorilla's talent was the enormous strength of its arms, a full 15 tons. But its own maximum bite force was only 14 tons. Once its mouth was pried open, death was the only outcome. It struggled wildly, and the liger's corpse slid off its abdomen into the water. Slap. A foot claw stomped down on the liger, crushing it. The silverback gorilla wrapped its arms around Chen Chu's neck, now planning to snap it. You're the toughest animal I've ever faced. Roar. Chen Chu stood upright, lifting his neck high. The silverback gorilla was lifted off the ground, its feet dangling. Haha, you're not as strong as me. The silverback gorilla exerted its arms, then flipped over and sat on Chen Chu's back, wrapping its arms around his neck and beginning to squeeze. Chen Chu felt his breathing become difficult. This was the first time he had faced 2 mid-growth stage beasts. His eyes looked toward the endless North Sea. He strode forward and charged into the North Sea. The silverback gorilla was stunned. What are you doing? Trying to die together with me? He himself was a hybrid, the traits of the alligator snapping turtle had already manifested. So his aquatic ability must have been greatly enhanced. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chu had dragged the silverback gorilla into the North Sea. Both were now submerged in seawater. The silverback gorilla took a deep breath, planning to strangle him underwater. Chen Chu was not so easy to deal with. Though his small front claws were only a little over a meter long, they kept scratching at the silverback gorilla's arms. Bloody gashes were carved out. With his snap sound, the silverback gorilla cried out in pain, gurgle gurgle. Bubbles rose from below to the surface. Chen Chu had just severed a tendon on its arm. The silverback gorilla's left arm rapidly lost strength. It couldn't go on like this, it would eventually drown. It loosened its grip, kicked off Chen Chu's back with both feet, and tried to burst out of the North Sea. Chen Chu wasn't about to let it go. He opened his huge mouth and bit directly into the silverback gorilla's left foot. Gurgle gurgle. Another large stream of bubbles escaped from the silverback gorilla's mouth. Sure enough, his aquatic ability had improved. Crunch. With maximum bite force, the silverback gorilla's left foot was bitten off. Gurgle gurgle. Chen Chu's eyes were colder than the seawater. He charged forward again and bit off its right foot. Then he slowly walked toward the shore. He watched the silverback gorilla struggle forward. A large amount of blood dyed the surrounding seawater red. The silverback gorilla finally crawled ashore, but its vitality had been depleted by 70%. Chen Chu emerged slowly from the water, approaching it step by step. At that moment, it felt a tremendous panic. You? Don't kill me. I'll call you Big Brother. You don't even have feet anymore. What can you do? Let me bite off your arms too. Staring at Chen Chu's chilling razor-sharp teeth, the silverback gorilla was so terrified it wet itself. It gushed out like a fountain. This was the first time it had lost composure like this since its beast transformation. Because after its beast transformation, it was incredibly strong. It also possessed the advantages of a primate. Along the way, it had slaughtered other animals, successfully reaching the mid-growth stage. Now it deeply regretted not killing Chen Chu back in the mountains. Chen Chu opened his massive maw and lunged at it. The silverback gorilla instinctively raised its right arm to block. Crunch. His razor-sharp teeth pierced through its flesh and hide. Chen Chu yanked violently, tearing its arm clean off. Blood sprayed like a torrential rain. The silverback gorilla let out a heart-wrenching scream. 3 of its 4 limbs were now crippled. Crunch. Crunch. After a series of fierce struggles, Chen Chu felt a gnawing hunger in his belly. He directly chewed up and swallowed its arm. He had thought it was just a meal, but his own body began to undergo a transformation. In his stat panel under the power column, it had increased from 8 tons to 10 tons. A warm current flowed from his stomach to the small claws on his chest. His claws, which originally had only 2 fingers, had now sprouted a third. A 3-fingered Tyrannosaurus rex. Chen Chu was astounded. How could this happen? Just by eating one arm of the silverback gorilla, his strength had increased, and he had gained an extra finger. Could it be the second talent that appeared after reaching the early growth stage, derivation? The fusion species was truly mysterious. He just didn't know which of the 5 fossil animals this derivation ability belonged to. Derivation allowed him to acquire new traits and then evolve. From the looks of it, the trait had evolved onto him as an advantage. The Tyrannosaurus rex, as a late Cretaceous dinosaur, was the apex predator, but its weakness was its severely atrophied claws. But now with the derivation talent, he might be able to use his claws for combat. Perhaps he could even use his claws to manipulate tools like primates. The silverback gorilla watched in horror as Chen Chu grew a 3rd finger. You? What are you? A fusion species, Tyrannosaurus rex. Phew. Fusion species. The silverback gorilla had never heard of it. That made sense. Before the first great heavenly cataclysm, animal classifications were only among ordinary species, mutant species, and special species. Later, powerful fusion species creatures emerged, leading people to define a new category. Crunch. Facing the defenseless silverback gorilla, Chen Chu took a bite. He bit off its other arm, chewed it up, and swallowed it. In his stat panel, his power increased again from 10 tons to 12 tons. The claws on his chest did not grow a 4th finger, but their length increased, and they became much thicker. Now Chen Chu's claws were already 7 meters long. The derivation talent is fantastic. It completely compensates for weaknesses. The silverback gorilla, having lost too much blood, died after its second arm was bitten off. His evolution value became 43212000. He had been too excited to notice his evolution value earlier. Now he realized that killing a mid-growth stage animal yielded 200 evolution points. With both the liger and the silverback gorilla killed, his evolution value had jumped by 400. The surrounding animals, witnessing the brutal deaths of 2 beasts, dared not appear near Chen Chu. The entire stretch of the coast became Chen Chu's territory. He found the liger's corpse. This creature had a pair of feathered wings. Would eating them grant him wings too? He opened his mouth and crunched down on the wings, devouring them. But no change occurred in his body. What's going on? Am I not worthy of having wings? The rest of the liger's body was useless. In terms of strength, it was no match for Chen Chu. In defense, it was inferior, and bite force was out of the question. Nowadays, it was hard to find an animal whose bite force could rival Chen Chu's. Chen Chu began to slowly search along the coast. This stretch of coast was now his turf. All the sea blue essence belonged to him. Meanwhile, the slim dog had gathered several dozen animals. These were all survivors of the tsunami. Boss dog, did you really provoke that Tyrannosaurus Rex? Anyway, now you either follow me or follow him. That Tyrannosaurus Rex isn't easy to get along with. We'll stick with you. Good. This tsunami brought something that can instantly grant us evolution points. Let's stay far away from that Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let's gather it and distribute it later. We're all with you. The slim dog led the pack of animals toward a spot 5 kilometers away from Chen Chu to start collecting sea blue essence. Wow, what a huge ship. The slim dog's canine face showed surprise. It was a luxury cruise liner over 300 meters long. It too had been washed ashore by the tsunami. It was covered in seaweed and barnacles, looking somewhat dilapidated. Never mind the ship. Finding the stuff is what matters. The seawater had receded a bit more, but none of these animals had ever seen sea blue essence before. Then a village dog spotted a crab as big as a human head. The crab was holding a piece of sea blue essence in its pincer and scuttling sideways. Boss dog, is this what you mean? The slim dog saw it and said, that's it. Grab it. The village dog pounced, pinning the crab with a paw. Huh. Boss dog, there's a big lobster here carrying a crystal. I bit it to death. I've got one too. A big fish was holding it. The slim dog bared its teeth in excitement. Many hands make light work. In just a short while they had 5 pieces of sea blue essence. That was 500 evolution points. At this rate, he might even evolve to the next stage, mid-growth stage. Today, after killing a large crab, the village dog chased another crab, holding sea blue essence toward the cruise liner. Hey, even with 8 legs, can you outrun me? He raised his paw, about to strike. Splat. Suddenly, a tentacle over 10 meters long shot out from one of the cruise liner's windows. Splat. The village dog was instantly flattened into a pulp. Then the tentacle curled around the crab and retracted. The other animals were stunned. The slim dog's fur bristled in terror, sensing a massive threat. This threat was even greater than Chen Chu. How dare you steal my sea blue essence? You're asking for death. A huge voice boomed from inside the cruise liner. Run, yelled the slim dog, turning tail first. Splat. Splat. 4 tentacles shot out simultaneously. Each tentacle over 10 meters long was covered in dense suckers. Several animals were killed on the spot. The animals wrapped by tentacles pleaded desperately, don't kill us. Please. Squelch, squelch. A giant octopus squeezed out of the luxury cruise ship. 8 tentacles, each 10 meters long, covered with dense suckers, extremely terrifying. A round slimy head with a protruding mouth. It looked quite comical. You land animals dare to seize my ocean blue essence. Damn it. We can help you find it. Right? We have keen noses. The seawater has receded, and we are faster than those stinky fish and shrimps. Shiquan appeared again. The big octopus found this somewhat reasonable. Fine, then help me find it now. If anyone dares to keep it for themselves, I'll smash them to death. Slap. A tentacle slammed onto the ground, leaving a long trench. Countless crabs, small turtles, and other creatures emerged from the cruise ship. Together with the conquered land animals, they all became the big octopus's subordinates, searching for the ocean blue essence. Chen Chu paced alone along the shore. Whenever he found a piece of ocean blue essence, he swallowed it directly. Within an hour, his evolution value had risen to 9321200. The growth stage is divided into early, middle, and late phases. Thus, the 12000 evolution points can be split into 3 parts. Below 4000 points is the early phase. Above 4000 points and below 8000 points is the middle phase. Beyond 8000 points is the late phase. To evolve from early to middle phase, he still needed over 3000 evolution points. A crab carrying ocean blue essence. Perhaps that crab was also a transformed human. But once Chen Chu saw it, it became his. With a chomp, his evolution value instantly rose by 101 points. So many crabs. Were they all washed ashore by the tsunami? Rustling, a group of crabs retracted their protruding eyes upon seeing Chen Chu. Are you transformed humans? Only instinctual fear remained. It seemed these crabs were not transformed humans. But why were they collecting ocean blue essence? Could it be that they were following orders from a powerful animal? With a single stomp, a pile of crabs was crushed into pulp, providing Chen Chu with evolution points. Chen Chu headed east. Besides crabs, there were slow-moving lobsters and sluggishly crawling sea turtles. Squish, squish. They were all trampled to death, and the ocean blue essence they had found entered his stomach. The evolution value soared rapidly. It had reached 155012000. Boss Octopus. Shiquan came running over, panting heavily. Slacking off. Believe me, I'll smash you to death. Shiquan lowered his head with his tail between his legs. A Tyrannosaurus Rex has trampled many sea turtles and crabs and stolen the ocean blue essence meant for you. Slap, slap. The octopus's tentacles flailed wildly. What? Clearly he was furious. Originally, he had been a worker on a luxury cruise ship. After the global beast transformation, because he had eaten a giant octopus, he became huge from the start. Jumping into the sea, he avoided the brutal slaughter on the cruise ship. He simply preyed on fish and shrimp in the sea. He discovered that after preying on fish and shrimp, his evolution value increased rapidly. In the sea, fish and shrimp were abundant. One touch yielded a whole bunch. He smoothly advanced from juvenile stage to growth stage. After boarding the luxury cruise ship, he killed all the animals that had been transformed from humans. Then he took up residence on the cruise ship, until a tsunami struck the North Sea, washing the cruise ship to Beihai City. After a brief fainting spell, he woke up to find a piece of ocean blue essence beside him. The faint blue glow seemed to have a special allure. He ate it, and his evolution value instantly rose by 100 points. Thus he used his talent to command low-intelligence animals to search for it. This was an opportunity given by heaven. Arriving at Beihai City from the sea, he was destined to dominate this place. Where is that dinosaur? I can lure him here. Shi Quan ran in the direction of Chen Chu. He had killed the person who knew his sister's whereabouts, so Chen Chu would never let him go. Now that a giant octopus had appeared, if the two fought each other, wouldn't he be the one to benefit? Shi Quan praised his own clever mind. Chen Chu spotted the black Shi Quan. You stupid dog, you dare show your face before me. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Shi Quan turned and ran. He was baiting, knowing Chen Chu would chase him. Chen Chu's speed had increased to 30 kilometers per hour, but he still couldn't catch Shi Quan. He thought if he ate Shi Quan as well with the derived talent, his speed would surely increase. Shi Quan stopped running when he reached the luxury cruise ship. Chen Chu also stopped because many animals were gathered here, both land animals and sea creatures. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Why stop running? Shi Quan grinned. It's you who should be running. What? Planning to use these rabble to scratch me to death? Whoosh. A tentacle shot out from underground, wrapping around Chen Chu's left leg. What is that? Thud. His massive body was directly pulled down. Puff puff. A large blob of black ink sprayed from the big octopus's mouth, compressed by its beak into a black mist. The black mist enveloped the area, making Chen Chu unable to see anything. He opened his mouth to bite the tentacle wrapped around him, but it had already withdrawn. Slap slap. Two tentacles lashed across Chen Chu's back like whips. The pain was excruciating. Chen Chu stood up, staring into the surrounding black mist. The crocodile armor on his body had bulged in patches like rocks. An octopus. Very strong. My 15-ton defense still feels intense pain. Little dinosaur. I am the overlord here. Everything is mine. If you dare to take, you die. Whoosh whoosh. Two tentacles shot out directly from behind Chen Chu. He spun around, his tail smashing into one tentacle. Then his tail was ensnared by the tentacle. Bite you to death. Chen Chu clamped his jaws onto another tentacle. Ouched. With 14 tons of bite force, couldn't he bite off a single tentacle? The big octopus had one tentacle bitten off, and the pain infuriated him. Don't you know I have 8 tentacles? Today I'll choke you to death. Gulp. Chen Chu swallowed the half tentacle directly into his stomach. Under the derivative talent, a new attribute appeared on his panel. Flexibility 5. 8 tentacles. Then I'll bite them all off. The big octopus burst out from underground, all tentacles moving together. It lashed wildly at Chen Chu with a flurry of strikes. Chen Chu withstood the assault thanks to his rock-like crocodile armor. The big octopus was shocked. Impossible. Ordinary animals, under the frenzied whipping of all his tentacles, would have been turned into mincemeat enough to make dumplings. This Tyrannosaurus Rex had actually endured it. The giant octopus's eyes turned chillingly cold. Behold my innate ultimate skill. 8 tentacle strangle. 7 intact tentacles along with the one bitten in half surged toward Chen Chu simultaneously. This was clearly an attempt to envelop him completely. Chen Chu pushed his speed to the maximum. He still could not determine whether this octopus was at the mid-stage or late stage of its growth. An innate ultimate skill would naturally be the strongest. Thump thump thump. A series of massive footprints appeared on the ground as Chen Chu darted out from the encirclement of 8 tentacles. Where do you think you're going? Chen Chu turned his head and realized that after his flexibility increased by 5 points, he could now rotate his head a full 120 degrees. You may be formidable in the sea, but on land you will never catch me. The giant octopus puffed with anger, its body undulating slowly. His strength could only reach its fullest potential in water. Chen Chu was now more than 20 meters away beyond the octopus's attack range. After all, the giant octopus's tentacle reach was only 10 meters. On the other side, the slender dog felt a growing sense of unease upon witnessing this. He had hoped Chen Chu and the giant octopus would destroy each other. He never expected Chen Chu would actually flee. Stupid dog. Where are you going? The slender dog darted around in a flash and positioned itself behind the giant octopus. You're just a foolish dinosaur. I'm right here with the boss. What can you possibly do about it? The giant octopus lurched forward and extended a tentacle in a menacing curve. Got the courage to come at me. I got the courage to chase me then. The octopus could not match its speed and lashed out its tentacles wildly in frustration. At that moment, the two sides entered a grueling stalemate. The giant octopus still demanded surrounding creatures gather the sea blue essence for it. Chen Chu remained at a distance of over 20 meters, watching it like a tiger lurking in wait. The giant octopus slowly undulated its body, chasing Chen Chu into Beihai City. The former central city, after being devastated by the tsunami, had become nothing but ruins. Bloated corpses lay scattered everywhere. In the sky, a flock of crows circled alongside numerous scavenging birds. Chen Chu leaned against a tilted building to rest. After a full day of stalemate, his physical strength was severely depleted. Creak, creak. Suddenly a sound came from atop the building. I wonder where you'll escape to now. Damn it. How could you even find me? Without a doubt it was that stupid dog with its keen sense of smell who had tracked him down. Massive tentacles wrapped around the entire building. Under the crushing force the staircases cracked and split apart. Rumble rumble. The building toppled directly toward Chen Chu. Crocodilian armor flared across his body as he forcefully carved out a path. Where do you think you're running? Creak creak. The two fallen tower cranes nearby were seized by the giant octopus with two tentacles and hurled directly ahead of Chen Chu. Chen Chu came to an abrupt stop. Thud thud. The two cranes slammed into the ground, blocking his path. You think these will stop me? Crack. The giant octopus wrapped one tentacle around another building and swung it forward. The structurally unsound building could hardly withstand the octopus's tremendous force. It collapsed mid-swing. Massive chunks of rubble cascaded down, burying half of the giant octopus's body beneath the debris. All those who follow that stupid dog are fools. Chen Chu turned to face the threat. Slap slap. Two tentacles burst directly from the ruins and wrapped around Chen Chu's legs. I'll bite you to death. Swish swish. Two more tentacles appeared and wrapped around Chen Chu's neck. Huh. I have reached the late growth stage. Once I have you entangled, escape is impossible. The two tentacles binding Chen Chu's legs pulled in opposite directions while the two around his neck pulled forward. This was clearly an attempt to tear him apart limb from limb. Fools. Chen Chu's pair of forelimbs on his chest finally proved their worth. Three sharp claws pierced straight through both tentacles. The giant octopus roared in pain. Its severely regressed Tyrannosaurus-like forelimbs surprisingly possessed such power. Two more tentacles came to wrap around Chen Chu's claws, but it was already too late. His sharp fingers pierced through and gripped tightly. Chen Chu lowered his head and bit clean through. You taste terribly fishy. Two additional tentacles whipped toward him at that moment. Chen Chu pressed his advantage, relentlessly slashing wildly with both claws. Soft-bodied creatures like octopuses and cuttlefish with their high flexibility are most vulnerable to sharp objects. The giant octopus's tentacles were already drenched in blood. Come here. The tentacles wrapping Chen Chu's legs exerted force together. Chen Chu's body was suddenly thrown backward. Ryup. Chen Chu's body was dragged across the ground toward the giant octopus. 8 tentacle strangle. All of its tentacles moved in unison. This time it was determined to crush Chen Chu to death. As expected of something that had reached the late growth stage, the power was enormous. Each tentacle's dragging force exceeded 10 tons. The maximum force of the 8 tentacle strangle approached 40 tons. If Chen Chu were caught in it, there would be only one outcome: death. Chen Chu desperately rolled his body sideways and bit down hard on an overturned tank. This was a heavy tank weighing 30 tons. The giant octopus encountered tremendous resistance. You really think this will save you? If you will not come to me, then I will come to you. The tentacles pulled with great force, dragging the octopus's body through the rubble toward Chen Chu. Chen Chu felt the immense pulling force behind him, yet he smiled within. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. If this were at sea, Chen Chu would have absolutely no chance against the giant octopus. Unfortunately, this was on land. Even though it had reached the late growth stage, combat strength cannot be simply generalized by evolutionary phase alone. Species' innate talent environment. The giant octopus grinned sinisterly and slowly undulated behind Chen Chu. You are done for. Not necessarily. Chen Chu's tail lashed out fiercely. The giant octopus extended a tentacle and wrapped around it, immobilizing it. The remaining tentacles are more than enough to strangle you to death. For tentacles slowly coiled around Chen Chu's body, then tightened around his chest and abdomen. Immense compressive force pressed down upon him. Chen Chu released his bite. It's time. Splatter splat. The giant octopus's eyes bulged wide in shock as it saw a mass of dark excrement rain down upon its head, face, and even into its mouth. F. How disgusting. You bastard. Chen Chu looked thoroughly relieved. Expelling toxins leaves one feeling light and refreshed. It had been a whole day and he had not had a proper bowel movement. The moment he had bitten the tank and the octopus began shuffling toward him, the plan came to mind. The giant octopus could never have imagined that Chen Chu would resort to such despicable tactics. That was over 30 caddies of excrement. To make matters worse, it had used its tentacles to pin his tail down face first toward the dinosaur's rear. Under the pressure of its own tentacles, Chen Chu's excrement shot out even more violently and farther. Since the giant octopus had once been human, being splattered everywhere naturally filled it with unbearable disgust. It began rubbing its tentacles against its body, attempting to wipe away the 30-plus caddies of excrement. It was at this very moment that Chen Chu seized his opportunity. Chen Chu released his grip, spun around, and bit through the tentacles wrapping his legs in quick succession. The giant octopus shuddered uncontrollably from the pain. Despite being far stronger than him, it had been toyed with the entire time. You must die. Haha, you've got 8 tentacles and 5 are already wounded. What do you have left to fight with? Chen Chu, armored in crocodilian scales, charged straight at it. Then I'll wrap up your mouth. The power of one tentacle cannot match my bite force. A tentacle coiled toward Chen Chu's mouth. But to Chen Chu, this was simply delivering itself to him. He clamped his jaws down and chewed it raw, swallowing it whole. With powerful stomps, he crushed 2 more tentacles flat against the ground, reducing them to pulp. A foul black mist erupted from the octopus's mouth. It's pointless. You're right in front of me. Where could you possibly run? Please no. With a sickening crunch, Chen Chu's jaws closed around half the octopus's head. Evolution points 1950120000. Oh, killing a late-stage creature actually yields 400 evolution points. Killing early-stage creatures grants 100 points, mid-stage ones 200. Clearly higher-level animals yield more evolution points. Hidden nearby, the slender dog watched with simmering resentment. Damn it. This trash claims to be late-stage. It can't even defeat an early-stage Tyrannosaur. Boss dog, maybe we should just submit to the T-Rex. Bullshit. That Tyrannosaur wants nothing more than to devour me. There's no chance of reconciliation between us. Let's leave this place. We've already gained something from this anyway. The slender dog slipped away with a few other animals completely unnoticed by Chen Chu. Meanwhile, Chen Chu devoured half the octopus's tentacle. A single tentacle measured 10 meters in length. Half of it was 5 meters. This represented the maximum amount Chen Chu had ever consumed in one sitting. After letting out a satisfied burp, he noticed his stats had increased again. Flexibility 10. Are you kidding me? After eating all that, it only went from 5 to 10. He stretched his limbs and discovered he could perform more movements now. For instance, he could now use the tip of his tail to clean meat fragments from between his teeth. With a mere thought, the crocodilian armor covering his body gradually dissolved until he appeared as an ordinary Tyrannosaurus rex. Taking long strides, he headed toward the coastline. Over the next 3 days, Chen Chu searched the area around the shore for sea blue essence. Now he was the undisputed overlord of all Beihai City. Not a single animal dared to act recklessly in his presence. The crows and vultures circling overhead could only let out frustrated cries after spotting him. All 20 pieces of sea blue essence had been collected by Chen Chu. His evolution points had already surged to 39501200. He was only slightly short of reaching the mid-growth stage. The only regret Chen Chu had was that over these 3 days he had eaten nothing but giant octopus tentacles each day. However, his flexibility had plateaued at 15 points and wouldn't increase further. What a pity. I thought if I ate all of him, my body might become just as flexible as his. Now, thanks to his derived talent, Chen Chu could make his body as soft or as hard as he wished. Buzzing sounds echoed from above, and Chen Chu suddenly looked up. Several aircraft appeared in the sky overhead, dropping something toward the ground below. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, followed by towering flames shooting into the sky. Even Chen Chu was startled. Incendiary bombs. Boom. Boom. Flames erupted across various parts of Beihai City. It was already the 4th day since the tsunami struck. The military forces stationed here and the civilians who hadn't managed to escape had all perished. Beihai City had become a rotting wasteland, the stench of decay choking the air. Once they confirmed no survivors remained in the city, they began burning it to the ground. The primary purpose was to incinerate the decaying corpses to prevent outbreaks of plague or worse. Beihai City was already ruined anyway, being erased from the map entirely. A barrage of incendiary bombs rained down from the sky, completely sealing off the entire northern coastline. Chen Chu paced back and forth, cursing furiously. Damn it. I haven't even finished collecting the sea blue essence, and you're setting fires. If he could fly, he would have shot down those aircraft immediately. But with the city engulfed in flames, he had no choice but to retreat for now. The fires ravaging Beihai City burned for 3 days and 3 nights. When Chen Chu returned to the northern coast, he couldn't find so much as a single fragment of sea blue essence. Not even a trace remained. How detestable. Chen Chu lay down and closed his eyes to rest. The fire had just been extinguished, yet the ground still radiated warmth, like underfloor heating, comfortable to lie upon. Perhaps because he was a hybrid species. Not only did he possess the crocodilian armor of a true alligator turtle, but he also had excellent swimming ability and starvation resistance. He hadn't eaten in 3 days, and yet felt no hunger at all. A single tear streamed from his tightly shut eyes. Chen Chu was longing for his younger sister. After the tsunami, he had no idea where she had gone. The world was vast. Where could he possibly search? Thwack! His tail swept across the ground, carving a deep furrow. It's all because of you, you stupid dog. When I encounter you again, I'll devour you until not a single hair remains. That evening, Chen Chu headed south. It had been a week since the tsunami. It was time to find out what the current situation was. Entering the southern mountain ranges, he occasionally spotted charred arms and legs scattered about, remains dragged out by starving animals from within Beihai City. However, he didn't spot a single animal, likely scared off by his presence. Beyond the mountains lay a small town nestled at the foothills. This town was the most well-preserved place Chen Chu had encountered along the way. Moreover, there were numerous people walking along the streets, and all the shops were open for business. What's going on here? In these turbulent times, such a place actually still existed. Why hadn't the townspeople fled to the central city? Hey, have you seen enough? Chen Chu abruptly turned his head toward a sturdy tree. A vividly colored face came into view. A mandrill. The mandrill was the largest species of monkey with a robust build and body length ranging from 61 to 76 centimeters. The mandrill perched on a tree branch, dressed in a police uniform with a cowboy hat on its head and 2 pistols holstered at its waist. Chen Chu smiled. He didn't believe this mandrill posed any threat to him. The mandrill stood up, but it was not even as big as one of Chen Chu's toes. Since when did monkeys become police officers? The mandrill seemed provoked by Chen Chu's words and swiftly grabbed the 2 pistols from his waist. With its small claws holding 2 pistols, it looked as ridiculous as a 6-year-old child holding guns. Ha ha ha. Chen Chu laughed heartily. It had been a long time since he felt so amused. If you laugh again, I'll blow out your eyes. I'm the town's famous sharpshooter. Chen Chu stopped laughing, not because he was afraid. He just didn't want to attract other animals. Don't be so aggressive. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Why, oi? Because I maintain the town's order. Many animals have died under my twin guns. It seemed this town was well maintained. Survivors were living normally with animals helping to maintain order. Suddenly it struck him. He had almost forgotten. It had been over a month since the universal animalization began. A new decree had been issued advocating harmony among all animals after the first great cataclysm. Before the second great cataclysm erupted, many places had implemented this decree with good results. He hadn't expected to encounter a town so well maintained. The reason animals get along so well with humans after animalization is because of the new decree, right? You know quite a bit. Chen Chu lay down directly on the ground. Don't worry, I won't do anything to the town. I'm just tired from traveling and need to rest for a while. The mandrill bared its teeth. It wanted to shoot Chen Chu but feared that if it couldn't kill him, he would go berserk. A dinosaur of such size, what damage would it cause if it ran amok? Chirp chirp. A walkie-talkie clipped to the mandrill's chest buzzed. A large number of animals have suddenly emerged from the forest behind the town. They're wild. What? How many? A lot. Come help. The mandrill glanced at Chen Chu, who had closed his eyes to rest. I'll be there right away. Chen Chu had heard the words. Many wild animals had emerged from the forest. After the universal animalization, many humans had turned into animals. After the Great Cataclysm, many wild animals also had the opportunity to obtain evolutionary artifacts like the ocean blue essence. Moreover, several strange and wondrous places would suddenly appear where wild animals could accelerate their evolution. Before the second Great Cataclysm, some wild animals had already gained considerable intelligence. Compared to animals that had transformed from humans, they were only short of the ability to speak. The wild nature of the animals along with the territorial instincts of the more powerful ones now manifested, and they began attacking the surviving humans. Bang bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Chen Chu could hear the sound of gunfire from far away. They had already started fighting, but it had nothing to do with him. 2 hours passed, and the sounds gradually faded. It seemed the wild animals had been repelled. After resting for a while, the sky grew light. For some reason, after the universal animalization, the air felt much fresher, and the sky appeared a clear blue. Smog was almost nowhere to be seen. Brother, slow down. A little girl's childish voice rang out. Ahead, a 10-year-old child climbed up using all 4 limbs like a little bandit. Sister, hurry up. The brother, after climbing up, reached out and pulled his sister up as well. Brother, when did this wall appear here? The little girl said, looking at Chen Chu lying on the ground. A wall. Is it this color? The brother didn't realize Chen Chu's true form either. Chen Chu was expressionless, but upon hearing the little girl's voice, he felt his heart melt, because it reminded him of his own sister. To avoid scaring her, Chen Chu remained completely still. Brother, look, Grandpa Chen gave me a piece of cream cake. The brother sniffed, then proudly pulled a sausage from his pocket. Sister, look what this is. Your favorite sausage. Wow, it really is. The little girl's face lit up with excitement, but then fell. But the adults said we are strictly forbidden to eat meat. If you don't eat meat, won't you be malnourished? Come, I'll share half with you. Hearing this, Chen Chu, who had been motionless, felt his heart instantly tighten. He shouted anxiously in his mind, don't eat. Don't eat. If you eat it, you'll turn into 2 pigs. The adults said that eating meat will turn you into an animal. Look at Uncle Monkey, Uncle Ox. They all turned into animals. Look, this sausage has a lion drawn on it. If we really turn into animals, then we'll become majestic lions. Then we can guard the town like Uncle Monkey. What a naive thought. The Wang's sausage had a lion picture on it, but that didn't mean they were eating lion meat. The brother had already twisted the sausage into 2 halves. The little girl stared at the exposed pink sausage meat, swallowing repeatedly. It had been over a month since they last ate meat. How could a child resist seeing it again? So the little girl reached out to take it. No, I must stop these 2 children, Chen Chu thought. But at that moment, a sudden burst of killing intent erupted. A black panther sprang out from the end of Chen Chu's tail, its target the little girl. Roar. With a roar, sharp claws as bright as mercury extended from its black paws. Both children were frozen with fear. With a crack, a tail swiftly lashed out, and the black panther flew horizontally to the right at twice the speed it had charged. Boom. After crashing into a tree, it fell to the ground without a sound. It had been killed outright by a single tail swipe from Chen Chu. The brother turned around in terror, the massive tail, like a giant python, horrifying him. He stepped back a few paces and took in Chen Chu's full form. A monster. With a rustling sound, Chen Chu rose, revealing his 6-meter height to the sibling pair. Plop, plop. The 2 sausages they were holding fell to the ground. Oh my God, a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The brother's hair stood on end. He's so much bigger than Captain Gorilla. The little girl's bright, clear eyes widened. Go now, and remember, don't eat meat. Chen Chu's voice was thunderous, deep, and commanding. The little girl did not leave. Instead, she held up her cream cake with both hands and looked up at Chen Chu. The adults say that animals that save people are good animals. You and Captain Gorilla and Uncle Monkey are colleagues, right? You're also animals guarding our peaceful town. The brother's face was fervent. Captain Gorilla was right. He really isn't the strongest in town. The strongest must be the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Two little children, upon witnessing his formidable and terrifying appearance, were not frightened at all. Chen Chu was unaware that they had always lived in the town, because the mandrill along with creatures like it had been protecting them. Thus in their minds, any animal that protected them and could speak was a good person turned into a good animal. Chen Chu killed the wild black panther with a single swipe of his tail, further solidifying this belief in their young hearts. The older brother picked up the sausage from the ground, saying, "It's okay, I didn't lose it. Tyrannosaurus Rex, let me treat you to a sausage." He then handed the other half to his sister. Chen Chu said, "You can't eat meat." "Why? If you eat meat, you'll turn into an animal. Then I'll become a lion. This ham of yours is made of pork. If you eat it, you'll turn into a pig." The little sister immediately threw the ham away. I don't want to become a pig." The older brother felt a chill of fear. If that black panther hadn't appeared, they might have eaten the ham and turned into pigs. Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Thank you. Can I touch you?" Chen Chu lay down on the ground. It wouldn't cause him any harm anyway. The older brother was ecstatic. He was a dinosaur fanatic, and today he had encountered a real dinosaur, the apex predator Tyrannosaurus Rex. Two small hands cautiously stroked Chen Chu's body, especially when they touched the scars on his hide. They became even more careful. Their little faces showed concern. "You've been hurt so many times for us." Chen Chu chuckled inwardly. He hadn't been injured because of them. The little sister, holding a cream cake in both hands, walked up to Chen Chu. "Tyrannosaurus Rex, this is my favorite cream cake. You've been hurt so much for us, so please eat it." The fragrance of cream drifted into Chen Chu's nostrils. He hadn't tasted anything like this in a long time. He opened his mouth and extended his tongue. The little sister, seeing Chen Chu's cavernous jaws that could swallow a car, instinctively stepped back 2 paces. His tongue curled, and the cream cake entered his mouth. Delicious. Much better than raw meat. "Tyrannosaurus Rex, how do you brush your teeth?" The little sister asked curiously. "I don't brush. You have so much grime on your teeth." Just then shouts came from below. "Yu Xiaoshan, where are you?" "Oh no. It's Second Master," the older brother said, taking his sister's hand. "Tyrannosaurus Rex, we have to go back now. Otherwise, if Second Master finds out we've been running around, he'll spank me." Chen Chu didn't respond. He wasn't worried that the children would tell others about his presence. He wouldn't be staying here long anyway. He licked his teeth with his tongue. Is there really that much grime? Ping'an Town was a small town that had existed for over 100 years. For a century, it had never suffered any disasters. Even after the universal beastification, it still maintained harmony between humans and animals. At that moment, the town's clinic was bustling. The mandrill was carried in on a stretcher, one arm bleeding profusely. It looked like a wound from a fierce beast. A yellow ox had broken one of its left horns, and a nurse was bandaging it. Many other injured animals were receiving attentive care. "Captain Gorilla, you should rest now. You can't run around." A doctor rushed out of the clinic. A 2.5-meter tall black gorilla with a bandaged arm had already run out. The wound on his chest was still uncovered. "Enough. Stop bothering me. Take care of the others first. The wild beasts in the forest have gone mad. Last night's attack was probably just a probe. They'll come again. I need to strengthen the patrols." "Captain Gorilla, I need to talk to you," said the mandrill, stopping him. "Look at yourself. Go get treated first." "Wait. Don't go, Captain. It's really serious. The most serious thing is to treat your injuries. Otherwise, Ping'an Town will lose a sharpshooter." The mandrill was pinned down by 2 people and forcibly carried into the clinic. Captain Gorilla picked up a stack of cigarettes, a bundle of individual cigarettes wrapped together. "Huff. Damn it, I wonder when those wild beasts will launch a full-scale assault." Evening. Chen Chu had fully recovered his strength. It was time to leave, but he didn't know which direction to go. Just then Yu and Xiaoshan arrived. Xiaoshan was carrying a small bucket of water. Yu held a toothbrush and a tube of toothpaste. "Why are you here again?" "Tyrannosaurus Rex, we've come to brush your teeth." Alright, I'll brush my teeth before I leave." He lay down again. Somehow, seeing the adorable Yu always reminded him of the times he spent with his little sister in childhood. "This toothbrush is clean. Your teeth are too big. Normal toothbrushes are too small." Yu squeezed toothpaste onto the brush, dipped it in the water, and stood on tiptoe to brush Chen Chu's teeth. 60 teeth, each one brushed meticulously. The long-lost taste of toothpaste once again reached Chen Chu. When he was human, he brushed 3 times a day. After beastification, when did he ever bother with brushing? He didn't even have the conditions to brush. Today the town's guard force repelled an attack by wild animals. Second Master said we'll have pancakes for dinner tonight. "Tyrannosaurus Rex, don't leave. I'll sneak you a pancake tonight," said little Yu earnestly while brushing. Xiaoshan lifted the bucket. "I'll bring you one too." Gurgle. Chen Chu's stomach suddenly growled as loud as thunder. Xiaoshan and Yu exchanged glances and burst into cheerful laughter. "Tyrannosaurus Rex is really hungry. Ha ha ha." Seeing them laugh, Chen Chu laughed too. The laughter caused white foam from his teeth to spray onto Yu's clothes and face. They laughed even harder. An hour later, they finally finished brushing Chen Chu's teeth. Chen Chu looked at the sky. Maybe I'll wait until after I eat the pancakes then hit the road under cover of night. The sky gradually darkened. The people of Ping'an Town began to prepare dinner. After the universal beastification, there was no more meat. For those who still wanted to remain human, all meat was forbidden. The guard force began their patrols. The mandrill also came out of the clinic. The first thing he did was find Captain Gorilla, who was guarding the rear of the town. Why are you here? You could take 2 days off. We have enough hands now. Aren't you also nursing a wounded arm? Captain Gorilla flexed his arm. With a crack, he snapped the bandage. My recovery is stronger than yours. Captain, I came to tell you something very important. Boom, boom. At that moment, a tremendous noise suddenly erupted from the forest. Captain Gorilla directly raised his hand and grasped a large blade that had been stuck in the ground. His brow furrowed with gravity. It seems something important is about to happen. Roar. A mighty roar full of authority shook the mountains and forests. Flutter, flutter. Countless birds burst from the forest, forming a dark oppressive mass in the sky. If Captain Gorilla had a human face, it would surely have turned pale by now. Birds. It seems tonight will be tough. Everyone prepare for battle. In Ping'an Town, Yu and Xiaoshan sat at the dining table. An old man with a slightly hunched figure was making pancakes. Another piping hot pancake came out of the pan, was placed on a plate, and carried to the table. Come, you two eat first. I'll go make more. Yu and Xiaoshan exchanged a glance, then smiled at each other. They each took a plastic bag from their pockets and put all the pancakes inside. Wiping his greasy hand across his mouth, he said, "We're done." Second master turned around, his face showing astonishment. This finished so quickly. There had been 4 pancakes on that plate, but seeing the children's mouths and hands covered in oil, it didn't seem fake. Your pancakes are so delicious. Even if they're delicious, you should eat slowly. Eating so hastily might cause indigestion. Get up and walk around to digest. The two slipped out in a flash. From behind came second master's shout, "Slow down. Don't run, you'll get a stomachache." He continued making pancakes when a walkie-talkie placed in the house suddenly sounded. Everyone prepare for battle. Second master's face changed in alarm. He threw down the spatula and ran toward the door. He couldn't let anything happen to those 2 children. Yu and Xiaoshan skipped along. Let's go bring pancakes to the T-Rex. A cold wind blew, making Xiaoshan shiver. He couldn't help looking up at the sky. Why is it so cold? At this sight, he was startled. A vast dark mass of birds was actually flying toward the town. Sister, run. Flutter, flutter. Countless birds of all kinds, many of them larger than a human, were coming. The two ran swiftly. Among the birds, a goshawk with a wingspan of 5 meters swooped down, its powerful talons gripping Yu's shoulders and lifting her into the air. Sister, sister. Xiaoshan chased after her with all his might, one hand clutching the plastic bag of pancakes. But how could a child's speed match that of a goshawk? Xiaoshan, Yu. Second master's voice came from behind Xiaoshan. But at this moment, he dared not advance a single step. A large number of birds had already swooped down. The windows of nearby houses shattered with a clatter. Smashing through the glass, they charged straight into the residents' homes. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out. A golden monkey holding a loudspeaker shouted, "Everyone hide. Don't come out." Bang, bang, bang. Behind the golden monkey, the others were also combatants. The guns in their hands were varied, either muskets, blunderbusses, or aged hunting rifles. Chen Chu stood up and looked downward. What's happening in the town now? His position was a kilometer away from the forest behind Ping'an Town. None of those animals had come to his side. This world is really unstable. I just wanted to eat some pancakes and leave. Chen Chu smiled bitterly. T-Rex. Someone was calling him. Chen Chu spotted Xiaoshan's figure below. He strode down and reached him in a few steps. Why did you come running over here? Xiaoshan took out the pancakes from the plastic bag. When my sister and I were bringing you pancakes, she was suddenly grabbed by a huge eagle. The plastic bag was still steaming. These 2 children had actually brought him pancakes despite such danger. Where was she taken? Flew that way. Xiaoshan pointed south. Chen Chu grinned, his 60 sharp teeth glinting with cold light. He scraped the ground with his left foot, creating a large pit. Hide here, don't move. I'll go find her. Xiaoshan had unconditional faith in Chen Chu. After hiding in the pit, he covered it with many leaves to conceal himself. Chen Chu also urinated around the area. The scent would surely deter any wild beasts from approaching. He burst forward at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, heading straight for the town. Behind him, Captain Gorilla swung his blade wildly. Something's off. Why are all the animals coming out so weak? The corpses around Captain Gorilla and the mandrill already numbered over 100. Wildcats' hairs, and the strongest among them was just a juvenile boar. Hey, how's the town? The mandrill asked. Over there it was chaotic, mixed with bird cries and gunfire. Too many birds, it's a mess. Can't kill them all. Captain, bad news. A large number of animals are sneaking in from the south, heading for the farm. What a... Captain Gorilla and the mandrill were both shocked. The farm in Ping'an Town was the most important place, since the universal beastification meat had become a forbidden item. All the farm chickens, ducks, fish, etc. were sent to one place, to feed those who had already transformed into animals. In other words, the farm was the food production base for Captain Gorilla and his people. Damn it. When did these wild animals become so clever? Captain Gorilla cursed angrily. All combatants head to the farm immediately. Ping'an Town was a small town. Even so, it had a population of about 10,000. Excluding those who had beastified, there were still 4 to 5,000 people. Among them, many had been farmers. The number of chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, etc. added up to hundreds of thousands. Killing an animal could grant evolution points, but they only treated it as part of their daily meals and did not deliberately kill more. After several clashes with the wild animals in the forest, the enemy had actually set its sights on the farm. If a ferocious beast charged in and killed all those animals, the consequences would be disastrous. They could all evolve into mature forms. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Chu's massive figure appeared in Ping'an Town. The birds, upon seeing him, flapped their wings and fled. Chen Chu couldn't fly, so he couldn't bite them to death and gain evolution points. The guards were greatly shocked upon seeing Chen Chu. 8 guns were already aimed at him. You're the leader of those wild animals in the forest. The golden monkey held a hunting rifle, looking somewhat comical. I'm just a passerby. You can talk. No wonder the wild animals in the forest were all going crazy. So it's because you scared them. Idiot. Don't block me. I need to find someone. You're just a passerby. What person could you possibly know here? Chen Chu was blocked. He somewhat regretted not bringing Xiaoshan here. The golden monkey picked up the walkie-talkie. Captain, we've got a situation here. The farm can't be reached for now. Chen Chu let out a thunderous roar. A massive gust of air erupted from his mouth, sending the hats off the 2 people behind him flying. When had ordinary people ever witnessed a Tyrannosaurus Rex in a rage? One of them soiled himself right there. Don't push me. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Captain Xingxing's fur bristled upon hearing Chen Chu's roar. What's going on? Captain, this is exactly what I wanted to report. A Tyrannosaurus Rex has appeared in our town, said Shanxiao. A T-Rex? Why are you only telling me now? Shanxiao had a hard time explaining. He had wanted to report this long ago, but nobody would listen. Jinsaho, is he friend or foe? Not sure. He says he's looking for someone. Captain Xingxing thought for a moment. Hold him off for now. We'll deal with the farm situation first. When the other party refused to move aside, Chen Chu felt the urge to charge through. The golden monkey spotted this and called out, "Take positions." It's useless. His thick legs surged forward as crocodilian armor plates materialized across his body. Fire. Bang. 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 Muzzles flared from firearms of various types. Every bullet struck Chen Chu's body, yet all were repelled by his hardened crocodilian armor. After entering the early growth phase, the armor's defense could withstand impacts of up to 15 tons. An AK bullet carries merely 1,900 to 3,300 joules of energy. 1,000 joules equals 1 ton. How could these makeshift firearms harm Chen Chu? Voila. The horde of humans and beasts were swept aside by his charge. The golden monkey rose from the ground, watching the direction Chen Chu had charged toward. Captain, it's bad. He's heading straight for the farm. Captain Xingxing's heart grew frantic. Shanxiao, drive that pickup. A pickup truck was parked by the roadside. Captain Xingxing was too large to fit inside, so this task fell to Shanxiao. The captain rode in the truck bed. His mind was in turmoil. Regardless of whether the Tyrannosaurus Rex was friend or foe, if it went to the farm, it would become an enemy. In this era of universal beast transformation, killing was the path to evolutionary power. Tens of thousands of animals lived within that farm. No outsider could resist such temptation. At the southernmost edge of Ping'an Town, there was once a plot of land zoned for construction after the new year. But the disaster had put those plans on hold. Following the universal beast transformation, the townsfolk of Ping'an gathered all their livestock into one place. This became Ping'an Town's largest animal sanctuary. Chickens, ducks, pigs, dogs, sheep, and cattle, all present in abundance. Around the periphery, dark shapes of animals kept watch. These were humans who had undergone beast transformation. Boom. From a watchtower at the southwest corner of the farm, an iron barrel filled with gasoline and explosives was launched. After the deafening explosion, many beasts let out agonized shrieks. A wild boar standing 5 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long rolled across the ground, extinguishing the flames on its body before letting out a mighty roar and charging into the farm. Behind him, several more massive wild boars followed in his wake. Old ox, this is your assignment. Moo. Leave it to us. Yellow cattle, Spanish beef breeds, dairy cows, Simmental cattle. These were once devoted beef enthusiasts who had transformed into bovines. Through cooperation with humanity, they wore armor forged from steel. Those with horns too short or blunt donned specially crafted steel helmets fitted with curved black and razor-sharp horns. Like a squadron of steel cavalry, they charged toward the pack of over 20 wild boars. Bang, bang, bang. The collision between them sent chills down spines. Wild boars roared as horn tips pierced through their skulls. The transformed cattle also bellowed in agony as the boar's sharp tusks had somehow breached their armor. Internal organs were exposed. A whoa! A commanding roar echoed from behind the wild boar pack. Thud! Thud! Craters suddenly appeared beneath the cattle's hooves. Hooves plunged into the craters, throwing the cattle off balance as they toppled one by one. An endless tide of rats surged from the holes like black spring water, crawling over the fallen bovines. Good heavens! So many rats! It hurts to death. I've been bitten by rats. Damn it! They actually deployed rats to dig tunnels. Cattle herd withdraw, used gasoline bombs to burn those rats. But it was already too late. A vast flock of birds descended from the sky like a dark cloud sweeping over Ping'an town. A massive red-bellied eagle dove downward, its razor-sharp talons gripping a fallen cemental cow as it ascended into the sky. At over 20 meters high, it released its grip. The cemental cow plummeted to its death with a mournful cry. Within seconds, the rest of the herd fell from the sky, like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Tiger Commander, what should we do? A northeast tiger bared its fangs. Have all watchtowers open fire. Bring down those birds. Among these birds, many were of enormous size. If they broke through into the farm area and overturned the roof, the domesticated animals inside would be doomed. Surrounding the farm, a moat had been dug like a medieval castle's defensive ditch. Fish were raised within its waters. They feared rat tunnels, but not the intrusion of flying beasts. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Boom, boom, boom. Every watchtower unleashed a barrage of gunfire casings flying through the air. One bird after another fell from the sky. The dense gunfire had reached Chen Chu's ears. He followed behind the flock of birds, but could not spot Yu anywhere. Could she have fallen already? Chen Chu began scanning the surrounding taller structures. After advancing 300 meters atop a two-story restaurant, he spotted a group of small gray falcons with half-meter wingspans huddled together. At this moment, the birds were all flying south, so why were they clustered here? As he drew closer, he heard cries for help. Go away. Don't bite me. You can't have what I'm carrying. Humph. 2 streams of white vapor exhaled from Chen Chu's nostrils. Standing at 6 meters tall, he could reach 8 meters when fully upright. He clearly saw Yu surrounded by the flock of small falcons. Her clothes were torn and tattered, her arms and face covered in scratches from eagle talons and beaks. Yet she still fiercely protected a red plastic bag against her chest. Chen Chu could even detect the faint scent of freshly baked flatbread. Roar! Upon his thunderous bellow, the little falcons finally relented and departed from Yu. They perched nearby, watching her with predatory eyes. Won't you leave? Do you really think I can't eat you? After seeing the wounds on Yu's body, Chen Chu was truly enraged. The killing intent of the apex predator erupted, and this flock of goshawks could only abandon Yu and fly back toward the main group. Yu curled into a ball, her hair disheveled, looking utterly pitiful. Watching her, Chen Chu felt an urge to draw her into his arms. Unfortunately, he could not do so now. It's all right now. Yu opened her eyes and saw Chen Chu's enormous head looming above her. A smile instantly bloomed on her little face. Tyrannosaurus, you came to rescue me. Yes, I came to save you. Yu stood up and ran to Chen Chu, retrieving a torn plastic bag from her chest. Look, I brought you flatbread. So all along, what she had been fiercely guarding was the flatbread she had brought for him. A long-lost warmth stirred within Chen Chu's beast-like heart. Thank you. It's still warm. Eat it quickly. Then, feed me. Yu showed absolutely no fear. Chen Chu opened his mouth and Yu placed all the flatbread inside. He swallowed it in one bite. Though meager in quantity, it truly tasted delicious. Let's go, I'll take you home. Chen Chu extended a clawed hand, allowing Yu to sit upon it. Chen Chu moved like one cradling a luminous pearl, heading back the way they had come. Tyrannosaurus, can you take me to find my brother? No problem. These 2 children had been so kind to him, so naturally, he would see them home safely. As for what had transpired in the north, he did not care. Hardly had they turned back when they encountered the scattered guard team members. When Golden Monkey saw Yu seated in Chen Chu's claw, rage surged within him. You bastard. How dare you kidnap a child? After transformation into beasts, many people's personalities had become twisted. There had even been incidents where those who had become beasts resorted to eating humans, particularly targeting children. Behind Golden Monkey followed numerous humans and animals, all wielding weapons. Yu, upon recognizing her second grandpa, gripped his meat cleaver ever tighter. Put her down, or we'll fight you to the death. Exactly. Chen Chu sneered. How noisy. Move aside. Golden Monkey produced a bundle of crude explosives. If you won't release that child, I'll take you down with me. Uncle Monkey's second grandpa, don't be nervous. The Tyrannosaurus came to rescue me. He's going to take me to find my brother. Your second grandpa's voice trembled. Don't be fooled by him. Perhaps Xiaoshan has already been eaten by him. No, the Tyrannosaurus is good, just like Uncle Monkey and Captain Gorilla, my brother, and I even brushed his teeth. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment. Brush the Tyrannosaurus's teeth. Had they known it all along? You have your affairs to attend to, and I have mine. Move aside. Golden Monkey stowed the explosive bundle. Fine. I hope you get the 2 children home unharmed. They parted to let Chen Chu pass with Yu. They still needed to hurry to the breeding farm to halt the wild animals' assault. Yu meanwhile was savoring the sensation of being cradled gently in the Tyrannosaurus's palm. As Chen Chu sprinted, wind whooshed past her ears. She had forgotten the pain of her wounds. Xiaoshan was found. He was still hiding obediently inside the pit Chen Chu had dug. Come out. Your sister has been found. Xiaoshan climbed out of the pit covered in dust. Upon seeing Yu scarred all over, tears welled in his eyes. Sis, when you were taken away, I was scared to death. Tell me where your home is, and I'll take you back. Xiaoshan nodded heavily. Yu's wounds needed prompt attention, otherwise they might become infected. Meanwhile, at the same time, the situation at the breeding farm had grown even more intense. Captain Gorilla had arrived positioned in the bed of the pickup truck. Golden Monkey had also led a contingent of humans and beast-transformed individuals to the scene. Those stinking birds. Do they think having wings lets them do as they please? Captain Gorilla, wielding a broadsword, leaped directly from the truck bed, soaring 3 meters into the air. The tremendous force caused the pickup to overturn. In midair, Captain Gorilla swung his blade. Swish swish. 2 large birds were cleaved in half. Blood and entrails cascaded down, drenching Captain Gorilla from head to toe. The mandrill fired with one hand, his marksmanship precise. 1 shot, 1 kill. Each bullet struck the birds squarely in the eyes, killing them on the spot. Snort snort. 7 or 8 wild boars burst through the defense line of the cattle herd and charged forward. Captain Gorilla raised and lowered his blade in one motion. Blood sprayed wildly. A massive boar's head rolled across the ground, spinning round and round. A pack of boars and a swarm of flying birds think they can breach my breeding farm. The strongest among you, stop hiding. If you have the courage, come out and face me. Captain Gorilla bellowed. Now that everyone had transformed into animals, those capable of orchestrating such an organized attack must possess considerable intelligence, able to comprehend his meaning. Captain Gorilla, move aside first. Let us burn those burrowing rats. The deputy leader, Northeast Tiger, roared. Throwing devices within the farm launched large iron drums filled with gasoline. Cling clatter. The drums fell to the ground and flames erupted everywhere, scorching the rats until they squealed in agony. After felling the remaining boars, Captain Gorilla led his team to the edge of a ditch. Behind them lay a fish-filled moat acting as a protective barrier, while ahead stretched a sea of fire. It resembled a scene straight from a war zone. Roar. From behind, a supremely authoritative roar reverberated through the air. The birds returned to the forest, and the rats retreated into their burrows. The scene fell silent instantly. Captain Gorilla's heart raced. This oppressive silence made him uneasy. It felt as though a storm was about to break. Thump thump. Heavy footfalls descended with the rhythmic cadence of war drums. Through the flickering firelight emerged a black-furred wild boar, standing 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. Its razor-sharp tusks gleamed like 2 snow-white scimitars. Boar King. The mandrill's expression darkened. Damn it. There's a boar this massive. Even I might not be able to defeat it, the deputy leader, Northeast Tiger, remarked. Captain Gorilla tightened his grip on his machete. It's merely a boar. At most it's in the early stage of growth, same as me. But what scares me is that it might only be a scout. A scout. Indeed. The birds returning to the forest and the rats retreating to their holes. They were testing our farm's defenses. Now this Boar King has appeared to probe our strength further. The assembled beasts were stunned. This was merely a reconnaissance. Then the creature lurking within the forest was extraordinarily cunning. Could it have studied military strategy? Therefore, facing this Boar King, we can only win. And we must win swiftly. We must demonstrate to it that we possess formidable strength. Chen Chu carried Yu Yu and Xiaoshan and sent them back home. Due to the attack of the birds, the glass on all sides had been shattered. Chen Chu lay on the ground, his left eye placed beside a window, watching the two inside. Grandpa had probably left with the guard team. Under Chen Chu's guidance, Xiaoshan took out the medical kit. First he cleaned and wiped the wounds on Yu Yu's body, then bandaged the heavier ones with gauze. Minor wounds were directly covered with band-aids. Tyrannosaurus. You're amazing, you even know how to save people. Xiaoshan was utterly impressed by Chen Chu. When you grow up you'll all be able to. Xiaoshan wobbled as he carried a bucket of water from the kitchen. Tyrannosaurus, you must be thirsty. Not to mention Chen Chu was indeed thirsty. But this bucket of water was far too little for him. Clever Xiaoshan came up with a solution. He found a section of hose, connected it to the faucet, and placed the other end in Chen Chu's mouth. The faucet turned on, and Chen Chu gulped down water for 5 minutes. I wonder how Grandpa and the others are doing. Chen Chu looked up at the sparse birds in the sky. What's going on? The wild animals in the forest are probably being controlled by a very powerful creature. Then why are they all rushing in one direction? Which direction? Xiaoshan asked. South. Xiaoshan put on an expression of just as I expected. That's it. It must be coveting the town's farm. Farm. Chen Chu was a bit surprised. After the nationwide animalization, there was still a place with a farm. After the nationwide animalization to prohibit eating, many places carried out a great purge of domesticated animals. Unexpectedly, Ping'an Town had preserved them. That's right. My grandpa used to be the town's biggest chicken farmer with 100,000 chickens. Half of the eggs in Beihai City came from my grandpa. After people turned into animals, all the domesticated animals in the town were relocated to the piece of land intended for building construction. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. Just one grandpa raised 100,000 chickens. So how many chicken farmers were there in the entire Ping'an Town? And duck farmers, pig farmers. All the animals were gathered together. What a massive number that must be. If they were to slaughter them, with each ordinary animal worth 1 evolution point, that would be hundreds of thousands. Evolving to the mature form would be a trivial matter. A trace of greed arose in Chen Chu's heart. At the same time, he also thought of the idea of the strongest creature in the forest. It must be planning to slaughter all the domesticated animals and evolve in one fell swoop. Suddenly commotion came from outside. A truck rumbled away down the road. Not long after, Grandpa, covered in black smoke, also returned home. When he saw Xiaoshan and Yu Yu, he rushed over and hugged them tightly. Oh dear, where did you two run off to? I was so worried. Grandpa, we're fine. Tyrannosaurus protected us. Grandpa's gaze followed the direction Xiaoshan pointed. He was so startled, he nearly fell to the ground. Half of Chen Chu's face was reflected in the window. Chen Chu glanced at him, but said nothing. Grandpa, what's wrong? Why are you so anxious? Captain Gorilla is critically injured and has been sent to the clinic. No way. Captain Gorilla of the guard team used to be a martial arts coach. Grandpa let out a long sigh. At the farm, a wild boar king dispatched from the forest had appeared. Captain Gorilla fought the wild boar king, wanting the hidden strongest creature to see. Although the wild boar king was killed, one of its tusks pierced through Captain Gorilla's chest. It seemed he wouldn't survive the night. Yu Yu's little face was full of worry. If not for Captain Gorilla, who would protect Ping in town? Xiaoshan looked at Chen Chu. Don't worry. We still have Tyrannosaurus. Grandpa felt a bit afraid. Chen Chu was far more terrifying than Captain Gorilla. Can you really help us? I'm not interested. An open-top Jeep drove up and Xiao jumped directly from the driver's seat onto the hood. Tyrannosaurus, can you come with me to the clinic? That's Xiao again. Why should I go with you? Captain Gorilla has something to tell you. Sorry, not interested. At least you've benefited from here. Don't you want to lend a hand? The benefits weren't given by you, were they, eh? No, they weren't. Now the most powerful in town is dying. The wild animals in the forest are eyeing us covetously. If they break in, everyone will be in danger. Chen Chu's gaze involuntarily turned to Yu Yu. Why not contact the suppression forces? Xiao smiled bitterly. Do you think the suppression forces are still the same as before? What? Before the first great heaven-earth disaster, the suppression forces were indeed united in driving away animals. But after the disaster, many people's minds changed. Although new laws were enacted, few places could enforce them. The heads of some suppression forces began to emulate the warlords of old, seizing territory and becoming kings. So that was it. After the great disaster, the nation ceased to exist. The territory pattern shifted and major powers formed one after another. The Mad Beast Hall should be in its establishment phase by now. If you can help us, then you will become a member of Ping in town. Chen Chu stood up directly. Why should I become a member? You? I want to become a king. His 6-meter-tall body rose, giving Xiao an immense sense of pressure. In the end, the root cause attracting the wild animals is the farm to the south. Just as well I can go take a look. Xiao's heart tightened, because he remembered what Captain Gorilla had said. If Chen Chu saw hundreds of thousands of animals, he would inevitably be tempted. If you want to become a king, you must do something that makes us all admire you. Xiao roared. Behind me you will all live. Chen Chu walked away, leaving behind those words. To become the king here, Chen Chu naturally had his own plans. The second great heaven-earth disaster was less than half a month away. When it came, new changes would occur. Only by laying a solid foundation could one have the capital to stand atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At the farm, the flames had not yet died out. The animal carcasses around had not been cleaned up. The Northeast Tiger deputy captain paced back and forth at the entrance with his head down. A fox's eyes moved left and right, watching him. Captain Tiger, what are you pacing for? Damn it, even the gorilla couldn't stop a wild boar king. Who knows what else is in the forest? I'm afraid this farm will fall sooner or later. If the farm falls, then Ping in town will be next. How's the gorilla? He's being rescued, but... Sigh. The Northeast Tiger grinned, as if smirking. I've come up with a good idea. What's the plan? The Northeast Tiger turned his head to glance back at the farm behind him. Their target is the massive amount of evolution points in that farm. Captain Gorilla is done for. Tomorrow will likely be the final battle. Since they want the evolution points, why can't we have them instead? The other animals stared in astonishment. He had never imagined that the Northeast Tiger as a deputy captain would utter such words. In Peacetown, humans and animals coexisted peacefully. Humans ate only vegetarian food, and the livestock in the farm served as sustenance for those who had transformed into animals. It could fill their stomachs and grant evolution points. Over time, they would all achieve evolution. The Northeast Tiger fixed his tiger eyes on him. What, you don't wanna? I think we should discuss this with Captain Gorilla first. Captain Gorilla. He was once nothing but a martial brute. He got lucky and reached the growth stage before me. Why should everything be decided by him? The fox's eyes darted around as he slowly backed away. A flock of chickens lacking any combat ability blocked the fox's retreat. What do you mean? Cluck cluck, fox, how many years do you have left? 8 years. Yes, but we who were turned into chickens only have 3 years left. A sudden gust of wind rushed toward him. The fox turned his head only to find a tiger claw already covering his skull. Bang! The force was immense. The fox's head was instantly split open, brain matter splattering everywhere. The Northeast Tiger licked the brain matter off his claw. If anyone who wants to snitch must die. He led the way into the farm. Tonight we will slaughter without mercy. Bang! The steel gate of the farm was slammed shut. The animals loyal to the Northeast Tiger gathered around him. The animals and humans guarding the farm had no idea what was happening. The Northeast Tiger's eyes blazed with murderous intent. From now on, the farm. It's bad. A giant creature is approaching. A voice came from a watchtower. The Northeast Tiger was furious and irritated. His speech had been interrupted. What giant creature? A dinosaur. Huh. There are still dinosaurs in this day and age. The northeast tiger swiftly leaped onto a wall and looked outward. Chen Chu was sprinting toward the farm at maximum speed. The mandrill leading a group of animals chased after him in a pickup truck. The northeast tiger instantly had a bad feeling. Could this be the backup that gorilla called? The animals guarding the farm stood frozen like wooden logs when they saw Chen Chu. It was a suppression from the bloodline. Chen Chu looked at the vast farm and rejoiced inwardly. He hadn't obtained much azure essence, but he had found such a treasure trove. With this area, it could house 300,000 to 400,000 animals. Open the gate. The guard looked at the northeast tiger. Don't open it. If he comes in and slaughters, everything will be lost. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. If you don't open, I'll break in. The mandrill scratched his head anxiously. Tyrannosaurus, do you intend to slaughter? Chen Chu simply said, I'm hungry. Kill him. The northeast tiger gave the order and then turned and charged into the chicken coop. Cluck. The panicked chickens squawked and flapped their wings in chaos. With a single tiger pounce, over a dozen chickens had already become the northeast tiger's evolution points. Bang bang, 2 gunshots rang out. Chen Chu's body was now covered in crocodile armor. Looks like I'll have to do this the hard way. He lowered his head using the armor on his skull to ram the steel gate. Clang. The steel gate was smashed open, causing a commotion among the animals inside. Captain Tiger, he's broken in. What do we do? Roar. The northeast tiger was too busy slaughtering chickens to bother with them. Captain Tiger is killing chickens. Damn. He wants to hog all the evolution points. I'm not doing this anymore. I want to evolve too. I only have 2 years left, or I need to evolve too. Bang bang boom. At that moment, all the animals abandoned their former promises. One by one they charged into different pens and began a ruthless slaughter. The mandrill jumped out of the car and froze at the sight of the carnage. Captain Gorilla, the worst has happened. Oof. Faster than me. These evolution points are all mine. Chen Chu charged in and swept down a watchtower with his tail. Roar. Everyone stop. A mighty roar startled many animals into stillness. Several pigs fainted from fear. The northeast tiger was covered in blood. Who do you think you are? When I finish killing these chickens, I'll be able to evolve. Under the temptation of evolution, no one will listen to you, the mandrill said calmly. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Chu strode forward, heading straight for the chicken coop, where the northeast tiger was. He leaped and let his massive body fall. The northeast tiger saw a huge shadow above him. Looking up, he was terrified and immediately scrambled out of the chicken coop. If that several-ton weight came crashing down, he would be crushed into pulp. Bang! A dull thud. Blood splattered across the chicken coop. With that one press, Chen Chu had flattened several hundred chickens. Chen Chu, with 3950 evolution points, instantly surged past 400, entering the mid-growth stage. Species fusion type. Name crocodile-armored Tyrannosaurus rex. Level mid-growth stage. Strength 10 tons. Speed 40 km/h. Lifespan 150 years. Defense 18 tons. Flexibility 15. Evolution points 41001200. Talent 1, maximum bite force of 18 tons. Talent 2, derivation. His body also changed instantly. His height shot up to 7 meters, length to 14 meters, and weight to 10 tons. Chen Chu felt like laughing with joy. He had evolved again. Rolling once in the chicken coop. Evolution points 42861200. Another roll. Evolution points 44781200. This was even faster than collecting azure essence. The northeast tiger's eyes were red with rage. Just a few rolls, and he had crushed so many chickens. He had to get rid of this Tyrannosaurus rex, or the evolution points would never fall to him. Everyone focus fire and kill this Tyrannosaurus. Then we'll take the evolution points. Impossible, he's immune to bullets. How can we kill him? There are hundreds of thousands of animals. While he kills chickens, I'll go kill ducks. The northeast tiger roared in fury. The morale was broken and the team was hard to lead. At this moment, who would still listen to him? The proboscis monkey held the walkie-talkie and contacted the clinic directly. By then, Captain Xingxing had already been carried into the operating room with doctors and nurses all attending to him. His presence was far too vital to Ping in town. He could not be allowed to perish. Shan Xiao, at a moment like this, and you're still asking about Captain Xingxing. The surgery is imminent. The doctor set the walkie-talkie aside. His heartbeat is too weak. Quick, administer a cardiac stimulant. A full ampoule of stimulant was injected into Captain Xingxing's body. His heartbeat began to pick up rapidly. What? What did Shan Xiao say? Captain, how are you? A massacre has broken out at the breeding farm. What? Captain Xingxing's rage instantly surged like a wave of vitality. Blood from his chest wound erupted like a gushing spring. The doctor cried out in alarm, stop talking. If you continue like this, he won't survive. Captain Xingxing shoved the doctor aside and half sat up on the patchwork operating table. I must go to the breeding farm. You can't. The wild boar king's tusks have already pierced through your lungs. I absolutely must go. Otherwise, Ping in town is finished. The doctor had no choice but to yield. Adrenaline, morphine were all injected into Captain Xingxing's body. His wound was only roughly bandaged before he burst out of the clinic. At the breeding farm, Chen Chu was rolling around gleefully among the poultry. Evolution points 46701200. Evolution points 4821120000. A few minutes later. Evolution points 776012000. The evolution points were surging. He was about to break through to the late stage of the growth form. Smack. Chen Chu opened his mouth and devoured over a dozen crushed chickens in one bite. The taste of domesticated animals was truly different. Bang bang. Chen Chu fired 2 shots, striking the crocodile armor on Chen Chu's head. The hardened crocodile armor deflected the bullets. Moi. Stop this, or I'll shoot your eyes out. Look around you. The duck pins the goose, enclosures the pigsties. All were drenched in blood. If you keep slaughtering, Ping in town will lose its balance. But how would they ever listen to me? Chen Chu callously fired and blew the head off a leopard. Is your combat power just for show? Roar. Just then a thunderous tiger roar echoed from behind. It was the vice captain of the Siberian Tiger Patrol. At this moment his physique had undergone a dramatic transformation. Massive fangs had erupted from his mouth, each half a meter long. His 5-meter-long body appeared leaner than before, but far more streamlined. His skull had flattened somewhat compared to before. Chen Chu paused, startled. Others may not have known, but he did. This Siberian tiger was no ordinary specimen. It was a special breed. After breaking through the evolution threshold, it had already manifested the ancestral regression unique to special breeds, evolving into a saber-toothed tiger. What? What is this? Chen Chu was still in shock. That roar had made every hair on his body stand on end. Saber-toothed tiger. Ancient breed. Only special breeds possess the right to mutate. Chen Chu's eyes clouded with complex emotions. Captain, who actually kept this from us? Chen Chu sneered. Perhaps he harbored the intention to slaughter the breeding farm long ago. He simply hadn't acted on it because he was being held back. Tyrannosaurus. I've also regressed to an ancient breed now, just like you. I'm no longer afraid of you. All the evolution points in the breeding farm belong to me. Chen Chu, still in the midst of slaughter, glanced at the saber-toothed tiger, then continued his ferocious rampage. The tiger explosive vented its legs and instantly charged into the duck enclosure. Animals being slaughtered in the duck pen were directly smashed to death by the saber-toothed tiger's claws. Another pounce. A meat ox clad in hand-forged iron armor was impaled and killed in one bite by the tiger's razor-sharp fangs. Clearly, after regressing into a saber-toothed tiger, its strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. If anyone dares to plunder my evolution points again, I'll kill every last one of you. Roar. Under the tiger's roar, lower-level animals began to tremble. At the onset of regression, the saber-toothed tiger had acquired a new innate ability, Tiger's Majesty. Chen Chu stomped his left hind claw against the ground. Evolution points 7786120000. Another 20-plus chickens perished. Tyrannosaurus. The saber-toothed tiger bared its fangs, cold light glinting upon them. Umph. What imposing authority you've got. Moi. A truck sped toward them. Captain Xingxing stood atop the cab, gripping a 4-meter-long, specially forged machete. The saber-toothed tiger's expression shifted. You weren't supposed to survive. If I hadn't survived, who would stop you from running amok? The saber-toothed tiger threw back his head and laughed loudly. You can't stop me now. I have regressed to an ancient breed. These evolution points are mine. The mighty tiger pounced, wreaking havoc everywhere, sending chickens and ducks scattering in terror. As the truck came to a halt, Captain Xingxing leaped from the cab, wielding his blade with both hands. He brought the machete down in a vicious overhead chop toward the saber-toothed tiger. The tiger twisted aside to dodge. Bang! The great blade carved a deep trench into the earth. What right do you have? You've been suppressing me all along. If not for you, I would have achieved regression long ago. Humans and animals coexist in peace. These domesticated animals are our food supply. Kill them all at once, and then what will you eat? Humans, I don't have time to chat with you. From now on, anyone who stands in my way dies. With that, he charged into a panicked flock of ducks. Then let me stop you. Chen Chu had become a spectator. After Captain Xingxing arrived, he didn't even spare a glance at Chen Chu. Chen Chu was utterly puzzled by this behavior. Chen Chu was equally bewildered, his gun still pointed at Chen Chu's eyes. Has Captain Xingxing gone blind? Ignoring you to deal with Captain Who first? Chen Chu bent down, scooped up a pile of dead chickens with his claws, and tossed them into his mouth, crunching away. Hey, your Captain Xingxing is quite amusing, isn't he? What do you mean? You'll understand in a moment. Captain Xingxing and the saber-toothed tiger engaged in fierce combat. The other animals retreated to the sidelines. Clang! The machete struck one of the saber-toothed tiger's fangs. The tiger dug its 4 claws into the ground, not yielding an inch. That Tyrannosaurus is an outsider. He's been slaughtering too. Surely we should join forces and kill him. Your ambition is far too great. I saw through it long ago. The Tyrannosaurus is merely a passing guest. How can he compare? Scrape. The machete scissored across the fong, sending sparks flying. Today I'll kill you right here in front of all the patrol guards. Ping in town's balance cannot be shattered by you. Captain, I'll help you. Chen Chu spoke first. I'll help you too. Count me in. Indeed, slaughter could accelerate evolution in the short term. But for the long-term development of the region, Captain Xingxing had to put a stop to it. Anyone with eyes could see his intention. The saber-toothed tiger roared. Who among you still wishes to remain a lowly beast? Those who refuse to accept this fate follow me. The animals in the guard squad dared not utter a word, intimidated by the gorilla captain's tyranny. It enraged the saber-toothed tiger. Really a bunch of good-for-nothings. One gorilla has frightened you into this state. A rooster stepped forward. Captain Gorilla, I'm sorry. I know your plan. Your ideals are noble. But I don't have much time left. I'm unlucky, reduced to a chicken. I can't eat meat. To evolve, I must seize every opportunity. Same here. I'm already an old ox. The only way to survive is evolution. Instantly, sorrowful voices rose from all around. Blood gushed from the wound on the gorilla captain's chest. He gripped his broadsword with both hands, supporting himself on the ground. Fine. You're all wonderful. He can't last long. The saber-toothed tiger sneered maliciously, then turned to Chen Chu. Tyrannosaurus, how about we join forces? I'll give you half the breeding farm. Chen Chu shook his head. No, I want it all. Want it all. Captain Gorilla, you see. This is the passerby you spoke of. He wants everything. The gorilla captain glanced at Chen Chu. He isn't that kind of person. Chen Chu smiled inwardly. Person? Long gone. Caw-caw. From somewhere above, several crows appeared in flight. They were calling loudly. Caw-caw. Hoo-hoo. The birds' cries traveled farther and farther. The gorilla captain's expression shifted. Those damn birds must have notified that creature in the forest. The saber-toothed tiger seized the opportunity and launched a ferocious pounce. The gorilla captain kicked the sword hilt upward, gripped the blade with both hands, and brought it down in a decisive slash. Clang. The saber-toothed tiger blocked with both claws, then spun upon landing. A tail like a steel whip struck the gorilla captain squarely in the waist. That blow had struck right at his wound. Blood continued to seep through the bandages. How much longer can you endure? At the very least, killing a traitor like you is no problem. Humph. We're already different species. How am I the traitor? Roar. Chen Chu swept his tail through the chicken yard, crushing another flock into paste. Evolution points 78201200. Don't you dare move, the mandrill bellowed. Can you stop me? As he spoke, his tail never ceased its attack. Evolution points 79311200. Evolution points 79991200. Whoosh. Without warning, a massive tree over a meter in diameter and more than 10 meters long hurtled toward Chen Chu. Roar. Chen Chu lashed his tail and struck the falling tree with full force. Crack. The trunk split and was knocked off course. Chen Chu's tail trembled slightly. What could hurl a tree this size? The power behind it exceeded his own. The other animals were stunned. Could it be that creature from the forest attacking? Whoosh. Whoosh. After a brief moment of shock, tree after tree began flying toward them from the sky. The barrage of trees caused devastating damage to the breeding farm. Even the watchtowers were smashed to rubble. Dozens of pigs in the pen were crushed to death. The saber-toothed tiger nearly got caught in a flying trunk. Seizing the moment, the gorilla captain slashed down with his broadsword and severed one of the tiger's front paws. You bastard. The saber-toothed tiger howled in agony. Die. The gorilla captain gathered his remaining strength, ready to cleave the tiger in two. Captain, watch out, the mandrill screamed. A tree trunk had already swooped toward the gorilla captain's back. Sensing the fierce wind behind him, there was no time to dodge. He drove the broadsword deep into the ground, bracing himself. Thud. Blood erupted from the gorilla captain's mouth. Snap. The sword serving as his support shattered. Ayo. A sound far more majestic and terrifying than the saber-toothed tiger's roar echoed through the air. The beasts let out war cries. The sky darkened as flocks of birds descended. Another wave was coming. The mandrill pointed his rifle at the sky, firing and cursing. It must be those damn birds reporting back what they've seen. Chen Chu understood. Beasts could also communicate, especially after the great catastrophe, when certain evolved wild animals had developed new abilities. Tyrannosaurus. The gorilla captain roared, blood spraying from his lips with each shout. That previous impact had cracked his internal organs. He was now at his limit. My. Safe Haven Town is yours. In your dreams. The saber-toothed tiger, limping on 3 legs, charged toward the gorilla captain. Killing him would not only avenge the lost paw, but also grant him massive evolution points. Uft. 2 fangs pierced straight into the gorilla captain's abdomen. Ah! The saber-toothed tiger wrenched its head sideways, dragging its fangs across the abdomen. The gorilla captain's intestines spilled out. Just as the saber-toothed tiger completed its strike and tried to pull back, it found its neck gripped by the gorilla captain's arm. You still have strength. With a mighty roar, the gorilla captain retrieved the broken blade from the ground. Ah! Uft! A tiger's head rolled free from the gorilla's grasp. The saber-toothed tiger was beheaded. Dropping the corpse, the gorilla captain's intestines cascaded to the ground in a gurgling stream. Captain! Gorilla captain! Raising a trembling hand, the gorilla captain gasped. Tyrannosaurus. I leave my life to you. Safe Haven Town is yours too. Tears filled the mandrill's eyes. No, let me take you to the clinic. No hope. Chen Chu approached the dying gorilla captain. After the great catastrophe, such loyalty and selflessness were rare. I have other duties. I'm afraid I cannot accept. Safe Haven Town has 100,000 residents. Half are metamorphosed animals and 40% of them can eat meat. The breeding farm may be large, but it is merely a mid-sized cafeteria. If it falls, the balance will collapse. Do you understand? I understand. I've heard you aim to become the ruler here. Haha, then the throne is yours. Rule well. The gorilla captain knelt with a thud. Chen Chu extended a claw, driving his sharp nails into the gorilla captain's brain. With a smile of relief, the gorilla captain passed away. His guard squad animals watched, hearts heavy with grief and fury, tears streaming down their faces. They had devoted themselves to guarding Safe Haven Town only to meet such a tragic end. Chen Chu withdrew his claw. Evolution points 819912000. So soon reaching the later growth stage? His body began to swell, bones creaking and popping with each expansion. His height reached 8 meters, his body length 17 meters, and his weight 12 tons. In ancient times, this would have been an overwhelmingly massive Tyrannosaurus rex. The evolution was complete, and the attribute panel updated. Species fusion type. Name crocodile armored Tyrannosaurus. Level late growth stage. Strength 20 tons. Speed 50 km/h. Lifespan 180 years. Defense 20 tons. Flexibility 15. Evolution points 819912000. Talent 1 strongest bite force 25 tons. Talent 2 derivation. This evolution brought only a modest increase in defense, but the bite force had grown significantly. All 60 teeth had elongated, slightly curving backward like densely packed barbs. The mandrill led the animal escort team to Chen Chu's feet. At 8 meters tall, they could only look up at him. What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to become the king of this place? You've succeeded? So whatever we do needs your orders. He owed his rise to kingship to the final sacrifice of Captain Gorilla. Chen Chu understood that Captain Gorilla was entrusting an enormous burden upon him. Then you shall guard the breeding farm. You? I want to see what that creature in the forest truly is. In less than 2 months, he had already reached the late growth stage. According to the evolutionary laws of his past life, the late growth stage at this point meant kinghood. Boom, boom, boom. Wild animals charging from the forest formed a beast tide. At the forefront were a pack of brainless wild boars. Chen Chu roared and charged into their midst. With each stomp and tail swing, the wild boars fell dead. The only creatures capable of passing alive before him were winged birds. Among these wild boars, several larger individuals had already reached the early growth stage. Chen Chu's crocodile armor protruded from his body. Even his legs were now covered in a layer of it. Crack. When the tusks of an early growth stage wild boar struck Chen Chu's legs, the tusks snapped outright. Roar. Chen Chu let out a mighty roar brimming with majesty. Roar. A similarly majestic roar echoed from behind, responding to Chen Chu. That's more like it. If you want massive evolution points, come out faster. These useless wild animals can only contribute before me. Whoosh whoosh. 2 tree trunks flew straight toward Chen Chu. Now greatly strengthened, Chen Chu swung his tail, fiercely swatting the trunks away. The pack of wild wolves behind the boars dared not advance. Thump, thump, thump. Massive footsteps echoed from behind, causing the forest to tremble. A gigantic black-furred hand uprooted the trees in its path and hurled them at Chen Chu. Then it burst from the forest, wielding a tree trunk with its branches filed smooth as a weapon. Any wild animal that blocked his path was ruthlessly beaten to death. Finally, the true form of this creature came into view. The mandrill stood upon the wall, filled with confusion. What kind of animal is that? I don't know. It looks like a giant covered in fur. Chen Chu suddenly remembered. This was a wild man. Connecting this with the geographical location and merging it with his past life's memories. So he was the future domineering figure known as the fierce wild man. Chen Chu's heart raced with excitement. In this life, he had come face to face with one of the most powerful creatures from his past life. But fortunately at this time the wild man had not yet reached his peak state. Tyrannosaurus, be careful. That thing is somewhat sinister. What's there to fear? It's just a wild man. A wild man. The escort team animals exchanged glances. An old goat suddenly remembered something. It's the wild man from the forest legends. You know about it. I heard my grandfather speak of it when I was young. I never imagined that by the time I reached my grandfather's generation, I would see it with my own eyes. Is that one of the people from Peace Town? A wild man is not human. In various places around the world, especially in deep ancient forests, people had witnessed the existence of wild men. The wild man is an unproven higher primate species, capable of walking upright with certain intelligence. Its formal academic name is the bipedal superior primate enigma, towering in stature and agile in movement, scaling mountains and valleys as if traversing flat ground. The wild man before them had already exceeded 6 meters in height. Roar. The wild man swung his tree trunk, striking directly at Chen Chu. Chen Chu met it head on. Crack. The tree trunk shattered instantly. Chen Chu felt a ringing in his head. This wild man had likely already reached the mid-growth stage. Yet his strength was simply too overwhelming. Bang bang. Before Chen Chu could react, the wild man's fists as massive as boulders pelted his head. A barrage of punches, each landing solidly. This was the advantage of primates, especially this wild man, a superior primate. I'll bite you to death. Chen Chu opened his jaws and bit toward the wild man's fist. The wild man braced Chen Chu's mouth with both hands, then kicked powerfully, with his legs delivering a flying kick straight to Chen Chu's chest. Bang! The enormous foot resembled two small boats as Chen Chu was forced back several steps. "You've successfully angered me." Chen Chu's dark golden pupils burned with icy killing intent. The wild man was indeed intelligent. If not for Chen Chu slaughtering alongside the saber-toothed tiger at the breeding farm tonight, he would have continued to lie low. With his current strength, he had no reason to fear Captain Gorilla. What he feared were the firepower within the breeding farm. Now the watchtowers were destroyed, and both Captain Gorilla and the saber-toothed tiger were dead. The wild man could not tolerate such a fearsome beast occupying the breeding farm. Roar, roar, roar. The wild man roared at Chen Chu. It was attempting to communicate. To Chen Chu's surprise, he could faintly understand its meaning. It said it was building a beast legion and needed evolution points. If Chen Chu was willing, he could join. Chen Chu smiled. Truly worthy of being a higher primate with some intelligence. Even in the mid-evolution stage, he already harbored such ambitions. So in his past life, he must have seized control of this place and became the domineering, fierce wild man. But in this life that would not happen, because Chen Chu was the king of this land. Roar. A domineering, resounding roar was Chen Chu's response. The wild man bared his sharp fangs in a grimace. Charging like a beast, he raised his fist and slammed it down at Chen Chu. Chen Chu's body shifted slightly, letting the wild man's fist strike the crocodile armor on his back. Then his tail lashed out, directly wrapping around the wild man's right arm. Originally, his tail had not been this flexible. It was only after devouring the giant octopus and activating the derivation talent that his flexibility had improved. The wild man couldn't comprehend how a tail could be so dexterous. Huh. Chen Chu swung his tail, sending the wild man tumbling across the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The wild man rolled all the way to the drainage ditch outside the breeding farm. With a splash, he fell into the water, sending up a spray of droplets. Then there was no further movement. Chen Chu frowned. Could it be that the savage didn't know how to swim? Drowned. Shan Xiao suddenly roared, "No. The ditch is stocked with fish. He must be killing them." Chen Chu's heart tightened. The savage truly possessed remarkable intelligence. Even at this moment, he was thinking of acquiring evolution points. Chen Chu rushed to the ditch. There was no sign of the savage. Though called a ditch, it was deep and wide, more than enough for his massive frame to submerge and swim. The ditch encircled the entire farm, stretching for several kilometers. After running a dozen meters along it, Chen Chu saw the water had turned crimson with blood. Many fish carcasses floated on the surface. "Find him," Chen Chu bellowed. The savage was currently in the middle growth stage. How many evolution points he needed to reach the late stage was unknown. If he evolved now, Chen Chu would have inadvertently helped him. In that case, even slapping himself would be too lenient. Shan Xiao and the guardian animals raced along the wall, watching the ditch below. Tyrannosaurus Rex followed the ditch for 300 meters. The savage is there. Got it. Now it was a contest between the two kings. The wild animals more than 500 meters from the farm dared not act without the savage's command. Chen Chu began to pursue the savage in long strides. After evolving to the late growth stage, his maximum speed had reached 50 kilometers per hour. 300 meters was but a short distance. Roar, get up here. The savage punched into the ditch. With a thunderous boom, the water surface exploded. Countless dead fish mixed with water splashed toward Chen Chu. Seizing the opportunity, the savage dove and continued swimming forward. Chen Chu jumped in without hesitation. The water reached his abdomen. Walking in the water was more difficult, slower than on land. Moreover, the ditch floor was covered in silt. Before long, Chen Chu sensed something was wrong. The sensation under his feet was no longer slippery mud, but rather like stepping on a soft cushion. Damn! The savage. He was indeed stepping on the savage. The creature had hidden in the water, waiting for him to take the bait. A human transformed into an animal, fooled by a wild beast. The savage's hands seized Chen Chu's ankles. With a sudden pull, Chen Chu's body toppled backward. With a splash, water flew everywhere. His massive body crashed into the ditch. Roar! The savage rose, still gripping Chen Chu's legs. With a furious roar, he hurled Chen Chu out of the ditch. It was a taste of his own medicine. This time it was Chen Chu rolling on the ground. Tui! Chen Chu spat out a mouthful of mud. His eyes blazed with fury. You bastard. Think you're so clever. His tail curled around a tree trunk, and he charged back to the ditch. Turning, he smashed the trunk wildly against the water. The other animals' hearts were in their throats. Boom! A massive black figure rose from the ditch. As the trunk came down, it punched. Crack! The thick trunk shattered under the blow. Chen Chu was alarmed. The worst had happened. The savage, by killing fish, had evolved to the late growth stage. Judging from the half of his body exposed above the water, his height now matched Chen Chu's. 8 meters. His fists were even larger and more powerful. The savage plunged both hands into the ditch, then with a roar heaved upward. A torrent of water and fish was flung into the air. Splash! It fell like a heavy rain. Chen Chu charged through the rain, leaping onto the savage. His claws dug into the savage's chest, and his jaws gaped wide, aiming for the neck. Even if the savage had reached the late growth stage, a bite from Chen Chu's terrifying jaw would be fatal, or at least crippling. Thud! The savage's fist shot out from the water, striking Chen Chu square in the forehead. Chen Chu's vision swam from the blow. Damn, this beast's fist force exceeds 20 tons. His own crocodile armor's defense was rated at 20 tons. This single punch had nearly stunned him. Roar! The savage's other arm clamped around Chen Chu's neck, forcing his head underwater. Is he trying to drown me? The savage, rich in combat experience, kept Chen Chu's head submerged while pounding his body with the other fist. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow landed on Chen Chu's crocodile armor. Crack! A piece of the armor split under the assault. Gurgle! Bubbles rose from below. A hint of a smile crossed the savage's lips. The greatest threat was about to be eliminated. Slap! Chen Chu's tail shot out, wrapping around the savage's left arm to prevent further attacks. Thus began a stalemate. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. No more bubbles rose from the water. Shan Xiao slumped onto the wall, dejected. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has drowned. What do we do now? We should have killed more to evolve ourselves. To be safe, the savage waited another minute. Feeling the tail around his arm go limp, he easily broke free and it fell into the water. Only then did he release his grip and withdraw. Chen Chu lay half-submerged, motionless. The savage climbed out of the ditch, water streaming from his body. He raised his head and roared at the sky, proclaiming his victory. Wolf howls and tiger roars echoed in response. Flocks of birds circled overhead. On the Guardian's side, dark clouds loomed. It's over. Prepare to fight to the death. Shan Xiao gritted his teeth. Bring out all the explosives. If we're going down, we'll take him with us. But, what? Would you rather become his evolution points? Or his lackey? I'm already a dog, aren't I? Say that again, and I'll shoot you. The savage finished his triumphant roar and lowered his arms. The beasts of the forest slowly crept toward him. Suddenly Chen Chu in the ditch moved. Boom. The 17-meter-long, 8-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus Rex Chen Chu leaped out of the ditch. His jaws opened wide, aiming for the savage's shoulder. The savage never saw it coming. Only when searing pain shot through his body did he realize. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was not dead. The savage roared in pain, his left arm lashing backward blindly. Chen Chu allowed the swipe, for he had waited long for this precise opening and would not let it slip away. After beast transformation, the most vexing foes were such primates. Their limbs were nimble, their arms powerful, making it difficult to bring his full biting force to bear. Crunch, crunch. Under the crushing force of 25 tons of bite pressure, the savage's shoulder bones shattered into fragments. A howl tore from his throat. The savage swung his fists wildly behind him like a madman. All of them landed upon Chen Chu's head, yet each blow was absorbed by the formidable crocodile scale armor that rose along his skull. Chen Chu locked his feet against the earth and jerked his head with terrible force. With a ripping sound, the onlookers stood frozen in disbelief. Such a powerful beast had just been torn limb from limb. I've taken one arm from you. What remains for you to fight with? Chen Chu spoke without a trace of emotion. The savage whirled around, his eyes blazing with pure fury and hatred. Half kneeling upon the ground, the savage clutched his right shoulder, where the horrific wound gaped open. Grr. Oh, he emitted a low guttural sound toward Chen Chu. Chen Chu opened his maw and swallowed directly. I'm too lazy to converse with you. I won't waste my thoughts deciphering beast tongue. This is my territory. If one of us dies today, it won't be me. Understand? Thud. The savage pounded the earth with one hand, driving a massive crater into the ground. Chen Chu's words infuriated him beyond measure. Not his death, then Chen Chu's demise. So this was to be his fate today, no escape. Swish. The savage scooped up a handful of dirt and flung it straight at Chen Chu's eyes. Against such childish tactics, Chen Chu simply lowered his head. The dirt struck his cranium with no effect whatsoever. At that moment, a warm current surged through the claws upon his chest. After consuming the savage's arm, the twin claws on his chest had begun growing once more. Having evolved twice already, each claw now stretched 2 meters in length. They had grown another meter, and the 3 fingers on each had multiplied to 4. He flexed them and found greater dexterity, almost like the sensation he'd once known as a man. Chen Chu recalled carefully. The changes to his claws came from devouring the silverback gorilla and now the savage. A sudden regret struck him, and should he have also gnawed upon the gorilla captain? Who knows? It might have yielded 5 digits. The savage had watched from close range as Chen Chu's twin claws continued to grow, his eyes wide with sheer astonishment. He could still evolve within his own body. Ha ha, then offer me your other arm as well. The savage's gaze upon Chen Chu filled him with genuine dread. In these forests, whether tigers or black bears or the boar king all bowed to him as their sovereign. But now the look in Chen Chu's eyes reduced him to nothing more than prey, no rival at all. With a furious roar, he turned and fled. A king of the forest, one generation revered, actually ran. Where do you think you're going? Chen Chu gave pursuit. The savage had lost every ounce of fighting spirit. Wounded, his strength had been severely diminished. Chen Chu exploded into maximum speed and quickly overtook him. That merciless maw with its hooked teeth clamped down upon the savage's left shoulder. Owl! The savage began crying out for aid, addressing the cluster of wild beasts gathered ahead. A white dire wolf merely glanced at the fallen creature, then turned and led the pack away. A black bear pretended not to notice, licking its paw before ambling off. To have evolved to this extent in the forest, you must have slaughtered countless wild creatures. Now they abandon you entirely. Despair filled the savage's voice. At that moment, he was willing to submit to Chen Chu. It's useless. Had you been whole, I might have considered keeping you. But a one-armed savage. You hold no value. Crunch. His left arm was torn away by Chen Chu. Thump. Chen Chu pressed one clawed foot upon his back, pinning him to the ground. With a sweep of his tail, he coiled it tightly around the savage's neck. Die. The tail contracted. The savage's neck snapped clean. After painstaking evolution to reach late growth stage, a rare specimen, he perished beneath Chen Chu. We won. Even the macaque felt the battle had ended far too swiftly. Indeed, we have won. Watching Chen Chu devour the savage's arm, the macaque's eyes shone with utter admiration. Without Chen Chu feigning death in the ditch before launching his fatal strike, victory would never have come so easily. Back then they truly believed he had drowned. The savage had held Chen Chu's head underwater for 6 full minutes. What manner of Tyrannosaurus Rex is this precisely? After consuming the savage's left arm, the twin claws responded once more. Having reached 3 meters with 4 fingers, they ceased growing longer and instead began thickening. Muscles swelled and bulged. Ignoring his overall size and observing only those arms, one would perceive sheer brute strength, capable of splitting gold and shattering stone. Chen Chu surveyed his physique. 8 meters in height, 14 meters in length. Even a single tail stretched over 5 meters, and his hind legs were nearly matching its length. Yet his largest feature remained his skull. Viewed from above, his enormous head obscured both claws entirely from sight. These claws of mine need to grow 2 more meters at least. Only then could they unleash their fullest power. The evolution points had refreshed once more. After reaching late growth stage, having slain various wild beasts alongside one late growth stage savage. Evolution points 8635120000. At this moment the macaque arrived with members of the guard team sprinting alongside. Captain, the beasts have returned to the mountains. What are our orders now? Captain. Chen Chu clearly took issue with this title. Yes, you've replaced Gorilla Captain. From this day forward you shall be the supreme commander safeguarding Peace Town, the highest authority. Chen Chu smiled. No, I am king. A jolt of alarm struck the macaque. Was this Tyrannosaurus intending to establish a dictatorship? You, lead some people along with the agile creatures and repair all the watchtowers. Replenish your ammunition and resume your duties. The watchtowers and main gates, those damaged structures, can all be restored. However, our firepower has grown insufficient. An entire town, and you lack firepower. Our Peace Town harbors no garrison troops, nor any armed smugglers. All our ammunition was expended during the recent clashes. Tisk, so this was merely an impoverished settlement. Then begin repairs first. There remains one more matter. Speak. Peace Town still houses tens of thousands of humans. Should you claim kingship, I can acquiesce. But whether they accept such rule remains uncertain. After all, Peace Town was founded as a sanctuary where humanity and beasts coexisted in peace. When Gorilla Captain originally assumed leadership, it was through democratic election. The animals and humans of the guard team began to bustle about working diligently to repair the damaged structures. After the sky brightened fully, many citizens of Ping'an Town waited anxiously for news from the breeding farm. Yu and Xiao Shan had long been unable to contain their restlessness. Had Second Master not held them back, they would have already dashed to the breeding farm to find Chen Chu. Suddenly from the loudspeaker at the street corner, a mournful melody echoed. Then came a voice heavy with sorrow. Yesterday Captain Gorilla sacrificed himself defending Ping'an Town. What? How is that possible? Captain Gorilla was the strongest among us in Ping'an Town. Indeed, he even knew martial arts when he was human. How tragic. What shall we do for Ping'an Town from now on? The crowd erupted into hushed discussions. As their murmurs gradually subsided, Chen Chu's domineering voice rang out through the loudspeaker. The strongest creature in the forest has been killed by me. From this day forward, I shall be the king of this land. Xiao Shan and Yu danced with excitement. The Tyrannosaurus is truly formidable. He's becoming a king. Tyrannosaurus, you were born a king. Second Master frowned deeply. What in the world is he doing? With Captain Gorilla dead, he declares himself king. What if this incites public outrage? All able-bodied individuals assemble immediately at the southern breeding farm. Chen Chu's voice came through again. The citizens hesitated. Without powerful weapons in Ping'an Town, they ultimately relied on those formidable creatures for protection. Yet openly declaring himself king seemed undemocratic. Let's go. Let's see what dares to claim kingship. If one appears, others will follow, the second, the third. A growing crowd of townsfolk along with harmless animals began streaming toward the breeding farm. Xiao Shan and Yu were no exception, following Second Master's lead. An hour later, outside the breeding farm, a dense mass of people and animals had gathered. Monkey King, where did this self-proclaimed king go? Monkey King offered a wry smile and pointed toward the drainage ditch. Splash! Chen Chu rose directly from the ditch, water cascading off his body like a waterfall. He hadn't been hiding in the ditch. Instead, he was exploring his second innate ability, derivation. He discovered that under derivation's power, each time he dived deeper, his capabilities grew stronger. An overwhelmingly heaven-defying talent. He wanted to know where his limits lay. Emerging from the ditch, he had already submerged for 2 hours. Thud thud, he strode ashore with massive steps. When the townsfolk saw Chen Chu, a towering 8 meters tall and 14 meters long, their hearts trembled with awe. How tall was Captain Gorilla? Only 3 meters. The Tyrannosaurus before them was more than double his height. Merely beholding Chen Chu's colossal physique had already won their awe. The breeding farm's gates opened and Chen Chu entered, dragging the savage's corpse outside. Thud, the armless savage's body was revealed to all. Covered in coarse black fur, standing 8 meters tall, even bereft of its arms, the creature still radiated a primal ferocity. This is the strongest beast of the forest. Good heavens, there exist creatures so massive in the forest. Indeed, how could Captain Gorilla have been his match? Without the Tyrannosaurus, would Ping'an Town have fallen under his rule? This savage is an advanced primate. Its intelligence rivals that of humans. It was this creature that orchestrated a series of beast incursions. Its goal was all the tamed animals in this breeding farm. Everyone understood. As you know, upon beast transformation, one gains the opportunity to evolve. These domesticated animals represent a vast reservoir of evolutionary value. This savage sought to forge a legion of fierce beasts. Hooray, Tyrannosaurus, you're the strongest. Xiao Shan cheered, but Second Master quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. If Ping'an Town is to remain peaceful, it must have powerful strength to guard it. I wish to become king to lead you all by command. Do you consent? The crowd fell instantly silent. After a moment, an elder leaning on a cane stepped forward. Times have changed. This is no longer the old society. Don't speak to me of democracy. I simply ask, do you agree or not? If you do, I shall claim this throne. If not, I shall depart. After all, this place would never be my final resting ground. Upon hearing these words, panic gripped the crowd. The savage had been slain, but what other formidable beasts lurked in the forest? Who could say? If Chen Chu departed and launched further attacks, could they withstand them? Monkey King stoked the flames. I'll confess, our ammunition was nearly depleted during these invasions. At most we can endure one more assault. Oh no, what shall we do? The elder continued. If you can guarantee our safety, we will gladly crown you our king. What then? At last the old man spoke those words. Chen Chu had been waiting precisely for this. Though Ping'an Town was small, it retained basic communication and internet access. According to the trajectory of his past life, many powerful creatures had already become protected by select humans by this point. As long as they paid attention to the news, they would have known. If I reign as king, I will naturally ensure your safety. But our ammunition is depleted. What means do you have? Chen Chu stood tall. I am the most powerful weapon. Then he gazed toward the distant forest. The savage beast legion he failed to complete, I will finish. I shall make Ping'an Town the first home of a mighty beast army. Hearts among the crowd began to shift. They started to believe Chen Chu could achieve this. Here only he could succeed. The elder took the lead, kneeling directly upon the ground. Might we ask, what is your majesty's name? I am Chen Chu. Chen Chu, Tyrannosaurus. King Chusu, the elder blurted out. Xiao Shan and Yu Yu in their youthful voices began chanting King Chusu. King Chusu. Chen Chu flushed with embarrassment. How did his name combined with his species become King Chusu? Even Monkey King rarely found such amusement. Very well. Since you call me King Chusu, I shall surely ensure Ping'an Town's security. Chen Chu sprinted to the drainage ditch, opened his maw, and bit down. Hundreds of fish filled his mouth in one gulp. Then he charged toward the forest. Though they didn't know his purpose, they trusted he had his reasons. Chen Chu had laid the foundation for his plan. The second great cataclysm of heaven and earth was imminent. After that calamity, new variables would emerge. Various factions would take shape, and Chen Chu needed to establish his own power base. This was an opportunity. Having slain the savage, he would replace him and become the overlord commanding this domain. In the forest, the beasts had all returned to their territories. With the death of the Yeren, it seemed the land was being carved anew. Chen Chu ventured into the domain of the wolf pack. The wolves, well aware that Chen Chu was a far more formidable foe than the Yeren, lurked in the underbrush, baring their fangs, yet daring not to advance. Whoa! Splash, splash. Chen Chu opened his mouth and hundreds of fish tumbled onto the ground, lively and leaping. Wolf King, get the hell out here. I know you understand me. A wolf emerged 3 meters long and 1.5 meters tall, its fur a pale white. Its eyes glinted with greed as it fixed on the squirming fish on the ground. Awoo! Awoo! The Wolf King seemed to be asking what Chen Chu wanted. Chen Chu looked down at him from above. Submit or die. An icy killing intent burst from his body. The Wolf King's fur bristled all over. He lowered his noble head before Chen Chu edged forward and took a bite of a fish. Chen Chu smiled. In the face of absolute power, they could only yield. With the Wolf King's submission, the rest of the pack also came forward, bowing to Chen Chu before eating the fish. Though the evolution points gained by the wolves were modest, they were far more generous than what the Yeren had offered. Back when the Yeren rose in the forest, it had mercilessly slaughtered many of their kind. Take me to find the remaining beasts. Awoo! The wolves, having devoured the fish, began to lead the way. Before long, the territory of a wild boar herd was visited by a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, followed by a pack of wolves. The new boar king, overwhelmed by the immense might, could only yield. Thereafter the eagles, the black bears, all knelt before Chen Chu. He made a round through the forest, gathering every creature with a modicum of combat power. By the time he returned to the farm, dusk was already falling. A fresh grave for the gorilla captain had been erected about 200 meters from the farm. Seeing it, Chen Chu abandoned the idea of eating the gorilla's arm. He would grant him that final shred of respect. The mandrill, sharp-witted and skilled with a gun, had become one of Chen Chu's right-hand lieutenants. The tyrant king is back, cried the animals on guard duty at the sight of Chen Chu. The heavy gates swung open. Chen Chu drew closer, and behind him emerged wolves, boars, and eagles in the air. An imposing procession exuding the aura of a king of beasts. Tyrant king, what is this? From now on they are the Beast Legion of Peace Town. You really tamed them all. Chen Chu swept his gaze around. Any creature with a voice, follow me. The mandrill, puzzled, led a dozen or so animals with some authority to a secluded spot with Chen Chu. The wolf king, the boar king, and the eagle king also followed. Chen Chu remained silent, deliberately making the atmosphere tense. After a long while he spoke. Will you be loyal to me? Oh, whoa. Oink. I hope your answers come from the heart. Tyrant king, you. The mandrill's words were cut short. From now on only animals are to remain in the farm. All humans get out, along with the animals that lack combat power. Why? Because if we are to forge a beast legion, we need formidable strength. Moreover, in the future humans are unreliable. They are an unstable factor. Weren't we supposed to coexist peacefully? Chen Chu glared at him fiercely. Where is the Yaren's corpse? It's still there. What did you see? The mandrill was struck dumb. Earlier, when everyone had gathered at the farm, Chen Chu's presence had kept them from coveting the Yaren's body. But after Chen Chu entered the forest, the mandrill saw intense greed on every face. The Yaren was too powerful, a late-stage growth phase creature. Any human who had not yet beastified could become a new Yaren by devouring its flesh. Such a formidable species. The mandrill suddenly understood. I see. Remember, in the future this world belongs to animals. Humans will eventually become mere tools. All present etched Chen Chu's words deep into their hearts. Back at the farm, they began implementing the plan. The useless chickens and ducks along with the humans were driven out. Then came a grand feast of devouring. The farm housed nearly 3,000 animals. If they were to serve as long-term food for the beasts, only 1,000 would suffice. Chen Chu stood at the center of the farm. Today you shall hunt 2,000 livestock. But you must not kill each other. How far you evolve depends on yourselves. The beasts roared in frenzy. The wolf king charged into the chicken coop, leading the way. The other beasts, not to be outdone, began their slaughter. Blood stained the ground. Yet Chen Chu felt no trace of cruelty. They were merely 2,000 domesticated animals. What about when he was human? Whenever there was an outbreak of avian flu or swine flu, weren't hundreds of thousands buried alive or slaughtered in one go? Roar! Chen Chu let out a mighty bellow and joined the fray. Tonight he would break through from the late growth phase to the mature phase. Inside Peace Town, the humans and animals who had been driven out were filled with resentment. A few pigeons fluttered over. Bad news. Bad news. What's going on? The tyrant king is leading a horde of beasts in a massive slaughter at the farm. What? Everyone was shocked. Hadn't they agreed on lasting peace? Why were they being driven out and then massacred? Bastard. I knew that T-Rex had selfish motives once he became king. He wants to evolve further. Impossible. All the livestock in the farm belong to every citizen of Peace Town. Why should they be allowed to take it all? Damn it, I've only got 2 years left as a chicken. I want to evolve too. I don't want to die. Notify everyone. We're going back to the farm. Pigeons, chickens, and ducks scattered at once, spreading the word to the townsfolk. Inside the farm, animal carcasses lay everywhere, piled like mountains. Oh whoa. The wolf king successfully reached the mid-growth phase. His size barely increased, but his pale fur had turned silver white. It gleamed under the moonlight. The claws protruding from his paws were as hard and sharp as diamonds. Ha ha ha. Wolf king, you have evolved into the white wolf king. Chen Chu was delighted to have gained a powerful general. The white wolf king bowed respectfully to Chen Chu, his heart filled with gratitude. This new king was not selfish like the Yaren. A piercing cry rang out. The eagle king had also evolved to the mid-growth phase. Its size doubled. With its wings fully spread, it far exceeded the limits of an ordinary eagle, reaching 7 meters in span. Its talons like black iron struck fear into any who saw them. The roars continued. Each roar signified the evolution of an animal. The wild boar king had successfully reached the mid-growth stage. The shanshao had reached the mid-growth stage. Behind a pile of corpses, Chen Chu's body began to emit a faint white smoke. The evolved animals were all watching their king. K-bang, K-bang. Chen Chu felt a sharp pain surging from his back. Crocodile armor involuntarily protruded. Then amid the evolution it began to crack. Ayo! A long howl and a pair of wings with an 18-meter span emerged. From the perspective of the animals below Chen Chu, those wings were a sky-shrouding, sun-blocking presence. The gray eagle king's wingspan was only 7 meters. Chen Chu's wings actually spanned 18 meters. A simple flap of the wings generated 2 gusts of fierce wind. Unlike birds, his wings were fleshy membranes. At the tips of the fleshy wings were claws like a pterosaurus. This meant he now had 4 claws. My god, what kind of Tyrannosaurus rex is Tyrant Chu exactly? A bull that had successfully reached the mid-growth stage, its body covered in explosive muscles, said. The Shanxiao first shook its head, then suddenly thought of something. Lately, the experts on the news have been saying that besides the common species and variant species, there are also ancient species among the beastified animals. Above the ancient species there seems to be a mysterious type. Currently, it's called the fusion species. You mean our Tyrant Chu is the strongest type that has appeared, the fusion species? That must be it. Haven't you noticed? He can control his crocodile armor at will. After the pair of wings grew out, Chen Chu's body size did not change significantly. The attribute panel was updated. Species, fusion species. Name, flying crocodile armored Tyrannosaurus. Level, early mature stage. Strength, 25 tons. Speed, 60 km/h. Lifespan, 200 years. Defense, 25 tons. Flexibility, 15. Evolution points, 121200000. Talent 1, maximum bite, force 30 tons. Talent 2, derivation. Talent 3, flight speed, 80 km/h. In just over a month he had evolved to the early mature stage. This speed definitely surpassed 90% of beastified animals. The pot of fossil stew he had once eaten truly brought him a surprise. Talent 3 turned out to be flight, allowing him to grow a pair of wings. Flying speed was faster than his running speed. Chen Chu believed that under his Talent 2 derivation, as long as he ate the part of an animal that was stronger than him in some aspect, he could still gain enhancement. This kind of talent derivation was not something any random animal could possess. The flexibility in the panel was a product of derivation, but the evolution points now were a bit tough. The original 12000 evolution points had increased tenfold, becoming 12000. That meant to pass through the early mature stage, he would need to kill 4000 animals. In the farm, Chen Chu brought out 2000 domesticated animals for the beast army to evolve. After a fierce slaughter, they were almost all killed. The feast of evolution points with Chen Chu's evolution was coming to an end. Shanxiao, a mandrill with a height of 1.5 meters and a colorful face, walked over. Chen Chu was a bit surprised. You've evolved too. The clothes on the Shanxiao were torn apart by its doubled height, and its limbs were more developed than before. Tyrant Chu, my name is Zheng Tianhe. I'm not considered a Shanxiao anymore. Count how many animals evolved this time. List the strongest ones for me. Yes. After more than an hour of counting, the list was ready. Over 1,000 animals had reached the early growth stage. More than 200 animals had reached the mid-growth stage. The White Wolf King, Gray Eagle King, Wild Boar King, and others were infinitely close to the late growth stage. What surprised Chen Chu most was that a variant snake scorpion had actually reached the late growth stage. Call him over. The animal with a snake's upper body and a scorpion's lower body walked over to Chen Chu on 6 legs. The snake torso raised up to 2 meters high. The scorpion lower body also had a scorpion tail with a menacing green stinger at the tip. At first glance it was filled with deadly venom. You are a variant species. Yes, Tyrant Chu. My name is Zhengli. When I beastified, I drank a 5-remedy wine sent by a friend from the Miao Frontier. The Miao Frontier's 5-remedy wine was infused with snake, scorpion, centipede, spider, and venomous toad. Unexpectedly, after drinking it, he turned into such a freak. Before, his combat power had always been very weak due to his small size. Before the Feast of Evolution Points, he had just barely passed the juvenile stage. But through slaughter, he slowly evolved, his body gradually grew larger, and the most gratifying thing was that his venom greatly increased. Killing became even more efficient. Flying like, he reached the late growth stage. Excellent. You are now the only late growth stage in Pingan Town. Chen Chu, already at the mature stage, naturally could not be compared. Thank you, Tyrant Chu. Rest assured, as long as you are loyal to me, I will help you reach the mature stage faster. Absolute loyalty. After that, Chen Chu began to dispose of the corpses in the farm. Any killed by venomous animals were grouped together. The rest were another category. These corpses were to be temporarily preserved as food for the animals in the coming days. The agile primates had a new job. That was to replace humans in raising the remaining animals. Tyrant Chu, bad news. Many people and animals have come outside. Chen Chu snorted coldly. I knew they would come back. He hadn't even tried his flight ability yet, and now it was interrupted. The 2 huge fleshy wings retracted and slowly merged under his ribs as if they had never appeared. The farm gate opened. Chen Chu stepped out, facing the gathered tens of thousands of people and animals. Any objections? Tyrant Chu, I want to evolve too. If I don't evolve, I'll only die. A large rooster spoke. Zheng Shanhe let a domestic pig out. Alright, I'll give you this chance to evolve. You come and kill it alone. This was a real challenge for the rooster. Flapping its wings, it fought with the domestic pig for 10 minutes, but couldn't kill it, and instead nearly got gored to death by the pig. You all saw it. You turned into a chicken by bad luck. I gave you an evolution opportunity, but you couldn't take it. But I want to live. Then I'll give you all a piece of advice. Weak animals like you, if you want to evolve, should not set your sights on the animals in the farm. Insects and ants are your best choice. Upon hearing this, the many chickens and ducks saw a sudden light before their eyes. Why hadn't they thought of that? Insects and ants, though arthropods, are also animals. With their size, they couldn't slaughter pigs or sheep, and even killing chickens and ducks of the same level was difficult. But killing an ant was very easy. So this is our path. Thank you, Tyrant Chu. A flock of chickens and ducks ran away like mad along with the weak animals like wild rabbits. Next there was a group of people remaining. Chen Chu's tone was icy. What about you? Any objections? We just want to coexist peacefully. Chen Chu let out a sinister chuckle. I hope that's indeed the case. However, I can give you a chance. If anyone wishes to undergo beastification, you may sign up. Many hearts pounded with uncertainty. As the era of universal beastification lengthened, the beasts gradually grew stronger. Only humans remained stagnant, especially after witnessing the likes of the wild men and Chen Chu's level of animal power. It made them feel that only by becoming animals could they align with the world's current. Yet when Chen Chu offered this opportunity, no one stepped forward to sign up. My offer stands indefinitely. When you've made up your mind, go find Jingshanha. Chen Chu turned and entered the farm. The gathered crowd realized they would gain nothing further. They could only disperse in disappointment. In the following days, Chen Chu refined his plans in greater detail. Jingshanha, who had a good relationship with humans, was appointed as the diplomat. He mobilized the capable residents of Ping'an Town to forge equipment for the beast army. These ordinary animals, even at mid-growth or late-growth stage, were still helpless against human firearms. At this stage, human abilities proved invaluable. 5 days passed. In Ping'an Town, an ironworks produced a batch of iron armor. Chen Chu also used these 5 days to tame the wild animals, ensuring they would not harm humans. On the surface, they continued to coexist peacefully. A wild boar clad in iron armor looked imposing, and its combat effectiveness was greatly enhanced. Yet Jingshanha could not muster a smile. What's troubling you? Chen Chu asked. Overlord Chu, these ironclad boars are indeed formidable. But if they encounter a human sniper with armor-piercing rounds, it's a one-shot deal. Jingshanha touched the twin pistols at his waist. What a pity. I know you still favor firearms. Don't worry, the human alliance will eventually fall apart. When that time comes, we'll gain plenty of firearms. If so, that would be ideal. Give me a map. Jingshanha procured a map from Ping'an Town. Chen Chu had been counting the days. There were only 10 days left until the second great cataclysm. Within these 10 days, he must reach the nearest site of the cataclysm. Spreading the map, Chen Chu lay on the ground to study it. Unfortunately, the map was too small. During the second great cataclysm, 5 locations worldwide would be affected. The closest to Ping'an Town was Anlin City, over 500 kilometers away. Anlin City was built on a volcanic belt. It housed the country's largest dormant volcano. In 10 days, that dormant volcano would awaken. Good. That's where we'll go. Jingshanha felt puzzled. Why? You'll find out when we get there. But this is Anlin City. So what? Anlin City is a planned central city. It has a garrison force. A garrison force meant plenty of firearms, and very powerful ones at that. Anlin City was nothing like Beihai City back then. Beihai City was established at the very beginning of the Central City project, unprepared before the tsunami struck. But Anlin City had stabilized and become a true central city. Don't you want firearms? This is the perfect opportunity. The destination was set. Chen Chu began selecting the animals to accompany him. King Eagle was a must. He had the ability to fly. With a flock of subordinates, he could gather intelligence from the air. The Boar King also had to come along. He was an excellent charge fighter. Additionally, he brought the only late-growth stage Scorpion Zhengli. Jingshanha and the White Wolf King stayed behind to guard Ping'an Town. Target Anlin City. 500 kilometers away. We don't need to rush, just arrive within 10 days. Chen Chu chose to set out after nightfall. Yu Yu and Xiaoshan dragged Second Master to the farm. Tyrannosaurus, are you leaving? Xiaoshan's face was full of reluctance. Don't worry, I'll be back. Then you must come back quickly. Of course. When I return, Ping'an Town will be even stronger. Yu Yu held up a plastic bag. Tyrannosaurus, these are flatbreads Second Master made for you. Have them on the road. Chen Chu extended a claw, wanting to pat Yu Yu's head, but feared hurting her. Looking at her reminded him of his own sister. Anlin City was also a central city. Perhaps his sister was there. Thank you. Let's move out. A procession of animals marched forward in a grand spectacle. Once outside Ping'an Town, with a rustle, Chen Chu spread his 2 enormous fleshy wings. Finally, he could test his flying ability. His wings flapped, sending rocks flying on the ground. The animals behind him couldn't open their eyes. With a whoosh, Chen Chu rose into the air, the scenery below gradually shrinking. Soon he was flying side by side with King Eagle. King Eagle, let's race to see who's faster. King Eagle shrieked and suddenly accelerated. Chen Chu also sped up to keep pace. Then they flew higher and farther. His flight speed reached its maximum 60 kilometers per hour. He barely managed to catch up with King Eagle. Show me your top speed. With a swoosh, King Eagle flapped his wings and left Chen Chu behind. Damn, this bird flies so fast. King Eagle's speed was estimated at 100 kilometers per hour. Son of a bitch. I really want to eat those wings of yours. King Eagle, knowing Chen Chu couldn't catch up, slowed down. Behind them, a flock of birds followed. King Eagle, stay in contact with the ground animals. Don't let them get lost. King Eagle nodded. All right, I'll soar the skies. The sensation of flying through the sky was absolutely marvelous. It was something he had never experienced in his previous life. Back then, he had beastified into a turtle crawling slowly. Now he was the unique special species, the Tyrannosaurus rex, adept on land, sea, and air. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. Chen Chu had flown over 40 kilometers. Above him, a reconnaissance plane was flying. Look, there's something on the radar. Might just be a bird. Let's descend and take a look. We're on reconnaissance duty. If we spot a pterosaur, wouldn't that be a great achievement? Good heavens. Have you forgotten that pterosaurs can destroy planes? You've also forgotten that our recon plane is equipped with firepower, right? Haha, right. Let's check it out. Whoosh whoosh. The reconnaissance plane descended, then suddenly flew past less than 10 meters above Chen Chu. It stirred up a turbulent gust of wind directly affecting the novice Chen Chu, who was just experiencing flight. His massive body tumbled several times in the air before stabilizing. Damn that plane. Chen Chu thought with a hint of anger. A flight speed of 60 kilometers per hour was nothing in front of the plane. Inside the reconnaissance plane, the faces of the pilot and co-pilot had gone pale. What did you just see? A pair of enormous wings just like a pterosaur. But I feel it's much bigger than a pterosaur. Could it be that the pterosaur evolved and came here? That would be dangerous. What do we do now? Through radar they detected Chen Chu was right behind them. He's slower than us. We'll turn around and open fire. Shoot him down. Agreed. The reconnaissance plane turned and faced Chen Chu. At this moment the distance between them was over 800 meters. Get closer before firing. Chen Chu also saw the reconnaissance plane flying straight toward him. Oof. I'm just trying out flying and I become your target. You want to mess with me? Let's see who shoots who down. Flapping his wings he charged head on. Rat-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun mounted on the reconnaissance plane began spewing fire. In an instant countless bullets flew. Chen Chu's body was covered in crocodile-like armor as hard as rock. All vital points were protected. Having reached maturity, his defensive power had reached an astonishing 25 tons. The power of the heavy machine gun hitting him was like a mere tickle. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets bounced off directly after striking Chen Chu. The reconnaissance plane got closer and closer to Chen Chu. The pilot finally saw Chen Chu's appearance clearly. Holy crap. What kind of dinosaur is this? How can a pterosaur have such a huge head? A head over 3 meters long was clearly a colossal creature. It looked nothing like a pterosaur with its long bird-like beak. Why does it look so much like a Tyrannosaurus rex? Are you kidding? Can a T-Rex fly? Watch out. It's coming. Just as they were about to collide, the reconnaissance plane suddenly pulled up, trying to run. Did you ask me? Crack. Chen Chu's wing claws pierced through the fuselage of the plane. Then he yanked downward. Rip. 2 huge gashes were torn open on the underside of the reconnaissance plane. A powerful gust of wind rushed into the cabin. Damn. We're losing control. The reconnaissance plane wobbled violently, struggling to stabilize. Chen Chu seized the opportunity and soared upward. Opening his massive jaws, he bit down on one of the plane's wings. Crunch, crunch. The steel wing under Chen Chu's crushing bite force of 30 tons was like paper. It shattered into pieces, sparks flying. This time the reconnaissance plane was completely out of control. It tumbled in the air and plunged downward. Hovering in the air, Chen Chu watched a ball of fire explode below. Overreaching. He let out a cry. The Eagle King caught up, observing Chen Chu's condition. Chen Chu was pleased with its loyalty. It's fine. Continue contacting the ground animals. Chen Chu couldn't figure out why he had encountered a reconnaissance plane just over 40 kilometers away from Ping'an Town. The 40-kilometer stretch was barren and uninhabited. Could it be a reconnaissance plane dispatched from Anlin City? If that's the case, I need to keep a low profile. Chen Chu reduced his flight altitude significantly. Meanwhile, Anlin City Air Command Center. Report. Reconnaissance Plane 7 has lost contact. What happened? The staff worked frantically. Then they downloaded the footage captured by the reconnaissance plane. In the video, a creature with a wingspan of 18 meters rushed straight toward them. Bullets fired from the plane's heavy machine gun burst into sparks upon hitting its body. The video ended as Chen Chu opened his massive jaws and bit through the wing. Everyone who saw the footage was stunned beyond words. The entire Air Command Center fell into dead silence. After a long moment, an officer-like figure spoke. Upload the data. Also find out exactly where Reconnaissance Plane 7 lost contact. More than 10 minutes later, a group of Anlin City officials had gathered in the headquarters meeting room. A monster has appeared over 400 kilometers away. On the projector, Chen Chu's image appeared. All the officials erupted in uproar. Is this a flying Tyrannosaurus rex? And it's immune to bullets. Remember, after the last pterosaur incident, all planes are equipped with heavy machine guns and armor-piercing rounds. Even a tank could be pierced, but this monster is completely unharmed. A man in a white coat with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses stood up. Based on its current appearance, it looks like a mutant species. Professor One, is a mutant species above a common species? Professor One nodded. Yes, it's been 50 days since the beastification began. Our research team has discovered that after beastification, different species emerge. First common species, then mutant species, special species, and ancient species. Then this monster. Tyrannosaurus rex, the apex predator of the late Cretaceous. Ancient species. An ancient species that can fly and can withstand armor-piercing rounds. The image on the projector began to enlarge. Professor Wen held a slender pointer indicating the crocodile armor on Chen Chu. This bone armor resembles that of the ancient alligator snapping turtle. Then he pointed to Chen Chu's claws. Tyrannosaurus rex had severely degenerated forelimbs with only 2 fingers, but look, his forelimbs have 4 fingers. And the arms are robust. Now look at his wings. Though they resemble a pterosaur's, they actually lean more toward a bat's. The officials were all bewildered by Professor Wen's explanation. You've said so much. What species is it exactly? The latest research results. A hybrid species. Do we need to use missiles to deal with it? The Air Command commander had already received the information. Commander Reconnaissance Plane 7 lost contact near Haifeng Town. The projector instantly displayed a map. The commander stared at the map. Haifeng Town, behind it is Pingan Town. Behind Pingan Town is... Suddenly several officials' pupils contracted sharply as they spoke simultaneously. Beihai City. Pull up the data on Beihai City immediately. More than 10 minutes later, a stack of documents lay on the table. These were the fierce beasts that had invaded Beihai City. Flying lion, tiger, beast, silverback, gorilla, slenderhound. Then they paused. That's him. The Tyrannosaurus rex. Chen Chu had not yet realized that before the still-functioning information system his identity had already been exposed. Faced with the intelligence they had gathered, countless people were already drawing conclusions. From the moment the suppression forces first encountered a Tyrannosaurus rex to its continued appearances in Beihai City. Following this trail backward extended all the way to Yunhua City. The commander pointed a single finger at Yunhua City on the map. Right here, the first-class museum of Yunhua City. That museum was extraordinarily renowned. Its most famous exhibit was the complete Tyrannosaurus rex fossil visible upon entering. Such a fossil was unmatched by any museum in the surrounding cities. Commander, even knowing he emerged from Yunhua City, won't get us anywhere. Yunhua City is already a ghost town. The commander smiled mysteriously. We will uncover exactly who he is. Then what do we do now? He has already appeared in Haifeng Town. Dispatch 3 armored vehicles first, and I will go speak with him personally. The officers around him were stunned. Are you mad? He is the commander of Anlin City, the highest-ranking official here. How can he risk his own life? The Air Command chief objected first. Absolutely not. It is far too dangerous. The commander chuckled. Beast-transformed creatures act primarily for survival, secondarily for evolution. Haven't several central cities already succeeded in recruiting fierce beasts through sincerity? You want to recruit this monster? As long as we can provide what it desires, it will not be a problem. Indeed, if a powerful beast were to join our human ranks, our odds of victory would increase dramatically. No time to waste. Move out. Commander. I am the commander. My word is final. To ensure the commander's safety, a total of 7 armed helicopters were dispatched, their firepower more than sufficient. Time flew by, and Chen Chu had been away from Pingan Town for over 3 hours. He had now descended and appeared in a desolate wasteland outside Haifeng Town. Truly unexpected that such a barren place still existed. Over half an hour later, the Wild Boar King led his followers, panting heavily as they finally caught up. Since Chen Chu had been flying overhead, those unable to fly had raced at full speed and were nearly exhausted. Rest here for now. The Wild Boar King lay on the ground and closed his eyes to recover. Suddenly a fly fluttered down and landed before Chen Chu. Following its movement, Chen Chu looked up at the sky. 7 red lights blinked in the sky. His heart tightened. Could they be the suppression forces' helicopters again? The central city was still 300 or 400 kilometers away. They must be coming for him. Scatter! Chen Chu let out a thunderous roar, and the flock of birds and beasts dispersed instantly. With rapid scraping sounds, the snake and scorpion Zheng Li dug a hole near Chen Chu and concealed themselves beneath it. Rather than letting you hunt me down, I will come face you directly. Oh whoa! Raising his head, he roared, sending massive sound waves radiating outward. Every armed helicopter at high altitude heard this majestic and commanding roar. The commander's face lit up with delight. Found him. Descend. The commander's helicopter descended directly, while the remaining 6 lowered their altitude, all weapons readied, and aimed at Chen Chu. The propellers stirred up a fierce wind current, yet Chen Chu stood unmoving before the helicopters. The commander, as he descended, scrutinized Chen Chu from head to tail. Meanwhile, at the Anlin City headquarters, the assembled officers also caught a full view of Chen Chu. Professor Wen frowned. Aside from the abnormal forelimbs, all other features match a Tyrannosaurus rex. He grabbed his pen and began recording immediately. The commander was also puzzled. This Tyrannosaurus lacked crocodile armor and wings. Had they made a mistake? You are the Tyrannosaurus that destroyed the reconnaissance aircraft. Precisely so. If you wish to avoid having these helicopters destroyed, as well leave at once. The commander gave an awkward smile. You look somewhat different now. What I look like is none of your concern. You need not harbor such hostility toward me. Let me introduce myself. I am Chun Chiming, the senior commander of Anlin City. This aligned perfectly with Chen Chu's suspicions. The reconnaissance aircraft he had destroyed indeed belonged to Anlin City. You destroyed my aircraft, and now you come seeking trouble. No. Your combat prowess has taken us by surprise. Therefore we wish to recruit you. Ha ha ha. Chen Chu laughed shamelessly, a domineering aura radiating from his entire body, sending waves of tension through the personnel aboard the armed helicopters. I, the illustrious overlord of Chu, need your recruitment. Rather, why don't you join my ranks? Chen Chiming's mood darkened considerably. This Tyrannosaurus was far too arrogant. I speak truly. Join us, and we can provide everything you need. And I speak truly as well. Under my leadership you will provide everything I require. Overlord of Chu. Do you know how many troops our Anlin City suppression forces comprise? Do you understand our level of super firepower? Among the central cities in this world division, Anlin City ranks within the top 100. Across the globe there were over 13,000 cities. After the beast transformation, nearly 1,000 had become central cities. Chen Chiming dared claim they ranked in the top 100 among 1,000. That spoke of Anlin City's truly formidable firepower indeed. Chen Chu gently swayed his front claws. Are you threatening me? No. I seek a win-win situation. I hope you will cherish this opportunity. According to his past life memories, after the first heavenly cataclysm, certain factions had already begun recruiting powerful animals. The frantic recruitment drives occurred only after the second heavenly cataclysm. This Chen Chiming possessed some long-term vision. However, regrettably, he remained unaware that Anlin City was one of the locations where the second heavenly cataclysm would erupt. Chen Chu shook his enormous head. I do not need your opportunity. But at the same time I offer you one final chance. The chance to join my ranks. The officers at Anlin City headquarters were furious enough to overturn tables and curse. A mere Tyrannosaurus actually dared to demand that Anlin City join its ranks. Arrogant. Insolent. Commander, just have the armored units bomb that Tyrannosaurus into dust. Chen Chiming's earpiece crackled with chaotic noise, and he frowned, tearing it out completely. Overlord of Chu, do you speak truly? Truly. Chen Chiming waved his hand, and the armed helicopter's rotors began spinning rapidly, lifting them slowly into the sky. I pray we never become enemies again. Who knows? As the helicopters rose to several dozen meters, Chen Chiming suddenly shouted loudly. You dare call yourself the Overlord of Chu? Do not forget his fate. Chen Chu merely smiled. You should be worrying about your own fate instead. The armored aircraft slowly ascended, drifting beyond Chen Chu's line of sight. She-Scorpion Zhengli climbed out of the pit and approached Chen Chu. Chu the Overlord, do you truly intend to recruit them into your ranks? Of course. It's a pity they won't cherish this opportunity. Chen Chu was not kind enough to inform Chen Chiming about the second heavenly catastrophe. Since you refuse to join my forces, then await your demise in the catastrophe. Inside the armored aircraft, a cacophony of chaotic voices flooded Chen Chiming's earpiece. Commander, this bastard is being reckless, spouting arrogance. Shouldn't we execute him? This guy is too powerful. Even in ancient times, such a colossal size would place him at the apex of the food chain. Professor Wen finally spoke. I understand. This Tyrannosaurus is a fusion species. He can manifest characteristics from other animals as needed by his own will. Therefore his appearance is highly deceptive. I wonder what else he can do. Before he grows any stronger, let us crush him in his cradle. This had already become a formal meeting. Everyone waited for Chen Chiming's final decision. Chen Chiming recalled Chen Chu's condescending words spoken with absolute arrogance and could not help but clench his fists. The remaining 6 armored aircraft return and attack. Excellent. Arrogant tyrant. Dares to call himself Chu the Overlord. Today I shall let him taste the fate of Chu the Overlord. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 6 armored aircraft turned back. All of this had already been spotted by the King of Eagles, flying before Chen Chu to deliver the report. Hot breath erupted from Chen Chu's nostrils. Human hearts are so fickle. If they cannot have it, they shall destroy it. Looking up at the sky, the flashing red dots grew ever closer. Then let me give them a harsh warning. Whoosh. Beneath his twin ribs, a pair of colossal wings unfolded, directly surging into the high sky. Beep, beep, beep. The radar already displayed a moving point. The Tyrannosaurus has taken to the sky. Bring it down. The 6 armored aircraft began firing together. These were not armed reconnaissance drones, but proper combat helicopters. The firepower mounted upon them could only be described as terrifying. KKD, 10 anti-tank missiles, PL-90 air-to-air missiles, 7-barrel 70mm aviation rocket launchers, 70mm aviation rockets, and 23mm cannon ammunition. Whoosh whoosh. Rockets launched directly, leaving trails of white smoke in the air. Below She-Scorpion Zhengli was sweating for Chen Chu. Chen Chu watched the incoming rockets as crocodile armor materialized across his body. Only now did he embody what a mature form should look like. He flapped his wings, evading with nimble agility. Several rockets grazed past Chen Chu's body. Unfortunately, Chen Chu's massive size made him an easier target, and he was still struck by a rocket. Boom boom. Explosions erupted in the sky like magnificent fireworks. Chen Chu was blasted backward through the air. How the power of rockets versus bullets is indeed different. Beautiful. We hit it. Animals are still merely animals. As the flames dispersed, Chen Chu still hovered in the air, his wings beating steadily. What? How is this possible? A single rocket is enough to send a tank skyward. This tyrant endured several hits and can still hold on. The pilots aboard the armored aircraft panicked. Through the onboard cameras, commanders watching the live broadcast at Anlin City headquarters were equally shaken. Professor Wen scribbled furiously on paper. Good heavens. Such terrifying defense. First time I have ever seen it. He has likely already reached the mature form. What are you all staring at? Have you forgotten how to fight in the air? The air command officer roared. The pilots instantly steadied themselves and began maneuvering into formation. Chen Chu swept his massive wings and flew straight upward simultaneously, closing in on one armored aircraft. Rat-a-tat-tat. Machine guns on two aircraft spewed fire, unleashing dense streams of bullets. PL-90 air-to-air missiles launch. Whoosh whoosh. King of Eagles. Chen Chu let out a deafening roar. Behind him a flock of birds suddenly descended. Several golden eagles, just reaching early growth stage, slammed their bodies directly into the missiles, causing the missiles to explode mere moments after launch. The King of Eagles cried out and swooped from behind, crashing directly into the cockpit of one armored aircraft. Crack! The glass shattered instantly. The King of Eagles extended his iron hook-like talons, hooked a pilot, and dragged him out. Then he released his grip. The pilot screamed as he plummeted from the sky. Report. There are more birds. The moment he finished reporting, a red-bellied hawk flew into the cockpit and impaled his throat with its sharp beak. Armored aircraft number 5 was left unmanned and crashed directly from the sky. Ha ha ha, you dare to compete with me. Aircraft 3 and 4, take down those birds. Creak crack. The moment aircraft number 2 spoke, it shuddered violently. The underside of the plane had already been chewed apart by Chen Chu. We're done for. Chen Chu bit down on aircraft number 2 and hurled it downward with tremendous force. Aircraft number 2 trailed black smoke, following the same fate as number 5. Fuck. Aircraft number 1 directly launched 2 missiles. Chen Chu evaded one, but the second struck his back. A tremendous force sent him spiraling downward. Much of the crocodile armor on his back was blasted away, exposing charred flesh. Bastard. Chen Chu roared in fury and shot straight upward. Aircraft number 1 twisted sharply, attempting to use its propeller to attack Chen Chu. Die. The propeller drew close to Chen Chu's neck. The pilot had already calculated perfectly. Bullets could not harm him, and his missiles were depleted. The high-speed rotating propeller was his ultimate weapon. Amid his sinister grin, he seemed to already envision Chen Chu's head being severed. Clang clang clang. After several impacts, the instruments inside the cockpit began flashing red lights wildly. This is impossible. The propeller striking Chen Chu's neck actually shattered. The fuselage tilted in midair, charging toward Chen Chu. My crocodile armor. Can a propeller pierce it so easily? Die. Whoosh. His tail lashed out, striking the fuselage with devastating force. The fuselage deformed severely and plummeted downward. Pull up quickly. The remaining 3 armored aircraft accelerated upward. The King of Eagles had already appeared beneath aircraft number 3. His twin talons effortlessly tore open a massive hole in the underside of the fuselage. Fast-flying birds darted directly through the hole. The 2 pilots were savagely clawed by the invading birds. Aircraft number 3 bucked violently and crashed down as well. In the conference room at the Anlin City headquarters, all the commanders had already changed color. First, they had not expected Chen Chu's defensive capabilities to be so formidable. Second, there was also a large flock of birds. These birds had all passed the juvenile stage. Withdraw, ordered the Air Command Chief. This was also approved by Chun Chiming, who was on his way back. In these times, armed aircraft were the true measure of strength. More importantly, it was the people who could pilot them. The remaining 2 armed aircraft had long lost their will to fight. Upon receiving the order, they immediately began a full-speed retreat. You think you can just attack and run? Chen Chu flapped his wings in pursuit. But the armed aircraft's flight speed exceeded 300 kilometers per hour, far beyond what Chen Chu could match. Even the King Goshawk could not catch up. Lucky you got away. Chen Chu descended. He then ordered the ground animals to search for the 4 crashed armed aircraft. 2 hours later, Zheng Li the Snake and Scorpion came to report. Overlord Chu, we've found them all. Everyone inside is dead. Falling from such a height, it would be a miracle if they survived. What's usable? The armed aircraft are definitely out of commission, completely deformed. But the weapons and ammunition on board are still usable. Chen Chu smiled. Excellent. Contact Zheng Shanhe and tell him to come pick up the treasure. A chestnut-bellied hawk became the messenger, flying off to Ping'an Town to deliver the news. Now we can rest. A group of animals split into 5 locations to rest. Chen Chu and Zheng Li rested on the barren plain. The rest dispersed to rest near the 4 crashed armed aircraft. If some other animals were to snatch them away, that would be troublesome. For hours later, the sky had lightened. Chen Chu could hear the sound of trucks approaching. He stood up and saw 4 large trucks driving toward him in the distance. Overlord Chu. As the leading truck stopped, Zheng Shanhe jumped out of the cab. You came just in time. Absolutely. We have firearms. There are 4 crashed armed aircraft. Go and strip everything off them. On it. Zheng Shanhe was beyond excited. The dismantling process was rough, pure brute force. Zheng Shanhe loaded not only the weapons and ammunition, but also every usable component from the armed aircraft. After several hours of hard work, all 4 trucks were filled to the brim. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Once these weapons are installed, our defensive capabilities will be elevated by several levels. Leave this to you. We have to continue our journey. All right. I'll go back and get to work immediately. After Zheng Shanhe drove off, Chen Chu and his group proceeded at a leisurely pace. There were still 9 days until the disaster struck. That was plenty of time. They crossed the barren plain and entered an abandoned city. Any animals that encountered Chen Chu along the way fled in an instant. Upon entering the city, Chen Chu felt an inexplicable unease throughout his body. The smell in the air was not the usual odor of an abandoned city. It was filled with a foul stench of decay and filth. How was this city abandoned? I don't know. How strange. Every animal we encountered along the way fled either left or right. None of them ran straight ahead. Chen Chu connected the dots. Zhengli also found it odd. A city without humans should in theory be a paradise for animals. Now that you mention it, it is indeed very strange. They continued forward. Chen Chu noticed that in the supermarkets and shops they passed, all the food was gone. Yet items like knives and vehicles were still there, many of them intact. How strange. We cannot stay long in this city. Speed up and leave. At the Anlin City headquarters conference room, Chen Qiming had returned safely, but his heart was filled with fury. The loss of 4 armed aircraft was a massive blow. In the conference room, smoke filled the air as everyone smoked in silence. One commander finally could not hold back. General, why not gather the troops and kill that Tyrannosaurus Rex? Chen Qiming did not answer. Instead, he asked the Air Command Chief, where is the Tyrannosaurus Rex now? It entered Anha City today. The commander who had spoken first fell silent upon hearing the name Anha City. Chen Qiming smiled. Though it is powerful now that it has entered that city, it might not even come out alive. Indeed. Why go anywhere else? It had to go straight into the Plague City. Anha City was called the Plague City by them. It was also a city under strict surveillance by Anlin City. Because among the areas around Anlin City, it was the only major threat. Keep surveillance over the Plague City from above. Chen Qiming ordered. How is the missile launcher construction going? It has reached the testing phase. Excellent. A hint of joy finally appeared on Chen Qiming's face. Meanwhile, Chen Chu was rapidly traversing the city. Suddenly a roar came from behind. Chen Chu spun around and saw a wild boar at the rear fall straight down. What happened? He rushed over and saw a pit had appeared in the ground. The wild boar had fallen through that pit. Zhengli, take a look. Zhengli dove into the pit. Less than a minute later, he climbed back up. Heavens, below are all tunnels, crisscrossing without end. The ground below was indeed a network of interconnected tunnels. A growing sense of dread filled Chen Chu's heart. Forget the boar. Speed up. He spread his massive wings and took to the air. The ground was simply too unsafe. No sooner had he left the ground than a loud crash came from below. The ground within a radius of over 10 meters collapsed. The ground animals also fell into the rubble trapped between the stones. You think you can leave? Not so easy. Welcome to the Plague City. Who's talking? Chen Chu glared, scanning the area below. Rumble. A rat over 3 meters long burst out from underground. Its body was covered in black fur, its limbs thick and powerful, its eyes blood red and wild. A tail over 3 meters long swung behind it like a steel whip. Zhengli climbed out of the pit and was stunned at the sight of the giant rat. How could a rat be this huge? Including its tail, it was nearly 7 meters long. Was it you talking? Squeak, squeak. The rat let out a strange laugh. It was me. Squeak, thank you for bringing food to our Plague City. The Plague City. No wonder he had felt so uneasy since entering, yet saw no living creatures. They were all hiding underground. From the collapsed pit, an innumerable horde of rats suddenly surged forth like a tidal wave. Covering every inch were the great and small vermin, alike engulfing the fallen animals completely. Viewed from above, the spectacle was utterly chilling. Rats. This is the city of pestilence. Chen Chu was seized with dread, for he remembered the name detested beyond measure from his past life. The Lord of Pestilence, Tu Chi. In his previous existence, Tu Chi had been far more formidable than the Savage King. He had expanded his dominion with ruthless fervor. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to tread upon Tu Chi's territory in this new life. Get up here. Chen Chu bellowed desperately. Zhengli wrestled free from the writhing mass of rats, his serpent head emerging, but his neck was draped in a collar of gnashing rodents, all sinking their teeth deep and refusing to release their hold. All of you fuck off. Talent. Venomous trail. Hiss hiss. Zhengli opened his maw and unleashed his innate ability directly. A baleful emerald mist vomited forth from his jaws. The rats that came into contact with the toxic fog toppled on their backs dead. But there were simply too many living rats. They surged forward and buried the fallen beneath them. The Boar King raged, charging and tearing relentlessly. Yet the rats slipped through the gaps in his iron armor, devouring his flesh with frenzied bites. They have already become food for our children. As for escaping, don't hold your breath, the great rat cackled. Killing intent flared in Chen Chu's eyes. Then I shall kill you first. Ha! Come then. The great rat dove straight into the pit. With a thunderous rush, the rats in the pit retreated like an ebbing tide following their leader. Every animal within the pit was swept away. Chen Chu, save me. Zhengli cried out desperately. The Boar King could be sacrificed, but Zhengli could not be lost. A mutant having reached the late stage of growth was still an exceedingly rare treasure. Diving downward, he clamped his jaws around Zhengli's head and wrenched him free from the retreating swarm. Ascending into the sky, Zhengli's body was still draped with hundreds of clinging rats. The rats fell from the sky like dumplings spilling from a steamer basket. Zhengli scrambled onto Chen Chu's back, his heart pounding with terror. Fuck! I almost died. Chen Chu glanced downward. The pit was empty, the animals had vanished. Damn it. Chen Chu had painstakingly assembled his beast legion. The boar kings had not yet unleashed their full strength, and now a horde of rats had simply carried them away. Hold on tight, Chen Chu declared, then beat his wings and dove toward the ground. With a thunderous crash, his feet struck the earth with crushing force. The passage spanning over 20 meters collapsed outright. Apart from the erupting cloud of dust and debris, nothing remained. How could they flee so swiftly? Chen Chu, what should we do now? Zhang Li could only think of departing this place as quickly as possible. So many rats had already been encountered. Who knew how countless more lurked within the city of pestilence? Chen Chu exhaled 2 plumes of hot breath. Find the strongest rat. Submit or perish. Chen Chu was fully aware that in his former life the Lord of Pestilence Tu Chi had been terrifying beyond imagination, commanding a rat legion that had conquered nearly 1,000,000 square kilometers of territory. In the end, only the combined efforts of several overlords could annihilate them completely. Moreover, Tu Chi had already reached the terrifying late stage of the ultimate form by the time of his demise. The rank progression of creatures begins with juvenile, followed by the early, middle, and late stages of growth, then maturity, then perfection, and only upon surmounting these trials can one attain the ultimate form. And at that time the Lord of Pestilence Tu Chi had already achieved the late stage of ultimate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li grew anxious at the prospect of lingering in this place. Fear not, I shall have the Grey Eagle King escort you at all times. Chen Chu's words brought Zhang Li considerable relief. Landing upon the ground, Chen Chu asked, but how do we locate them? Zhang Li smiled faintly. Chen Chu, many of the rats have fallen victim to my venom. Moreover, my poison is highly contagious. I can track them by the lingering scent of the toxin. Then that is ideal. Beneath the labyrinthine network of passages, the rat horde surged forward in wild abandon, dragging countless animals that had been torn half to death. In the end, several rats infected with the venom were left behind. The great rat detected the anomaly. Contagious toxin. Crimson light erupted from his eyes, revealing his needle-sharp fangs. Children, sacrifice yourselves. The rats, obedient to their lord, lined up one by one before the great rat, allowing themselves to be clawed to death, crushed, and tail-stricken. The great rat's evolution value surged upward violently. A piercing shriek echoed from the far end of the passage as another massive swarm of rats poured forth. They swept away the half-dead animals once more. The tens of thousands of rat corpses remained, forming a barricade. The fresh wave of rats left a portion behind to collapse the passage and bury the dead beneath layers of earth. 10 minutes later, Zhang Li located the area by tracing the venomous scent. Chen Chu, these rats are far too cunning. Aside from that great rat, every last one of them is dead. The tunnels have been collapsed, we cannot determine where they have fled. The sole clue capable of pursuit had been severed. And yet the one capable of making such decisions was not the Lord of Pestilence Tu Chi himself, but merely a single great rat under his command. Excellent. Then we shall remain here. I refuse to believe they will never emerge. The great rat led the way, slipping through the passage and into the sewer system. Beyond the sewer lay an immensely vast space. Beneath the dim, gloomy light, countless eyes shimmering with baleful green and crimson glimmers could be discerned. Oh, the skyborer has returned. A languid voice echoed through the darkness. Upon hearing those words, the great rat pressed herself flat upon the ground in obeisance. My lord Tu Chi, today's hunt yielded exceptional prey. Even the lowest tier has reached early growth stage. Heh, merely early growth stage. Hardly worth my attention. Divide them amongst yourselves. Thank you, my lord Tu Chi. Hold, I never authorized you to distribute them. Skyborer, why has your physique grown larger once more? My lord, among the creatures that invaded the city of pestilence, there was a mutated serpent scorpion. Its venom is contagious. Many of my children perished. To prevent the contagion from spreading further, I was forced to eliminate them all. Oh, I see. In that case, you have reaped considerable benefit as well. Let Jin Mao and Fei Tian divide these animals amongst themselves. Yes, my lord Tu Chi. Several pairs of emerald and crimson eyes flickered in the darkness. Then they lunged toward the boar king and the others. Torn half to death, they possessed no resistance whatsoever. They became nothing more than experience points for the rats. They could only emit agonized, increasingly feeble roars. My lord Tu Chi, the leader of these beasts, is a flying Tyrannosaurus rex. It still resides within the city. Shall we capture it? A flying Tyrannosaurus. How unusual. If you wish to slay it, go ahead. Strengthen yourselves, and when the time comes, expand my dominion. The overlord's voice resonated through the cavern with cold authority. The rat swarm under the Lord of Plague began their movements, led by a pack of giant rats. Chen Chu was so extraordinary, yet he spoke of it as if it were nothing. After all, Tu Si, as the city lord serving the Lord of Plague, would never care about the evolution points gained from killing Chen Chu. All he had to do was wish it, and the rats here would sacrifice themselves for his rampant evolution. All he needed was an endless lineage of descendants. Squirrel, Tu Si's languid voice echoed. A magnificent rat adorned in vibrant, iridescent colors approached, yet it spoke in a woman's voice. Have those people agreed? Nearly 50,000 more died today, but the survivors have mostly accepted. Humans are so stubborn. In the end, they always bow before survival. Take me to them. 2C moved forward, led by the squirrel, through a long corridor. At the end of the passage lay another vast chamber. But this space was filled with countless huddled figures, easily 70 or 80,000 souls crammed together. Every person there was nothing but skin and bones. In one corner a mountain of human corpses piled up, being dragged away by the strong rats. So big a rat. Upon seeing 2C, panic spread across someone's face. How dare you? This is the Lord of Plague. Lord 2C, the squirrel barked sharply. 2C merely chuckled. It's fine. He fixed them with his gaze. Do you all wish to live? Yes. We don't want to starve to death. Then you understand the conditions? We understand. Squirrel. The squirrel nodded and let out a piercing shriek. Then a massive horde of rats poured through the passage, 70 to 80,000 strong. They swarmed in terrifying numbers. And these were genuine young rats. Eat. Once you consume them, obey my commands. Starving beyond reason, they no longer cared that these were filthy rats. Desperate to survive, their emaciated bodies summoned every last ounce of strength. They lunged for the young rats. For survival. A gaunt man snatched one and shoved it into his mouth. Squelching sounds echoed. Blood trickled from twisted mouths. More and more people tore into the young rats. Then the wailing began. Human bodies shrank and contorted until they became rats. The young rats were devoured, and the surviving humans transformed into a new rat swarm. 2C watched with satisfaction. These people had been captured in the city when they failed to escape, resisting to the end for their principles. As more and more died, despair amplified infinitely. With the faintest hope of survival, they wouldn't let it go, even if it meant becoming rats. Congratulations, Lord 2C. You now command another horde of rat people. 2C laughed heartily. How could ordinary rats ever match the cunning of humans turned beasts? Any single one of these beast humans could lead a squadron of rats. Submit to me. Obey my commands. From now on you may unleash yourselves without restraint. Bear me endless offspring. The beast humans grew restless. Many males had already mounted the females. 2C's grin revealed his fangs. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. He wondered how intelligent the offspring would be from rats that had already undergone transformation. The reproductive capacity of rats was astonishing. As the folk saying went, one male and one female could produce 250 in a year. Rats could breed 8 times annually, each litter yielding 15 or 16 pups. 2C's rat legion doubled in size every day. Meanwhile, on the surface, Chen Chu found an open space and lay down to rest. King Eagle led a flock of flying creatures perched on surrounding high-rises and tree branches. Zhongli followed King Eagle, never straying an inch. Overlord Chu, it's been several hours. Why haven't the rats made a move? What this city lacks most is food. With so many rats around, they wouldn't miss living prey. Just wait. The sky gradually darkened. The moon hung large and full above. Rustling sounds erupted from all sides. Chen Chu's muscles tensed. Then the ground beneath him crumbled. In that instant, Chen Chu spread his wings and took to the sky. Fools. Don't they know I can fly? Chirp, chirp. The sky-piercing rat emerged from the hole. You'll tire eventually. Let's see how long you can keep flying. Where are my subordinates? Those wild boars you mentioned. Chirp, 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 they're already our waste. You actually killed them. How can one live without eating? Damn it. Chen Chu dove straight down. The sky-piercing rat burrowed into a tunnel. His twin claws smashed down, collapsing the ground significantly. Evolution points 433120000. Unexpectedly, he'd crushed over 400 rats in one strike. Chen Chu's interest was piqued. If he couldn't subdue 2C, slaughtering these damned rats would still yield massive evolution points. Where do you think you're going? Chen Chu strode forward, each step bringing a devastating stomp. The ground continued to collapse. Evolution points 632120000. Evolution points 753120000. The points halted at 876120000. It seemed the rats had fled far away. Poof! A dark shape shot from underground straight into the air. A crimson-bellied hawk at mid-growth stage flew toward it. Schlick! In an instant it was pierced through the body and fell to the ground. Then the dark shape shot toward Chen Chu. Such terrifying penetrating power. Chen Chu's crocodile armor manifested over his body. Thud! A palm-sized rat burrowed into the armor atop his head. The crocodile armor's defense was formidable, but this rat possessed considerable strength, driving halfway in before becoming lodged. Let me see what you are. Chen Chu bent down, extended his clawed hand, and pried the rat from his head armor. The rat was tiny, only palm-sized, held between Chen Chu's 2 fingers. Oh, how can such a small rat possess such tremendous strength? The little rat panicked even more. Impossible. How can your defense be so strong that not even I can pierce it? And no matter how strong you are, can you match a rocket launcher? Squelch. The 2 fingers closed, crushing the little rat instantly. Evolution points 1076120000. Hey, such a tiny little rat, yet it was at the mid-growth stage. It directly contributed 200 evolution points to Chen Chu. The rat cadres watching from the shadows were even more astounded. Damn, just how strong is that Tyrannosaurus Rex? It crushed the burrowing rat to death with one squeeze. A trace of fear even appeared in the blood-red eyes of the sky-piercing rat. The brocade rat was also in low spirits. Among their group of rat cadres, the burrowing rat's strength was definitely among the top 10. Yet that top 10 was instantly obliterated. Is that all? Chen Chu casually tossed aside the burrowing rat's corpse. Such a tiny rat with not a single part of it superior to him probably wouldn't mutate under the derivative talent even if he ate it. Huh. The snake scorpion laughed heartily. How utterly ridiculous. A bunch of little rats dare to act insolent before our tyrant Chu. The bloodshot hue in the sky-piercing rat's eyes grew even more intense. That's the snake scorpion. Its venom is highly potent and contagious. Is that so? Then leave it to me to handle. A rat with the front half of a mouse and the rear half of a rattlesnake's tail crawled forward on its two front paws. Haha, snake rat. Indeed, fighting poison with poison. Only you can do it. Then let's lure that Tyrannosaurus Rex into the trap. Boom. The ground bulged, and the burrowing rat poked its head out. Tyrannosaurus Rex, you've killed so many of my children. Now it's time to pay the price. Price. The price is that I will mercifully crush you under my foot. Chen Chu flapped his massive wings and took off directly. The burrowing rat retreated underground and began to scurry rapidly. Zhang Li looked down. Eagle King, take me to follow the great king. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Behind Zhang Li and the Eagle King, countless winged rats flew out. Are these rats relatives bats? Hee, they are the children of the flying rat king. A voice came from above the highest flying rat. It was the snake rat who had come to deal with Zhang Li. What a bunch of strange rats. You can mutate, and so can I. Children attack, the snake rat commanded. The flying rats in the air dense as a dark cloud flew toward Zhang Li and the Eagle King. Retreat. Zhang Li decisively withdrew. Although he had flying animals on his side, they numbered only a few dozen. The flying rat swarm numbered in the thousands. Huh. So cowardly. You flee at the sight of me. If you've got the guts, come fight me one-on-one. Hiss. The snake rat riding the flying rat from behind opened its mouth and spat a stream of venom. The Eagle King twisted its body in midair, but a tiny bit of venom still splashed onto one of its wings. Sizzle. The contaminated feathers began to corrode, emitting plumes of white smoke. Zhang Li recognized it as highly corrosive poison. He flicked his scorpion tail, and with his swish sliced off a patch of surrounding feathers. Toxic trail. Not to be outdone, Zhang Li twisted his tongue and sprayed a cloud of venom mist toward a group of flying rats. Scatter. Don't let it spread. Thanks to the intelligence from the sky-piercing rat, they already knew that Zhang Li's venom was contagious. The surrounding flying rats rapidly dispersed. Several large flying rats spread their leathery wings and began fanning furiously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The venom mist sprayed by Zhang Li was blown away. Damn it. After chasing for several hundred meters, Chen Chu realized that Zhang Li and the others hadn't followed. He turned his head and saw a dark mass in the sky. He knew he had been tricked. These rats were trying to divide and conquer. A bunch of bastards. But my interest in Tookie has grown even more. Chen Chu stopped his pursuit. The sky-piercing rat emerged from the ground. Stupid dinosaur, why aren't you chasing? Come on. Luring me into a trap. Yeah, you dare? Of course I dare, but not now. Whoosh. Flapping his wings, he flew directly toward Zhang Li's direction. Damn. Coward. If you've got the guts, come chase us. Your grandfather's here. We've got so many rats here, all living evolution points. Chen Chu completely ignored them. The wild boar team that had followed him was already annihilated. He couldn't afford to lose the Air Force. He didn't want to become a lone commander just after forming his beast army. Sky-piercing rat, what do? This guy isn't falling for it. The flying rats are done for. The formation of the flying rats had completely fallen apart ever since Chen Chu charged in. Just the wingspan of 18 meters was enough to overwhelm the tiny flying rats. Smack, smack, smack. Every flying rat struck by Chen Chu's wings died instantly and plummeted downward. The snake rat was nearly sent flying by a swipe of Chen Chu's tail. Evolution points 138 for 120000. Evolution points 156 8120000. Haha, Plague City is truly a great place to gain evolution points. Watching the soaring evolution points, Chen Chu laughed joyfully. How many animals were raised in Peace Town? 300,000. But how many rats were there in Plague City? Countless. These were just the tip of the iceberg. I'll fight you to the death. The snake rat pushed off with its tail leaping from the flying rat's back directly onto Chen Chu's back. Get off me. Though Chen Chu was strong, he couldn't reach his own back. I'll bite. The snake rat sank its teeth into the crocodile armor on Chen Chu's back. With a crack, two sharp rat teeth snapped off, blood gushing. Damn. So hard. Then I'll poison you to death. Sizzle. Venom as if free sprayed wildly onto Chen Chu's back. Plumes of white smoke began to rise from the surface. Even the tough crocodile armor was being corroded. Tyrant Chu, be careful. Its venom is highly corrosive. Then why the hell don't you hurry up and get it off me? The Eagle King turned, and Zhang Li leaped onto Chen Chu's back. Hurting my Tyrant Chu, you die. The scorpion tail, glinting with eerie green light, shot straight for the snake rat's throat. The snake rat was no pushover either. It swung its tail and coiled around Zhang Li's scorpion tail. My tail controls your tail. What else can you do? Hiss. Zhang Li stared at the snake rat with vertical slit pupils, his forked tongue flickering rapidly. I can still bite you. So can I. Smack. They struck simultaneously, biting each other. It's over. The snake rat forgot. He had no teeth left. They had been broken off when he bit the Tyrannosaurus rex. Zhang Li's venomous fangs pierced his skin, sending venom coursing through his entire body. The snake rat could only stubbornly spit venom onto Zhang Li's body. Who was stronger and who weaker would be revealed instantly. Chen Chu was now wreaking havoc in the air. With the crocodile armor on his back, he felt no pain. The dense swarm of flying sky rats had been decimated by 90%. Evolution points 3746, 120,000. What a pity, though they are all mutated flying rats, they are juveniles, giving only a few evolution points. Zhang Li, are you done? Done, Zhang Li said indistinctly because he was still biting the snake rat's neck. The snake rat toothless bit Zhang Li's upper serpentine body. Venom like saliva dripped over Zhang Li, emitting wisps of white smoke. Zhang Li let go and the snake rat collapsed onto Chen Chu's back. It seems my venom is a bit stronger than yours. The snake rat was clearly breathing more out than in. Never thought you had resistance to poison. Zhang Li, after all, was a mutated snake scorpion. Potent venom and poison resistance were his innate talents. But this Tyrannosaurus rex won't have it so easy. The crocodile armor on Chen Chu's back was still slowly corroding, already pitted with small holes. Chen Chu landed directly from the air. Sizzle, sizzle, ah. Chen Chu let out a cry of pain. The snake rat's corrosive venom had already seeped into his skin. The skin corroding, Chen Chu felt the pain. Slowly you will rot all over and die. Shut up. The snake scorpion couldn't be bothered to kill him now. Once poisoned by his venom, death was certain. Overlord Chu, let me cut off this piece of skin immediately. Otherwise it will corrode worse. No need. Can't I resist a little toxin? Chen Chu directly dismissed the crocodile armor, exposing the skin on his back. The venom began to spread. Chen Chu endured the pain, resisting it. Because he had already figured out the function of derivation, whatever he lacked would surely be derived. Stupid dinosaur, if you hadn't gone after the snake rat you wouldn't be poisoned. Roar. Xuantian rat was so scared it immediately retreated. Not falling for it, let's forget it, said Jinmao rat. Observe in secret. The snake rat's venom can even corrode stone into pus. Zhang Li bit the snake rat and threw it off Chen Chu's back. The creature was still hanging on by a thread. Time for you to die. Zhang Li had already revealed his scorpion stinger. Wait. Chen Chu suddenly spoke. Overlord, you. Keep him for now. Oh. Chen Chu roared in pain. At this moment, not only the flying rats but Jinmao rat and others were secretly observing him. High above personnel deployed from Anlin City were also watching, having filmed the aerial battle against the flying rats. Chen Qiming and the other officers, after seeing this, reassessed Chen Chu's combat capability. Now it seems this Tyrannosaurus rex isn't resistant to poison. Look at him howling in pain down there. No animal is perfect, said Professor One. If he's not poison resistant, we can substitute the anesthetic and tranquilizer guns with a potent toxin. That's a good idea. I like it, Commander-in-Chief. Leave this to me. Chen Qiming waved his hand. No rush. Why, don't you see? This Tyrannosaurus rex is locked in battle with those cunning rats in Plague City. He's not dead yet. Once he's gradually corroded by the venom, the swarm of rats will surely appear. With his huge size, he can't be dragged into a tunnel, so he'll be dragged along the ground. Then we'll know the rat's lair. The officers applauded. Brilliant. Brilliant. Indeed. Once we know their lair, we'll drop a missile and completely solve the rat problem. Chen Qiming smirked. Overlord Chu. He won't come to a good end. Night fell. Chen Chu lay on the ground, still fighting the venom. By now the corroded area on his back had reached 3 square meters. The worst part had exposed white bone. Pus flowed down, looking disgusting. Zhang Li couldn't bear to look. Chen Chu was sweating from the pain. Why hasn't the derivation talent triggered yet? You're finished. Damn it. Chen Chu opened his mouth and ate the snake rat whole. Crunch, crunch. He chewed it completely before swallowing. Zhang Li was stunned when he saw this. Overlord Chu, you're out of your mind. The snake rat itself is highly venomous, and now it's also carrying my toxin. 2 toxins combined. How could you eat him? As the saying goes, if you're not ruthless, you won't stand firm. I don't believe I can endure it. Suddenly a sharp pain struck his stomach, as if his intestines were being cut one by one. Chen Chu rose in agony, beginning to wreak havoc in the vicinity. Boom, boom, boom. Several large craters appeared instantly on the ground. Xuantian rat, watching from the shadows, was terrified. My god, he's gone berserk. Look at his miserable state. He probably can't hold on. But his rampaging form is truly terrifying. That night was a painful, agonizing, and arduous one for Chen Chu. He didn't know how long he thrashed, destroying the surrounding ground until it was unrecognizable, before finally collapsing, gasping for breath. Heaven gave me a second chance, though I won't die so soon. Chen Chu believed firmly. The first rays of morning sunlight fell upon him. A warm current surged through his body. The attribute panel had updated. Species fusion type. Name flying crocodile, armor Tyrannosaurus rex. Level early mature body. Strength 25 tons. Speed 60 km/h. Lifespan 200 years. Defense 25 tons. Flexibility 15. Poison resistance 10. Toxicity 27. Evolution points 1768. 120000. Talent 1 maximum bite force 30 tons. Talent 2 derivation. Talent 3 flight speed 80 km/h. Ha ha ha. Chen Chu laughed wildly. I knew it. I knew it. After enduring the derivation, talent granted him increased toxicity and poison resistance. Because Chen Chu had eaten the snake rat in the end, he gained an extra 200 evolution points. Zhengli didn't understand why Chen Chu was suddenly so happy. After acquiring the 2 new attributes, Chen Chu's strength slowly began to recover, and the skin on his back stopped rotting. Zhengli, what are your poison resistance and toxicity values? This. Generally, after beastification into animals, talents should be kept secret from opponents. Zhengli thought since he was Chen Chu's subordinate anyway, he might as well tell him. My toxicity is 25, and poison resistance is 20. His toxicity was even higher than Zhengli's. Probably because he had eaten the snake rat, which carried 2 types of venom. Excellent. From now on, Chen Chu had become a venomous Tyrannosaurus rex. With his already immense bite force combined with venom, he was truly terrifying. During his juvenile stage, the talents he manifested were not particularly formidable. However, the derivative talents that emerged after Chen Chu broke through to the juvenile stage proved to be of immense assistance. Dual claws, dexterous fingers, enhanced flexibility. All were born under this talent. Although not marked as talents on the attribute panel, Chen Chu could fully regard these traits as new derivative talents. The chaotic concoction he had consumed contained the fossils of 5 different animals. Now 4 of them had manifested. The traits of the Tyrannosaurus rex and the alligator snapping turtle were particularly evident. The wings should also be one of the fossil traits, though he was uncertain of their origin. They resembled the wings of a giant bat. As for derivative talents, Chen Chu was beginning to form some ideas. It must be the tardigrade. Though tiny, this creature that had existed for hundreds of millions of years possessed formidable vitality. It could adapt to any environment rapidly, and its greatest trait was derivation. Chen Chu rubbed his head. I should have realized it was the tardigrade. Who would have thought the tardigrade fossil in the museum was real? How is your back, Chubolong? It's fine, no longer painful. It will heal. The cadre of rat officers led by Xuantiansha Sky Drill Rat gained nothing from their encounter with Chen Chu. Instead, they lost 2 officers, Shishu Snake Rat and Xuantiansha Drill Rat. Additionally, thousands of Fishinshu flying rat troops were annihilated by Chen Chu, becoming his evolution points. They slunk back, not daring to speak loudly before the Plague Lord. The Plague Lord was in high spirits, having transformed tens of thousands of humans into ratkin capable of reproduction and breeding more armies. Back so soon. Who devoured that Tyrannosaurus rex? Xuantianshu lowered his head. We didn't kill him. Is that so? Why haven't Xuantiansha Drill Rat and Shishu Snake Rat returned? At this question, Xuantianshu's fur bristled in fear. They were killed by the Tyrannosaurus rex. However, he was also poisoned by Shishu. He howled madly all night and is now resting. We returned first. With a swoosh, the Plague Lord flicked his tail. A pebble shot toward Xuantianshu, piercing his ear. Xuantianshu dared not even whimper in pain. All you officers with the Flying Rat Legion mobilized from the Flying Rat King, and you still couldn't kill him. Tell me, what use are you to me? No, Lord Tuki. That Tyrannosaurus rex might have already reached the mature stage. Even Xuantianshu's formidable attacks couldn't breach his defenses. What a bunch of fools. You've ruined my good mood. I'll give you one more day. If you can't handle it, don't come back to see me. Yes. Now the rat officers were scratching their heads in frustration. Chen Chu was currently poisoned and resting, an ideal opportunity. But they were only in the growth stage and no match for him. Why don't we deploy the entire army and overwhelm him with numbers, suggested Jinmashu Brocade Rat. Are you kidding? Even Xuantianshu couldn't pierce his crocodile armor. More rats would only be crushed and become his evolution points. Jinmashu's eyes twinkled. Then let's go find the Flying Rat King. You? Are you sure? In the eastern district of the Plague City, there was a well-preserved wetland park. A black rat 3 meters long was mounting a rat half its size thrusting. Not far away, a 1.5 meter rat gave birth to a litter of pups. Flying Rat King, a litter is born. The Flying Rat King quickened his pace, finishing mating early. How many? 36 in total. 11 have wings. Very good. Throw the ones without wings to the common rats. Got it. This was routine. Under the Plague Lord Tuki, there were not only officers like Xuantianshu and Jinmashu, but also 4 rat kings above them. The mutated Flying Rat King of the East was one of them. When needed, they obeyed the Plague Lord's orders, otherwise they stayed in their territories, accelerating the breeding of mutated flying rats. Xuantianshu and Jinmashu emerged from underground, appearing in the wetland park. The Flying Rat King lay by the pond, stroking his whiskers. What brings you here? Where's the Flying Rat Legion I lent you? Alas. Flying Rat King, to be honest, a mature Tyrannosaurus rex has broken into our Plague City. And it can fly. 90% of the Flying Rat Legion we borrowed from you has been wiped out. What? The Flying Rat King's fur bristled. Although mutated rats had larger litters, not every pup was a flying rat, some were common rats. The thousands killed by Chen Chu accounted for 1/10 of the total flying rat population. With a whoosh, the Flying Rat King flew over and pinned Xuantianshu under his foot, his tail tipped like a spear pointing at his eye. Damn it. Do you think my Flying Rat Legion is infinite? You've lost so many. It's all that Tyrannosaurus Rex. He ignored us and went straight for the young flying rats. Where is he now? On a vacant lot in the south-central area. He's poisoned and resting. The flying rat king spread his wings and soared into the sky. My children, listen up. This Tyrannosaurus Rex has slaughtered your brothers and sisters. Follow me now to kill him. Jinmashu breathed a sigh of relief. To deal with a mature body, they needed a mature body. All 4 rat kings under the Plague Lord were mature. After a night of rampage, Chen Chu was now resting. His stamina had recovered to 70 or 80%. He was now waiting to see what tricks the rats still had up their sleeves. In Anlin City, tension reigned. Their surveillance detected that all the flying rats from the eastern Plague City had mobilized. Tens of thousands of flying rats filled the sky dense as a dark cloud. Chen Chiming frowned. Shu Baowang has drawn out so many flying rats. Commander, this number seems to be all of them. 80% likely. But it also gives us a clue. What clue? These rats have territorial divisions. The officers sighed in realization. If so, it would be impossible to wipe them out with a single missile. Hope rested on Chen Chu, whether he could lure all the rat factions together for a massive concentration. Air Command from now on, keep a close watch on that Tyrannosaurus Rex. If necessary, provide him with support. Little did Chen Chu know that he had already become a pawn in the game of Anlin City. At this moment, he was still calculating how many days to stay in the Plague City. There were only 7 days left until the second great calamity of heaven and earth. He must reserve a few days to travel to Anlin City. Just then the birds perched high above suddenly let out a chorus of cries, especially the Kanjian king, whose cry pierced the sky. Chen Chu abruptly stood up and then saw a dense swarm of flying rats flying from the east. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Has the Lord of Plague arrived? Zhang Li trembled inwardly at the sight of the overwhelmingly oppressive formation. But why did Chu Baowang's eyes reveal excitement? Chen Chu strode forward using his tail to curl around an overturned car and then hurled it into the air. The flying rat king sneered. Humph, is this a declaration of war? With a crack his slender tail lashed out. The incoming car was split cleanly in two. Oh, truly formidable. You must be a mature form as well. Chen Chu bared his 60 cold venomous fangs. Tyrannosaurus Rex. How dare you massacre my flying rat legion? Today you die. Attack. With a swoosh, tens of thousands of flying rats madly pounced on Chen Chu. The Kanjian king, not to be outdone, prepared to command the flock of birds to counter. Chen Chu stopped them. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. All of you fall back. Do not advance without my order. With a whoosh, his 18-meter-long colossal wings spread, carrying a gale as he soared into the sky. The tiny flying rats could not withstand Chen Chu's charge. With a crackling sound, a single collision threw the formation of tens of thousands of flying rats into chaos. Evolution value 18731200000. Several hundred small flying rats were directly crushed to death by Chen Chu. Looking for death. The flying rat king made a nimble turn in the air, lashing his steel whip-like tail directly at Chen Chu's face. You're the one looking for death. Chen Chu was no longer the Tyrannosaurus Rex with severely degenerated forelimbs. Now his forelimbs were over 4 meters long and bore 4 fingers. He extended a claw and directly caught the flying rat king's tail. With a slick sound, the flying rat king yanked, leaving only a layer of skin in Chen Chu's claw. Bite him to death. Dense masses of flying rats surrounded Chen Chu, covering his head, back, tail. Everywhere was flying rats. They clung to Chen Chu's body, gnawing incessantly with their teeth. Many ants can kill an elephant today. Let the swarm of rats bite the dinosaur to death. Ha ha ha. Exactly what I want. Chen Chu laughed wildly, his wings sweeping in a large encirclement, enveloping the multitude of flying rats to prevent them from flying away from his body. With a retraction of his wings, Chen Chu began a rapid descent from the air. The flying rat king sensed something wrong. With a loud bang, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Chen Chu's body was now covered in a paste of pulverized flying rats. Evolution value 37761200000. This single move killed nearly 2,000 flying rats. It's infuriating. The flying rat king shrieked in rage in the air. What are you waiting for? The ground bulged. The drilling rat emerged directly from below and charged toward Chen Chu's head. Chen Chu only saw a large black ball flying toward him. What is that? Bang. Ugh. Before he could finish, his head suffered a heavy blow. Chen Chu simply fainted. With this feint, the crocodile armor on his body vanished. The brocade rat praised. Drilling rat, that charge of yours was truly impressive. Of course. This is my talent. Curling into a ball and striking with full force, I can even topple a small building. The flying rat king descended, looking at Chen Chu with suspicion. He's fainted just like that. Flying rat king, I told you this fellow is poisoned. Oh ha ha ha, so that's it. My children attack. Zhang Li couldn't believe that Chu Baowang had fainted so easily. The Kanjian king even wanted to rush forward to protect his master. Zhang Li wrapped around his neck. Don't go to die. Chu Baowang said, without his command we must not advance. Thousands of small flying rats first pounced onto Chen Chu's back. Because this area was corroded and had not fully recovered, some parts were oozing blood. Compared to other tough-skinned areas, this was the best spot. The first small flying rat that lapped up Chen Chu's blood immediately lay still and stopped moving. then the second, the third. The swarm of rats scrambled madly without anyone noticing. Only after more than 10 seconds, when over 200 small flying rat corpses had fallen to the ground, did the brocade rat notice. Something's wrong. How can the flying rats die from gnawing the Tyrannosaurus? The flying rat king looked and saw it was true. Could he be pretending to be unconscious? Yuck. He lashed his tail, which straightened like a spear, and thrust it toward Chen Chu's eye. 2. A large mouthful of saliva hit the flying rat king's body, while his right claw swung to block the tail. He's definitely pretending. Alas, I didn't expect you to discover it so quickly. The crocodile armor reappeared. His wings spread wide, and with a shake he shook off the flying rats on his body. Your children have bitten off a lot of my flesh and lapped up a lot of my pus and blood. With a swoosh, swarms of flying rats fell to the ground, some dying instantly. Others writhed in agony on the ground, dying within seconds. The flying rat king was startled. Poison. Chen Chu grinned. Correct. Children, all of you leave. The surviving flying rats quickly flew into the air, but still one after another kept falling. Evolution value 399-812-0000. Evolution value 399-912-0000. Chen Chu's evolution value was steadily rising. Because he had eaten the snake rat that fused two kinds of toxins, Chen Chu's venom now also possessed contagious and corrosive properties. Earlier, when the swarm gathered on him and madly scrambled to lick, they had been unknowingly infected. The flying rat king had a very ominous premonition. Suddenly, he felt an intense itch on his body. Scratching with his claws, a large patch of fur was torn off, revealing the raw red skin beneath. What's happening? It's poison naturally. Your body is slowly being corroded. The flying rat king's venomous eyes turned to the drilling rat. The drilling rat cried out, impossible. You were clearly poisoned. How could you carry poison? There are many things you don't know. With a patter-patter among the flying rat swarm, 4,000 to 5,000 had already fallen. Chen Chu's evolution value at that moment also skyrocketed to 912-012-0000. You insignificant rats dared to cause me trouble. Chen Chu bit through his tongue and then soared into the sky. Releasing his maximum flight speed, he flew directly above the rat swarm. A large mouthful of blood sprayed downward with a puff sound. In the air, it was like a light rain was falling. Poison. What a wonderful thing for rapidly gaining evolution points. The flying rat king felt an unbearable itching all over his body. Some places didn't even need to be scratched. The fur and skin would automatically fall off. Damn it. Today I've fallen for your trick. Retreat. The flying rat king had originally planned to rely on the sheer numbers of the flying rat legion to win. 1,000 ants can kill an elephant. Unfortunately, that scout rat's intelligence was flawed. This tyrant lizard carries poison. Patter-patter. As the flying rat legion retreated, rats infected with the deadly poison kept falling from the sky. The sensation on the flying rat king's body had shifted from unbearable itching to excruciating pain. He wanted to cut off all the infected parts of his body. Chen Chu flew up to chase after him. Because the flying rats were continuously dying from infection, evolution points kept increasing. If he annihilated this entire flying rat legion, he could evolve again. Stop him. Let's see who can stop me. With his flight ability unlocked, Chen Chu became an aerial killing machine. Any flying rats that tried to block him couldn't slow him down in the slightest. More and more flying rats were smashed to death, bitten to death, crushed to death. And so Chen Chu chased the flying rat king all the way to the Eastern District's wetland park. Chen Chu clutched a flying rat in his claw. With a squish, it turned into meat paste. Evolution points 4,000. After a trail of slaughter, he finally reached the evolution threshold. Roar. Chen Chu opened his mouth and let out a mighty roar in the sky. The rats below in the wetland park trembled upon hearing it. Many rats dared not look up. Wings with an 18-meter wingspan grew once more, casting a colossal shadow over the rats below. It wasn't just the wings, his entire body was constantly growing. Species fusion type. Name flying crocodile armored tyrant dragon. Level mature mid-stage. Strength 30 tons. Speed 70 km/h. Lifespan 230 years. Defense 30 tons. Flexibility 15. Poison resistance 10. Poison 27. Evolution points 4,000. Talent 1, strongest, bite, force 45 tons. Talent 2, derivation. Talent 3, flight, speed 100 km/h. The flying rat king dove and landed with much of his rotten flesh falling from his body. He actually evolved. Roar. Chen Chu followed and descended. With a thunderous boom, the entire wetland park shook. A huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Now Chen Chu had become a 3-habitat tyrant dragon, standing 10 meters tall, 22 meters long, and weighing 16 tons. I didn't expect there to be so many rats here. The Eastern District, controlled by the Flying Rat King, was actually the area with the fewest rats. Because he was a perfectionist, he only wanted mutant flying rats. What remained here were mostly ordinary rats or defective ones with only one wing, along with numerous female rats. Adding these scattered groups together, there were nearly 20,000. You've killed enough, can you show some mercy? Mercy? Ha ha ha, when you came to provoke me, you should have been prepared for death. With a roar, he charged directly into the rat swarm. Countless rats perished beneath Chen Chu's enormous feet. I'll fight you to the death. The flying rat king pounced at Chen Chu's head, focusing his attack on his eyes. But just as he flew up, a scorpion tail appeared in front of him. The sinister barbed hook pierced straight into the flying rat king's left eye. Splat. Fluid splattered. Opt. Smash. Zhang Li's snake upper body struck like lightning, opening his mouth to bite the flying rat king's throat. Already poisoned to the core, this fatal blow was too much for the flying rat king to endure. Lord Chu Bowang, he's done for. I'm awarding him to you. Thank you, Lord Chu Bowang. Zhang Li was extremely happy inside. This was a mature rat king. Swish, swish, swish. The barbed hook on the scorpion tail swiftly pierced several holes into the flying rat king's body. The flying rat king lay motionless. How many evolution points did you get? 800. Chen Chu thought about it, and it made sense. Killing an early-stage growing animal grants 100 evolution points, mid-stage 200, and late-stage 400. An early-stage mature creature would be 800 points. The rest followed the same pattern. Chen Chu had already killed enough rats. He didn't care about these 800 points at all. Come down and help me clean this place up. Yes. Zhang Li was full of energy. After getting off Chen Chu, he immediately used his talent Deadly Poison Trail against the rat swarm. In a little over half an hour, not a single rat was alive in the entire Eastern District. Chen Chu's evolution points had risen to 51231100. Opt. On Zhang Li's side, however, came waves of painful growls. What's wrong? I'm going to evolve. Evolve. Why is it so painful? Crack. A fissure appeared on Zhang Li's snake head. Chen Chu understood. Because he was a snake-scorpion mutant with snake characteristics, he had to shed his skin during evolution. The process of shedding was extremely painful for Zhang Li. Chen Chu stayed by his side to protect him. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Li finally emerged from his old skin. His upper snake body was over 3 meters long and covered with a scorpion-like carapace. His lower scorpion body had also grown considerably larger, especially the scorpion tail, which was almost as long as the snake body. Your appearance is quite strange. Haha, thank you, Lord Chu Bowang. I've now evolved to early mature stage. Do you have any new talents? Still Deadly Poison Trail. All attributes have improved, especially my poison, which has reached 40 points. Chen Chu was surprised to hear this. Before evolution, his poison was only 25 points, 2 points less than his own. After evolution, it had actually increased by 15 points. The snake rat's poison wasn't even as high as Zhang Li's original level yet. That venom could corrode his super-resistant crocodile armor and make him suffer unbearably. How terrifying was this 40-point poison? Chen Chu himself had a slight desire to test it. Come on, bite me. You're not joking, right? I need you to help me strengthen my poison resistance. Zhang Li opened his snake mouth and his 2 fangs gleamed coldly. The golden eagle king suddenly flew over and emitted an urgent cry. Rumble, rumble. The entire earth seemed to be shaking. Chen Chu was startled. This was a heaven and earth catastrophe. Chen Chu spread his wings and soared into the sky, only to be instantly covered in goosebumps. This was no natural catastrophe. It was a swarm of rats on the move. As far as the eye could see, there were countless rats surging like a colossal tide. How many are there? Tens of millions. A billion. 10 billion. This was the most severe psychological turmoil Chen Chu had experienced since his transformation. The sheer number of rats was overwhelming. No wonder the Plague Lord of the previous era had become an ultimate being. Just these rats alone could provide him with an immense amount of evolution points. It's that Tyrannosaurus Rex, roared the one-eyed Xuantian rat. After the defeat of the Fatian Rat King, he and the Jin Mao rat immediately went to report to the Plague Lord. In a fit of rage, the Plague Lord gouged out one of his eyes. Rumble, rumble. The Plague Lord, 5 meters long and weighing 4 tons, was carried by the countless rats below. Bastard. A furious roar reached Chen Chu's ears clearly. The 4 rat kings under his command were carefully nurtured and held great importance. Now one of them had been killed. If it had been the Jin Mao rat, Xuantian rat, or other lieutenants, the Plague Lord wouldn't have made such a huge commotion. The problem was that the Fatian Rat King was of great use to him. He relied on him to breed the Flying Rat Legion capable of fighting in the air. Upon hearing the news of his death, the Plague Lord flew into a rage, summoned the remaining 3 Rat Kings, and led the entire rat army to attack. This was the full combat strength of the Plague City. Even Zhang Li was horrified at the sight. The overwhelming swarm of rats was utterly terrifying. Let's go. Chen Chu had no intention of fighting. At this moment, even though there was a massive amount of evolution points, he had to consider whether he could actually obtain them. Zhang Li lay on the back of Kanjing Wang, letting him carry him through the air. Where do you think you're going? Russell. The billions of rats below stacked layer upon layer like a rising tide, their height rapidly increasing with the sole aim of bringing down Chen Chu in the sky. Chen Chu flapped his wings rapidly. Haha, you stinking rats, I can fly 1,000 meters high. Can you stack that high? Bastard. Stinking dinosaur, don't be so smug. You'll have to come down someday. Yeah, but unfortunately you won't live to see it. Meanwhile, the entire rat swarm of Plague City surged out, exactly catching the attention of the cameras. Seeing such a massive horde of rats, the people of Anlin City felt a chill run down their spines. Too many. So many rats had been hidden beneath Plague City. Commander, that Tyrannosaurus Rex has really lured them out. Should we strike? Chen Chiming's body trembled, whether from fear or excitement. His right hand clenched into a fist, knuckles turning white. With a heavy thud, he slammed it onto the table. Strike. Blow them all to hell. Anlin City began to mobilize. An intercontinental missile was already in position. Fire. Whooshed. The missile soared into the sky, heading toward the rat swarm of Plague City. Ha! You stinking rats. You've been hiding and multiplying like crazy, but under the missile you'll all be reduced to ashes. Above Plague City, Chen Chu and his group flew onward. The Plague Lord refused to give up, commanding the rat swarm to pursue. Chu Bawang, what's that? Zheng Li on the back of Kanjing Wang spotted a black dot ahead. It was moving at incredible speed, growing larger by the second. Chen Chu's mind went blank. Shit. A missile. This was no ordinary rocket launcher. It was a genuine superweapon. Once it detonated, it would produce a massive mushroom cloud, destroying everything within a 100-mile radius. Chen Chu's crocodile armor couldn't withstand something like that. Damn it. Those bastards in Anlin City. The moment he saw the missile, a flood of realizations hit him. Now he could only accelerate and flee. The missile's speed far exceeded their flight. Master Tookie, look up in the sky. A rat king shouted. The Plague Lords first stood on end. With a sharp, piercing cry, he commanded, scatter immediately. Get into the tunnels, run as far as you can, dig as deep as you can. Rustle. The billions of rats instantly dispersed in all directions. Rage filled the Plague Lord's heart. His sharp foreclaws, like excavators, swiftly dug a tunnel into the ground. Chen Chu and his group had already flown as far as they could at maximum speed. The missile struck at that moment. A deafening explosion followed, and a massive wave of heat swept across the surroundings. Everything in its path was obliterated. The rats that failed to escape were instantly annihilated in the heat wave, leaving not even a trace of fur. A colossal mushroom cloud rose, black smoke blotting out the sky. Even though Chen Chu and his group had flown far enough, they were still caught in the blast. Turbulence struck, and Chen Chu could no longer maintain stable flight. He wobbled and began to fall. Half an hour later, Chen Chu stirred. A thick layer of dust fell from his body. When he stood up, he found Kanjing Wang, Zheng Li, and a flock of birds beneath him. Looking around, Chen Chu was astonished. He had never witnessed the power of a superweapon with his own eyes before. Today he finally saw it. It was terrifying. Such power. Even an ultimate being might not be able to withstand it. No wonder humanity still existed after 3 years of survival in his past life. It was because they wielded such superweapons. Their worst-case scenario was to perish together with the beastified animals. My God, such immense power. How many rats must have died? Zheng Li dared not even imagine. Chen Chu felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Those bastards in Anlin City. They destroyed so many evolution points with a single missile. This completely disrupted Chen Chu's plans. Killing the Feitian Rat King had enraged the Plague Lord, making negotiation impossible. From the moment they retreated, Chen Chu had already planned after the second great catastrophe, he would bring his beast army from Pingyang Town and the scavenged heavy weapons to sweep through Plague City. Now that was impossible. The superweapon's power was too great. The Plague Lord had probably fled to some unknown hiding place by now. Coupled with his heavy losses, he wouldn't show his face for a long time. Buzz, 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 a dozen more aircraft appeared in the sky. They began dropping objects over Plague City. Chen Chu felt a sense of déjà vu. Damn, napalm bombs again. Anlin City's firepower is this strong. Look at the drop points. They're all along the borders of Plague City. They probably don't want the rat swarm to spread outward. This place is no longer safe. We need to leave immediately and take a detour to Anlin City. Along the way, it's best not to fly. Anlin City headquarters erupted in jubilant cheers. Since Anlin City had gradually risen to become a central hub, it had systematically eliminated surrounding threats, granting the people here a relatively secure environment. The sole remaining threat was the pack of rats lurking beneath the City of Plague. This time they had finally been lured out thanks to Chen Chu. Commander-in-Chief, those rats have been severely weakened this time. It's high time we gathered our forces for a massive sweep, someone proposed. Chen Chiming pondered deeply. It's still unwise. The terrain beneath the City of Plague is exceedingly complex, and as of now we remain uncertain of their remaining numbers. What about that Tyrannosaur? He vanished after the explosion, nowhere to be found. Chen Chiming studied the map. If he continues on his current trajectory, he will inevitably pass through our Anlin City. Therefore we cannot afford to lower our guard during this period. The commander speaks wisely. We must remain vigilant against those rats as well. Preposterous. What is there to fear? Anlin City stands among the most powerful hubs globally. Moreover, we have constructed artillery positions upon the volcano. Whoever dares approach shall be obliterated. Those rats burrow underground. Can your cannons even reach them? You do well to guard your artillery positions. Nonsense. Our heavy armaments are stationed upon that massive dormant volcano. Do they possess the capability to assault it? Chen Chiming waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Dispatch orders to all departments. Mobilize the populace for defense and heighten alertness. Beyond the City of Plague lay a vast forest. Chen Chu had healed his wounds here. Upon his back remained scars left by corrosive damage. A flock of birds fluttered down, delivering wild fruits gathered from the forest into Chen Chu's mouth. After consuming nothing but meat for so long, tasting fruit felt remarkably refreshing. Bah, we've lingered here far too long. When shall we resume our advance? Chen Chu calculated quietly within his heart. 4 days remained until the second heavenly catastrophe. Take your time, we can proceed at a measured pace. This forest was enormous. Using the trees as cover, they had avoided detection by Anlin City's surveillance. They slowly traversed the forest for an entire day. Chen Chu's heart grew increasingly uneasy. Such a vast forest ought certainly to bear a name on the maps. Yet it was utterly silent. Not a single wild animal in sight. Only insects rustling about were plentiful. Chen Chu showed no interest in these creatures, leaving them entirely to the flock of birds and Zhongli. After all, they too required evolution. Zhongli had already slain over 10,000 insects. Bah, I sense these creatures are tracking us. Oh, perhaps because half my body is scorpion, I possess this instinct. If they are indeed trailing us, matters become rather troublesome. We must depart this place today. 3 days remained until the second heavenly catastrophe. That evening, Chen Chu and his companions emerged from the forest. As night fell, a swarm of fireflies emerged from the forest following behind them. Zheng Li's instincts proved correct. These creatures were indeed tracking them. Hiss! Zheng Li exhaled a cloud of toxic mist, poisoning every firefly. These vermin dare to prey upon us. Hasten! Chen Chu unfurled his wings and began flying at low altitude. Unbeknownst to them, 200 meters behind, another colony of insects emerged from the ground, pursuing the direction Chen Chu had taken. In the forest, from a pile of grass, suddenly emerged a dog's head, followed by its entire body. It was the slender hound that had escaped from Chen Chu. I hope you're correct, or I'll devour you myself before the leader even lifts a finger. A colossal voice resonated from underground, causing surrounding leaves and grass to tremble. The slender hound chuckled. Naturally, an error is impossible. Following that tyrant dragon will surely lead us to the next evolution site. A river-like stream of insects returned burrowing underground. My insects continue to track them. I shall contact the other units now. Should anything go awry, your fate is sealed. The slender hound forced a nervous smile while cursing inwardly. You dare reprimand me. Once I find the opportunity to evolve, I'll eradicate you and your insects first. 2 days later, Chen Chu appeared outside Anlin City once more. As before, he was detected by surveillance. The Anlin City headquarters grew tense. If Chen Chu entered the city, absolute chaos would ensue. What is the situation? Chen Shiming rushed to the monitoring headquarters without even finishing his meal. Commander-in-Chief observed. He's merely lying there idly doing nothing. Chen Shiming furrowed his brow. This was highly unusual. Was he unwilling to enter the city? How long has he been lying there? 3 hours. I'll speak with him. A drone buzzed forward toward Chen Chu. The king of eagles spread his wings, his eyes filled with alertness. Chen Chu opened one eye. Speak. Do you recall me? First-class official of Anlin City, Commander-in-Chief, Chen Shiming. Hey, I'm glad you remember. If my conjecture is correct, you've come from Yinhua City. Yes, and according to our intelligence, a girl named Chen Nua has been waiting for her brother. Boom. Chen Chu rose abruptly, radiating immense oppressive pressure. When Chen Shiming glimpsed his colossal form through the drone, his heart nearly stopped. Do you know where she is? Unfortunately, I do not. You're a first-class official. What kind of joke is this? Chen Shiming managed a bitter smile. When the tsunami struck Beihai City, everyone who remained perished. That she escaped alive was nothing short of miraculous. As beast humans like you grow increasingly powerful, humanity has become ever more fragmented. Many central cities have fallen under autocratic rule, refusing to share information. Anlin City remains one of the few peaceful centers. Therefore, I do not know where she is. Can you understand, Chen Chu? Chen Chu grinned. He never expected his identity to remain concealed forever. His sister was in their hands. Whether obtained through coercion or otherwise, he could not afford to care. She departed via helicopter. That much should be traceable at the very least. You want my assistance? Do you wish to make an enemy of me? Both sides locked in a tense standoff. Chen Shiming ultimately relented. Then at the very least, tell me your purpose for coming to Anlin City. If you all pledge allegiance to me, I shall reveal it. The moment these words left his lips, the entire monitoring headquarters erupted into chaos. This is outrageous. Activate the cannons. Obliterate him. Arrogant. He has no concept of heaven's height or earth's depth. Chen Shiming clenched his fists tightly. These words had already been spoken by Chen Chu a second time. Impossible. Then there's nothing to discuss. Since we're at an impasse, I ask that you leave Anlin City immediately. This is not my home. Why should I depart? Chen Chu reclined once more, offering no further response regardless of what Chen Shiming said. The drone retreated. Chen Shiming sat in his chair, his brow deeply furrowed. He kept replaying the same words that Chen Chu had said to him twice. Commander, this kind of ferocious beast must be eliminated as soon as possible. While he is outside the city, unleash our firepower, and we will surely blast him to smithereens. Chen Shiming shook his head. He is just outside the city. Crossing into it would take only a single step. If we unleash our firepower, Anlin City will surely suffer massive casualties. Although no fire had been opened, numerous artillery positions were still aimed at Chen Chu outside the city. If he made the slightest reckless move, an uncountable barrage of missiles would rain down upon him instantly. Chen Chu needed to do nothing at present. He simply had to wait patiently. Tomorrow was the day of the second heaven and earth catastrophe. Time drifted by slowly. Zheng Li and the king of azure eagles along with their flock of birds also waited. For the commanders of Anlin City, these were days that felt like years. The staff in the surveillance room had stared until their eyes ached. Unbelievable, it is already past midnight, yet he remains completely motionless. Something so abnormal must hide a conspiracy. There must be a trick. We cannot let our guard down. 800 meters away from Chen Chu, a dark tide of insects was slowly closing in. Behind the tide of insects, a host of ferocious beasts was indeed coming in a frenzy. Alarm bells had already begun to ring throughout the main surveillance center of Anlin City. Chen Shiming scrambled straight out of bed, neglecting even to put on his coat as he ran over. What is going on? Commander. Disaster. Something terrible has happened. Outside, a horde of ferocious beasts has suddenly appeared. The beasts were moving too fast, and only blurry images could be captured. Is that a mutated vulture? So enormous. Could this be an ancient mammoth? Heavens, why are there sharks? Chen Shiming's expression shifted unpredictably. Bastards. His thunderous curse startled everyone around him. Chu the Overlord. Now I understand why you remained completely still. You were waiting for reinforcements. Chen Shiming had reached this conclusion. Chen Chu was but one Tyrannosaurus. No matter how powerful, it was impossible for him to conquer Anlin City single-handedly. Holding back his forces meant he was waiting for backup. Upon hearing this, the commander of the operations department felt his anger surge instantly. Commander, can we really afford to wait any longer? Chen Shiming clenched his fist and slammed it violently onto the desk. Annihilate them. Do not let them enter the city. Ain't. The commander of the operations department had been waiting exactly for these words. Chen Shiming looked up at the surveillance screen. Thankfully, it is not too late. Chu the Overlord, since your words could not make us submit, you resort to force. Then let me show you who is truly unyielding. Countless shells and rockets flew through the air. Chen Chu, who had been awaiting the second heaven and earth catastrophe, rose immediately upon seeing the flashes of fire in the sky. What is going on? Overlord Chu, these bastards are bombing us. Scatter! Chen Chu bellowed and broke into a run. Several rockets struck the very spot he had just occupied, sending fire billowing into the sky and a scorching wave of heat radiating outward. The rest were launched toward the ferocious beasts further away. What on earth is happening? Chen Chu himself was somewhat bewildered. Why were only a few shells aimed at him? The remaining multitude could hardly have all missed. A series of explosions echoed from the distance. The entire Anlin City was thrown into commotion. For over a month, the people who had taken refuge in Anlin City had never before heard such a tremendous number of explosions. This meant something catastrophic had occurred. Fully a third of the advancing beasts perished in this single round of assaults. No sooner had one wave of attacks fallen than the second arrived immediately. Chen Chu let out a colossal roar, and his armored crocodilian scales erupted across his body. He charged straight through and toppled a towering wall built by Anlin City. Chen Shiming, get out here and explain yourself. The Tyrannosaurus is attacking the city. Kill. Ground forces assembled and countless bullets spewed from gun barrels by the tens of thousands. Chen Chu blocked them all with his formidable crocodilian armor. Get lost. Chen Chu turned and swept his tail, sending fragments of rubble from the collapsed wall flying in all directions. They rained down upon the assembled troops like cannonballs. A drone flew over. On its screen, Chen Shiming's face appeared. Chu the Overlord, you waited so long outside, and it turns out you were hoping to wait for reinforcements to assault the city. Unfortunately, we saw through your plan. Reinforcements? Assault the city. Assault your mother. Anlin City will never fall to you. Chen Chu bit down and crushed the drone to pieces in a single bite. Zheng Li, king of azure eagles, follow me to the volcano. The second heaven and earth catastrophe was occurring today anyway. Since the enemy had already opened fire, he might as well go directly. Ordinary firepower could never halt Chen Chu. He pressed forward through the artillery barrage as if passing through an empty land. Damn, what breed of dinosaur is this so incredibly tough? Switch magazines keep firing. So many bugs. What is going on? Where are all these bugs coming from? Help! After Chen Chu broke through, the tide of insects descended upon them in an instant. The ground forces realized too late. Within the space of 2 breaths, they were entirely consumed by the insect swarm, leaving behind only bleached skeletons. Inside the walls of Anlin City, the ground suddenly bulged upward. A colossal insect 3 meters long and 1.6 meters tall emerged. This was a mutated creature, a steel-armored flying insect. It was the one who had brought the insect tide. SSS, haha, kill them all. A lean hound darted forward from behind him. Insect King, have your bugs erode those fire positions. They are pressing too hard on the beasts behind us. How I conduct my affairs is none of your business to meddle in. SSS. A piercing shriek issued from the steel-armored flying insect, and the 2 antennae on its head writhed in an eerie manner. The insect tide obediently swarmed toward the artillery positions. 3 kilometers outside Anlin City, numerous ferocious beasts materialized. A missile came whistling through the air. A fluffy snow-white rabbit let out a shrill scream. A large hand covered in thick brown fur reached out and caught the missile squarely in its palm. At that moment the hand was less than half a meter away from the rabbit. With a flick of the wrist the missile was sent soaring into the sky where it detonated. It is nothing, merely a small missile. The rabbit nestled against his embrace. You are the most formidable master. Please take good care of me, master. Rest assured I will not let anything happen to you. The rabbit extended its tongue and gently licked the fingers of that large hand. Brothers, hold firm. Scatter and charge. At this command the remaining dozens of animals dispersed, instantly charging straight toward Amlin City. The enemy's firepower was ferocious at present, but as long as they could get inside Amlin City, they would be safe. They simply could not disregard the safety of the people inside the city and fire recklessly amidst high-rise buildings. Buzz, buzz. A patch of black mist appeared in midair. This was a swarm of killer bees dispatched by the insect king. A single sting would ensure death within 2 minutes. Chaos had engulfed the entire Amlin City. Those without combat capability had hidden themselves too afraid to venture out. The steel-armored flying insect controlled all the swarms, initiating massive destruction. In the central monitoring room, Chen Chu witnessed a bewildering scene. Chen Chu led his men in a circuitous route, while the insect swarms behind wreaked havoc, and further back the ferocious beasts charged forward relentlessly. Could it be? They are not allied. Commander, this is dire. This swarm of insects is incredibly troublesome. Professor, when analyzed the insects. Those killer bees in the air are highly venomous. The ground insects are more diverse and overwhelming in number. They must be controlled by a higher-level insect. Just insects. Ground troops deploy the flamethrowers. Buzz, buzz. Dozens of open-top jeeps roared to life, each carrying a soldier armed with a flamethrower. As the vehicles sped along, they unleashed torrents of flame at the surging insect tide. Sizzle, sizzle. Dozens of fiery dragons scorched the insects, crackling and popping. How dare you burn my insects? You're asking for death. The steel-armored flying insect spread its wings and ascended at an ultra-high frequency. Then a dove curling its body into a massive steel ball. With a thunderous boom, it smashed a jeep to pieces. What a huge insect. Burn it. 2 streams of flame shot directly at the steel-armored flying insect. Snicked. Oh. The enormous pincers at the steel-armored flying insect's mouth cleaved a flamethrower-wielding soldier clean in 2. Stupid dog, what the hell are you doing? Roared the steel-armored flying insect. Shichuan lowered his head, trampling over the insects from behind. Squelch. Squelch. Countless insects were crushed under his paws. I'm coming. Roar. Shichuan's body began to expand continuously. Finally, he became a colossal hound. 2 meters tall, over 4 meters long, excluding the tail. Despite his increased size, his speed remained unaffected. Like a black lightning bolt, he darted through the jeep convoy. Thwack. Thwack. Wherever he passed, blood splattered. All the soldiers on the vehicles were bitten or clawed to death. Chen Chu now stood atop a towering building. Overlord, what is going on? I'm not sure either, but this isn't the time for us to kill. He looked up at the sky. It should be almost time. Outside Amlin City, a legion of ferocious beasts had arrived. Fire. Boom. 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 An ancient mammoth charged straight in its long trunk, sweeping away the erected cannons. A mutant vulture swooped down, its strong sharp claws gripping the barrel of a tank and tearing it off with sheer force. SSSSS. A 30-meter-long ancient titan serpent slithered in. With a single sweep of its tail, all weapons and humans in its path were sent flying. Finally, a 3-meter-tall mutant brown bear, standing upright like a human, appeared, cradling a pure white rabbit in its arms. He was the leader of this beast horde. Without super weapons you can't even scratch us. Captain, that Tyrannosaurus Rex has run toward the south. And Shichuan. Call him back. After all firepower in this area was obliterated, the vulture brought Shichuan over. Captain. Shichuan's tone was filled with respect, a stark contrast to his attitude toward the insect king. The brown bear gently stroked the rabbit in his arms. Shichuan, we all trusted you and came. Along the way we lost 43 mid-growth and 11 late-growth beasts. I understand. The Tyrannosaurus Rex went south. What do you think? South. Shichuan had already thoroughly studied Amlin City. What lay to the south? Volcanic clusters. And the largest dormant volcano in the country. Recalling the tsunami in Beihai City, Shichuan had a clear idea of what would happen here. The southern volcanic cluster. The Tyrannosaurus Rex must be there because of an evolutionary item. Like the sea blue essence in Beihai City. Probably. Very well. Move out. Head for the volcanic cluster. The operations commander was now plunged into distress. Because the ferocious beasts had already breached Amlin City, causing losses, but they couldn't open fire recklessly anymore. Once inside the city, under the might of those powerful ancient and mutant beasts, ground troops and conventional firepower were utterly useless. All were swept away. Commander, maybe we should sacrifice the smallest interests for the greatest gain. You want to bomb Amlin City? It's unavoidable. Commander, don't jump to conclusions yet, an officer said, pointing at the monitor. Look, their direction of advance is consistent with the Tyrannosaurus Rex's. And since we haven't sent any more troops to intercept, they aren't attacking proactively either. Chen Chiming's head was spinning. Before the disaster, he had been an experienced combat commander. He could analyze situations and formulate plans in minutes. But he had never encountered such a perplexing situation. Could it be? These beasts that surged in are enemies of that Tyrannosaurus rex. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. If not enemies, why would they follow the Tyrannosaurus rex's trail? Where is the Tyrannosaurus rex now? The volcanic belt in the south. The operations commander's eyes widened. Our heavy artillery emplacements are there. They're not going to destroy them, are they? No, they stopped after entering the volcanic belt. Chen Chu rubbed his forehead, a growing sense of foreboding intensifying. Commander. Another officer waved his hand. Sure, the commander is thinking. In Chen Chu's mind, all information about Chen Chu flashed rapidly. Then it froze on the Beihai City tsunami. He shot up with a start. Detect. Detect the volcanoes in the volcanic belt. They're normal. Anlin City's volcano is dormant. It hasn't erupted in hundreds of years. Chen Chu clenched his teeth. Keep detecting. Beihai City hadn't had a tsunami in hundreds of years either. At the edge of the volcanic belt, Chen Chu had already spread his wings ready to take flight at any moment. Zheng Li looked into the distance. Overlord, they're getting closer. Chen Chu sneered. No matter what faction they are, if they think they can follow me for a free ride, they're dreaming. A black shadow approached at high speed. Tyrannosaurus rex. Do you remember me? Stupid dog. How you've evolved too. Shichuan bared his teeth. You're finished. The mammoth appeared behind Shichuan. The 30-meter-long titan serpent slithered over, raising a third of its body upright. Tisk a mutant Tyrannosaurus rex. Not bad. Interested in joining the Wild Beast Hall. The Mad Beast Hall. Upon hearing those three words, Chen Chu's enormous pupils contracted repeatedly. In his past life, after the global beastification, it was one of the greatest powers. The Mad Beast Hall. Moreover, the brown bear speaking to him now was the very scoundrel who had coerced him into the ancient ruins in his past life, only to be crushed into a pulp under a single stomp. Explosive Bear Billy. Yes, he was a foreigner. Darling, he's not cooperating, said the rabbit in Explosive Bear Billy's arms. Crunch crunch, Chen Chu ground his 60 teeth. The rabbit in his arms. Wasn't that his girlfriend Lu Mingran? After rebirth, the destined trajectory still unfolded. After eating the braised rabbit head, Lu Mingran ultimately became a plaything in Explosive Bear Billy's arms. Disgusting. After speaking, she started licking Explosive Bear Billy's fingers again. Wasn't she afraid of getting dirty? Rage surged within him like a blazing fire. In his past life, he had endured such scenes. Your mother's Mad Beast Hall. I'll never join you. Even if you begged to submit to me, I'd have to think twice. How dare you speak to Captain Explosive Bear like that? The Titan Python's long forked tongue flickered incessantly. Among these beasts, aside from the mammoth that matched his size, this Titan Python was the largest. It was also in the mature stage, showing no respect for Chen Chu. Chen Chu sized them up. Explosive Bear Billy's current appearance was markedly different from his past life. He had likely not yet reached the complete stage of his past life. With his enormous head held high, all were mature beasts. Who feared whom? Don't think your numbers can gain you any advantage from me. Explosive Bear Billy gently stroked Lu Mingran. Our Mad Beast Hall has a rule: join or die. Fine, then let's see who dies first. After saying this, Chen Chu sprinted directly toward the base of the largest extinct volcano. Catch him. Don't let him obtain the evolution item. A horde of beasts gave chase. Inside the artillery post atop the volcano, the operators trembled at the sight of beasts of ever-increasing size charging toward them. Sir, they're coming. Should we open fire? Damn it. Full firepower coverage. The combat operations officer gave the order directly. This time he didn't report to Chen Chu. Chen Chu, meanwhile, was intently monitoring the volcanic cluster. Everything remained as before with no signs of eruption. Ready, fire, boom. A massive tremor shook the entire volcanic belt. The final word of his command never came. Commander, bad news. The volcano. The volcano. Chen Chu's expression changed instantly. Just a second ago, the volcanic readings were normal. How could such a massive fluctuation appear now? This colossal disturbance was likely a once-in-a-century super-eruption. Everyone retreat, immediately. Chen Chu roared, his voice hoarse. Boom, boom. The volcano erupted with a thunderous roar as if the earth itself were splitting. The next moment, magma surged forth. Wrapped in molten rock, burning boulders shot into the sky like cannonballs, then crashed down heavily. Boom, boom. Many buildings in Anlin City were instantly destroyed, engulfed in raging flames. The citizens screamed in panic, fleeing like headless flies. Scenes of people pushing, colliding, and trampling each other kept occurring. Dark red magma spewed from the volcanic crater, devouring the land below. Thick black smoke filled the sky, murky and stifling, as if nothing could escape this terrible calamity. Explosive Bear Billy's pupils shrank to nothing. Anlin City's extinct volcano is erupting. Captain, run. The Titan Python frantically slithered backward. The mammoth, the four-finned shark, and others also fled in terror. Explosive Bear Billy looked at Chen Chu not far away and saw him smiling. Bastard, trying to trap us. Hope you can run fast enough. Whooshed. Chen Chu spread his wings and soared into the air. Leading a flock of birds, he dodged the falling fireballs. The volcanic eruption had a certain height. Once they ascended past it, they would be safe. Boom, boom. With the largest extinct volcano awakening, it triggered the surrounding smaller volcanoes to erupt in unison. Torrents of thick magma gushed out violently. The entire volcanic belt was already swallowed by the molten rock. A late-stage growth phase two-tailed wolf stumbled while running, and by the time it tried to get up it was too late. Magma engulfed it. Without even a scream, it turned into a puff of black smoke, leaving not a single hair behind. Explosive Bear Billy, carrying Lu Mingran in his mouth, began running on all fours. Though powerful, he was as fragile as an infant before this cataclysmic disaster. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chen Chu and the other officers had already boarded the aircraft in advance. Hurry! Save as many civilians as we can. Boom. Several fireballs shot over. The headquarters was instantly pounded with large holes which burst into flames. Many pieces of equipment were destroyed in the devastating assault. Magma had already flowed into Anlin City, consuming everything in its path. Chen Chu had already flown to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Below, thick black smoke obscured everything. He wondered how long this terrible eruption would last. Meanwhile, the entire world fell into chaos once more. Not only Anlin City, but many other places were hit by mudslides, super typhoons. Too far apart, rescue was impossible. Those who saw the news could only silently pray, hoping to survive. Inside Anlin City, a man whose leg was scorched black by a flying fireball screamed for help, but no one came to his aid. Behind him, magma surged like a tidal wave. Amid his screams, the man was engulfed. Ahead of him, a group of dozens gathered together. They pulled meat wrapped in plastic bags from their pockets. Meat had long been a forbidden item in a central city like Anlin City. But they had it. Heaven turned people into animals so we could survive. Exactly. Disasters will keep coming. Only by abandoning our human bodies can we live. Eat. No longer human. One person turned into a sparrow and fluttered into the sky. Another turned into a magpie and followed. Heavens, do you truly intend to annihilate humanity? An old man cried out his final words, watching those who had turned into birds fly away. He threw away his cane and walked deliberately into the oncoming magma. Time passed second by second. The sounds of earth shattering gradually faded. Many small volcanoes had stopped erupting. For hours later, this great calamity finally ceased. More than half of Anlin City had been swallowed by molten lava. Thick smoke shrouded the entire city, while survivors huddled beyond its borders, still fleeing in frantic terror. Bear Blitz panted heavily, a scorched patch marring his back. Damn it, that tyrant lizard is truly ruthless. He led us to the base of the volcano, intending for the lava to consume us. The Titan Python's eyes glinted with malice. We must find him. I will devour him. Where is the thin dog? Bear Blitz had felt something was amiss while fleeing the volcano. Now it clicked. He had left the thin dog behind. Upon closer thought, when Chen Chu had fled toward the volcano, the thin dog hadn't followed. Where is the thin dog? Bear Blitz roared. I don't know. Where did that damn dog run off to? I swear he's never around when it counts. Bastard. They still relied on the thin dog's nose to track Chen Chu. The steel armor beetle drifted over sluggishly at that moment. Upon spotting Bear Blitz, it dropped straight to the ground. Bear Blitz frowned at its missing half-wing. How were you injured? That damn dog. The thin dog. After the volcano erupted, I led the swarm in retreat. That wretched beast charged in and slaughtered us all. He gnawed my entire half-wing. Smoke billowed from Bear Blitz's nostrils. The steel armor beetle was a cornerstone of the fierce beast hall. Through its controlled swarm reproduction, it provided a steady stream of evolution points for countless members of the hall. Moreover, its innate ability allowed it to command insects into battle. How dare the thin dog commit such an atrocity? Captain, that bastard is hiding his strength. He wiped out our entire swarm, which means he has definitely evolved. We just don't know where he's hiding. The steel armor beetle had reached mid-maturity, its defenses strong enough to withstand rocket blasts. Yet now half its wing had been devoured by a mere dog. I never guessed the canine had such depth and cunning. Bear Blitz longed to tear the thin dog apart on the spot. Ever since chasing Chen Chu to Anlin City, the thin dog had known the volcano would erupt, but had said nothing. Taking a deep breath, Bear Blitz continued. Our target now isn't him, but the tyrant lizard. With the volcano erupting, just like the Beihai tsunami, mutated creatures will surely emerge. Captain, the path ahead is all scalding magma. We can't possibly cross. The Titan Python replied. Not to mention me, said the flying vulture, unfurling its 7-meter wingspan. Bear Blitz nodded. Go scout the volcanic zone first. We'll find a way across. Understood. The flying vulture ascended directly into the sky, heading for the volcanic belt. The entirety of Anlin City was shrouded in gloom. Volcanic ash from the eruption still hung suspended in the air, refusing to settle. At a kilometer above ground, Chen Chu folded his wings and entered freefall. He wondered what manner of evolved creature this world-shaking calamity would birth. The lower he fell, the more intense the scorching heat became. The searing magma lay concealed beneath a thick blanket of dark ash. Thud! Chen Chu touched down his feet, striking the earth directly. Splash! Molten red lava sprayed in all directions. Ow! Chen Chu cried out in pain before rapidly spreading his wings and taking to the sky. Damn it! That nearly boiled me alive. My lord, you must be careful. The magma is still incredibly active. I know. Start searching immediately and look for anything unusual. The moment you find it, bring it to me. Understood. Zheng Li rode atop the Great Eagle King, scanning a predetermined direction. Meanwhile, Chen Chu descended cautiously. The moment his feet touched the ground, a sharp hiss erupted. The crocodile scale armor enveloping his feet was rapidly singeing. Derivation now is the time to prove your worth. As one layer of armor chars away, Chen Chu's status panel refreshed. Fire resistance 5. Chen Chu was overjoyed. Beneath the derivation innate ability of fire resistance stat had manifested. The extraordinary survival aptitude of the water bear was finally showing its worth. Stepping into the magma, again the burning agony was noticeably dulled. Fire resistance 6. Fire resistance 7. It stopped only when fire resistance reached 15. Chen Chu now strode through the magma, as if it were nothing. While magma could peak at 1,400 degrees Celsius, the surface layer, here, still hovered between 900 and 1,200 degrees. A mere 15 points of fire resistance could withstand 1,200 degree heat. Chen Chu's eyes gleamed. If he could reach 100 points, just how much thermal resistance would he possess? Before even finding an evolved creature, Chen Chu had already reaped immense benefits. Flexibility, toxicity, poison resistance, and fire resistance were all now in his arsenal. He could scarcely imagine the monster he would become upon reaching his apex. With a piercing shriek, a red-bellied eagle soared into view, clutching something in its talons. An evolved creature had been found. Chen Chu waited patiently, then a dark shadow plummeted from above. A single claw seized the red-bellied eagle. Schlick! Its razor-sharp beak pierced straight through the eagle's body, then secured the object in its long gape. Gulp! It tilted its neck back and swallowed it whole. Flying vulture. Oh, splendid. I've gained 2,200 evolution points in one go. I wonder what on earth I just swallowed. 2,200 evolution points. During the Beihai tsunami, each fragment of oceanic essence had yielded only 100 points. Yet this volcanic eruption had produced an evolved item capable of yielding over 2,000 points at once. The flying vulture's total of 2,200 included the mid-growth stage red-bellied eagle it had also slain. Bastard! You dare eat my prey! Chen Chu surged forward with brutal force, stamping the ground and sending waves of magma splashing. The flying vulture immediately shot into the distance. Clad entirely in feathers, it would be agonizing if molten rock touched him. Quack quack, that damn dog wasn't lying. Following you truly does lead to evolved creatures. This king is done playing with you. I'm going to report to the captain. Wanna leave? Is it that simple? With a sudden whoosh, 18-meter wingspan shattered the air as Chen Chu gave chase. Good heavens! The flying vulture glanced back and nearly died of fright. While pursuing Chen Chu earlier, it had been too busy destroying fortified positions to notice Chen Chu's aerial capabilities. You're a terrestrial species. What right do you have to fly? Even if you can fly, am I not faster? My aerial aptitude lets me cover 90 kilometers per hour. The flying vulture gloated. However, a colossal shadow suddenly blotted out the sky above. Chen Chu had already caught up. What? Chen Chu opened his maw, revealing 60 chillingly cold teeth. Apologies, but my flight aptitude tops out at 100 kilometers per hour. No. Splat. With a decisive snap, the flying vulture met its end in Chen Chu's jaws. Chen Chu landed and crunchingly devoured his prey. Evolution points 5203112000. An early maturity bird. Not bad at all. Warlord. Zheng Li came flying on the goshawk king. Found it. Is this the strange thing you mentioned? Zheng Li gestured for Chen Chu to look at the goshawk king's back. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. Blazing crystal. Haha, no wonder the evolution points increased so much. Increased evolution points. Chen Chu looked at Zheng Li, seeing his loyalty in the scorched red scorpion tail hook. Yes, every great cataclysm is followed by the appearance of evolution items. The tsunami in Beihai City brought the ocean blue essence, and the volcanic eruption in Anlin City brought the blazing crystal. Consume them, and you can increase evolution points without killing. Such things exist in this world. Warlord, what else is there? Many mysterious things not for you to know yet. Yes, I spoke too much. At this moment, Zheng Li's admiration for Chen Chu knew no bounds. From setting the target of Anlin City and Pingan Town, it seemed the warlord had long known what would happen here, and that evolution items would appear. Following the warlord, I won't miss out. Warlord, since it increases evolution points, you should eat it first. Chen Chu opened his mouth and Zheng Li flicked his scorpion tail, sending a piece of blazing crystal right into his mouth. Evolution points 531811200000. That flying vulture had gained 2,000 evolution points after eating, hadn't it? Why did I only get 1,500? Zheng Li noticed his expression. Warlord, what's wrong? Nothing. Go gather the blazing crystals now, but don't eat them yet. Okay. Chen Chu rummaged through the lava and soon found another blazing crystal. This one was larger than the previous piece, about the size of an adult's fist. He swallowed it in one gulp. Evolution points 561811200000. A full 3,000 points gained. Chen Chu understood. The amount of evolution points a blazing crystal granted depended on its size. Not a moment to waste, Chen Chu sped up his search. Outside Anlin City, Bill the explosive bear was still waiting for the flying vulture's report. Over an hour had passed, and the bird had yet to return. Captain, could that bird have found the evolution item and decided to keep it all for itself? Said the Titan Python. Bill the explosive bear shook his head. No, the flying vulture is a seasoned member, not like that dog. Being gone this long. Maybe it's already dead. The mammoth stepped forward. Captain, the lava temperature has dropped a lot. I can withstand it now. Let's go. Bill the explosive bear leaped up and landed on the mammoth's back. The titan python slithered its massive serpentine body directly over the lava. Sizzle sizzle. Though the lava still held heat, the surface had already solidified. The beasts behind followed one by one. A pack of beasts charging in. Nothing could stop them. The entire city of Amlin had suffered this catastrophe, with a third of its population perished in the volcanic eruption. Artillery tanks, weapons. 90% were destroyed. Chen Chu at that moment was still on the plane fleeing toward the next central city. A few hours ago, he had been the supreme commander of the suppression forces. Now he was a general without an army. Sitting on the plane, his eyes vacant. Those around him dared not disturb him. The entire cabin was silent in eerie stillness. Suddenly Chen Chu let out a thunderous roar. Why? The sudden outburst startled everyone. Warlord Chu. I understand now, I understand everything. You knew the volcano in Amlin City would erupt. That's why you waited outside Amlin City. That's why during our 2 conversations you told us to surrender to you. Chen Chu's words were heard by the officers in the cabin. Chen Chu's purpose in coming to Amlin City was now crystal clear. Those officers who had once clamored that Chen Chu was arrogant and reckless, ignorant of the heavens and earth, now had faces flushed with shame. Bang! Tears and snot streaming down his face, Chen Chu slammed his fists hard against the cabin door. Tens of thousands of lives. Warlord Chu, you were once human too. If you had warned us just a little earlier, they wouldn't have died. They wouldn't have. Where is your humanity? Commander, forget it. He's already beastified. Why talk to him about humanity? We are building a central city to provide a safe haven for the surviving humans. If I could have a second chance, I would have led the entire city of Amlin to surrender to him. Everyone present clenched their fists. Chen Chu wiped away his tears and snot. But what's done is done, irreversible. Land. What a... land. Commander, we haven't reached our destination yet. We're not going. Chen Chu's eyes were filled with resolve. Why? Many people from Amlin City have escaped. My decisions cost them a home. So it's my responsibility to build them a new one. It's too difficult. Difficult. How we must do it, even if it's difficult. The plane found an open space to land. The troops that had escaped from behind caught up. Then came a massive wave of refugees. It's Commander Chen Chu. He hasn't abandoned us. Commander, what should we do now? All eyes were fixed on Chen Chu. He understood that look. It was hope. Looking up at the gloomy sky, he finally understood what it meant to be entrusted with a great mission by heaven. Head south. We'll build a new city. A steel fortress that no beast can breach and no disaster can destroy. We'll continue human civilization, thrive, grow, and develop. Do you have faith? Yes. We'll follow you. But it won't be easy. We may have to live in constant battle with the beasts. We may see comrades die every day. We may have to plunder and kill to grow stronger. But we have no choice. Are you willing? Die as a human, die as a beast. I'd rather die with human dignity. I'm willing. I'm willing too. Everyone united their cries, shaking the sky. Chen Chu's face was set with determination. Good. Move out. The volcanic zone of Amlin City. As the lava cooled and solidified, finding more blazing crystals became difficult. The goshawk king managed with its sharp, powerful claws. But the birds at the early growth stage couldn't. Either they couldn't dig through the hardened rock, or they burned themselves on the molten lava beneath. Zhengli, how many blazing crystals have we gathered so far? All here, only 16 pieces. Good. Have these birds consumed them all? Zhengli wondered if he had misheard. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Since you follow me, I'll ensure you all get the chance to evolve. I truly chose the right leader. Come on, everyone, eat up. 16 fire core crystals of varying sizes directly evolved the 13 birds to late growth stage. The wild eagle king consumed the largest piece, breaking through from late growth stage into early maturity stage. His body grew even larger, and when his twin wings spread wide, he resembled a small aircraft. His thick claws were even sharper. Zhengli had already reached early maturity stage, so consuming a few more would not trigger further evolution. After the flock evolved, they worked even harder. They began digging frantically in the thick magma. Splash! Splash! Chen Chu swept his long tail across a wide area, clearing out a space. Girl. 2 fire core crystals, still warm, emerged. 2 birds flew over and picked them up in their beaks, but without Chen Chu's command, they dared not swallow them. The pace at which they searched for fire core crystals improved. 2, 3, 10. In less than an hour, another 22 were gathered. Chen Chu was pleased within. The volcanic zone was so vast, and in just a small corner they had already found so many. Compared to the sea azure essence that appeared during the Beihai tsunami, the quantity of fire core crystals was overwhelmingly abundant. But Chen Chu did not know that on the other side of the dormant volcano, Shi Quan was also frantically searching for fire core crystals. The moment he found one, he devoured it immediately. Explosion Bear Billy, leading a host of fierce beasts, finally arrived. The tyrant. That interfering one is coming. Zhengli saw their fierce momentum and hurriedly asked, Overlord, what should we do? Bring me all the fire core crystals. Sharp-eyed Explosion Bear Billy spotted the crimson glowing fire core crystals. Those are evolution items. Seize them. Explosion Bear Billy clamped his legs together, and the mammoth beneath him broke into a gallop charging straight at Chen Chu. Chen Chu opened his mouth and swallowed all 22 fire core crystals in one gulp. Evolution points 5818-112-0000. Evolution points 5913-212-0000. Evolution points 9667-012-0000. The 22 fire core crystals directly surged Chen Chu's evolution points by over 40,000. Inside his body, a scorching energy seemed to have flooded every corner. Roar! Chen Chu threw his head back and let out a thunderous bellow that scattered the volcanic ash drifting through the air. He had evolved again. Species fusion type. Name flying crocodile armored tyrant dragon. Level late maturity. Strength 40 tons. Speed 80 km/h. Lifespan 250 years. Defense 40 tons. Flexibility 15. Poison resistance 10. Fire resistance 15. Toxicity 27. Evolution points 9667-012-0000. Innate ability 1 Supreme Bite Force 60 tons. Innate ability 2 Derivation. Innate ability 3 Flight. Speed 150 km/h. After that single bellow, his body instantly completed its growth spurt. Standing 12 meters tall and stretching 25 meters in length, his weight reached an astonishing 20 tons. The mammoth, once roughly equal in size to Chen Chu, now immediately seemed a size smaller. But the mammoth did not retreat. Its two ivory tusks like steel lances drove straight toward Chen Chu's chest. Explosion Bear Billy sat astride the mammoth, his fists already clenched tight. Smack! Chen Chu bent down and seized both mammoth tusks with his twin claws, then opened his massive jaws and snapped directly at Explosion Bear Billy. His supreme bite force had reached 60 tons. Even a fully matured beast would struggle to withstand it, let alone Explosion Bear Billy, who had not yet reached complete maturity. To hell with you. Explosion Bear Billy struck both fists directly at Chen Chu's jaw. From before the volcanic eruption until now, he had been fuming with pent-up rage. And now it all surged through his fists. Thud! Chen Chu's jaw was struck heavily, his head thrown upward. A ringing filled his mind. This guy's strength is formidable. He must also be at late maturity stage. The mammoth exerted even more force, steadily pushing Chen Chu backward. Catched! Explosion Bear Billy tossed Looming Ron, who was lying on the mammoth's back, to the rear, then stood upright on its back and swung his fists wildly, aiming for Chen Chu's head. Die! Chen Chu simply lowered his head. Thud! Crack! One punch landed, and the hard crocodilian armor on Chen Chu's head developed fractures. He could not continue like this. He had to break free from one opponent first. These fierce beasts were all at maturity stage. Once they all attacked together, it would be difficult to handle. Rawr! With a roaring bellow, his twin claws exerted tremendous force. The mammoth's eyes bulged, and its thick pillar-like limbs actually lifted off the ground. Shocked, the creature thought, damn it. This tyrant dragon is trying to throw me off. I won't let you succeed. Its trunk whipped around and wrapped tightly around Chen Chu's neck. Even so, under Chen Chu's staggering 40 tons of power, the mammoth's body was hurled into the air. Ugh! But because the mammoth's trunk was wrapped around Chen Chu's neck, he was not thrown free. Thump! The mammoth rose briefly into the air and then crashed back to the ground. Explosion Bear Billy stabilized his stance and sneered, "You're done for. You're the one who's done for." The moment the mammoth's trunk had wrapped around his neck, Chen Chu had already bitten through his own tongue, gathering a mouthful of blood in his mouth. That torrent drenched Explosion Bear Billy in dragon blood. Chen Chu was a tyrant dragon carrying potent venom. Worse still, some of the blood had splashed directly into Explosion Bear Billy's left eye. Hiss hiss. The highly corrosive blood caused white smoke, tinged with a scorched smell, to rise from Explosion Bear Billy's body. My eye. Explosion Bear Billy's left eye went blind from the excruciating pain. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chu lowered his head and bit down hard on Billy's left upper arm. Schlick! Blood sprayed everywhere. Explosion Bear Billy roared in agony once more. "You bastard!" In a fury, his right fist hammered mercilessly into Chen Chu's mouth. Crack! 3 of his hardest teeth were actually broken off. Riot! Chen Chu whipped his neck and tore Explosion Bear Billy's left upper arm completely off. Oh! Explosion Bear Billy let out a terrified scream and fell directly from the mammoth's back. "You dared to injure our captain," the mammoth bellowed. "I've tolerated you long enough," Chen Chu said after swallowing the arm. The Titan python slithered to Chen Chu's left side and whipped its tail, striking straight at Chen Chu's abdomen. Chen Chu spread his wings to block. Explosion Bear Billy rolled on the ground in torment, screaming, "Kill him! Kill him all at once!" The four-legged shark, the color-changing giant lizard, the multi-horned bull, all attacked in unison. In an instant, Chen Chu found himself surrounded on all sides. But since he was entangled by the mammoth, he had no choice but to wrap himself in his own flesh wings spanning 20 meters across. Squelch! Squelch! Under the coordinated assault of the fierce beasts, several transparent holes appeared in Chen Chu's flesh wings. Blood flowed endlessly. "Feral beast hall, you have truly angered me." Chen Chu's rage mounted, and especially in his twin claws, he felt a hot current surging. Was his derivation innate ability about to activate again? The mammoth, as if noticing something extraordinarily shocking, widened its eyes in astonishment, because it saw that the dinosaur claw gripping its 2 tusks had changed from 4 fingers to 5. Both arms had swollen considerably. "Heath, explosive bear Billy, your arms really are something," he said, then let out a furious roar. He exerted force with both arms. A crisp crack echoed twice. The ancient mammoth's pride and joy, its massive ivory weapons, were actually snapped off with brute strength. Impossible. The mammoth's tusks were incredibly tough, able to pierce even an armored vehicle with ease. And now they had been broken off. "I've been putting up with you for too long." Chen Chu erupted in fury. Gripping the 2 broken tusks, he raised them high and then slammed them down with savage force. Thud, thud. The mammoth let out a mournful roar. Its own tusks had now pierced its eyes, driving deep into its brain. "Die." Chen Chu pressed down, driving the tusks into the hilt. The mammoth instantly lost its life, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Evolution points 9827-012-0000. With the mammoth dead, the trunk that had been coiled around his neck loosened. With a swoosh, Chen Chu spread his wings, stirring up a storm of volcanic ash. "Those who oppose me shall die. Death to you." The Titan python slithered forward, attempting to encircle Chen Chu with its massive body. Chen Chu bent his legs and leaped upwards, soaring into the sky. "Stupid snake, you missed your best chance." The Titan python cursed inwardly. It had indeed missed the perfect opportunity. If it had coiled around Chen Chu the moment the mammoth and explosive bear Billy charged, he surely wouldn't have escaped. "Come down if you dare. Don't run." Chen Chu chuckled. "Run? Who said I was running?" With that, he swooped down, targeting the bizarre 4-legged shark. This creature had a shark's head and 4 lizard legs. "I'll bite." The 4-legged shark, a mutant hybrid of shark and lizard, possessed a powerful bite from its shark jaws. With a crunch, the shark's mouth clamped onto Chen Chu's descending left foot. Chen Chu snorted coldly, seeking death, and landed directly. Splat. The 4-legged shark's mouth was crushed under Chen Chu's weight. Guh. Guh. Unable to speak, it could only groan in pain. Is a shark's bite that strong? It didn't even break the crocodile armor on my foot. Woo. The 4-legged shark let out a despairing whimper as Chen Chu's other foot descended. Uff. The shark's head burst open, killing it instantly. Evolution points 9907-012-0000. 800 points, huh? An early stage mature form dares to challenge me with biting power. Got you. The Titan python shot out from the side, its thick body quickly coiling around Chen Chu. The 2-headed bull and the color-changing lizard prepared to attack again. Chen Chu spread his wings and took off. Hiss. The Titan python flicked its long tongue. "It's useless. You're already in my coils. I can still fly. Tyrannosaurus, did you know? Actually, my strength surpasses even explosive bear Billy's. He's only the squad leader because of seniority. My innate crushing force reaches 60 tons. 60 tons of innate crushing power." This Titan python was definitely a late-stage mature form too. Chen Chu reassessed the serpent. In his past life, this python had never been by explosive bear Billy's side. Perhaps in the end it became stronger than Billy and rose to be another core member of the beast mad hall. The Titan python's body began to constrict. Crack, crack. The crocodile armor on Chen Chu started to fracture. Especially where it was coiled, his breathing became labored. Zhongli broke out in a cold sweat for Chen Chu, but he could do nothing to help. Explosive bear Billy, struggling to stand, glared at the sky and snarled, "Titan python, crush him." "I really should thank you." Explosive bear Billy lost an arm to your bite. "After I kill you, in return, I'll take his place as squad leader and become a core member of the Beast Mad Hall." Chen Chu's flight speed was slowing. "Is that so? Then I thank you too." "Huh. If you hadn't coiled around me, I wouldn't have flown this high. And if I hadn't flown this high, I wouldn't have seen the lava inside the volcano." The Titan python's heart sank. "What do you mean?" Whooshed. Chen Chu stopped flying and began to freefall. "I want to ask you, does your status panel have any fire resistance?" "Fire resistance? What fire resistance?" Suddenly a wave of intense heat rose from below. The Titan python looked down and was instantly horrified. Good heavens, below them was the crater of the largest dormant volcano in Anlin City. After the eruption, this once dormant volcano had become active with a pool of unerupted magma still inside. "Are you crazy? You want to die together with me?" "Wrong. I'm killing you." "No." Falling into the crater meant certain death. All that awaited was dark red magma, its scorching heat reducing bone and flesh to nothing. The Titan python immediately released Chen Chu, trying to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Chen Chu grabbed its body with both claws, his sharp talons digging deep into its flesh. Let me go? I was wrong. I submit to you." "Too late." Thump. Splash. They plunged into the volcano, and a burst of magma erupted from the crater. Everyone present was stunned. Was this Tyrannosaurus insane, sacrificing himself to take down the Titan python? Zhongli stood frozen, his soul lost, muttering over and over, "Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaurus. Ha ha ha. What a fucking idiot. But at least he's dead." Explosive bear Billy roared with laughter. "Men, kill all of the Tyrannosaurus's subordinates." The many-horned bull bellowed and charged at the dazed Zhongli. The Sky Eagle King shrieked, spread its wings, and flew up, grabbing the bull's two horns with its talons to block the attack. Tyrannosaurus. Zhang Li remained in a daze. The color-changing lizard opened its mouth, its tongue shooting out like a spring. With a sharp smack, it struck the Sky Eagle King's head. Though it didn't pierce, it left the eagle dizzy and temporarily incapacitated. The mini-horned bull tossed its head, flinging the Sky Eagle King away. Two eagles grabbed Zhang Li and began to retreat. Hiss! Zhang Li's vertical pupils suddenly blazed with murderous intent. You killed the Tyrannosaurus. I'll kill you all. Venom trail. A cloud of green poison mist spewed out, spreading through the volcanic ash in the air. Roar. Billy the explosive bear let out a furious roar, unleashing a powerful gust of wind from his mouth. The cloud of venom Zhang Li had spewed was blown away. Cough. Cough. Billy the explosive bear began to cough violently, still afflicted by Chen Chu's poison. Kill. Cough. Kill them all. The steel-armored iron bug charged forward, curling its body into a massive iron ball. With a loud bang, it sent Zhang Li staggering back 7 or 8 meters. Slap slap, the chameleon giant lizard's tongue shot out from its mouth repeatedly. That tongue could extend over 10 meters, snatching birds from the air and swallowing them whole. Gray Eagle King flapped his wings, barely managing to take flight. Having been struck on the head by the chameleon giant lizard's tongue, he saw everything in double. Iron bug, bring down that big bird. Billy the explosive bear commanded. The steel-armored iron bug, having lost half a wing to the hounds, flew unsteadily. They were evenly matched. Moo. The multi-horned bull charged at Zhang Li, lowering its head and driving its 4 hooves wildly. Zhang Li's serpentine upper body writhed, his scorpion legs retreating. Soon there was no retreat. With a bang, the multi-horned bull's horns locked around Zhang Li's neck, pinning him against the volcanic wall. Die! Zhang Li lashed out with his scorpion tail, aiming for the multi-horned bull's forelegs. But the bull was no fool, already anticipating the strike. The bull raised its hoof and brought it down heavily, pinning the scorpion tail beneath. Zhang Li's neck was held fast, making it difficult to pull free. The multi-horned bull kept applying pressure, and Zhang Li struggled to breathe. Overlord Chu, I'm sorry. I can't avenge you. Bang! A massive plume of volcanic ash erupted from the crater. The air currents grew turbulent. The group was startled, fearing another eruption. Looking up, they were stunned beyond words. The thing emerging from the crater was more terrifying than the eruption itself. Chen Chu spread his 20-meter wings and flew out, his mouth clamped around the remains of the titan python several meters long. The rest of the python's body had been reduced to ashes in the boiling magma. Crunch. Crunch. Chen Chu chewed the titan python's remains like skewered meat. Then came a voice immense and commanding. You dare bully my subordinates while I'm away. Billy the explosive bear, clutching Lumingron, backed away. How is this possible? You should be dead. The dead one is that serpent. Billy's worldview was shattered. What kind of Tyrannosaurus Rex was this? Endless strength, 5 claws, 2 wings on its ribs, and venomous. It fell into a volcano and wasn't even burned by the magma. Did it have powerful fire resistance? The multi-horned bull forgot to keep pressing. The steel-armored iron bug turned and flew back toward Billy. Chen Chu stretched and fragments of cracked crocodile armor fell away. Evolution value 102.27012.0000. Flexibility 20. You prepare to die. Killing the Titan Python had not only increased his evolution value by 3 points, but after consuming its remains, the derivative talent granted him an additional 5 points of flexibility. He swooped down with a massive gust of wind. Bang! The first to suffer was the multi-horned bull, which had pinned Zhang Li to the volcanic wall. Chen Chu slammed his head directly into the bull's spine. Crunch, crunch. The multi-horned bull's vertebrae shattered instantly. Combined with the immense force of Chen Chu's descent, the bull died on the spot. Evolution value 103.87012.0000. Swoosh. The chameleon giant lizard shot out its tongue, aiming straight for Chen Chu's eye. Slap. Chen Chu grabbed it with his claws. You think you can die? He yanked with all his strength. The chameleon giant lizard's forelegs dug into the ground, but it was dragged forward. Still resisting. With 40 tons of force, Raya out. The chameleon giant lizard's tongue was torn out, blood gushing from its mouth. Seeing this, Billy the explosive bear lost all will to fight. Go, go. Without hesitation, he turned and rolled away, clutching Lu Mingran. The steel-armored iron bug followed, unwilling to lose his life here. The chameleon giant lizard, its tongue ripped out but still alive, rolled away in a desperate bid for survival and vanished. Chen Chu's gaze was sharp. There was no place to hide nearby. How had it disappeared? He walked toward where the lizard had been and suddenly noticed a black rock was moving. So that's it. The chameleon giant lizard could change color. To survive, its cells mimicked the environment, turning it into a black rock. As Chen Chu approached, the lizard trembled in fear, giving itself away. Chen Chu pressed a claw down on it. The chameleon giant lizard's colors shifted back to its natural form. With its tongue gone, it couldn't beg for mercy. Chen Chu lowered his head and tore off a large piece of its skin. Disgusting. If not for the derivative talent, I wouldn't eat your skin. You're useless now. Die. Squish. He stomped hard, and the lizard's entrails burst from its mouth. Evolution value 1054701200000. Talent 4 camouflage. Seeing the fourth talent appear in the attribute panel, Chen Chu's heart was filled with joy. His guess was right. The derivative talent could indeed spawn new talents. Camouflage was different from flexibility and fire resistance. No numerical value, just camouflage. Haha, Billy. Chen Chu raised his head and roared the sound, shaking the floating volcanic ash. Billy the explosive bear had rolled far away, but he could still vaguely see Chen Chu's towering figure. Chen Chu's skin gradually shifted, turning a fiery red as conspicuous as a flame. Damn, how can it change color? Run, Overlord, I let you down. It's fine. Your strength is in poison, not physical combat. Let's chase them down and kill them. Chen Chu shook his head. The priority now is to find all the blaze crystals. After the massacre, only 15 birds remained, including Grey Eagle King. Now they could search the volcanic zone for blaze crystals without anyone daring to disturb them. On the other side of the volcano, Shichuan, through his own arduous efforts, had already discovered countless blazing lava crystals. His body had grown even leaner and more elongated, his black fur gleaming with a lustrous sheen. At that roar just now, the Tyrannosaurus must have won. Humph, Billy, truly you overestimate yourself. That Tyrannosaurus is a mysterious creature. Without absolute, overwhelming power, one must never clash head-on with it. The wind howled, gusts surging through the air. Shichuan's slender ears twitched, his nose sniffed the air, and then he bolted away from the spot. Amidst the drifting volcanic ash, Chen Chu flew over. We've scoured that side for blazing lava crystals. Time to search this side now. Zhengli leaped off his back. All right. But then Chen Chu was astonished. The ground was pockmarked with countless small pits, and after half an hour, not a single blazing lava crystal could be found. Chen Chu gritted his teeth. Damn it. Someone beat us to it. The beasts of the feral beast hall haven't been here. No, there's a dog. The volcanic ash slowly settled. The sky was now fully bright. A whole night had passed just like that. At the foot of the volcano, Chen Chu and his companions gathered. All the blazing lava crystals that could be found had been collected, over 60 in total. Each blazing lava crystal was worth 2,000 evolution points. These 60-odd crystals were enough to allow an animal that had just entered the early mature stage to evolve to the complete stage. Chen Chu was now at the late mature stage. He was only a little over 10,000 evolution points away from reaching the complete stage. Once he entered the complete stage, the evolution points required for further evolution would surely multiply. From growth stage to mature stage, the required evolution points jumped from 1200 to 12000. Then the complete stage would demand 1200 evolution points. 1,200,000 points. Even swallowing all these blazing lava crystals would have little effect. So he didn't consume a single one. After entering the ruined Anlin city, he found a sack and packed all the blazing lava crystals inside. Once back in Pingyang town, they would distribute them according to need. In any case, he was bound to evolve to the complete stage. Let's head back. Do we have to go through that forest again and the plague city? Zhengli asked. Chen Chu gave a sinister smile. We don't know what's in the forest, but we definitely have to visit the plague city. Just not now. Chen Chu had already formed a new plan in his mind. Meanwhile, Baoxiong Billy and Gongjia Taichong had fled into the forest. This was the same vast forest where Chen Chu had encountered no animals. Baoxiong Billy was now severely weakened. Lu Mengran's once white rabbit fur was stained crimson with blood. Iron bug. Summon your bugs. I need to evolve. Gongjia Taichong was startled. This goes against the rules. Baoxiong Billy dropped Lu Mengran and grabbed one of his antennae. At a time like this, you're still talking about rules. Gongjia Taichong was cautious, afraid that his antennae would be snapped. I lost many bugs entering Anlin City, and the newly hatched ones are meant for this month's tribute. Baoxiong Billy tightened his grip. All right. I'll summon them. Only then did Baoxiong Billy release his antenna. A strange hissing sound came from Gongjia Taichong's mouth, as both antennae twitched eerily. Around them, several mounds of earth rose up. Then countless bugs crawled out from the mounds, flowing like black streams. Baoxiong Billy smiled at the sight. Now gravely wounded and poisoned, the only chance to survive was to continue evolving. These swarming bugs were his evolution points. With a squelch, he crushed thousands of bugs underfoot. This world is truly strange. Killing an insect grants a mere 0.01 evolution points. If Chen Chu were here, he would be astonished. In his understanding, even the lowest ordinary animal gave at least 1 evolution point. Chen Chu had never eaten bugs, so he had no idea. Insects were even lower in the animal hierarchy, beneath rats, chickens, and ducks. Killing one yielded only a paltry 0.01 evolution points. But their numbers were far greater. Oh, Captain, quite the leisure activity. Couldn't take down the Tyrannosaurus, so you've come here to kill bugs. You dare show your face before me. You knew the volcano would erupt, yet you didn't warn us. Did you want us dead? You dare show your face before me. You knew the volcano would erupt, yet you didn't warn us. Did you want us dead? Gongjia Taichong was also seething with rage. In Anlin City, it was bad enough that humans hunted my bugs, but you joined in. If I don't kill, how can I evolve? Every bit counts, no matter how small. Then he looked at Baoxiong Billy, his dog eyes full of mockery. And so what if I stand before you now? What can you do to me? Bastard. Baoxiong Billy uprooted a tree with one hand and hurled it at Shichuan. With a whoosh, Shichuan moved like a black shadow, swift and agile. After dodging the thrown tree, he appeared right in front of Baoxiong Billy. Just a mere dog. I can crush you with one step. After all, Baoxiong Billy stood over 5 meters tall. Shichuan, however, was only about a meter tall. Is that so? Shichuan's voice came as if from the abyss. A dense, murderous aura seemed to burst from his body. His size was growing at an astonishing rate. 2 meters. 3 meters. 4 meters. 7 meters. Baoxiong Billy stared at the 7-meter-tall Shichuan, utterly stunned. This can't be. Just because I look like a dog you think I'm an ordinary mutt. With that he opened his massive jaws wide. Thud. Baoxiong Billy's headless body crashed to its knees, blood spurting from his neck like a fountain. With that single bite, Shichuan had torn off Baoxiong Billy's head. Lu Minggran screamed in terror. A loud spit. And then a gurgling sound as Baoxiong Billy's head rolled across the ground, the single eye still filled with resentment. Bug King, these bugs are mine now. You have no objections, do you? Gongjia Taichung had known Shichuan was hiding his strength, but he never imagined it was to this extent. No objections. We can pin all this on the Tyrannosaurus later, don't you think? Of course. That Tyrannosaurus is too despicable. It killed so many of our members, even our captain died at its claws. Shichuan turned his head and caught sight of the trembling Lu Minggran. The fewer who know about this, the better. Gongjia Taichung twitched his antennae, and the bug slowly closed in on Lu Minggran. Brother Shiquan, I'm yours too. Huh. You're nothing but a rabbit, what can you do? I can groom your fur. I can tell you jokes, I can satisfy you. Huh. Shiquan burst into wild laughter. The feeling of having others submit to him was exhilarating. The mad beast hall. No, the entire world will eventually bow to me. The newly hatched swarm of insects all became evolution points for Shiquan. After an unknown length of time, the ground was littered with insect corpses. Is that all? Too few. Gongjia Taichung lamented inwardly. I have to offer tribute every month, and I barely get any for myself. Shiquan shrank his size. I'm curious. You're the insect king of this farm, yet you lack evolution points. Gongjia Taichung landed on the ground. Do you think the Mad Beast Hall is a charity? Breeders like me have microbombs implanted in our brains along with vital sign monitors. If I evolve too fast, the bomb detonates in my head, and it's all over. Shiquan sighed. I see. He had only joined the Mad Beast Hall a few days ago. He had always been curious about Gongjia Taichung. After all, he was an insect king, and the entire forest was his farm with insects hatching in the billions. Yet he was only at the mid-stage of mature form. Upon hearing his explanation, Shiquan understood. This place was merely a breeding farm of the Mad Beast Hall. He was called an insect king, but in reality, he was just a caretaker. Every month, he had to provide countless insects for the upper echelons of the Mad Beast Hall to evolve. How many such farms does the Mad Beast Hall have? I don't know. I was just assigned here. Gongjia Taichung sighed. It's tough. The higher-ups demand so much that all the animals in the forest except those devoured by insects have fled. Oh, sorry, I can't help you either. If I had a pair of dexterous hands, I'd remove the bomb in your head. As he said this, Shiquan suddenly recalled something. Was the microbomb in your head installed by a human? Yes, along with sophisticated instruments. Shiquan gained a new understanding of the Mad Beast Hall. The Mad Beast Hall not only recruited ferocious beasts, but also had a group of humans wielding cutting-edge technology. Shiquan, after all, had once been human. Things like microbombs and vital sign monitors implanted in the brain were only seen in movies. Maybe I still need to lie low. The next day, Chen Chu had already flown back to Ping'an Town. The residents of Ping'an Town, upon seeing the massive figure in the sky, were filled with awe. Because he was the overlord of Ping'an Town, he flew all the way to the farm. The defensive measures here had been further enhanced. Zheng Shanha had repurposed weapons dismantled from armed aircraft onto the farm. The White Wolf King, upon seeing Chen Chu's return, led the wolf pack in a bowed greeting. Overlord, you're finally back. What is something wrong? Of course not, I was just anxious waiting for you. Chen Chu gave a signal. The Grey Eagle King dropped the bag from its mouth and clawed it open. Over 60 blazing crystals shimmered with a captivating luster like red diamonds. What are these? Blazing crystals. They can rapidly increase evolution points for animals. Really? Try a big one. Zheng Shanha picked the largest one, which was the size of a child's head. It's hard, how do I eat it? Zheng Shanha looked reluctant, then forced his mouth wide open and shoved it in. The thing dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth. Such a large piece turned into liquid and slid down his throat. After swallowing, Zheng Shanha was startled. Good heavens. Just that one piece gave me over 6,000 evolution points. Keep eating, you. I want to see what changes after you evolve. Alright. Seeing such a wonderful item, Zheng Shanha couldn't control himself and kept eating. Zheng Shanha let out a loud roar. His body grew slightly taller, the colorful patterns on his face faded, and he looked quite different from his original mandrill form. Especially on both sides of his head, another pair of ears had grown. A monkey with 4 ears. I've evolved to the early stage of mature form. You're a mutant. No, I'm just an ordinary species. Chen Chu looked at his lean monkey-like figure. Early mature form, and all he got was an extra pair of ears. What a waste of blazing crystals. Oh, it seems you're not cut out for combat. Zheng Shan's face flushed red. After all, evolution between species was unpredictable. Some animals grew larger while others grew smaller. Zheng Shan's ears twitched, and he spoke toward the eastern wall. Hey, check the heavy machine gun. Is a screw loose? The golden monkey on the eastern wall couldn't even hear Zheng Shan. Chen Chu was puzzled. What's wrong with you? It's 200 meters away. Zheng Shan's face lit up with surprise. Huh, so that's it. I was feeling guilty just now because I didn't check my attribute panel. After reaching mature form, my new talent is far-hearing ears. I just heard the sound of a screw loosening. A glimmer of joy finally appeared in Chen Chu's eyes. Far-hearing ears. What a great talent. After human civilization falls, Zheng Shan's talent would make him a perfect intelligence operative. The blazing crystals were well worth it. A check on the eastern wall confirmed. The screw was indeed loose. Chen Chu began surveying all the animals on the farm. Unfortunately, apart from Zheng Li, there was not a single mutant. Even the White Wolf King and the Gray Eagle King were all ordinary species. It seemed his beast army was severely lacking in quality. Especially after seeing a small squad from the Mad Beast Hall, he felt even more disdain for his own. This time the Mad Beast Hall had reappeared. In just 2 months, they had produced an ancient species mature form late-stage Titan boa, an ancient species mature form mid-stage mammoth, and a mutant four-legged shark. It seemed these blazing crystals couldn't be wasted casually. In the end, he only chose to evolve the White Wolf King to the mid-stage of mature form. After evolution, the White Wolf King's body grew to 4 meters in length, excluding the tail. Its pure white fur was turning silver. It looked exceptionally handsome. What a pity the White Wolf King couldn't talk, otherwise Chen Chu would have found out what species it was. The remaining blazing crystals were temporarily stored. Traveling all the way from Anlin City back to Pingan Town had exhausted Chen Chu, especially with his many injuries. He found a spot to rest first. After resting, he would evolve himself. Xiaoshan and Yu, upon hearing that Chen Chu had returned, ran excitedly to the farm. Uncle Mandrill. Hey, you've changed again. Zheng Shan smiled. How many times have I told you? Call me Uncle Zheng. Uncle Zheng, we're here to see the Tyrannosaurus Rex. My. Zheng Shan's face darkened. That's our overlord, Chen Chu. He's resting now. It's okay, we'll sneak over and wait for him to wake up. Knowing that Chen Chu was fond of these 2 children, Zheng Shan let them in. Xiaoshan and Yu entered the farm, but at first they couldn't find Chen Chu anywhere. Their big eyes, tinged with a hint of pleading, looked at Zheng Shan. Zheng Shan was amused. Chu Baowang is right here. Look carefully. Oh, I get it. Xiaoshan slapped his forehead. The Tyrannosaurus Rex must know we're here and is playing hide-and-seek with us. No way, he's so huge. Where could he possibly hide? Yu said, gesturing with her hands to show how big Chen Chu was. Shan Xiao. Uncle Zheng already said let's go look for him. Like playing a game, the 2 children searched around the farm. When they reached a corner, they passed right by Chen Chu without even noticing him. Because Chen Chu had acquired a new ability. When he slept, his skin would change, blending perfectly with the surroundings, just like a chameleon, tricking the human eye. Oh brother, I'm so tired. Yu plopped down right onto Chen Chu's claw. Because of the chameleon ability, Chen Chu's claw looked like a tree root sprouting from the ground. Xiaoshan was about to pull Yu up when he saw something unbelievable. What is this? A rock or a broken wall? How can it move? Yu turned her head to look, and indeed it was true. A wall was expanding and contracting, expanding and contracting. Doubt arose in Xiaoshan's mind. Recalling the last time when they had mistaken the resting Chen Chu for a huge rock, they began to circle around Chen Chu and examine him. Haha, I found him. Yu, look, this is the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He really was playing hide-and-seek with us. No way. You're sitting on his claw. Yu jumped up and looked closely. The tree root really did look like a claw. Tyrannosaurus Rex, I found you. Oh, Chen Chu opened one eye and let out a sound from his throat. Not bad, you actually found me. Actually, Chen Chu had woken up as soon as they entered the farm. He just deliberately ignored them to see if they could find him while he was camouflaged. Tyrannosaurus Rex, did you get splashed with paint? How did you turn like this? Chen Chu was amused by the children's innocence. He retracted his chameleon ability and his body returned to its original color. This is my new ability. Xiaoshan's eye sparkled. Wow. Chameleon. Don't compare me to such a lowly animal. Yu spread her arms and pressed her whole body against Chen Chu's lower jaw. You're finally back, I missed you so much. A warm current flowed through Chen Chu's heart. Back when he used to work away from home, every time he returned to see his little sister, she would rush over and give him a tight hug, saying the same words, I missed you so much. Hey Tyrannosaurus Rex, how did your teeth break? Xiaoshan noticed the 3 broken teeth on Chen Chu's left side. These 3 teeth had been shattered when he bit the boom bear Billy and got punched. It's fine, I have 60 teeth. Yu gently stroked Chen Chu's broken teeth. Poor thing, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Yu, have you forgotten why we came? Xiaoshan brought over the red plastic bucket they had brought along with a brush. You don't brush your teeth often, so they became weak and broke. From today on you need to brush every day, so your teeth will be strong and won't break. These 2 kids. Chen Chu closed his eyes, lay down on the ground, and let them do as they pleased. The siblings had brushed Chen Chu's teeth once before, so they were skilled at it. Scratch, 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 scratch. Chen Chu's mouth was covered with white foam from the toothpaste. The warm sunlight bathed him, making it especially pleasant. Chen Chu actually fell asleep again. 57 teeth was a huge project for two young children. It wasn't until evening that they finished. Having rested enough, Chen Chu gently opened his eyes. His whole mouth was filled with the minty taste of toothpaste. Why does it feel a bit strange? Chen Chu touched it with his claw and found that the 3 broken teeth had actually been fixed by them. But the materials they used were too crude. They had cut a huge piece of white foam into the shape of teeth and taped them on. Chen Chu found it hilarious. He figured only innocent children would do something like that. The 2 children, exhausted, leaned against Chen Chu's tail and fell asleep. Chu Ba. Zheng Shanha approached. Sure, whatever it is, tell me later. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoshan and Yu Yu finally woke up. The sun was about to set. Oh, Yu Yu, hurry back, second grandpa is making dinner. Second grandpa cooks every day. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is back. Let's quickly tell second grandpa to make pancakes. Yeah, Tyrannosaurus Rex, wait for us to bring you pancakes. A hint of fondness appeared in Chen Chu's eyes. He watched them walk away, then called Zheng Shanha over. What did you want to talk to me about just now, eh? The wild man's corpse has lost a part. What? Chen Chu instantly stood up, exuding a powerful pressure on Zheng Shanha. What did you say? The wild man was a very special species and not low level. Because it was a wild animal, if humans ate its meat, they would turn into wild men. After Chen Chu killed the wild man king, its body was dismembered and stored in several freezers. Because this was of great use to Chen Chu. After that, he led the team to Amlin City, and this matter had been managed by Zheng Shanha all along. Now he actually said that part of the wild man king's corpse was missing. Chu Bolong. I know the importance of the wild man king's corpse, so I personally check it every day. Today when it was time, I went to check and found that a part was missing. A part? How much? A very small part, estimated at about 10 gene. 10 gene was indeed a very small portion for the massive wild man king. But for those who hadn't yet been astified, 10 gene of meat was enough to create an army of wild men. Call the guards of the freezer and the gatekeepers. We must investigate thoroughly. Yes. Zheng Shanha knew this was no small matter and hurried off to handle it. Soon, all the relevant animals were gathered before Chen Chu. According to Zheng Shanha, he would check every day at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So from yesterday's 5 o'clock to today's 5 o'clock, there were 24 hours. All the animals that had taken turns on duty were here. Speak up, what exactly happened? The guardian animals spoke one after another. Chen Chu's icy gaze swept over them in turn. None of them appeared to be lying. We truly had no idea. Overlord Chu, during our watch we never once dozed off. We stood firm and guardedly outside the warehouse. Overlord Chu, from the moment you left until your return, all humans entering or exiting were properly registered. Aside from the usual vegetable suppliers, only Yu Yu and Xiaoshan came and went. Chen Chu listened with growing irritation. Enough. Take me to the cold storage. A vast shed had been erected on a clearing within the breeding farm, housing rows upon rows of cold storage units. Chen Chu's massive frame could not fit inside. Instead, he circled the warehouse perimeter and then unfurled his wings, soaring above to survey from the skies. So that explains it. You found something? Zheng Shanha asked. Footprints above. Human-made. Chen Chu chuckled. Hee, how interesting. Who would have guessed that Ping'an Town harbors such formidable figures? Formidable figures. This individual possesses considerable skill. To infiltrate the breeding farm amidst so many guardian beasts and slip into the cold storage. Quite remarkable. Zheng Shanha's mind raced. Every person in all of Ping'an Town with any martial prowess flashed through his thoughts. The one who dared steal the wild man king's flesh must be a thief of the highest caliber. Yet Ping'an Town seemed to lack any such figure. I truly cannot fathom it. Stealing the wild man king's corpse, surely for the purpose of beast transformation. Issue orders immediately, closely monitor anyone leaving Ping'an Town. Chen Chu found himself puzzled as well. If one desired beast transformation, they should simply approach him directly. He would gladly raise an army of wild man kings. Bring me the flame lava crystal. I am ready to commence my next evolution. Very well. Zheng Shanha entered the warehouse. Chen Chu's eyes widened in shock. He had gone inside. A terrible premonition arose within his heart. As expected, Zheng Shanha burst out in utter panic. The flame lava crystal in the safe, gone. Roar. Chen Chu's wrath surged and his mighty roar knocked unconscious countless chickens and ducks. To breach a safe. That could only be the work of a professional thief. No ordinary person. What a pity. He had not consumed the flame lava crystal one step sooner to complete his evolution into his prime form. White Wolf King. The White Wolf King bounded forward in a flash. Do you still recall the scent of the flame lava crystal, eh? The White Wolf King nodded. Find it. Zheng Shanha assist as well. If you fail, do not return to face me. Yes. Chen Chu was genuinely infuriated this time. The loss of the wild man king's corpse mattered little. It was merely 10 pounds of meat. But the flame lava crystal could not be lost. It held an enormous amount of evolution value. Chen Chu spread his wings and ascended, cursing bitterly. A moment's carelessness. Such negligence. White Wolf King, the warehouse roof. The White Wolf King leaped gracefully onto the warehouse roof, sniffing at the footprints. Now he carried both the thief's scent and the flame lava crystal's fragrance in his memory. A woo. The White Wolf King let out a haunting howl and the pack surged upward one by one, catching the lingering traces upon the footprints. Then like a gale they thundered out of the breeding farm. The Golden Eagle King cried out, leading his flock in pursuit. The entire population of Ping'an Town stood bewildered. What on earth was happening today? Beasts raved through the streets like a frenzy. Chen Chu had already reached the skies above the town center, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Whoever stole my property, return it at once. Otherwise do not blame me for my wrath. Residents poured out of their homes one after another. Upon encountering one another, they whispered among themselves. What's going on? Overlord Chu has lost something. Who dares be so audacious? Besides, didn't Overlord Chu just return today? What could he have lost? Inside a residential building, a man of about 30 years old poked his head out the window and beheld the distant wolf pack sprinting alongside flocks of birds circling overhead. Most striking of all was Chen Chu's colossal silhouette in the sky. Discovered so swiftly, he sat in his chair. On the computer screen, a chat window remained open. He typed hastily, I trust you will not break your promise. Conduct the trade immediately. Closing the chat window, a web page appeared on his desktop. We purchase high-grade beast meat and various crystals at premium prices. Click. He abruptly cut the power through on his coat, quickly gathered his belongings, then grabbed a bottle of some unknown substance and liberally sprayed it over himself before hurrying downstairs. Chen Chu hovered aloft continuously, tracking the wolf pack's movements. Their sense of smell was remarkably acute, far surpassing even that of hounds. They would surely uncover something. 3 minutes later, the White Wolf King lifted his head and uttered a mournful cry as though summoning Chen Chu. Then he bolted into a residential building. Zheng Shanhe hastened to follow. Chen Chu slowed his descent and drew near the window. Overlord, no one is present. White Wolf King, are you certain this is the location? The White Wolf King nodded. Why has the pursuit ceased? Zheng Shanhe sniffed the air. There is a peculiar odor. He likely detected our pursuit and masked his scent, rendering the White Wolf King unable to track him. You have 1 minute to identify this individual. Golden Eagle King, locate any vehicles departing from town right now. People. Truly a cautious one. To think he could still mask his presence at this critical moment, evading the wolves' keen noses. From the sky came intermittent bird calls. The various flocks of birds unexpectedly split into 5 divisions. They began pursuit in 5 different directions. This individual is truly formidable, resorting to a feint at the 11th hour. 5 vehicles sped off in 5 different directions, attempting to mislead. Only one, however, carried the real person. Under the guise of a town-wide manhunt, he dared not linger. Overlord, the identity is confirmed. His name is Zhao Cheng. Crunch. The White Wolf King bit through the bedroom bed and dragged out a wooden chest from within. Zheng Shanhe opened it to reveal grappling hooks, ropes, black nightclothes, and an array of theft equipment. Beside it lay a blue-covered notebook, its pages pasted with news clippings torn from newspapers. Zheng Shanhe flipped through them one by one. The grand heist at Dingxing Jewelry. The Dunhuang cultural relic theft. Overlord, this man is the king of thieves. Who cares what title he bears? Offending me, Overlord Chu leaves him only one path. Death. Surround and intercept. All 5 vehicles became targets. The birds overhead served as signal lights for the beasts below. 3 minutes later. Thud. A vehicle heading southeast was overturned by a yak. 3 seconds later, the birds in that direction scattered. Not that one. Moving to the next. Rip. A car traveling northwest had its entire roof torn away by the Golden Eagle King's razor-sharp talons. Not this one either. In the northeast, a road was blocked by several wild boars. Zheng Li smashed through the windshield with her scorpion tail, and the occupant immediately pleaded for mercy. Zheng Li shook her head. Not this one either. Only 2 vehicles remained in the end. One heading southwest had run out of fuel and stopped on its own. There was no need to investigate further. It certainly wasn't that one. Then there was only the last vehicle left. Chen Chu's eyes were filled with killing intent. You took my belongings. Return them at once. Fresh and rested, Chen Chu immediately hit top speed, 50 kilometers per hour. Yet the blue BMW Z4 ahead was far swifter, likely cruising at around 180 kilometers per hour. Even pushing himself to his absolute limit, Chen Chu couldn't catch up. Behind him, the Pale Eagle King had already closed in. Since his evolution, the eagle's flight speed had reached new heights. Chen Chu was 2 levels above him and still couldn't match his speed, truly worthy of surviving by his wings. I'm entrusting this to you. Don't lose sight of it. The Pale Eagle King understood immediately and suddenly surged forward. From Chen Chu's estimation, the eagle's evolved flight speed must have reached 200 kilometers per hour. It was a new milestone for avian speed. Zhao Cheng was driving at full throttle, and the speed continued to climb steadily. Looking up through the sunroof, he realized the Pale Eagle King had spotted him. Damn, what kind of bird is that flying so fast? Decelerating, he executed drifts so slick they'd make anyone's scalp tingle as he weaved through intersections. The advantage of aerial pursuit became apparent. With speeds reaching 200 kilometers per hour, the Pale Eagle King kept pace with Zhao Cheng. After all, the sky had no traffic jams or sharp turns. Hold on. We're almost out of Ping'an Town. The BMW's engine roared as the car hit 220 kilometers per hour on a straight highway. You stinking bird. I'm burning fuel while you're burning stamina. Let's see how long you can keep this up. But Zhao Cheng was ultimately underestimating the pale eagle king. 10 minutes had passed, and the bird was still maintaining maximum flight speed. Chen Chu behind him had become nothing more than a dark silhouette. Tired yourself out. Zhao Cheng cursed angrily, then pulled out his phone, opened a web page, and clicked into the chat box. Have you set out yet? Suddenly the phone screen began to tremble, but it stabilized within a second. What a piece of junk. Your movement speed is quite impressive. Zhao Cheng was startled. He hadn't made a call, so why was there a voice coming from his phone? Drive carefully. We've simply connected to your phone. Damn, you hacked my phone. Heck, king of thieves Zhao Cheng. The world you once knew no longer exists. Rest assured no one will come after you. Your former status holds no significance now. Continue driving in this direction, and we'll make contact when the time comes. Zhao Cheng slammed his fist against the steering wheel in frustration. Fuck you. Meanwhile, Chen Chu soared through the air, and sensed the direction was familiar. Looking down at the winding road below, he realized this was the same route he'd taken to Anlin City. Below him, a large off-road vehicle was closing in. Overlord. I'm right here. Zhang Li clung to the roof with his scorpion legs roaring toward Chen Chu. Chen Chu descended from the sky. You've arrived at just the right moment. Overlord, don't worry. My vehicle has a full tank of fuel. I don't believe that kid can keep this up for long. Zheng Shanha spoke. Now I want you to return and bring out all of our beast army. And weapons. Take whatever you can carry. Moi. Go. The tires screeched as Zheng Shanha made an immediate U-turn, nearly throwing Zhang Li off the roof. All the fierce beasts were being mobilized, and weapons too. Was he planning something massive? Chen Chu rose back into the skies, but the pale eagle king had become nothing more than a tiny dark speck. A considerable distance ahead. How could it be that heaven intends for me to complete everything in one go? Chen Chu actually smiled as he spoke those words. Half an hour later, Zhao Cheng looked up at the sky again. The pale eagle king had finally exhausted itself and fallen behind. Glancing at the fuel gauge, he burst into arrogant laughter. Huh. Animals are merely animals. They can never compete with humans. My status, my glory. It's finally coming to me. His eyes blazed with feverish intensity. He had been a thief since childhood, perpetually hiding from one place to another. What he longed for most was a status above others, the adoration of many, rather than being the kind of petty criminal everyone despised and saw on the news every day. This time success was within reach. While browsing the internet at home, he accidentally stumbled upon a web page offering high prices for beast meat. After browsing, he discovered the value was staggering. He decided to steal the wild man king's corpse, just as Chen Chu returned. He used a drone he'd purchased for aerial surveillance and found that Chen Chu had collapsed to rest after his journey. Seizing the opportunity, he infiltrated the breeding facility. A skilled thief knows every moment is ripe for the taking. After successfully securing 10 caddies of the wild man king's flesh, he discovered a safe. Driven by curiosity, he opened it. At first he thought it was a red diamond, but with years of thief experience he knew better. This wasn't diamond at all, but some kind of crystal of unknown composition. He suddenly remembered the webpage he'd browsed. It also purchased various crystals. Among the images displayed, one matched exactly what was in the safe. After successfully stealing it, he went to negotiate at their base. He discovered the crimson crystal's value far exceeded that of the wild man king's corpse. Not only did they promise him the fortune he sought, but also, if he delivered the crystal, they would grant him a rank second only to the supreme commander of the central city. Zhao Cheng was truly tempted. He had no desire to become an animal. What good was devouring raw flesh and blood? How could that compare to the satisfaction of being human? With status, authority, and boundless wealth awaiting him in the human-centric central city, he would be untouchable. And so along the winding roads, Zhao Cheng drove for nearly 2 more hours. The pale eagle king behind him was now completely out of sight. Zhao Cheng slowed down as charred patches appeared ahead along with numerous dead rats scattered by the roadside. What the hell is this place? His phone spoke again. Have you arrived? Arrived where? You haven't even given me precise directions. Zhao Cheng, always cautious, brought the car to a temporary halt. Right ahead of you lies a dead city. It's the perfect place for our transaction. Dead city. Zhao Cheng's heart clenched. Could they be planning to kill him in this abandoned place? They seemed to anticipate his fears. Rest assured, you've brought us something valuable. You're our friend now. We are not people who break our word. The final character for person was emphasized heavily, as if reminding Zhao Cheng. We are all humans. Not beasts. Fine. I'm entering the dead city now. We're almost there. A navigation map suddenly appeared on his phone, guiding him to the final destination. Fortunately, the network still existed after the disaster, otherwise he truly wouldn't have been able to welcome his wealth and glory. Upon reaching the destination, the eeriness only intensified. The sheer number of rat carcasses was overwhelming. Why hadn't the other party arrived yet? Zhao Cheng found himself trapped in a state of anxious anticipation. In the rear, high above the ground, Chen Chu was astonished to have caught up with the Kanjian king. The Kanjian king was now gliding through the sky, flapping its wings only after long intervals of soaring. Chen Chu could discern the profound weariness it carried. Although the Kanjian king's flight speed was remarkable, its endurance was clearly lacking. Chen Chu himself felt no fatigue. His flying speed remained steady at 130 kilometers per hour. If you're tired, come rest on my back. The Kanjian king was deeply grateful. This monarch was far gentler than the former Wildman King. When it landed on Chen Chu's back, it felt as though there was nothing there. Chen Chu pressed onward toward the plague city. Half an hour later, darkness had fallen. The buyer Zhao Cheng had been waiting for finally arrived. A red duck grew larger in the sky, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Then a gust of wind howled as an aircraft descended. Zhao Cheng was startled. They had come in an armed aircraft. The exterior lights blazed on, illuminating the area as bright as day. Thief King Zhao Cheng. 6 men filed out of the aircraft. I don't like that title. How did you bring what we asked for? Zhao Cheng first tossed them 10 gene of wildman flesh. This is wildman meat, a higher order creature. Then he produced a blazing fire crystal. This is the crystal you wanted. The man examined it, excitement barely concealed in his eyes. It's real. We want it all. And what about the things you promised me? Come with us. You'll get them when we arrive. Go with them. He had no idea who these people were. Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Where do you think you're going? With a rustle of wings, Chen Chu folded them and descended directly. With a heavy thud, his massive body hit the ground, making the armed aircraft tremble. The 6 men immediately raised their guns. A Tyrannosaurus rex. An ancient species, impressive. Sensing danger, Zhao Cheng dove into his car. Chen Chu spread one wing and slammed it down. The roof of the BMW Z4 was crushed flat, glass shattering. Zhao Cheng was trapped inside, unable to move. Even as the Thief King, he stood no chance of escape against Chen Chu. Stealing from me. You've got a death wish. Open fire. Rat-tat-tat. 6 guns discharged simultaneously. The bullets struck with dull thuds. They were all tranquilizer darts. The tips were sharp and hard. Chen Chu hadn't had time to manifest his crocodile armor, so the darts embedded themselves in his body. This trip was worthwhile. We'll get some flesh and blood for research. Ignoring them, Chen Chu used the claws on his wings to lift the car, bringing it to eye level to gaze at Zhao Cheng trapped inside. Hand over the goods. I already gave them to those guys. Hey, aren't you going to save me? Zhao Cheng shouted frantically. Haha, don't worry. This Tyrannosaurus has been hit with a high-strength tranquilizer. It won't last long. Another man was counting down. 1, 2, 3, fall. Why isn't it falling? Chen Chu let out a cold snort from his throat. The Kanjin King tore the car apart with its sharp talons, revealing a black backpack inside. It picked up the backpack with its beak. Inside were the remaining blazing fire crystals. One is missing. After returning from Anlin City, there had been 65 crystals in total. After using some for Zhongshanha and the White Wolf King, 41 remained, but now there were only 40. Why isn't it falling yet? Enough. Can't you see I'm interrogating someone? He raised a clawed foot and stomped down. The one who had spoken too much was instantly crushed into a pulp. The remaining 5 were terrified. You think a mere tranquilizer can bring me down? Chen Chu was a Tyrannosaurus rex with poison resistance. Tranquilizers were nothing compared to potent toxins. Zhao Cheng was truly stunned. If he were facing a human, he might have had a chance to escape, but against Chen Chu he had none. Chu Overlord, I was wrong. I'll change. You dare to steal after I return. Kanjin King, keep an eye on him. He dropped the car to the ground with a crash. The Kanjin King landed and pinned Zhao Cheng with one claw. Chen Chu coldly regarded the 5 pale-faced men. An armed aircraft. Which central city are you from? And return my things. Dream on. The leader threw 2 flashbangs into the air. The flashbangs exploded midair, blinding white light, flooding the area. The armed aircraft had already started. Retreat. Chen Chu opened his eyes. No one takes my things and gets away. The aircraft had barely lifted off when Chen Chu lunged forward, opening his massive jaws. With a crunch, he bit the tail section to pieces. Reinforcements. An ancient powerful creature has appeared in the 4 cities. Send reinforcements. Speak or die. The aircraft crashed to the ground, and Chen Chu stomped on it. 4 men scrambled out just in time. With a single stomp, the cockpit was flattened. Ow. One man's face twisted in agony as he tore at his chest. His body began to change rapidly. Bones crackled, his frame stretched, and thick fur sprouted wildly, covering his skin. A wild man, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged. The remaining 3 also let out guttural roars, their clothes shredding. 3 more wild men appeared. Knowing they were doomed, they had seized the last chance. When Chen Chu bit the aircraft's tail, they had eaten the wild man flesh. 1 man had been crushed inside the aircraft, but the other 4 successfully transformed into wild men. Roar! Roar! The 4 wild men bellowed at Chen Chu. He merely sneered. Wild men under 3 meters were like chicks compared to his 12-meter height. After consuming the flesh, they were still only juvenile forms. His tail swept sideways, easily knocking them all down. Chen Chu lay down, pressing his heavy tail on top of them. They struggled desperately, but couldn't lift it. I'll slowly increase the pressure, and you'll hear your bones crack one by one, savoring the agony until death. Tyrannosaurus, do you know the cost of angering us? Fine, tell me. You will die? With a snap, Chen Chu applied more pressure, cracking their sternums. They howled in pain. Vulture King, these evolution points are yours. The Vulture King was quite pleased. As a mature mid-stage creature, confronting 4 juvenile savages posed no problem at all. With a flap of his wings, he soared like a gust of wind over the 4 savages, then landed again, still pinning Zhao Cheng with one claw. Only now a trace of blood stained his talons. The 4 savages had their throats neatly slit. Zhao Cheng stared in utter astonishment. This was the difference between beasts and men. Absolute domination through strength. They're dead. Now it's your turn. Chu Overlord, I was wrong. I saw a webpage offering high prices for high-grade animal meat and various crystals. That's what tempted me. High prices. Such a thing. Do we still need money now? Of course. Even in Peacetown, some daily necessities still require money to buy. But the most valuable assets are silver and gold. Especially in the human-centered central cities, whoever has money is the boss. So that was it. Chen Chu, having transformed into a beast naturally, had no need for money. How ironic. Even after such a catastrophe, people still cling to wealth. After finishing his questions, Chen Chu fell silent, lying on the ground, as if taking a nap. Zhao Cheng was panic-stricken, too afraid to ask or speak, and could only obediently remain pinned under the Vulture King's claw. Time passed slowly. Rustling sounds began to emerge from the surroundings. Zhao Cheng's skin crawled with goosebumps. He had long sensed that this city was filled with strangeness, and now it was even more terrifying. A sharp screech pierced the night sky. Tyrannosaurus Rex. You dare come back? Chen Chu smiled. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Vulture King, pick up that blazing fire crystal. The blazing fire crystal that Zhao Cheng had given away was still clutched in one savage's hand. He died before even getting a chance to consume it. Whoosh whoosh. Chen Chu and the Vulture King took flight directly. The sounds around them had transformed from rustling to a rumbling thunder. Like a massive wave crashing in. Zhao Cheng released stood up with a light body. Then he saw a dark tide surging toward him. What the hell is this? Before he could finish the last word, his hair stood on end. It was a wave of rats, like a flood. How could there be so many rats here? He immediately turned and fled. Billions of rats surged forward, engulfing the four savages, leaving not even a scrap of bone. Chu Overlord, save me. I'll be completely loyal to you from now on. Even if you turn me into an animal, I'll accept. Please save me. Chen Chu laughed coldly. If you survive, I might consider it. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Above the rat tide, the Plague Lord Tuki roared. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth today. Tuki, I'll give you a chance to submit to me. Otherwise, the only path is death. Bullshit. I am the Plague Lord. My descendants are endless. Why would I submit to you? Before the second great calamity, a missile fired from Anlin City had cost the Plague Lord a tenth of his offspring. He harbored a deep hatred for Chen Chu. Now that they met again, he would not let things rest. But he didn't know that Chen Chu had intended to seek him out. That was why when flying here, Chen Chu thought that heaven wanted him to do everything he had planned. Even if Zhao Cheng hadn't stolen the blazing fire crystal after resting, Chen Chu would still have come for Tuki. This was a sea of evolution points. The rat tide surged upward, carrying the Plague Lord higher and higher, slowly closing in on Chen Chu. Unfortunately, these rats couldn't fly. As they rose, Chen Chu rose higher, always staying just out of their reach. The Plague Lord was fuming with frustration. Great strength, Rat King. Whooshed. The wreckage of an armored vehicle suddenly hurtled toward Chen Chu. Chen Chu wrapped his tail around it. Good heavens. This wreckage must have weighed several tons, yet a rat had tossed it up. Looking down, he saw a huge rat standing upright, its forepaws like thick arms. Another mutant. Swish, swish, swish. The great strength Rat King picked up everything he could find on the ground and hurled it at Chen Chu in the air. Chen Chu used the armored vehicle wreckage as a small shield in front of him. Haha, let's see how long you can keep throwing. This was clearly a playful attitude. After more than 10 minutes, the great strength Rat King was utterly exhausted. Here I come. From the mass of rats, a red-furred rat emerged. Another mutant. And Chen Chu noticed that a large area of rats around this red-furred rat had died. Could it be that he had just completed an evolution? Ha, Tyrannosaurus Rex, you're as good as dead. The Plague Lord roared with laughter. The great strength Rat King directly hurled the red-furred rat into the air. Due to its small size, the red-furred rat was thrown higher than Chen Chu's altitude. Chen Chu looked up. What the hell? The red-furred rat, only the size of an ordinary hound, suddenly had its belly swell like a cow's. Then it opened its mouth wide and let out a piercingly shrill scream. Ja! Damn! Blood trickled from both of Chen Chu's ears. This red-furred rat's roar was undoubtedly its unique talent, a powerful sonic weapon. The scream continued. Chen Chu's blood surged with agitation, and his mind began to grow chaotic. The Vulture King could no longer withstand it, and plummeted from the sky. Chen Chu flicked his tail, sending the armored vehicle wreckage away, and wrapped it around the Vulture King. If he fell, the rat swarm below would devour him to the bone. You can roar, but so can I. Roar. Chen Chu let out a bellow like a thunderclap in the sky. But the red-furred rat was unharmed. Unable to fly, it let out a long screech in the air before plummeting downward. Chen Chu's mind was dizzy, and everything before his eyes was blurred. Can you withstand it? The noise Rat King's sonic attack gives even me a headache, especially now that he has evolved to the mature late stage. Sonic attack. A truly rare talent. And he was also a mature late stage, just like himself. No wonder he could cause damage. The noise Rat King landed was caught by the great strength Rat King, and then hurled high again, readying a second screech. Chen Chu felt as if he was going deaf. His mind grew even more clouded, nauseous, and uncomfortable. The Vulture King, wrapped in his tail, was nearly losing consciousness. Don't die on me. Chen Chu flicked his tail, tossing him high into the air. The noise Rat King's third screech began. Chen Chu endured it again, and this time it was less unbearable than the first two. The Noise Rat King was caught by the Great Strength Rat King, and the Vulture King fell back into Chen Chu's grasp. Haha, come on. Even if you scream until your throat goes raw, you can't hurt me now. If you can't kill him, at least bring him down, the Plague Lord roared. Bring it on. Chen Chu's spirit rallied, and he actively charged forward. The Zoutian Rat King continued to unleash his innate sonic attack, one roar after another. He believed that as long as he kept roaring, Chen Chu would surely fall. However, he was unaware that Chen Chu's attribute panel had updated once again. Noise resistance 3. The sonic damage Chen Chu was receiving was gradually diminishing. This was entirely thanks to his heaven-defying talent derivation. Ja. Noise resistance 4. Noise resistance 5. When noise resistance reached 10 points, the Zoutian Rat King's attacks posed no threat to Chen Chu. Chen Chu's hearing was gradually recovering. At this point, the Zoutian Rat King's attacks were nothing but impotent raging in his eyes. For the nth time, the Zoutian Rat King was thrown high into the air by the Dolly Rat King. He took a deep breath, his belly swelling like a bull. Chen Chu flapped his wings and charged forward. The Zoutian Rat King's voice changed upon seeing this. He couldn't understand why Chen Chu had suddenly rushed over. Splat. Before he could figure it out, he was swallowed whole into Chen Chu's stomach. Evolution value 107070120000. The entire Plague City was exceptionally silent. The remaining two Rat Kings and the Plague Lord couldn't figure it out. Was the blood oozing from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's ear holes fake? Clearly he had been forced to endure attack after attack. How could he suddenly swallow the Zoutian Rat King? What kind of rat is this? It tastes quite tender. Tyrannosaurus Rex. I will never forgive you. The rat tide surged madly with large rats continuously leaping upward trying to bite Chen Chu. My children, let me evolve. A rat even larger than the Plague Lord roared, surrounded by countless rats. This was the last of the 4 Rat Kings, the Dueling Rat King. His evolution path was to continuously increase his size. Chen Chu snorted. Tookie, I gave you a chance to submit to me, but you didn't cherish it, using your rat descendants to evolve. How pathetic. Today I'll show you what true evolution is. Kanjian King. The revived Kanjian King grabbed the backpack with one claw, then used its beak to pick out pieces of blazing fire crystal and tossed them into Chen Chu's open mouth. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Evolution value 100, 3112, 0000. Evolution value 11256, 0000. After 5 pieces of blazing fire crystal entered his mouth, the evolution value achieved a new breakthrough. Roar. This mighty roar was even more shocking than his previous confrontation with the Zoutian Rat King. The dark clouds in the sky were scattered by the vibration. His body grew, reaching a height of 15 meters, a length of 30 meters, and a weight of 30 tons. Especially his pair of wings. The membranous wings were covered in a layer of hard crocodile armor, and the claws at the front had also grown longer by 1 meter, with dark, slender, curved wing claws like 2 black iron scimitars. The attribute panel updated again. Species: Fusion Species. Name: Savage Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level: Perfect Form, Early Stage. Strength: 60 tons. Speed: 150 km/h. Lifespan: 300 years. Defense: 60 tons. Flexibility: 20. Poison resistance: 15. Fire resistance: 20. Noise resistance: 15. Toxicity: 30. Evolution value 1321, 120, 0000. Talent: 1 maximum bite, force 80 tons. Talent: 2 derivation. Talent: 3 flight speed, 220 km/h. Talent: 4 camouflage. Talent: 5 tyrant's roar, level 1. Perfect form. Finally evolved into perfect form. This evolution was truly immense. Apart from the surge in size and strength, all other derived resistances also increased. The noise resistance derived just now at the late stage of mature form also increased by 5 points. The most important was Talent 5 Tyrant's Roar. Chen Chu couldn't tell whether this Tyrant's Roar was derived from eating the Zoutian Rat King, or was something he should have evolved on his own. The 2 Rat Kings and the Plague Lord were completely dumbfounded. Just by eating a few stones he achieved evolution in an instant. Tyrant's Roar. Roar. Chen Chu, feeling eager, opened his mouth wide and aimed directly at the Dueling Rat King, who was preparing to evolve for an experiment. The mighty roar carried powerful sound waves. Puff, puff, puff. The small rats gathered around the Dueling Rat King were all shaken into minced flesh. One roar, just an instant. Tens of thousands of rats were all turned into minced flesh. No wonder after evolving into perfect form his name changed from flying crocodile-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex to Savage Tyrannosaurus Rex. This terrifying talent truly deserved the word savage. Evolution value 12445120000. Even the Dueling Rat King at the middle stage of mature form had blood oozing from all 7 orifices, his skin cracked by the vibration, leaking traces of blood. The power was too strong. He couldn't even stand up. He fell directly. Splat. He was submerged in the rotten flesh of the rats and lost consciousness. Chen Chu was overjoyed. If this attack had been used against the Zhaoyan Rat King, just now it would probably have caused him to explode and die instantly. Only level 1, yet so powerful. One roar, and 10,000 rats perished. The Plague Lord had completely lost confidence. Retreat. Chen Chu made a dive, plunging directly into the rat tide. Countless more rats were crushed into meat patties. Evolution value 1374512000000. Retreat. Did I give you permission to retreat? The Plague Lord's eyes were wide with rage. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Don't push me too far. I am pushing you. What can you do about it? Do you really think a bunch of rats can hurt me? Chen Chu stood amidst the rat swarm with maddened rats crawling all over him and gnawing. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The rat's teeth gnawed against his hard crocodile armor, not even leaving a scratch. I am already in perfect form. The Plague Lord was so angry his lungs were about to burst. Perfect form is nothing. If I want, I can evolve to perfect form right now. Surpassing perfect form is not out of the question. I just don't want my children to get hurt. Chen Chu sneered. You don't want to give up your rat army, do you? You still want them to conquer new territories for you, right? Hit the nail on the head. Indeed, that was the case. With the rat's super reproductive ability, given enough time, what was perfect form? The Plague Lord could even possess an army of rats, all at perfect form. Then with level and numbers wherever he went, he would be unstoppable. So what if it's true? The Plague Lord gnashed his teeth, already ready to unleash his strongest talent at any moment. Follow me. Conquer the world, expand the territory. Under me you shall be a king. Huh. Huh. Ha ha. The Plague Lord laughed until tears came out. King. There can only be one. Chen Chu sighed. As expected of the Plague Lord, who in his past life was only defeated when besieged by several ultimate forms. Arrogant with a grand vision, he would never bow to others. What a pity for you. What a pity. Do you really believe you can kill me? If you refuse to die, I shall have no peace. Yet if you submit to me, I can offer you a chance to evolve rapidly. The Lord of Plagues surged with terrifying momentum, and a tide-like swarm of rats instantly engulfed Chen Chu. Do you truly think that only you possess the power of rapid evolution? At this moment the Lord of Plagues stood like a sovereign throne upon high. Innate talent, sovereign's decree. Chen Chu, swallowed by the rat tide, had no idea what he was doing. Two massive wings flung open and countless rats were sent flying by an overwhelming force. Chen Chu witnessed something beyond comprehension. A mid-stage mature giant rat king struck through its own skull with a single punch. Many ordinary rats, though also at mid or early stage maturity, yet lacking the title of rat king, began tearing into their own lives. Amidst the rat tide, vast swaths of rats mauled themselves, creating massive casualties. Chen Chu exclaimed in shock, "What have you done?" "My innate talent, sovereign's decree." "What ability is that?" "Hehe, you seem unaware of the saying, when the ruler demands death, the minister must perish. I am their sovereign. When sovereign's decree is unleashed, they shall obey my every word and meet their deaths cheerfully. Upon their demise I shall gain enormous evolution points." The Lord of Plague possessed such an absurdly overpowered talent. No wonder he controlled swarms of rats so masterfully in his past life, growing so terrifyingly powerful. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Within moments over 10,000 rats had already destroyed themselves. And this death toll continued to skyrocket. They cannot continue dying like this. These rats still held great value for himself. Then let me kill you first. The Lord of Plague could not be spared. Chen Chu's thoughts of subduing him were completely abandoned. Only the remaining flame fusion crystal remained as his objective. Innate talent, Overlord's fierce roar. A whoa! A thunderous howl accompanied by devastating sonic waves surged toward the Lord of Plague. The rat tide instantly coalesced into a rat wall before the Lord of Plague. Thud, thud, thud. The rat wall was blasted apart with a massive hole, and the rats caught in the blast were reduced to minced flesh. Evolution points 1465212000000. Get lost, all of you. Chen Chu charged forward with brutal savagery, trampling and ramming, sending countless more rats to their deaths. Evolution points 1577212000000. The rat wall collapsed instantly. The Lord of Plague had now undergone a new evolution. Excluding its tail, its body reached 10 meters in length. All four paws had grown razor-sharp claws over 1.5 meters long. Scatter! At his command, the remaining rat tide dispersed, even carrying away the dead rats and scraps of flesh, clearing the central arena completely. It has reached full maturity. Yes, full maturity. As the Lord of Plague finished speaking, it suddenly rose upright on its hind legs. Its two thick hind limbs resembled the powerful legs of a gorilla. Shing, shing, shing. Its front claws and razor-sharp talons exploded in growth, ballooning from 1.5 meters to an astonishing 4 meters. As if wielding several enormous swords. Innate talent, severing slash. Whoosh! The Lord of Plague lunged directly at Chen Chu. Chen Chu lowered his head and used the armored plating on his head to block. Shing! Unprecedented. The Lord of Plague's claws were shockingly sharp. His crocodilian armor was sheared off cleanly. Another claw stabbed toward Chen Chu's chest. You have claws and so do I. Chen Chu thrust out his left claw. Clang. The two claws collided with a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Worse still, the Lord of Plague's claw sliced halfway into Chen Chu's claw, so razor-sharp. But your strength is no match for mine. Chen Chu's tail, carrying tremendous force, swept directly toward the exposed belly of the upright Lord of Plague. Thud! The Lord of Plague leaped backward with a mighty bound, flying over 5 meters away. Innate talent severing slash. The Lord of Plague twisted its thick hind limbs, driving its entire body into a rapid spin. The rotation speed increased continuously. Its two sharp front claws spread wide, spinning into a monstrous killing machine, like a meat grinder. Whooshed! When the rotation reached its peak, it hurtled toward Chen Chu like a towering tornado. Chen Chu sneered. It seems injury is unavoidable. With a deafening roar, he charged forward at full speed. Swing, swing, swing. His crocodilian armor was stripped away layer after layer by the grinding twin claws. Bang! Chen Chu rammed his body forcefully into the Lord of Plague, sending it tumbling backward over 20 meters. The gap between species cannot be bridged so easily. Chen Chu spread his wings and shot forward at maximum speed. Suddenly the rat tide surged toward him like a tidal wave, attempting to block his path. Innate talent overlord's fierce roar. Awo! Evolution points 2365212000000. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, yet the rat tide did not retreat. Rats from behind immediately filled the gaps created ahead. Bang! After Chen Chu's roar, he crashed into the midst of the rat tide. Evolution points 3098712000000. Nearly 10,000 rats were crushed to death, yet they still managed to resist Chen Chu. Hundreds of millions of rats withstood Chen Chu's 60-ton force. From behind, the Lord of Plagues staggered to its feet. You think it will be that easy to kill me? It raised its trembling twin claws. The gap between species is indeed enormous. A early stage full maturity cannot compete with you, that much is certain. Innate talent sovereign's decree. The Lord of Plagues staked everything. It would once again sacrifice rats to achieve its evolution. To evolve from early stage full maturity to mid-stage full maturity required 400,000 evolution points, meaning 400,000 rat lives. To an army of hundreds of millions, this was but a drop in the bucket. But at that moment, aircraft suddenly appeared in the sky, arrived at destination, detected massive life form signatures. Identify the targets. Report countless rats and one enormous beast. Understood. We only need its DNA and the flame fusion crystal. The rest can be destroyed. Roger. Dozens of artillery shells rained down from a bomber aircraft. Several fighter jets behind it continuously launched missiles and opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. Under the overwhelming firepower, countless rats perished. The Lord of Plague's sovereign's decree was disrupted mid-cast. How did aircraft appear here? The Lord of Plague was utterly stunned. Was an Anlin city already destroyed? Who else knew of his existence? Zhao Qing, hiding amidst a pile of rubble, had believed himself safe. Yet indiscriminate bombing had erupted without warning. Fighter jets, bombers. Is this the power backing my buyer? Chen Chu spread his wings to shield himself from falling shells. Who dares interfere with me? No one answered Chen Chu's words. They merely unleashed a barrage of fire. Under the relentless bombardment, the rat tide was forced to scatter by the Lord of Plague. If they stay clustered together, the losses will be even greater. Tucci, are you really a dog of humanity? Why do humans help you every time? What does it concern me? Chen Chu was puzzled within. Last time it was missiles from Anlin City that came flying to strike the rat swarm. This time several bombers and fighter jets came to bomb. Could this be the reinforcements they had called for after he killed those few savages? This military force was stronger than Anlin City. At the very least, there was not a single fighter jet in Anlin City. It must have come from a far more powerful central city. The Eagle King carried a backpack in its talons, spreading its wings to dodge through the hail of bullets, letting out a cry towards Chen Chu. Chen Chu smiled. Finally here. Chu the Overlord. We've arrived. A truck mounted with a heavy machine gun sped wildly toward them, Zhang Shanhua, gripping the gun and firing a salvo into the sky. Behind them, countless animals appeared. North African oxen clad in iron armor, Fergana horses, wild boars. Led by the White Wolf King was a pack of wolves. Riding atop the wolf pack were a group of monkeys. Even that golden monkey managed to sit upon the White Wolf King's back, wielding a machine gun. What the hell? What's happening? At that moment, Zhao Cheng wished he could pick up a scrap of rat meat, devour it, transform into a rat, and burrow into a hole. The Lord of Plague was utterly bewildered. How had so many animals suddenly flooded in? Where in the world did they all come from? Report. A group of armed animals has appeared below. I told you I only need the DNA of the strongest one, and the flame molten crystal. Fire. Ow. Chen Chu spread his wings and flew toward Zhang Shanhua. In the truck bed beside the mounted heavy machine gun, there were also rocket launchers and C4 explosives. Zhang Shanhua had truly listened, emptying all the resources of peaceful town. Do you see those rats? This is your chance to evolve. Moo. Howl. The beasts grew excited, roaring in succession. The Lord of Plague seethed with hatred. So these animals were all Chen Chu's subordinates. They intended to use his rat legion to evolve. Bastards. My children shall only die for me. Who do you think you are? Ruler's command. Command your mother's foot. Chen Chu directly shouldered the descending shell and flew toward the Lord of Plague. This foe could already inflict damage upon him. He could not let him continue evolving. The White Wolf Kings surged into the scattered rat tide like a bolt of white lightning. Wild boars and North African oxen followed close behind. A chaotic melee instantly erupted. You bastard, disturbing me again. The Lord of Plague's heart was already brimming with hatred. His dream of conquering new lands was shattered by Chen Chu. His rat army would likely perish today. Talent. Slash. Spinning his body at tremendous speed, he charged toward Chen Chu like a tornado. Chen Chu halted in place, extending both claws to block as the Lord of Plague struck. Clang, clang, clang. The long claws on all 10 fingers were sheared off one by one. Where do you think you're running? Chen Chu grappled fiercely, grabbing the Lord of Plague. Talent, Iron Tail. Being seized, the Lord of Plague did not submit meekly. His tail lashed out rigid as a steel spear. Shing. Nearly 20 centimeters of the tail's tip pierced through the crocodile scale armor on Chen Chu's chest, drilling into his flesh and blood. Ow. Chen Chu roared, unleashing his talent upon the Lord of Plague's head. The hegemon's fury roar. Ow. Within the devastating sonic assault, the Lord of Plague screamed. His eardrums burst, his eyes ruptured, and blood spurted like a geyser. Had I not sacrificed a little, I truly could not have killed you. Ugh. The Lord of Plague tilted his head, his breathing growing shallower with each passing moment. Under such close range hegemon's fury roar, the Lord of Plague's brain had been shaken to mush. For this, Chen Chu had sacrificed the claws upon his 10 fingers. Now his 10 fingers were bare, looking rather dreadful. I refuse to accept this. If you were to submit to me, you would not perish. Chomp. Chen Chu opened his mouth and bit straight through the Lord of Plague's head. Evolution value, 373871200000. Having slain an early-stage fully evolved beast, Chen Chu obtained 6400 evolution points. Spitting out the rat head of the Lord of Plague, he devoured its pair of 4 claws. Anything capable of harming oneself is inherently beneficial. Crunch. Crunch. Chen Chu swore this was absolutely the hardest thing he had ever consumed. Deprived of their king, the rat tide became headless flies, frantically scrambling in disarray. The animals under Chen Chu's command hunted and killed without cease, racking up evolution points. Gazing at the corpse of the Lord of Plague, Chen Chu felt a trace of lament. Had the Lord of Plague been a being solely devoted to becoming stronger, he would undoubtedly have been the first to achieve ultimate form. His error lay in harboring ambitions too vast, his schemes too grand. He sought to forge a legion to conquer realms for him. This caused his personal evolution to lag behind. Boom. A rocket detonated directly behind Chen Chu. He turned his head, bastards. Flapping his wings, he ascended into the high heavens. His claws at that moment felt a surge of warmth. Upon his bare 10 fingers, dark, curved nails sprouted, identical to the Lord of Plague's. New claws that have grown forth. Swinging his arms, swish, swish, swish. They instantly expanded 2 meters in length, resembling 10 razor-sharp scimitars. Ha ha ha, fall down. Chen Chu flew beneath the bomber. Swinging his arms, swish. His razor-edged claws sliced open the bomber's belly as easily as cutting tofu. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Chen Chu burst through the opening below, swinging his claws madly. Boom, boom, boom. The bomber exploded catastrophically in midair. Damn. He can fly. Focus fire. The firepower of both fighters and bombers hammered upon Chen Chu in the sky. Plumes of flame erupted across his body. Attacks of this caliber. I was unafraid even at my mature stage. Now that I have reached full evolution, this is utterly meaningless to me. Boom. The wing of one fighter was cleanly severed. Bang. Another fighter's cockpit was shattered by a single tail strike from Chen Chu. The sky had become entirely Chen Chu's personal domain. Report. The enemy is too powerful. Immune to our firepower. Chen Chu coiled a wing-severed fighter with his tail and flung it toward a bomber. The bomber failed to evade and was struck dead on. Another cataclysmic explosion erupted overhead. Flames blazed fiercely, and Chen Chu's overwhelmingly domineering silhouette was etched into every eye watching. I do not care where you come from. Should you seek to harm me, no matter the distance, I will hunt you down and kill you. Retreat. Chen Chu was too domineering, and the firepower from the aircraft had become utterly useless against him. After the bombers released all their ordnance, they fled alongside the remaining fighter jets. They absolutely could not win in a direct confrontation, but if they ran, Chen Chu would never catch them. Fighter jets could reach speeds of 2,000 kilometers per hour, far exceeding Chen Chu's maximum flight speed. Chen Chu looked down and saw a series of explosions erupting across the ground. The landscape was littered with charred corpses. His beasts continued to mercilessly hunt down the scurrying rats. He slowly descended, opening his mouth to unleash his innate ability, Overlord's fierce roar. Evolution points 3942012000000. Evolution points 4392812000000. The entire Plague City had become a hunting ground. Zhao Cheng, even as the king of thieves within civilized human society, had weathered innumerable life and death trials. Yet this hellish scene was unlike anything he had ever witnessed in his entire life. His body trembled with terror. Shouldn't he quietly make his escape at a moment like this? Suddenly he caught the cold, piercing gaze of the Hawk King, who was locked in relentless slaughter. He shrank back in fright on the spot. The evolutionary feast of Plague City raged on until dawn. The remaining rats must have already burrowed deep underground, too terrified to emerge. Between the coordinated beast hunts and the relentless strafing runs from fighter jets and bombers, the rat population of Plague City had suffered catastrophic losses. A golden light suddenly flashed into Chen Chu's sight. What in the world is that? Overlord Chu, it's me, the golden-haired monkey Ling Ming. The golden-haired monkey had definitively evolved, and not merely once. Its fur had transformed from its original yellow hue to a radiant, gleaming gold. Its stature had grown significantly, now matching that of an ordinary human. It bore a striking resemblance to Master Sun Wukong from television dramas. What evolution stage have you reached? Mid-stage of mature form. I am now the evolved form of the golden-haired monkey, the golden fur monkey. Good. Excellent. Those rats have vanished somewhere, I can't find them anywhere. Rats also wish to survive. This feast should come to an end. Let us take stock of everyone's cultivation realms. This time all the animals had evolved. The Hawk King had evolved to the late mature stage, its physique breaking through once more, now nearly rivaling the size of a Boeing 747. The White Wolf King had reached the early complete form stage. Its entire body was covered in bright silver fur, yet its size had not increased significantly. Most notably, a dark silver crescent mark had appeared on its forehead. It was truly a pity that the White Wolf King could not speak, otherwise Chen Chu would have asked about its breed and innate abilities. From this day forward you shall be known as the Silver Wolf King. The pack of wolves led by the Silver Wolf King had also all evolved to the mature stage, with even the weakest reaching the mid-mature phase. Because each animal's evolution followed a different path among the wolf pack, several giant wolves emerged, standing 5 meters tall and 8 meters in length. A North African bull had evolved to the late mature stage, so powerful that its iron armor burst apart. The North African bull was originally bred for Spanish bullfighting arenas. After this evolution, its pitch-black muscles radiated explosive power. Among the wild boar herd, a new boar king was born, reaching the late mature stage. The greatest surprise for Chen Chu came from snake scorpion Zhengli. This fellow had evolved to the early complete form stage. Its upper serpentine body measured fully 6 meters, while its lower scorpion body stretched another 6 meters. That chilling segmented scorpion tail was equally 6 meters long. Most astonishingly, 2 claws had sprouted upon its serpentine upper body. The upper body had transformed into a flood dragon. Overlord, I am now at the early complete form stage. A poisonous flood dragon scorpion. Excellent. Chen Chu seemed to recall something. Zheng Shanha, come here. Zheng Shanha approached with his head hanging low. What evolution stage have you reached? Late mature form. Zheng Shanha expressed his frustration. It's a pity. I'm so close to completing my evolution. Have a few pieces of blazing fire crystal. Huh. Zheng Shanha was utterly astonished. Blazing fire crystal. Such precious items, and he was being told to consume them. After his evolution, he had no combat capability whatsoever. Just eat it when I tell you to. Stop with all the nonsense. Zheng Shanha was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, Overlord Chu. After consuming 2 pieces of blazing fire crystal, the remaining supply dropped from 36 to just 34. Zheng Shanha successfully evolved. His physique remained unchanged, but his fur turned yellow. What truly shocked Chen Chu was that 2 additional ears had sprouted beside the 4 already present on either side of his head. 6 ears. Chen Chu's heart surged with immense excitement. When they were at the breeding facility and Zheng Shanha first evolved those 4 ears, Chen Chu had harbored a suspicion. Now that he had reached the early complete form stage, his theory was confirmed. The 6-eared macaque. In his past life, within a superpower faction, there existed a strategic advisor, a 6-eared macaque, who could perceive events 1,000 li away merely by standing in one place. Who would have imagined that this time the 6-eared macaque would fall under his control? 6-eared macaque. Huh. Heaven supports me. Chen Chu laughed wildly. Zheng Shanha softly murmured, Overlord. I'm just a 6-eared monkey, an ordinary variant. You may be ordinary now. Rest assured. Once your 6 ears fully develop, your extraordinary destiny is sealed. Zheng Shanha's face lit up with astonishment. Does this mean I can change my species? He longed to follow Chen Chu into battle more than anything. Previously, he had been passionate about firearms. But after witnessing Chen Chu's prowess and the devastating power of the Plague Lord, he realized that conventional weapons would be utterly useless in the later stages. Even having evolved to complete form, his combat strength still couldn't match a mere mature wild boar. Chen Chu nodded. Of course there is. It just hasn't manifested yet. Thank you, Overlord Chu, for your guidance. Chen Chu checked his evolution progress, which had climbed to 2045611200000 after the massacre. He had largely sacrificed his own advancement to ensure his companions evolved first. It's time to head back. The Hawk King landed beside him like a fighter jet, silently reminding him that someone had been forgotten. Zhao Cheng, get out here this instant. Zhao Cheng flinched in terror, then scrambled from the rubble on hands and knees, kneeling before Chen Chu. Overlord Chu, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Chen Chu glanced across Plague City strewn with rat carcasses. This place will become a realm of evolution henceforth. The rats will continue to breed, but they lack a new sovereign. Zhao Cheng's heart plummeted. From those words, it was clear Chen Chu intended to turn him into a rat to rule over the rat population. Please, I beg you, don't transform me into a rat. I possess unique abilities. Speaking of this, Zhao Cheng felt a flush of embarrassment. His so-called skills were utterly worthless before these people. I can use the internet. I'm also a hacker. These words changed Chen Chu's mind. In that case, I shall spare your life for now. After the transformation, some central cities refused to share intelligence, leaving many details unclear. This fellow still possessed some capabilities. It would be useful to exploit him to learn what was happening in the world. Take him along. Just as Chen Chu led his group away, a mouse surprisingly charged toward them without fear. Zheng Shanhe drew his pistol and aimed at the approaching mouse. Don't shoot, Chen Chu said. It's only a mouse. As I said, mice also cherish their lives. If it dares to run toward us without fear, wouldn't you like to know why? Thank you, Overlord, for sparing my life. A thin voice squeaked from the mouse. Chen Chu gestured, and a mid-mature red-bellied eagle snatched it up. After all, it was far too insignificant before Chen Chu. Chen Chu, I will not bow down. Aren't you afraid of death? I wish to follow the Overlord. Ha ha ha. Zheng Shanhe, Zheng Li, and the others all burst into laughter. What right did a mere mouse have to follow the Overlord Chu? What right do you claim? I overheard you just now. The remaining mice in this area lack a leader. I am willing to serve as their leader. This mouse knew how to seize opportunities. Excellent. I indeed do not wish to abandon this place either. Chen Chu gestured, and Zheng Shanhe produced a fire flame crystal from his bag. I give you this opportunity. Whether you can become their king depends entirely on you. If you succeed, each month you must contribute no less than 10 million evolution points to me. Can you manage that? The mouse was instantly captivated by the brilliance of the fire flame crystal. This is an evolution artifact. Yes, I can certainly do it. I will become their king. Then remember, 1 month. At least 10 million evolution points. The location is Peace Town. Leaving the mouse and a fire flame crystal behind, he led his group away. If the mouse truly succeeded, the Plague City would become the evolution arsenal for Chen Chu's Overlord Legion. Watching Chen Chu's enormous retreating figure, the mouse cried out, Overlord, my name is Shook. Li Shook. 2 hours later, the fleeing fighter jets and bombers had already landed on the tarmac. The pilots who emerged still bore traces of lingering terror on their faces. They were immediately summoned. Inside the 200-square-meter conference room, everyone seated was among the city's elite. The pilot recounted everything he had witnessed truthfully. Ha ha ha. A disheveled man wearing round glasses erupted in manic laughter. Hybrid species. Definitely a mysterious hybrid. His level has absolutely transcended the mature stage. He is precisely the subject we need to study. Dr. Mad beyond the mature stage means complete form. Unless using superweapons, there is no way to obtain him. City Lord, I demand you track their direction immediately. At the very least, we must know where this dinosaur will make camp. Peace Town, the City Lord said calmly. Zhao Cheng had already learned his location while selling Savage King meat and Fire Flame crystals online. Dr. Mad directly wrote the 3 large characters, Peace Town, on his notebook. On that page, besides Peace Town, there were many other places. Yaotai City, Beixing Bay. Dr. Mad, how are your research results progressing? The City Lord asked. Dr. Mad let out a sinister chuckle. Excellent. They will be unveiled in a few days. Very well. Then I shall wait a few days for you. By afternoon, Chen Chu led the Overlord Legion back to Peace Town. The townsfolk stared in astonishment. The Hawk King, comparable in size to a Boeing 747. The golden-haired monkey Lingming gleaming with golden radiance. The Silver Wolf King shimmering with silver light. The new Wild Boar King even more magnificent than Zhu Gonglie's original form from films. Yu Yu and Xiaoshan waved spinning paper windmills to welcome Chen Chu's return. T-Rex, I saved some flatbread for you. Chen Chu felt warmth stir in his heart. Bring them to me when you're done. T-Rex, the teeth I painstakingly made for you fell out. Wait until I find large foam, and I'll make you new ones. Hee. The 3 foam teeth had been blown away by the wind during his flight. I'll wait for you at the breeding facility. Upon returning, there was still important work to attend to. Dozens of high-spec computers were carried into the breeding facility. A large projection screen was mounted on one wall. Zhao Cheng was working himself to death. After all, failure meant only death awaited him. 2 hours later, everything was ready. Overlord, it's done. I want to know the addresses of those who bought Savage King meat and Fire Flame crystals from you. Understood. Zhao Cheng's fingers flew across the keyboard. 10 minutes passed. A layer of sweat beaded on Zhao Cheng's forehead. Their firewall is far too powerful, I cannot breach it. Chen Chu extended a finger, and his 2-meter-long nail emerged like a curved blade. I will definitely break through. While Zhao Cheng risked his life to fight this battle, Xiaoshan and Yu Yu came to deliver flatbread and help brush Chen Chu's teeth. 20 minutes later, Zhao Cheng finally exhaled in relief. His life had been spared. Because the opponent's firewall was far too powerful, Zhao Cheng had poured all his skill into gaining access for only 1 second. But that 1 second was enough. Fengdu City. Chen Chu lay on the ground while the 2 children brushed his teeth, yet his heart raced with shock. Fengdu City. In his past life, a superpower had been based in Fengdu City. This power had once clashed with the Fierce Beast Hall. That conflict had cost the Fierce Beast Hall 3 beast captains. Excellent. I was planning to wait for the next heavenly calamity to evolve, but it seems we must advance the timeline. Next, Chen Chu needed some information from the outside world. Zhao Cheng complied without hesitation. He hacked into one network after another. An aerial video appeared on the wall screen. A pterosaur blotting out the sky effortlessly destroyed 100 fighter jets. Yu and Xiaoshan gaped in astonishment, as if watching a movie. Chen Chu watched intently. Ancient species complete form. Then video after video followed. In the South China Sea, an entire fleet was destroyed by colossal marine beasts. In one city, tens of thousands worshipped a colossal Dinosaurus. In the Amazon River, an ancient giant crocodile appeared. After the second heavenly calamity erupted, humanity's relationship with animals had already begun to transform. Before the two calamities, humans still maintained some dominance through weapons. Afterward, animals would rise. In increasingly more places, people would serve powerful animals and revere them as totems. After the dozen or so videos had all played, Zhao Cheng wished to continue, but was stopped by Chen Chu. Where did you find these videos? A website called Wild City. It has videos and materials about powerful beasts from all over the world. There's also a forum where people discuss the formidable beasts that have appeared. Wild City. Chen Chu had heard of that name in his past life. After Yu and Xiaoshan finished brushing his teeth, he let them leave first. The matters to be discussed next were not suitable for children. We'll be going now. We'll make you new false teeth tomorrow. He watched them walk out of the farm's gate. Chen Chu's voice carried a hint of gloom. Are there videos of beasts killing people, eating people, and destroying cities? Yes, plenty of them. Can you connect to the outside from here? No problem. I want you to broadcast those videos. On the big screen in the square of Pingyang Town, on the screens above the shops. The screen flickered, and then the videos began to play. Roar. A beast's roar made the townsfolk shiver. Look, the square is showing a video. What's playing on the big TV? Is there still internet? Why can't I connect? A group of beasts with their sharp claws and teeth and formidable defenses utterly annihilated a suppression squad. A giant beast collided with a building, causing it to collapse. Countless people fell from the building and died on impact. In one region, superweapons were deployed in desperation. Everything there, people and animals alike, was reduced to ashes. The residents of Pingyang Town witnessed firsthand just how powerful the animals became after their beast transformation. How fragile humans were in their presence. Ordinary weapons were not even worthy of being called a scratch. I never imagined the outside world was so tragic. So many people have lost their lives. Yet it's still good to be in Pingyang Town, protected by the Overlord. Look. Thousands of people are worshipping a giant beast. They call it a totem. My God, are we back in ancient times? A totem? Don't talk nonsense. If that's true, then the Overlord protecting us here is the totem of Pingyang Town. One by one, the videos began to reshape the minds of the townsfolk of Pingyang. Finally, on all the big screens, the enormous head of Chen Chu appeared. Fellow residents, I am the Overlord. Many young people grew excited. The Overlord. His dominance is palpable. Indeed, even through the screen, I can feel his terrifying majesty. The outside world, as you have seen. The beasts are growing stronger at an alarming rate, and humans have made foolish decisions, deploying superweapons. We are safe here for now, but to preserve this peace, I and the Overlord's legion that protects you need to grow even stronger. Therefore I need you, but I will not force you. After Chen Chu finished speaking, videos of the two great cataclysms began to play. Tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. The desperate screams of humanity filled everyone's ears. Inside a small house, a young man with yellow hair drank the last of his Laozhan beer and smashed the bottle to the ground. Damn it, I've been looked down on my whole life. I don't want to be human anymore. Overlord, I'm coming. A man in a wheelchair watched through the window as the big screen showed a tsunami engulfing a city and drowning the masses. He then looked down at his crippled legs. If the next disaster strikes here, can I escape? Can my mother escape? Mom, open the door for me. I need to go out. At the farm, Chen Chu stood in the center, as if waiting. Zheng Li and Zheng Shanhe were already in awe of him. Bringing Zhao Cheng back really was useful, wasn't it? Of course. The Overlord's strategy is one of psychological warfare. Will people come? Certainly. I can already hear them. As soon as he finished speaking, the farm gate opened. The yellow-haired young man entered, and upon seeing Chen Chu's true form up close, his eyes were filled with shock. Overlord, I think you need me. Chen Chu smiled. What's your name? Zhou Tianlei. Good. Zhou Tianlei, I need you. I am Xiao Qinfeng, said the man in the wheelchair, rolling himself in. I am Wu Chong. I am Lin Ran. One by one they announced their names, filling the farm with a sense of fervor. 100 people, exactly 100 people came. The golden monkey Ling Ming excitedly hugged the silver wolf king and said, we'll soon have a bunch of new underlings. Chen Chu was fairly satisfied with this number. After all, those who remained in Pingyang Town wanted to spend the rest of their lives as humans. Thud. The Kanjian king brought a large piece of the savage king's corpse from the storeroom and dropped it in front of the 100 people. Eat this and become a part of the defenders of Pingyang Town. Is this the savage king's flesh? Yes. The yellow-haired Zhou Tianlei was the first to pounce and gnaw on it. The meat frozen for a long time was rock hard. Zhou Tianlei tore into it with determination. Thus the first person to undergo beast transformation in the farm appeared. A higher primate, a savage. Zhou Tianlei, now 3 meters tall, let out a long howl and began his new life. Xiao Qinfeng even threw himself from the wheelchair, gnawed the meat, and transformed into a savage. He roared even louder than Zhou Tianlei. For 25 years he had been unable to stand. Now he was on his feet. The third, the fourth. Chen Chu smiled. 100 savages had been born. The Overlord's legion was about to grow even stronger. Zhou Tianlei. Here. From this moment on you are the leader of the savage battalion under my Overlord's legion. A life that had never been valued was finally recognized after the beast transformation. Tears of excitement streamed down Zhou Tianlei's face as he shouted loudly yes. Do any of you have objections? No. The remaining 99 savages chorused. Good. You may not be used to your new forms yet. I will give you time. The safety of Pingan Town rests on your shoulders. We pledge to follow the Overlord to the death. We pledge to protect Pingan Town. Just as the 100 savages had transformed, another group of people suddenly rushed in. Is it over? Do you want to undergo beast transformation too? Yes. I don't want to wait for death when the next great disaster strikes. We feel the same. Zhang Shanhe record their names. 100 savages were already enough, evolving them was already a heavy burden. The new arrivals, about 20 more, could only be registered. They would have to wait until he obtained even stronger animals to transform them. Wait, and I will make you into beings no less than savages, perhaps even stronger. Thank you, Overlord. The Overlord Legion had a rough organization. The savage camp was led by Zhou Tianlei. The flying camp was naturally helmed by Cong Yingwang. The assault camp was led by Yin Langwang. The patrol team was entrusted to Jin Maoho Lingming. The heavy armor team was assigned to the North African bull with explosive muscles Li Heikue. They led the cattle horses and the wild boar king along with a group of wild boars. The remaining ones with weaker combat strength were collectively called the reserve camp, managed by Lu Er, Ho Zhengshana. Everyone had been assigned a position except for Du Jiaoxia Zhengli. Zhu Baolong, what about me? Am I not worthy? Hey, your status is second only to mine. Zheng Li's heart surged with excitement. What did this mean? In the entire Pingan Town, Chen Chu was the king. Zheng Li was the second in command. The savage camp, assault camp, and the others all had to obey his orders. Thank you, Baolong. As for the remaining 25 people who wished to undergo beast transformation, Chen Chu could not find animals to transform them for the time being. There was still plenty of Yaren Wang's meat, but it was already enough for him. It seemed that he still needed to go deep into the mountains and forests to find some powerful pure wild animals to transform those 25 people. Suddenly Chen Chu seemed to think of something. Zhaocheng, find me the route to Fengdu City. On the screen, the route from Pingan Town to Fengdu City instantly appeared. Total distance 1,200 kilometers. Chen Chu's large eyes fixed on the cities along the way. Then he locked onto Luohua Town, over 300 kilometers from Fengdu City. This place would be the site of the third great cataclysm. Mark Luohua Town. The route was recalculated because Luohua Town was located south of Fengdu City with an optimal distance of over 850 kilometers from Pingan Town. This is it. This will be our next destination. The time until the third great cataclysm was still far off, so Chen Chu was not in a hurry. Let the Beast Legion settle down for a few days first. 3 days later. Fengdu City. The Lord of Fengdu City, clad in a black cloak, was led by Mad Doctor to an open-air parking lot. This place had become Mad Doctor's research base. Inside, various cultivation tanks of different sizes, green liquid soaked strange-shaped animals. In the center, a cultivation tank 20 meters high was covered with a huge white cloth. Is today the time for him to make his debut? Mad Doctor laughed. Of course. The high-prize fire crystal, sea blue essence, and high-level beast DNA have all been integrated. This will be Fengdu City's most powerful weapon. Crash. The white cloth was violently pulled off. The Lord of Fengdu City was even startled when he saw the beast inside the tank. This? What in the world is this? Ha ha ha. City Lord, I call it six-armed demon ape. Good, good, good. With it we can create more mutant beasts for our use. Then we will form a great army, and the entire world will be beneath your feet. Let me see its combat power. Mad Doctor pressed a red button. The giant tank opened. 1 day later. Pingan Town, the ranch. At this moment, a surprising scene appeared. 100 savage men appeared outside the town, some carrying huge tree trunks, some carrying huge rocks, and others mixing cement. This was a solution devised to calm the restless hearts of Pingan Town's residents. They were building a ring of huge, sturdy walls around the town. Chen Chu said nothing more and let them be. Baolong, there's a new video update. Oh, let's see it. In Yaotai City, a beast descended from the sky and brutally twisted off the head of a fully evolved mutant one-horned tiger. What is this thing? Its enormous size put Chen Chu on full alert. The second video showed a timestamp just 3 hours after the previous one. At Beixin Bay, a fully evolved giant anaconda over 100 meters long was torn into several pieces by the beast descending from the sky. Rewind. Zhao Cheng rewound a bit, and Chen Chu saw the armed aircraft in the sky. All these armed aircraft bore a common emblem. A sharp sword surrounded by 9 entwined dragons. Wasn't this one of the superpowers from his previous life, the Nine Dragon Palace? The Nine Dragon Palace was the superpower hidden in Fengdu City. They were purchasing high-grade animal meat and fire crystal at high prices. What exactly were they planning? Suddenly Tsang Yingwang and Zheng Shanhe appeared before Chen Chu at the same time. Along I heard sounds. Many planes are flying toward us. Planes, eh? Tsang Yingwang also nodded. He had already seen them. Oof. Looks like trouble's come knocking. Let's head outside the town. Buzz buzz buzz. In the sky more than 20 armed aircraft appeared. 10 of them were carrying a beast together with steel cables. In the Fengdu City Command Center, Mad Doctor had already seen the image of Ping in town through the armed aircraft. He directly called in. Lower my baby down and seize that dinosaur's DNA. Chi chi chi. The steel cables directly snapped. Whoosh. A huge black shadow descended from the sky. With a loud thud, it landed directly outside Ping in town. Instantly, a deep crater appeared on the ground. The residents of Ping in town thought it was an earthquake. What was that thing that just fell from the sky, eh? Look, there are so many planes in the sky. Could this be the totem war they mentioned on the forum? What totem war? From now on, more and more regions have begun to worship powerful beasts, calling them totems. To obtain more resources, they will attack other regions under the leadership of the totem they worship. The forum calls it the totem war. Heavens! Which region is this? They want to come and take over our Ping in town. We have Chubawang. Let's cheer for Chubawang. After the giant hand landed, dust rose everywhere. Chen Chu spread his wings and gave a mighty flap. That enormous figure appeared. Zheng Li and the others all gasped when they saw it. What the hell was this thing? It was 17 meters tall, with 6 thick arms. Its body was covered with an irregular layer of bone armor, as if the bones had grown outward. It had 2 curved horns on its head. Behind it, there was a tail covered in black scales, and at the tip a snake head as big as a car. It was hissing and flicking its tongue. This appearance was even more terrifying than Chen Chu's. This was the beast that had been released from the tank in Fengdu City today. The 6-armed demon ape. You creature from nowhere, how dare you appear before me? Chen Chu straightened up slightly, making his height level with the opponent. Ha ha ha. This is that dinosaur. Simply magnificent. 6-armed demon ape, I want to collect its head. Mad Doctor had already given the order. In response to Chen Chu, there came a mighty roar like that of a silverback gorilla. The 6-armed demon ape had already lunged toward Chen Chu. The 6-armed demonic ape had not yet arrived, yet its violent frenzied gusts of wind preceded it. Such overwhelming pressure could only be avoided by any beast not yet at its full maturity. Roar. Ayo. The 2 similarly sized savage creatures collided in an instant. Boom boom boom. The 6-armed demonic ape's 6 fists rained down upon Chen Chu with furious intensity. Chen Chu relied on his hard crocodilian scales to withstand the relentless assault. So many arms. Let me help you trim that down. With a sweep of his double claws, 5 razor-sharp nails like black daggers erupted from each claw. SHRRK. SHRRK. Cracks spread across the bone armor on the 6-armed demonic ape's limbs. Roar. Spreading all 6 arms wide, the creature charged directly at Chen Chu for an enormous embrace. In your dreams. Chen Chu unfurled his massive wings, shielding his body to prevent being grappled. From the sheer force transmitted through his crocodilian scales, he could infer that this mutated beast was undoubtedly at its complete form. If those 6 arms managed to wrap around him, escaping would be nearly impossible. Thud thud thud. Holes were instantly torn through his fleshy wings. Chen Chu yanked with both arms. His thick hind legs surged with power as his body lunged forward. His massive jaws clamped down on one of the 6-armed demonic ape's limbs. The tremendous impact drove the 6-armed demonic ape backward. Crack crack. The bone armor on its arms shattered beneath Chen Chu's teeth. Roar. 4 arms immediately locked around Chen Chu's neck, while the remaining one clenched into a fist and swung straight for his eye socket. Uft. Another agonized roar echoed from the 6-armed demonic ape. But before that fist could reach Chen Chu's eye, his wing's sharp claws had already pierced through the arm. Hiss! The serpentine tail of the 6-armed demonic ape struck like lightning, biting down on one of Chen Chu's claws. The razor-sharp fangs pierced deep and lethal poison seeped into his flesh. Crunch! The arm was severed by Chen Chu and swallowed whole. Then opening his maw wide, he unleashed his innate ability. Heavenly Suppression Roar. Ayo! Crack crack! Bone armor across the 6-armed demonic ape's body began to splinter. 4 arms tightened their grip violently, making Chen Chu gasp for breath and forcing his Heavenly Suppression Roar to falter. My 6-armed demonic ape. You wretched creature, how dare you bite off one of his limbs? The mad scientist watched the battle go awry, descending into frenzied desperation. But you're finished. You've been poisoned by a lethal toxin. Damn it. Chen Chu's neck was locked by 4 arms barely able to move. The crocodilian scales on his neck emitted constant cracking sounds as the pressure intensified. Uft! The claws on his other wing pierced clean through the serpentine head that had bitten his arm. The 6-armed demonic ape howled in agony. The head was dead, but the tail remained under his control. Both of Chen Chu's claws were wrapped tight. The 6-armed demonic ape opened its massive jaws and lunged toward Chen Chu's neck. Vile creature! Chen Chu exploded in fury. He was the one who bit others, never the one bitten. Twisting his body with a flexibility of 20 points, his tail lashed out and coiled around the six-armed demonic ape's neck. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. Even the mad scientist could not have anticipated this dinosaur's sheer power. In Yaotai City's Beijing Bay, the strongest predatory beast had barely lasted a minute against the six-armed demonic ape. Are you all just for show? Attack! The aircraft in the sky finally stirred. Wanna open fire? Have you asked us first? Zheng Li roared in fury. Hundreds of savages heaved massive stones and hurled them skyward with the force of cannonballs. King Eagle led a flock of mature giant birds and launched their aerial assault. Boom boom. One aircraft after another lost control and came crashing down. At that moment, a wave of heat surged through Chen Chu's twin claws as his derived innate ability began to activate. After devouring the six-armed demonic ape's arm, his claws had grown thicker and longer by nearly a meter. I grow stronger with every battle. Can you say the same? The six-armed demonic ape bared its fangs, its neck constricted, struggling to breathe. Its large eyes widened in shock. Why wasn't its lethal venom affecting this dinosaur? Instead, his own wounds hissed as a large portion of flesh and blood was being corroded away. He had been poisoned. Chen Chu's venom resistance had neutralized the ape's toxin. This creature's venom wasn't even as potent as Zheng Li's, so his resistance had not increased. But Chen Chu's own poison ravaged mercilessly through the six-armed demonic ape system. Seconds ticked by. Of the 20-plus aircraft overhead, only 3 remained operational. The six-armed demonic ape's strength was gradually ebbing away. Ayo! Chen Chu unleashed a thunderous roar as power exploded through him. Crack! The serpentine tail snapped clean in two, sending flesh and blood flying. Now, with claws stretching over 5 meters long, they pierced straight through both of the six-armed demonic ape's limbs. Roar! The six-armed demonic ape shrieked in agony and released its grip. Blood gushed from the pierced arms like a streaming river. The six-armed demonic ape flew into a frenzy, pummeling Chen Chu with 5 fists like a violent storm. Get lost! Freeing his neck, Chen Chu took a deep breath and with a furious shout whipped his tail. The six-armed demonic ape's massive body was sent flying. It bounced twice across the ground before scrambling back up on all 4 limbs. Chen Chu charged with jaws agape, aiming straight for the six-armed demonic ape's head. 4 of the creature's arms clamped down on Chen Chu's upper and lower jaws. Swish! Roar! The six-armed demonic ape's scream was filled with immeasurable agony. Most of the fingers on its 4 hands had been bitten off by Chen Chu. He snapped his jaws shut and swallowed them whole, then thrust his massive head forward with devastating force. A headbutt crashed into the six-armed demonic ape's skull. Crack! The six-armed demonic ape's skull split open, blood streaming as a walnut-sized mass of brain matter became visible within. Dizzy and reeling from the blow, the six-armed demonic ape staggered. Chen Chu twisted his body sideways and unleashed a sweeping strike with his tail. The attack struck the creature's legs, sending it crashing to the ground. Chen Chu immediately stepped forward, pressing his massive foot onto its chest. Sharp claws pierced through its bone armor deep into its flesh. The six-armed demonic ape was now utterly powerless to resist. You can't even speak properly, just die. He leaned down and tore viciously, then gave a powerful toss. Rumble, rumble. The six-armed demonic ape's severed head rolled to one side. At that very moment, the last aircraft overhead was also destroyed by King Eagle. A pilot still dangled from one of his claws. After landing, he tossed the man onto the ground. King Silver Wolf Zheng Li, the poisonous scorpion, Li Heikue, the North African bull, all gathered around. The terrified pilot soaked his own trousers with urine and screamed, "Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" The beasts parted to give Chen Chu space. Speak. The pilot clutched at this last lifeline. We came from Fengdu City on the orders of the city lord and the scientist. Using the six-armed demonic ape to kill you and steal your genes. Genes, hey. Yes. This six-armed demonic ape is not an ordinary mutated species. It was artificially bred through advanced technological means. Artificial cultivation. No wonder in his past life the 9 Dragons Hall had so many ferocious mutated beasts. They were all cultivated artificially through technological means. This six-armed demon ape had fused with the genes of countless animals. After killing it, his evolution value rose to 210961-120000. Undoubtedly at the initial stage of complete form. This explained why Fengdu City offered high prices for high-grade animal meat, blazing crystals, and oceanic essence. Create monsters, then use evolution materials to make them evolve. What other cultivated monsters does Fengdu City have? I don't know. I only know that the doctor has several research bases. Chen Chu snorted coldly. Zheng Li's scorpion tail had already appeared above the pilot's head. Don't kill me. I also know that the doctor has a breeding base in Fengdu City. Those are all evolution points. I can take you there. A breeding base. Chen Chu smiled. This was indeed good news, and it made sense. Since they were artificially cultivating, it certainly wasn't just the six-armed demon ape. The evolution materials born after the Great Cataclysm were limited, so there must be other ways to make them evolve. A breeding base was nothing but a repository of evolution points. Chen Chu was just worrying about not having enough evolution points for his 100 savage men. He turned and walked away directly. Swish! The pilot's head was smashed to pieces by Zhang Li's scorpion tail. Dare to come after me. Everyone prepare to follow me and raise Fengdu City. Savage camp, your chance to evolve lies there. In the Fengdu City command center, the Mad Doctor was going berserk, smashing everything within reach. The first beast that had been cultivated with such painstaking effort over so long was slaughtered. He could not accept this failure. The Lord of Fengdu City kicked open the door in fury. Pointing at the Mad Doctor's nose, he roared, "This is the ultimate beast you created with all those resources and manpower. If it wasn't strong, how could the beasts in Yaotai City and Beijing Bay have been easily slain? Then why did it fail against that dinosaur? That only means that dinosaur is too powerful. Because of you, Fengdu City lost 26 aircraft." The Mad Doctor hid his hands behind his back, clutching a syringe filled with green liquid, his whole body trembling. He thought to himself, "If you dare curse me again, I'll immediately beastify and crush you." After venting, the Lord took a deep breath. "From now on, don't make a move until we are certain of the enemy's strength." The Mad Doctor concealed the syringe in his sleeve and forced a smile. "My Lord, rest assured. It won't happen again." The Lord turned and left. The Mad Doctor returned to his research center. From a secret compartment in the drawer, a satellite phone rang. "The six-armed demon ape is finished. If it's not feasible, I've experimented. The genes of beastified animals are mixed with human genes. To beastify one must undergo purification, but it's too difficult. So far I've only refined enough for one person. Rest assured, the Nine Dragons Hall will never be exposed." Ping'an Town. The corpse of the six-armed demon ape had been taken to the farm. Artificially cultivated creatures had neither strong bestiality nor humanity. "Overlord, you've been staring at it for half an hour. Can we eat it or not?" Chen Chu shook his head. "I don't know if this thing is wild or beastified. You're not sure whether the genes fused in its body include those from beastified animals, right?" "Exactly. Because of this uncertainty, Chen Chu didn't dare act rashly. If it were purely wild, then those 25 people could become new six-armed demon apes. But if its genes contain those from beastified animals, it would be lethal. I think we shouldn't eat it. The beasts killed in Yaotai City and Beijing Bay were all beastified. Now they come here wanting the Overlord's genes. That means it must be mixed with beastified animal genes. Eating it would only lead to poisoning, not beastification." Zheng Shanhe analyzed. One of the 25 reserve members stepped forward. "Overlord, could I try?" "Are you sure? If it's wrong, you'll die." Zheng Li shrank back, not daring to speak. He regretted killing that pilot. What a waste to lose a test subject. "I'm sure." Chen Chu admired his courage. "Shanhe, call the town's medical team. If something goes wrong, let them treat him." The man was deeply moved. The Chu Overlord was so thoughtful, truly valuing his life. After the medical team arrived, Chen Chu sliced a piece of flesh from the six-armed demon ape's arm. He swallowed it. 3 seconds later, he collapsed, his face turning purple. Chen Chu let out a sigh. "Artificially cultivated. It's no good." The medical team began emergency treatment. Chen Chu bit off another arm and a section of snake tail from the demon ape and swallowed them, but after waiting a long time, there was no change. It seemed there was nothing left to extract from the six-armed demon ape. As for the corpse, he threw it away and set it ablaze with a great fire. The body was too large, and the flames burned for a long time. Meanwhile, the troops were fully assembled, ready to march on Fengdu City. "Dare to target me. Let's stir up a bit more excitement before the third great cataclysm arrives." Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct Zhao Cheng. "I hope by the time I return you can bring me news of her." Zhao Cheng nodded vigorously. "I will do my utmost." Chen Chu and his group walked out of Ping'an Town. Many residents had already gathered on the streets to see them off. A woman with frost-touched temples looked at one of the savage men. "Son, you must come back safely." The savage man Xiao Qinfeng looked at her and nodded heavily. "Chu Overlord, when you return, could you bring us more seeds? Our vegetables are running out." "Chu Overlord, my ironworks are all used up. I can't forge any more armor." "Brother Tyrannosaurus, my brother said he wants you to bring him a bottle of Coca-Cola." Little Yu shouted with all her might. Chen Chu chuckled. These residents now regarded him as the totem of Ping'an Town. "Oh well, that's how the course of time develops. Yu, what do you want?" "Mango juice, orange juice, strawberry juice. Lots and lots of juice. Uncle says he dares not drink milk." Tyrannosaurus Rex received. They walked out of Ping'an Town. The huge iron gate hastily built closed behind them. Chen Chu stared into the distance and roared, "Overlord's Legion advance." The Sky Eagle King let out a cry, soaring into the sky. The Silver Wolf King howled, leading the pack of wolves into a sprint. The 100 savage men marched in perfect formation, following Chen Chu as they ran. Majestic and invincible, their might was overwhelming. In Ping'an Town, the second-in-command Zhang Li remained. Now evolved into the early stage of complete form, the Poison Scorpion, with the remaining assault unit and heavy armor team, he was fully capable of defending the town. Chen Chu's goal this time was to shape the savage unit. He took the key to this operation, six-eared monkey Zheng Shanhe. Marching grandly, the direction this time was no longer toward Plague City or Amlin City, but heading north. Chen Chu flew into the sky. Kanjing Wang a race. Kanjing Wang gladly agreed. With a whoosh, he spread his wings and burst into maximum speed. Flap flap, Chen Chu's leathery wings also flapped vigorously. Due to 2 battles, his leathery wings were punctured with several transparent holes. Flying in the air, the wind whistled through them like a broken bellows. At the early complete stage, Chen Chu's maximum flight speed had reached 220 kilometers per hour, surpassing many birds. A human driving a sports car might not escape from Chen Chu. But within a minute, Kanjing Wang had left him far behind. Holy crap. So this is the gap between species. This guy doesn't talk much, but his speed must be around 300 kilometers per hour. Chen Chu even considered eating Kanjing Wang's wings to boost his own speed. The two flew above while a group chased below on the ground. Silver Wolf King's running speed could actually keep up, but it was tough for the infantile savages. After sprinting for over 10 minutes, they reached their limit. Chen Chu used the Overlord's roar from the air, follow slowly. Then he straightened his head and his body color gradually changed, blending with the blue sky and white clouds from afar. Using his camouflage talent while flying, he was like a stealth aircraft. Along the way, they passed deserted villages and towns with no trace of humans. The animals inside had vanished somewhere. Half an hour later, Kanjing Wang, who had left Chen Chu far behind, came back. It seemed something had happened ahead. Chen Chu followed him and arrived over the scene in 10 minutes. A battle was raging. Chen Chu ordered Kanjing Wang to leave to avoid being spotted due to his large size. Chen Chu descended slowly, his colors shifting continuously to deceive all eyes. Outside this small town, over 1,000 people had gathered. Before them was a turtle 5 meters long, now shrunk into its boulder-like shell. This instantly reminded Chen Chu of the crocodile turtle he had beastified in his past life. Opposing it was a mutant gecko, 8 meters long. The mutant gecko had a peculiar appearance. Its head and body resembled a gecko, but its limbs bore sharp claws, and its tail was like a rattlesnake's. Especially its back, which bulged high as if carrying a giant starfish. Chen Chu wondered, did this thing also drink some concoction, like 5 poison wines soaked with animals? Behind the mutant gecko stood hundreds of people. Some drove tricycles, others pickup trucks. Haha, Luoshui village, your totem is just a turtle. Today it will be killed by our totem Xiangwei Hu. Nonsense. Our totem is Gongjia, a Gui with impenetrable defense that even cannonballs can't scratch. It has reached the mature middle stage. The mutant Xiangwei Hu let out a strange laugh. Mature middle stage. If I kill it, I'll evolve to the mature late stage. No matter what turtle, it's just a bigger terrapin before our totem. If you know what's good for you, hand over your resources. We won't reject you if you want to join. Perfect, we need some people to farm and water the vegetables. Ha ha ha. The crowd behind Xiangwei Hu burst into laughter. Bang! Bang! Gongjia Gui's 4 yellow-furred claws shot out from its shell and stomped heavily on the ground. Chen Chu gasped inwardly. This turtle had tiger claws. What had it eaten in life? Tiger bone stewed turtle. Super tonic. How deficient could it be? A low voice sounded. Just because I've beastified into a turtle doesn't mean I have no combat power. As the totem of Luoshui village, I won't let you run wild here. Xiangwei, whose 4 claws scraped the ground, swiftly reaching the crocodile turtle and striking at its head. Gongjia Gui's movement speed wasn't fast, but when it came to retracting its head, it was lightning quick. Xiangwei, who grabbed empty air. Its tail lashed against the crocodile turtle's shell, causing no damage, but shaking itself with pain. The battle between the 2 mutants had turned into a totem war between 2 regions. Chen Chu sighed inwardly. Conflicts like this would only increase in the future. Too many people had beastified into animals, too many regions were destroyed by firepower or natural disasters, making them uncultivable for a long time. Too much food had been plundered. When the residents of Pingyang town set out, didn't they also worship him as a totem, begging him to bring back seeds and such? Stupid turtle, come out if you dare. Xiangwei, who roared in frustration, lying flat in front of Gongjia Gui. Gongjia Gui suddenly shot out its head, opened its massive mouth, and bit down hard on the protruding starfish on its back. Heads over. Chen Chu seemed to foresee the outcome. Having beastified into a crocodile turtle himself, Chen Chu knew that aside from the hard shell, they had considerable biting force. Crunch. The crocodile turtle tore off a large chunk of flesh and retracted. Xiangwei, who leaped aside. Stupid turtle. Ambush. The starfish protrusion on its back had lost 2 points. Blame your own carelessness. Xiangwei, who laughed loudly. The crowd behind him joined in laughter, leaving the villagers of Luoshui village and Gongjia Gui puzzled. Their totem had been bitten badly, yet they could laugh. Under their bewildered and astonished gazes, the starfish on Xiangwei, whose back began to regrow. In a short time it was fully restored. Turtle, you were the careless one. Did you really think I'd lie down in front of your mouth without a plan? Now feeling dizzy. Gongjia Gui stuck out its head. Poison. Too late. I'll kill you. For tiger claws lunged out, appearing majestic and fearsome like land tanks, yet moving far too slowly. The rattlesnake tiger darted back and forth, laughing as it watched black blood slowly seep from the steel shell alligator turtle's nostrils, mouth, and eyes. The poison was too deep, there was no saving it now. Meanwhile, Chen Chu, who had been observing from the air, using his camouflage ability, felt overwhelming joy in his heart. This mutated species would be extremely useful to him. Splash. The steel shell alligator turtle, powerless, came to a halt. The lethal poison had taken its toll, leaving it with no strength to move its heavy body. The rattlesnake tiger cried out triumphantly, "The evolution points are mine. Everything in Luoshui village is mine too." Before he could finish his last word, a violent wind descended upon him from above. Shocked, he suddenly looked up. Heaven! Has the sky collapsed? Splat! Chen Chu's paw came down directly onto his head, crushing it into nothing. Evolution points 2125611200000. No one could comprehend what had just happened, especially those behind the rattlesnake tiger. Their jaws dropped wide, open eyes bulging as if they might fall out. What in the world? Blue sky and white clouds. Had a piece of heaven truly been stepped down? Chen Chu retracted his camouflage ability, revealing his true form. Each person's panicked heartbeat drummed like war drums within their chests. Good heavens! A Tyrannosaurus Rex over 10 meters tall and 30 meters long. The rattlesnake tiger died truly unjustly, crushed by a single step without even knowing who his opponent was. Don't let your evolution points go to waste either. Chen Chu raised his other paw and directly stepped onto the steel shell alligator turtle. So hard, he bellowed and stomped down with full force. Crack! The steel shell alligator turtle's armor, which could withstand cannon fire, shattered under Chen Chu's 60-ton strength. Its soft inner flesh was reduced to meat paste. Evolution points 2141611200000. Run! Quick run! A stronger totem has appeared. The rattlesnake tiger's faction immediately fled in sheer panic. Chen Chu looked down. Where did the starfish from the rattlesnake tiger go? Turning his head, he saw it lying right there on the ground. What is this thing? Sir Dinosaur, if you wish to eat me, just have a little. Please don't devour me entirely. Otherwise I'll truly turn into feces. Damn, the starfish could talk. Patrick Star, aren't you and this giant gecko one and the same? No, the two of us have always been in a cooperative relationship. My mobility is too weak, so attaching myself to him allows me to gain evolution points. He's a talented actor, and through this trick we've deceived many animals. Good heavens! Chen Chu had truly seen something new. Such a cooperative method actually existed. This starfish carried potent poison riding on the rattlesnake tiger's back, making all animals believe they were one entity. By deliberately exposing weaknesses to lure opponents into biting, it was all part of their scheme. Once consumed, the victim would be poisoned. The starfish, relying on its regeneration ability, could recover afterward. The evolution points from poisoned animals were split equally between the starfish and the rattlesnake tiger. For example, if this one was poisoned to death, the next would be killed by the rattlesnake tiger itself. Not bad. Come, let me take a bite. Chomp. Chen Chu took a huge bite of the starfish, but it wasn't enough, so he also devoured a large chunk of the gecko's meat. Both of these creatures possessed regenerative abilities. After swallowing, he noticed the shattered turtle shell. Such a pity. This turtle's defense had already reached 40 to 50 tons. If it had reached its fully mature form, it would have escalated to another level entirely. Only then would consuming it prove truly effective. The starfish's remnants under its regeneration ability recovered once again. A weak voice managed to emit a maniacal laugh. Foolish dinosaur. You let your guard down. I, Jean Depai, am not someone to be eaten so casually. I carry lethal poison. Even blue whales cannot withstand my toxin. Chen Chu looked at him as if watching a joke, slightly bending down, and used his claw-like nails to slice him into several pieces. Yeah, it hurts. This should have killed it outright. Yet moments later, each fragment began to writhe and transform back into new starfish. 5 starfish. How are you still alive? Quickly die from poison. All 5 starfish spoke in unison. Chen Chu's eyes lit up brilliantly. Geckos, salamanders, earthworms, starfish. All these species possessed regenerative abilities. But in terms of power, the starfish's ability was even more formidable. Because as Chen Chu had just witnessed, after cutting its body apart, each segment would grow into a brand new starfish. This starfish, named Zhang Depai, through cooperation with the rattlesnake tiger, had likely reached mid to late maturity, significantly enhancing its innate abilities. That was why it recovered so quickly. While Chen Chu was observing Zhang Depai, the villagers of Luoshui village had already fled back into the village. Their protective totem had died, and fear filled their hearts. You? As he began to speak, Chen Chu suddenly felt a slight dizziness in his head. So the poison was taking effect. However, Chen Chu was not worried about Zhang Depai escaping. The creature's mobility was even poorer than the steel shell alligator turtles. Closing his eyes, he endured the dizziness and quietly waited for several minutes. Status panel updated. Poison resistance 20. Talent 6. Regeneration level 1. Poison resistance increased by 5 points, and the dizziness vanished. What thrilled Chen Chu most was that under his derivative talent, a 6th talent, regeneration, had appeared. Zhang Depai, I must truly thank you. A warm current flowed across the areas on his back where skin had once been corroded. Recovery was underway. With a rustle, he spread his wings. The transparent holes torn into his body were slowly healing. His crocodilian armor emerged across his frame. Creak, creak. Ha ha ha, even his crocodilian armor was recovering. Zhang Depai was dumbfounded. What on earth was this thing? One moment wings appeared, the next crocodilian armor grew. Not only had it withstood his poison, but it was actively regenerating bit by bit. Splat. Chen Chu stepped down, with one foot crushing all 4 starfish into meat paste. At this consistency, they should no longer be able to recover right. Zhang Depai was too terrified to speak. Your name Zhang Depai? Yes. Wanna die? Wah. Zhang Depai burst into tears. I was wrong, please spare my life. Let me fend for myself. Then would you be willing to follow me? Lord Dinosaur, please don't joke. I have virtually no offensive capability. I will make you evolve. I'll give you inexhaustible evolution points. I'll ensure you live comfortably and for a long time. Zhang Depai's heart stirred. He had thought his fate was already wretched, never imagining that destiny would present such a turning point. Lord Dinosaur, is what you're saying truly true? Truly. Very well. From now on you are my esteemed Lord Dinosaur. I Zhang Depai swear to follow you unto death. The sixth derived talent, like the fifth, was still at the first rank, meaning there was room for improvement. As long as Zhang Depai kept evolving, his talents would also evolve. Then by devouring him, his own regeneration talent would level up. Zhang Depai slowly crawled to Chen Chu's feet and attached himself to his toe. Dinosaur Daddy, which region's totem are you from? Everything in Luoshui village is now ours. Chen Chu sneered at the dilapidated little village. What good things could such a tiny village possibly have? Even a fly's leg is meat. What we're heading for is Fengdu City. Zhang Depai was so startled, he nearly fell off the toe. Fengdu City, one of the top 20 central cities in the world. Daddy, we can't go there. That place is too terrifying. The totems of Yaotai City and Beixing Bay were all slaughtered by a beast from Fengdu City. You're talking about that six-armed demon ape, right? Oh, Daddy knows too. Mmiated. Squish, Zhang Depai's body squeezed out a yellow sticky mess that looked like shit. To Fengdu City. Dinosaur Daddy will help you evolve. Chen Chu roared at the sky, then laid down at the entrance of Luoshui village. Over 30 minutes later, the Silver Wolf King and the others finally arrived. The 100 savages were all panting heavily. Chen Chu felt a bit disappointed. They were still too weak. Zhang Shanha, riding the Silver Wolf King, hadn't exerted much physical strength, but the jolting had left his balls aching. After seeing the corpses of the steel-armored crocodile turtle and the rattlesnake tiger, his expression darkened. He turned to look at Luoshui village. Overlord, should I go slaughter them? It has nothing to do with them. But you can take the savage camp to check if there's any chance for evolution. You have 1 hour. Let's go. In an instant, Luoshui village was in chaos. The villagers were screaming in terror. It didn't take an hour. After just 30 minutes, everyone had reassembled. The village was too small, with only a few wild animals inside, and a few hundred beast-transformed creatures. Not enough for even a single savage to evolve. Chen Chu, lying on the ground, opened one eye and looked at the 100 savages. Zhou Tianlei's mouth, feet, and hands were all stained with blood. Several dozen other savages also bore blood on their bodies. Only one savage remained exceptionally clean, Xiao Chenfeng. Did you gain any evolution points? Xiao Chenfeng nodded. Why, oi? Xiao Chenfeng lowered his head and remained silent. Chen Chu suddenly roared, tell me. What? Xiao Chenfeng trembled all over in fear. Because those animals were the transformed relatives of the villagers. If I killed them, it would be like killing their family. Now you're talking about humanity. Even though we've turned into animals, we still have human thoughts. Fine. Then let me ask you. If the invaded place was Ping'an Town, would you think all animals would give up the chance to evolve just because they were transformed from villagers' relatives? Xiao Chenfeng was speechless. Chen Chu was right. If Luoshui village were Ping'an Town, it would have no power to resist a beast invasion. If he wasn't strong enough, how could he protect his mother, whose temples were already frosted with gray? In the face of natural disasters, without strength, everything is empty talk. Zhou Tianlei stepped forward. Among those families, there were a few animals you secretly set free. Overlord Chu is giving you another chance. It depends on whether you cherish it. Xiao Chenfeng clenched his fists. It seems you're not qualified to be a member of the defenders of Ping'an Town. As the leader of the savage camp, I hereby expel you from the camp. Chen Chu said calmly. In poverty, one should cultivate virtue alone. In success, one should benefit the world. Up! Xiao Chenfeng roared and charged into Luoshui village. Minutes later, he returned with blood on his hands. Chen Chu didn't need to see. He could smell the fresh blood. Do you understand? I understand. Huh. Chen Chu stood up. Move out. The beasts behind him followed the entire formation, exuding a domineering aura. Zhang Depai was astounded beyond words. Such a powerful presence. This is like a super army. Rattlesnake Tiger, lucky you died early, or my future would have been ruined by you. Stop muttering. Get lost. Splat. Zhang Shanha, riding the Silver Wolf King, had a huge starfish slapped directly onto his face, causing him to tumble off the wolf's back. Damn, what is this? A starfish, Zhang Depai. I'm giving him to you. He'll teach you strategy. Patrick Star. Zhang Depai wriggled and attached himself to Zhang Shanha's back. My name is Zhang Depai, a mutant venomous starfish, late mature stage. In just a few minutes, the two of them were chatting amicably. After leaving Luoshui village, far behind, the road ahead was once again desolate. Night fell, and they had reached the foot of the 1,000-mile-long Daxing Mountains. Tonight they would rest here. The 100 savages were utterly exhausted. Just today alone, they had forced them to cover 700 kilometers. Zhang Shanha made a silencing gesture to the beasts around him. Then he closed his eyes and began to listen with his 6 ears. Chen Chu even controlled his breathing to avoid disturbing him. After evolving into a 6-eared monkey, Zhang Shanha had gained a talent, 100-mile listening. When the talent was activated, all sounds within 100 miles could enter his ears. Huff, huff, the breaths of wild boars and wolves reached Zheng Shan's ears. Then came the thump, thump, thump of Chen Chu's heartbeat like war drums. Rustle, rustle, the movements of small animals in the Daxing Mountains were also heard. Then farther and farther. Suddenly Zheng Shan opened his eyes. There are many animals in the Daxing Mountains. Mostly weak ones. Savage camp tomorrow. I want you all to break through to the infantile stage. Otherwise get out of the Overlord Legion. Yes. After one night, just as the sun peeked out the sky, Eagle King let out a cry. The 100 savages opened their eyes in unison and rushed madly into the Daxing Mountains. In the sky, birds were monitoring them. If any of them encountered trouble, Chen Chu could immediately go to their rescue. Overlord, do you think they can all evolve to the early growth stage in one day? For all to evolve to the early growth stage would require nearly 100,000 evolution points. The Daxing Mountains stretched 1,000 miles. There were definitely 100,000 animals, but they were widely scattered. Chen Chu stood up, walking forward as he said, if they can't even do this, are they worthy of being the savage camp of my Overlord Legion? Inside the Daxing Mountains, beasts howled, shaking the forests. 100 wildlings, even though they were in their juvenile stage, still caused a tremendous uproar upon entering the Daxing Mountains. Soon all animals within a radius of several hundred meters had been slaughtered, and the rest fled as far as they could. Chen Chu and Zheng Shan walked together. As they walked, Zheng Shan did not forget to occasionally activate his talent 100-mile sound listening. A growth stage animal has appeared. 100 wildlings can't handle a growth stage, Chen Chu said disdainfully. 100 wildlings acted as a whole, not as individual fighters. With the Daxing Mountains being so vast, it would be strange if there weren't some growth stage animals. There were even quite a few mature stage ones. At the center of the Tying Mountains, due east, lies Fengdu City. Chen Chu and Zheng Shan had a smooth journey as the animals had all been scared away by the 100 wildlings. Thump, thump, thump. A dozen wildlings sprinted, chasing the fleeing animals ahead. Zhou Tianlei leaped into the air, grabbed a branch, and with a swipe of his hand removed the leaves, turning it into a simple spear. These evolution points are mine. With a whoosh, he threw it with force, directly piercing a deer running ahead. Splat! But before Zhou Tianlei could claim the evolution points, a stone flew and smashed the deer's head into pieces. Xiao Chenfeng, you! Who told you not to make a fatal strike? Zhou Tianlei's anger flashed and vanished, then he smiled. That guy Xiao Chenfeng seemed more motivated after his first taste of blood. Roar! Suddenly a majestic roar erupted from ahead. A wild tiger at the late growth stage appeared. This? Is it a growth stage? A wildling said. Xiao Chenfeng narrowed his eyes. The wildling camp is a whole. With that he charged ahead. Passing the dead deer, he pulled out the spear that had pierced it and charged toward the tiger, grasping it in his hand. The wild tiger lashed its steel whip-like tail, instantly snapping the spear. With a crack, the tail struck Xiao Chenfeng's arm. His skin split open instantly. It hurts. If we can't even defeat a wild tiger, what will Overlord Chu think of us? Charge! A dozen wildlings rushed forward instantly. One alone was not frightening, but when a dozen charged together, even the wild tiger felt immense pressure. But the pride of being the king of beasts prevented him from retreating. Otherwise he would be no different from those fleeing hares and wildcats. He leaped into a pounce, charging at Xiao Chenfeng. The tiger, over 5 meters long and weighing more than 3 tons, pinned Xiao Chenfeng to the ground. Xiao Chenfeng gritted his teeth, grabbed one of the tiger's paws with both hands, and shouted, "Hurry!" Zheng Shan opened his eyes. Zhou Tianlei killed the tiger. Chen Chu smiled. This Zhou Tianlei is quite interesting. Xiao Chenfeng is not bad either. Yes. Time passed slowly, and one by one growth stage animals were found and slaughtered by the united wildlings. Along the way, Chen Chu saw many animal carcasses, but none were useful to him. In the end, he ate the growth stage wild tiger to fill his stomach. Zhou Tianlei and Xiao Chenfeng were the first to break through from the juvenile stage to the early growth stage. Then came Wu Chonglin Ran. Thus the wildlings who had reached the early growth stage helped the remaining ones evolve. As they ventured deeper, the mature stage beasts hidden in the Daxing Mountains also appeared. The bright moon hung in the sky, casting mercury-like moonlight through the gaps in the forest. A black bear at the early mature stage was pinned down by 10 wildlings, and then the last wildling, who had not yet reached the growth stage, killed it. With a mighty roar, the last wildling completed his evolution. Thud, thud. All the wildlings were exhausted and simply laid down on the ground. They had completed their evolution ahead of the time limit set by Chen Chu. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tianlei laughed heartily. Xiao Chenfeng and the other wildlings joined in the laughter. Zhou Tianlei thrust a fist toward the moon. We made it. Xiao Chenfeng extended his fist and touched it against Zhou Tianlei's. We made it. Then a third fist, a fourth. A full 100 fists gathered together, forming a supergiant fist. We made it. Congratulations. Chen Chu walked over with steady steps. The 100 wildlings instantly formed a formation. 100 wildlings, each 4 meters tall, stood in neat rows, exuding a fierce and valiant aura, showing no trace of exhaustion. Tired. Overlord Chu is more tired. Suffering. Overlord Chu suffers more. Chen Chu smiled. This was just like military training. All right, rest. Tomorrow there are more important things waiting for you. Within minutes, earth-shaking snores erupted. Chen Chu asked Zheng Shanhe in a low voice, "Are you sure?" Zheng Shanhe touched his ear. "Yes. 100 li away a cave is gathering a large number of animals, and there's one very strong." If it were a growth stage or mature stage, Zheng Shanhe would have said it directly. But now he only said 2 words, very strong. After a day's march, they were not far from the central region of Daxing Mountain. To the east of the central region lay Fengdu City again. Thinking of the artificially cultivated 6-armed demon ape, Chen Chu felt that the beast hidden in the cave was no ordinary creature. It was likely the same as that 6-armed demon ape originating from Fengdu City, or rather from the 9-Dragon Hall. They rested for one night. At dawn, the cry of the Kanjian kings sounded like a bugle. The beast army all rose at once. Find that cave. 100 li was only 50 kilometers. Half an hour later they found it. Concealed by 2 large trees there was a steel gate 10 meters high. Chen Chu's crocodile armor emerged on his head, and he burst into speed, charging at the gate. Boom! The tremendous impact directly deformed and toppled the gate. The surrounding rubble came rolling down with a clatter. Open fire! Rat-a-tat-tat! Brrr! Countless bullets instantly shot out from inside the cave. Awoo! The Silver Wolf King roared and led 30 wolves directly into the fray. Opt! Wah! Screams rang out, and within 30 seconds, all the people inside were killed. Chen Chu ducked and entered. The cave was huge, with the highest point nearly 30 meters tall. A massive cultivation pod stood against the rock wall with power cords and tubes connected to it. Inside the cultivation pod was a beast that closely resembled the 6-armed demon ape. Hey, it seems there is more than one 6-armed demon ape being cultivated. Overlord, look at these people. The corpses on the ground had a symbol on their chests, a sharp sword surrounded by 9 dragons. 9-Dragon Hall.